The production of Rescue System involved many individuals, with gratitude extended to the Korean Fire Department, Seoul Fire and Disaster Headquarters, and the Guro Fire Station for their guidance and historical contributions. The creators also expressed deep appreciation to firefighters worldwide for their unwavering dedication. A raging inferno consumed the landscape, flames leaping high into the night sky. The heat was intense, the air thick with smoke. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned firefighter, battled the blaze. His face was grim, determined. Soo-hyuk, despite the danger, focused on rescuing a trapped civilian. He pushed forward, ignoring the collapsing structures around him. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him. He fell, the weight of the collapsing building pulling him down. A searing pain shot through Soo-hyuk as he landed hard, the impact knocking the air from his lungs. He coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips. The inferno roared, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, coughed, his face contorted in pain. He was trapped, the building collapsing around him. His radio crackled with static, a desperate attempt to contact his team failing. The heat intensified, the air thick with smoke. Soo-hyuk cursed, his voice strained. He was on the 17th floor, a terrifying drop to the ground below. Escape seemed impossible. He gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender to despair. He wouldn't give up. Soo-hyuk pushed himself to his feet, despite the searing pain and the crumbling structure. He had to find a way out. He braced himself as another section of the floor gave way, sending him tumbling further into the inferno. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. But he was still alive. A wave of intense heat washed over him, and then nothing. Darkness. The scene opens on a raging inferno. Fire engulfs a building, the flames licking at the sky. From amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rings out. Soo-hyuk Hyung. It's insane. We can't get in. A group of firefighters battles the blaze, their efforts seemingly futile against the intense heat. Water jets spray uselessly against the inferno. One firefighter shouts, rushing in right now would be no different from suicide. Another firefighter, his face etched with worry, tries to restrain a colleague. Backup is on the way. Let's wait a little longer. But the restrained firefighter violently struggles, his voice filled with urgency. What bullshit are you spouting? Didn't you hear that there's still a person in there? Soo-hyuk, the firefighter who had been restrained, breaks free. He addresses his team, his determination unwavering. You guys stay where you are. He makes his decision, his resolve hardening. I'm going in alone. Soo-hyuk pushes through the debris and collapsing structures, the intense heat bearing down on him. He coughs, his breathing ragged. Ugh. He collapses, exhausted and injured, amidst the ruins. His face is grim, his body battered. No. The scene opens on a catastrophic aftermath. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, the legs of a rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, are visible, his body partially buried. A pained whisper escapes him. My legs. A close-up shows Soo-hyuk's face, contorted in agony. Dust and debris rain down around him. His view shifts, showing his damaged oxygen mask and the dwindling air supply. Soo-hyuk lies amidst the wreckage, his breathing ragged. He mutters, well, it'd have been better if we had more men. Nearby, another man lies still, a victim of the collapse. Soo-hyuk struggles to assess the situation, his own injuries hindering his efforts. Soo-hyuk's condition worsens. He is clearly suffering from severe injuries. He whispers a desperate apology. Sorry. I'm sorry. A close-up on a damage gauge reveals that oxygen levels have been dropping for some time. Soo-hyuk's thoughts race. He doesn't know if he will die from suffocation, be crushed by debris, or both. The intense heat radiated from the inferno, consuming everything in its path. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned firefighter, stumbled through the debris-strewn landscape, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. He gasped for breath, the acrid smoke stinging his lungs. His body screamed in protest, the weight of his injuries and the relentless heat pushing him to his limits. Soo-hyuk reflected on his decade-long career. He had saved countless lives, but the memory of those he couldn't save haunted him. I've already worked as a firefighter for 10 years. I've saved a lot of people, but there were still those I couldn't save, he thought, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze fell upon a woman and child, trapped amidst the flames. The question gnawed at him. Did they feel what I'm feeling right now? The intensity of his emotions was palpable. Two young girls huddled together, their faces reflecting the terror of their situation. The fear of imminent death was a heavy presence. The fear of having to face death without being able to resist it. Soo-hyuk thought, his heart aching with empathy. A desperate wish formed in his mind. If I had one more chance to save them, he silently pleaded, his eyes filled with unshed tears. He vehemently rejected the finality of death. No, if I were reborn as a firefighter, he resolved, a flicker of determination igniting within him. A blinding flash of light engulfed him, signaling a profound and unexpected change. The scene opens with Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, amidst a raging inferno. Debris rains down around him as he struggles to his feet, his face streaked with soot and sweat. Despite the chaos, His resolve remains unshaken. He mutters to himself, a vow echoing in the heart of the flames. I will never make any excuses. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk finds himself in a different place, a darkness punctuated only by faint, ethereal lights. He gasps a soft huff, escaping his lips. A voice calls out, barely audible above the silence. Soo-hyuk. Another voice, closer this time, whispers Kim Soo-hyuk. Confused, Soo-hyuk questions, who's that? A tense silence hung in the air. A lone figure, shrouded in shadow, voiced a quiet apprehension. I didn't think they would come all the way here. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness, fingers splayed, as if grasping for something just beyond reach. The scene shifted. A firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, was thrown violently backward, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Kook! Disoriented, Soo-hyuk clutched at his throat, his eyes wide with confusion and alarm. A question mark floated above his head, mirroring his inner turmoil. Another firefighter, his face grim, shouted at Soo-hyuk. Kim Soo-hyuk, you bastard, get back to your senses. This is not a drill. He grabbed Soo-hyuk, concern etched on his features. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Soo-hyuk, still dazed, stammered, what happened? His colleague pressed him again. Aren't you going to get back to your senses? This is not a drill. A wave of memory washed over him. I remember being crushed by the collapsing ceiling. Wait, aside from that, Sang Tae-hyung is... His colleague's voice was sharp with disbelief. Didn't he die 9 years ago? Kim Soo-hyuk, can't you hear me? A rookie firefighter, his face flushed with exertion, exclaimed, yes, yes. He was moving without conscious control. His body acted on its own accord. Meanwhile, a more experienced firefighter, his face partially obscured by a respirator, urged him, don't lose your senses and follow me closely. The rookie, his mind racing, muttered this. I remember this incident clearly. A radio crackled to life. The dispatcher's voice was urgent. As of now, 5 rescue targets have been identified inside the department store. The crew wants you to secure a path immediately. He recognized the situation. That's right, I remember. This incident is definitely... A wave of memory washed over him. His first duty, 10 years ago. The scene unfolded before his eyes. The massive shopping mall fire. Fire trucks and emergency personnel swarmed the area, battling the inferno. A massive fire engulfed a shopping mall, prompting a full-scale response from the city's firefighters. Thankfully, a swift evacuation ensured the safety of almost all civilians. However, 2 children remained trapped on the 7th floor. A somber memorial displayed photographs of the 2 young victims. Mourners gathered, their grief palpable amidst the abundance of white chrysanthemums. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with sorrow, stared blankly ahead. He wished it were all a dream, a nightmare from which he could awaken, having saved the children. A surge of determination filled him. He vowed to do anything to save them. A fellow firefighter approached, concerned for Soo-hyuk's well-being. He assured his colleague that he was all right. The seasoned rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, was on a mission, his movements sluggish, his mind elsewhere. His superior noticed his distraction, commenting, you were spacing out earlier as if your soul left your body. Get a grip and follow me. Soo-hyuk snapped back to attention, responding with a curt, understood, sir. His superior reiterated the mission's objective, to find anyone on the 7th floor needing rescue. With renewed focus, Soo-hyuk grabbed his axe and smashed through a door. The force of the blow was immense. He declared, all hands on deck. We need to save them. The door splintered, revealing the chaos beyond. Soo-hyuk charged into the ravaged space, axe held high. He urged his team forward, shouting, keep close and follow me. Soo-hyuk and his partner ascended the emergency stairs, the latter expressing his exhaustion. His partner's thoughts echoed the surreal nature of the situation. Why is it so hard, even though it's just a dream? Amidst the inferno, firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk fought for survival. His body felt foreign, unfamiliar, yet the urgency of the situation overrode the disorientation. He muttered to the children trapped nearby, just wait a bit more, kids. A holographic interface flickered into existence before him, its stark lines a jarring contrast to the raging fire. The words save everyone blazed across the screen, a stark command. Soo-hyuk stumbled, his vision blurring. The intense heat and smoke were taking their toll. The holographic message reappeared, a grim reminder of his mission. 2 people remained on the 7th floor, and time was running out. He gritted his teeth, determination hardening his gaze. Despite the pain and disorientation, his resolve remained unshaken. A pop-up window materialized before Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned firefighter, now inexplicably back in his rookie days. The words quest blazed across the screen, catching him off guard. The details of the quest unfolded. Save people on the 7th floor, limited time, and rewards and experience and skill points. Soo-hyuk, amidst the chaos of the fire, felt a strange mix of familiarity and confusion. He questioned the nature of EXP and skill, his mind racing. This wasn't a game. People's lives were at stake. His colleague, equally startled by the unfolding events, urgently reminded him of the emergency at hand. Urged by his partner, Soo-hyuk responded with a determined, "Yes, I'm coming." Soo-hyuk and his partner charged into the burning building, flames licking at their heels. They planned to methodically search the area from the front, facing the inferno head-on. The scene opens on a firefighter, his face partially obscured by his helmet and mask, amidst the chaos of a raging fire. He mutters to himself, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task ahead, searching for two missing people in a vast, burning building, all within a strict time limit. Two firefighters, moving through the inferno, cautiously navigate the burning building. One expresses his doubt about locating the missing individuals, given the scale of the disaster and the limited time available. The focus shifts to Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, his face grim beneath his mask. He assures his colleague to remain calm, emphasizing that he is not the same inexperienced rookie he was a decade ago. Soo-hyuk reflects on a past tragedy, remembering the veteran firefighter Sang Tae-hyung's failure to save some children despite his experience. This fuels his determination. He resolves to rely on his heightened senses, a newfound ability. Meanwhile, another firefighter, noticing Soo-hyuk's unusual speed and efficiency, questions his actions. Soo-hyuk, moving with surprising speed, dashes past his colleague. His colleague, startled by Soo-hyuk's sudden burst of speed, shouts at him, demanding an explanation for his reckless behavior. Another firefighter confronts Soo-hyuk, questioning his methods and implying that his actions are a result of improper training. The intense heat of the fire roared, and amidst the chaos, a desperate cry pierced the air, Sang Tae-hyung. Amidst the inferno, two firefighters, one with a red helmet and the other with a blue one, struggled to maintain their footing. The firefighter in the red helmet, his face partially obscured by his mask, spoke to his colleague. "I know what you think of me right now, but..." His voice strained. The firefighter in the red helmet pleaded, "Please, trust me this once." The camera focused on the equipment of the firefighter in the red helmet, highlighting his gear and the intensity of the situation. The firefighter in the blue helmet, his face etched with worry and sweat, responded with a hesitant, "What?" The firefighter in the red helmet, ignoring his colleague's question, dashed into the burning building, his movements swift and determined. The other firefighter watched him go, a mixture of concern and confusion on his face. The firefighter in the blue helmet, left behind, pondered, but when did he start seeing me as a hyung?" A wave of heat and smoke washed over him, a stark reminder of the passage of time and the intensity of the situation. He muttered to himself, "A lot of time has passed." The scene shifted to show the firefighter battling the intense heat and smoke from the fire, as well as the falling debris. The intense heat and smoke filled the air, a searing reality that washed over Kim Soo-hyuk. He was disoriented, but a sharp thought pierced through the haze. This felt far too real to be a dream. He pushed himself to his feet, the urgency of the situation overriding any lingering confusion. There was no time to waste. Lives were at stake. His fellow firefighters were battling the blaze, their movements a blur of desperate action. Soo-hyuk scanned the chaotic scene, his gaze searching for any sign of the missing. A chilling question formed in his mind. Where were they? He moved through the debris, his every step cautious and deliberate. The air was thick with smoke, making it difficult to breathe, but his determination pushed him forward. He spotted something amidst the wreckage, a small, child's shoe. It lay abandoned, a stark reminder of the innocent lives caught in the inferno. The sight of the shoe sent a jolt of recognition through him. A child was still trapped somewhere in the building. Soo-hyuk's face was etched with grim determination. He knew he had to act fast. He urgently called out to his colleague, Sang Tae, alerting him to the presence of a survivor. Sang Tae, initially hesitant, was quickly convinced of the urgency. Together, Soo-hyuk and Sang Tae pressed forward, their shared purpose fueling their efforts as they navigated the treacherous path through the burning building. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, a firefighter, his face obscured by a respirator, made a discovery. He held up a child's shoe, a small, poignant detail amidst the destruction. He and his partner navigated the treacherous terrain of the burning building, their movements precise and urgent. With a burst of energy, the firefighter forced open a cabinet, the action suggesting a determined search for survivors. Their efforts were rewarded. Huddled together, two young girls, visibly shaken but alive, were found. The firefighter, his face etched with relief and exhaustion, signaled his discovery to his team. Kim Soo-hyuk, the firefighter, reported his findings over his radio, two unconscious but breathing girls, early teens, located on the 7th floor. He confirmed that their rescue would commence immediately, his voice firm despite the evident strain. A fellow firefighter observed Soo-hyuk's actions, questioning how someone on their first mission could display such composure and skill. The other firefighter's thoughts turned to Soo-hyuk's almost unervingly calm and efficient demeanor. It was as if he'd faced similar situations before. The aftermath of a daring rescue operation unfolded. A firefighter, his face partially obscured by a respirator, spoke to his colleagues, his voice thick with awe. He expressed his gratitude for a fellow rescuer, emphasizing that without his intervention, they would have been unable to locate the victims in time. The question hung heavy in the air. What manner of man was this individual who had proven so instrumental to their success? Inside a fire station, a tense scene played out. One firefighter, Sang-tae, called out to another, his voice urgent. The other firefighter, startled, responded with a slightly confused affirmation. The first firefighter, his face etched with determination, declared his intention to assist with the rescue, taking on a second victim while following his colleague. The urgency of the situation was palpable. He urged a swift escape from the raging inferno. With a surge of adrenaline, the firefighters moved with practiced efficiency. One firefighter carried a rescued civilian, while another followed closely behind, their movements a blur of coordinated action against the backdrop of the intense fire. The scene shifted to a smoke-filled staircase, the flames licking at the edges of the frame. The air was thick with the smell of burning wood and the threat of imminent danger. The firefighters continued their desperate ascent, each step a battle against the suffocating smoke and the relentless advance of the fire. One firefighter, still carrying a rescued civilian, pressed onward, his determination unwavering. The firefighter, his face strained with exertion, continued his heroic effort, his legs burning with fatigue. He clutched the rescued civilian close, his resolve unshaken. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, navigated the treacherous, smoke-filled corridors of a burning building. His legs trembled, his breath came in ragged gasps, but he pressed on, muttering to himself, just a bit more. He clutched a young girl close, shielding her from the inferno as he carefully descended the burning staircase. The weight of his duty, and the child in his arms, pressed heavily upon him. Soo-hyuk's strength was failing. His palms were slick with sweat, his knees weak, his arms heavy. He felt the familiar sting of exhaustion, a grim reminder of his physical limits. He thought, my legs are giving way. Despite the agonizing pain, Soo-hyuk pushed himself onward, desperately urging himself. Damn it. Please hold on just a little longer. He stumbled, his body threatening to give out completely, but he refused to yield. Another firefighter, witnessing his struggle, rushed to his aid. The other firefighter, noticing Soo-hyuk's earlier display of strength, offered a hand, urging him to relinquish the child. You kept showing off earlier. With a final surge of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk transferred the child to his fellow rescuer, ensuring her safety before collapsing. His colleague, shouting words of encouragement, urged him to persevere. Don't give up, Kim Soo-hyuk. It's your choice. Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with sweat and grime, stared blankly ahead, his body spent but his resolve unbroken. The flickering orange glow illuminated the stairwell as Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, carefully descended, a young girl cradled gently in his arms. He urged his team onward, his voice a calm reassurance amidst the chaos. Soo-hyuk's focus remained unwavering as he navigated the treacherous steps, his every movement precise and controlled. The child, whimpering softly, was completely secure in his grasp. A subordinate firefighter's affirmative response echoed behind him. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the relative quiet. The building groaned under immense pressure, and Soo-hyuk found himself bracing against a powerful shockwave. He shielded the child as debris rained down around them, his eyes scanning frantically for an escape route. The first-floor exit sign was just visible through the smoke and dust. With a surge of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk pushed towards the exit, his resolve hardening. He could feel the building collapsing around him. He reached for the door handle, his grip tightening. A blinding flash of light engulfed him. The aftermath was chaotic. Firefighters scrambled amidst the wreckage, their faces grim with concern. The scene was one of controlled pandemonium. Soo-hyuk, miraculously unharmed, stood amidst the debris, catching his breath. He surveyed the damage, his expression unreadable. The scene unfolds amidst the chaos of a recent fire. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lies sprawled on the ground, his body still. Nearby, another firefighter kneels, his posture heavy with exhaustion. A third firefighter carefully carries a rescued child, their face obscured by a mask, but their small form clearly visible. Other rescue personnel surround them, a mixture of relief and grim determination etched on their faces. Soo-hyuk's thoughts, a torrent of relief, break through the haze of pain. They're safe. He had saved them. But his triumph is short-lived. He collapses, the weight of his injuries finally overcoming him. Soo-hyuk finds himself staggering through the city streets, his breathing ragged, the aftermath of the fire a distant memory. He is disoriented, his body aching. A wave of dizziness washes over him. He gasps, his vision blurring. Suddenly, a bright, ethereal light engulfs him. He falls to the ground, unconscious. A futuristic, digital interface appears before him, glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. The message is clear. You have safely completed the quest. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay on the ground, his laughter echoing in the aftermath of a harrowing rescue operation. His body ached, the exertion evident in every strained muscle. Above him, the scene unfolded, a chaotic ballet of flashing lights and urgent shouts. His fellow rescuers worked tirelessly, their faces grim with determination. Soo-hyuk muttered to himself, a sense of disorientation washing over him. I'm going crazy. The urgency of the situation intensified. A rescuer shouted instructions, ensuring the safety of the children and their rescuers. Relief washed over Soo-hyuk as he heard the words, "The kids and the rescuers are safe." A blue digital window materialized before his eyes, a stark contrast to the gritty reality around him. The words "Quest completed" blazed across the screen. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over a quiet residential street. A typical apartment building stood, its exterior unremarkable. Inside, a young man stirred in his sleep, his eyes fluttering open. Kim Soo-hyuk lay in bed, disoriented. His room was messy, a testament to a life lived at a frenetic pace. He groaned, a low sound of confusion. His gaze fell upon a small, square access panel in the floor, slightly ajar. Intrigued, he sat up. He stared at it, a mixture of surprise and bewilderment on his face. A silent question hung in the air. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief as the realization hit him. This was his old Gashawon, a place he hadn't seen in a decade. He rushed to a mirror, his reflection confirming the unbelievable truth. He looked much younger. Panic and confusion warred on his features. Kim Soo-hyuk awoke with a gasp, his hand flying to his mouth. The incident from yesterday, was it a dream? He sat up in bed, sunlight streaming through the window. The room was familiar, yet different. A sense of unease settled over him. Or perhaps, he mused, it was a dream about events from a decade prior. He wasn't certain which was reality, but one thing was clear, he was alive. More than that, he possessed memories from his future self, a future he had seemingly escaped. He lay back down, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. The thought of returning to his former profession as a firefighter was unappealing. He questioned the necessity of reliving his past life, especially given the chaotic turn of events. But at 26, he felt he could accomplish anything. He would have no regrets. From that moment on, Kim Soo-hyuk resolved to live a new life, one free from the shadows of his past. Kim Soo-hyuk, a 26-year-old rookie firefighter, awoke to a strange sight, a translucent blue window displaying his name, age, and level, hovering above him. The window identified him as a level 5 rookie. He reacted with immediate annoyance, muttering about the nuisance of this unexpected interruption. Soo-hyuk, still lying on the ground in his firefighter uniform, registered a message confirming the completion of a task. He was clearly exhausted from the effort. Another window appeared, this time announcing the completion of a quest. A subsequent message indicated that rewards were being sent. Soo-hyuk's level increased to 5, his physical abilities improved, and his rank was updated to novice firefighter. He was both surprised and confused by these changes. Further notifications detailed a decrease in the chances of getting burned and the acquisition of a new skill, danger detection. Soo-hyuk examined his hand, marveling at the skill gained from leveling up and noting a significant reduction in fatigue. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself pondering a peculiar question. His thoughts raced. Then, does this mean I'll get stronger if I level up? I'd obtain skills too? He shook his head, dismissing the outlandish notion. Wait, no, of course not. I'm going to quit being a firefighter anyway. Why am I thinking about this? Soo-hyuk sat on the edge of his bed, his gaze falling upon his messy room. A new resolve settled upon him. I should just think about how to live well from now on, first. His mind drifted to more practical matters. He wondered, do I remember any winning lottery numbers? Soo-hyuk found himself outside, amidst the bustling city streets. He mused, investment stocks, there's nothing I know. He scanned a flyer, his thoughts turning to financial security. Have I been too focused on my work this whole time? Well, lottery numbers or real estate investments. I don't have enough money to invest anyway. Soo-hyuk walked past a real estate agency, the sign catching his eye. He wondered aloud, were some promising jobs? He considered his options, a vision of a comfortable life forming in his mind. I think it'd be nice to get a license. Living a comfortable life. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a determined yet slightly awkward expression, walked down the street, his gaze fixed on a happy couple strolling ahead. A quiet wish formed in his mind. In this life, he would find happiness in a relationship. Suddenly, a surge of energy washed over him, a vibrant orange light erupting from within. It was intense, disorienting. Soo-hyuk stumbled, his vision momentarily obscured. A pop-up window appeared before his eyes, displaying the message, Skill, Danger Detection. Level 1 foot has been activated. A wave of nausea hit him as a searing pain shot through his ears. He gasped, clutching at his head. He doubled over, disoriented and confused. What was that? He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. In the distance, a building exploded in a fiery inferno. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in alarm. He reacted instantly, a blur of motion as he raced towards the scene. Panic erupted around him as people screamed and scattered. A fire, someone shouted. Soo-hyuk's face was grim. It's a gas leak? Of that scale, he realized, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. A sudden explosion rocked the city. A woman, her face etched with terror, pointed a trembling finger towards the sky, shouting, Over there! Above! Below! People scattered in panic as debris rained down. The source of the blast was clearly visible, a building engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummeted from the burning building. A bystander gasped. A person. A man nearby watched in horror. He exclaimed, "He won't survive that fall." There's not much time to wait for the rescue team to arrive. He urged the woman to call emergency services. She reacted immediately, shouting, "Hurry." Meanwhile, a man in civilian clothes muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm off duty today." Despite being off duty, he immediately began running towards the scene. A stark, crimson interface materialized before Soo-hyuk's eyes. The words "Quest Selection" blazed across the top, followed by a stark choice: the path of glory or hardship. Below the main header, a secondary message appeared. You are a returee who came back to the past. With your memories and experiences from the future, you can achieve anything. Soo-hyuk stared, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. A single word escaped his lips. Again, the interface shifted, displaying two distinct paths. One offered a path of glory, promising a brighter future if he left the rescue team. The other, the path of hardship, challenged him to rescue a target, promising experience and skill in return. The details of each path were laid out. The path of shining glory promised a successful and stable life, while the path of hardship offered the chance to become a neighborhood hero. A final warning appeared. No matter which path you choose, once you have decided, you cannot change the path that you have chosen. Soo-hyuk scoffed, the question hanging heavy in the air: a guaranteed successful and stable life, or the arduous life of a firefighter? His response was immediate and unequivocal. Are you kidding me? He didn't hesitate. A fire raged in the distance, and without a second thought, Soo-hyuk pointed towards it, his decision made. Kim Soo-hyuk crouched low, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A single thought dominated his mind. If he simply ignored what he'd witnessed, perhaps he could avoid the consequences. He yearned for a different life, one he desperately desired. The life he wanted so much, it seemed within reach. But that hope was shattered. A sudden, violent movement jolted him from his reverie. Soo-hyuk found himself sprawled on the ground, the harsh reality of his situation crashing down upon him. He cursed his own misfortune. His internal monologue raged. What kind of choice was this? Saving someone at the risk of his own life. He was running, a blur of motion against the cityscape. The urgency of his actions was palpable. Before him, two stark choices materialized, presented as glowing digital options: the path of hardship or the path of shining glory. The path of hardship offered the reward of experience and skill, while the path of shining glory promised a brighter future, but the cost of abandoning his rescue team. A futuristic interface flickered into existence, a stark contrast to the gritty reality around him. A digital window opened, displaying a blank screen, hinting at the possibilities yet to come. The shrill cries of fire cut through the air, a desperate plea echoing in the panicked shouts of the building's occupants. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, pushed his way through the throng of terrified people descending the staircase, his voice cutting above the din. "I'm a firefighter." He urged them to evacuate quickly, but a grim determination set upon his face as he fought his way through the smoke-filled building. The situation was far more dire than he initially thought. Soo-hyuk cursed under his breath, the weight of the emergency pressing down on him. He was running out of time. Suddenly, two glowing windows appeared before him, each presenting a stark choice: path of shining glory or path of hardship. The first offered a brighter future by leaving the rescue, while the second demanded immediate action, promising experience and the title of neighborhood hero. Moments later, Soo-hyuk stood outside, a bouquet of flowers in hand, watching a young boy and his father walk away. The memory of his past life and the choices he made weighed heavily on him. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face obscured by a hand, stood before a closed casket. Two colleagues offered silent support, their somber expressions mirroring the gravity of the moment. The air hung heavy with grief, the scent of lilies a stark contrast to the crushing weight of loss. A young woman, her smile bright despite the somber occasion, waved goodbye to Soo-hyuk. He returned the gesture, a flicker of something akin to hope in his eyes, though the pain was still evident. The scene shifted to two young girls, radiating joy and innocence, their laughter echoing the vibrancy of life. Their happiness was a stark contrast to the scene that had just passed. Soo-hyuk and the young woman from earlier strolled down a city street, sharing a lighthearted moment. He held a box of what appeared to be takeout food, a small attempt at normalcy in the face of his grief. Suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. Soo-hyuk was shown falling from a great height, his grip slipping from a metal ladder. The perspective shifted, emphasizing the perilous drop. As he fell, a bright light enveloped his hands, a mystical glow emanating from the point of contact. The image focused on the intense light between his clasped hands. He awoke, gasping for breath, his name, Soo-hyuk, escaping his lips in a pained whisper. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his body trembling from the lingering effects of the fall, or perhaps something more. Sitting on a staircase, Soo-hyuk muttered to himself, "Path of hardship. This sure is one. Smoke, thick and acrid, curled lazily downwards. A young man's foot, clad in simple sneakers, was visible amidst the swirling haze, the scene hinting at a recent fire. He was in his 20s, a rookie rescue worker, unexpectedly thrust into the heart of the chaos. His thoughts were a whirlwind of panic and uncertainty. What should he do? Nearby, a fire hose lay discarded, its nozzle still attached. He picked up the hose, a grim realization settling upon him. He must be crazy to even consider this. He reflected on a difficult choice made earlier, a choice that led him to this desperate act. He had discarded the hose earlier, but now, driven by a desperate need to act, he was retrieving it. The young man gripped the hose, water spraying forth. He questioned his sanity. A sudden, intense burst of energy erupted around him. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in the midst of a chaotic fire. He wielded a fire hose with practiced ease, but a strange thought crossed his mind. This felt different. But this is definitely crazier. He muttered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He continued to battle the blaze, the water from the hose cutting through the smoke and flames. The intensity of the situation was palpable. As he fought the fire, a pop-up window appeared before his eyes, displaying a level-up notification. His physical abilities had increased. I can level up just like that? I think my physical abilities have definitely improved. He realized a newfound strength coursing through him. With renewed vigor, Soo-hyuk focused on extinguishing the fire. I can put out the fire with this, he exclaimed, his confidence soaring. He urged those still trapped inside to hold on, shouting, hang in there a little longer. The exertion was immense, sweat pouring down his face, but Soo-hyuk pressed on, his determination unwavering. The scene shifted to the 16th floor of the burning building. The hallway was a scene of devastation, water and debris scattered across the floor. A fire hose snaked across the damaged stairwell. Soo-hyuk stood amidst the chaos, a powerful surge of energy emanating from him as he continued to fight the fire. He was no longer just a rescue worker. He was a force of nature. The scene opens on Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a damp cloth. He navigates a smoke-filled building, the air thick with the smell of burning materials. The flickering light casts long, dancing shadows on the walls as he makes his way through the hazardous environment. He approaches a fire exit. It's open, a stark contrast to the inferno raging behind him. But the door frame is ablaze, the flames licking hungrily at the edges. Soo-hyuk pushes through the doorway, his thoughts a stark contrast to the fiery scene around him. He feels like he's facing hellfire itself. Despite his enhanced physical abilities, he acknowledges the inherent danger. Even a seasoned rescue worker is vulnerable to the unpredictable nature of fire. He knows that another gas explosion would be catastrophic. His survival hinges on speed and precision. Soo-hyuk uses a fire hose, battling the flames with a determined intensity. The heat is intense, the air thick with smoke. He knows he must hurry. Every second counts in this desperate fight against the inferno. The inferno raged, consuming everything in its path. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself at the heart of it, a desperate struggle etched across his face. He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur of controlled chaos amidst the flames. A wave of intense heat washed over him, forcing him to stumble. He braced himself, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. The flames licked at his clothes, threatening to engulf him entirely. He coughed, a strangled sound escaping his lips as he fought to maintain his footing. He collapsed, gasping for breath. His thoughts raced. He was lucky to escape with his life. He muttered to himself, relieved. Soo-hyuk reflected on his near-death experience, realizing that without a recently acquired ability, he would have perished in the blaze. His face, partially obscured by a cloth, showed the strain of the ordeal. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination. The intense heat continued to assault his senses, pushing him to his limits. He felt the familiar sting of pain, but something else was there too, a strange, new power. He struggled to his feet, his body screaming in protest. The fire still raged around him, but he was no longer merely reacting. He was fighting back. With a surge of newfound strength, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, a wave of energy erupting from his body to push back the flames. The intense heat of the fire engulfed Kim Soo-hyuk as he desperately tried to escape. Sweat beaded on his brow, his breath ragged. "It's hot," he gasped, the words barely audible above the crackling flames. He stumbled, his movements clumsy and hampered by the smoke and heat. He clutched at his throat, coughing violently as he struggled to breathe. Meanwhile, another rescue worker, witnessing the scene from outside the burning building, reacted swiftly. "Good, I can bring him out right away," he declared, his voice filled with determination. A moment later, he called out, "Excuse me, are you okay?" He rushed to Soo-hyuk's side, gently shaking him. "Okay, please wake up," he urged, concern etched on his face. Soo-hyuk groaned weakly. The rescuer's face fell. "Oh no, he's unconscious," he muttered, his worry intensifying. He knew he had to act fast. He knew he had to hurry. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he prepared to move Soo-hyuk to safety. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the rescuer's head, a searing sensation that left him momentarily stunned. His vision blurred, his ears ringing. He could feel a strange energy coursing through his veins. A warning flashed in his mind, stark and urgent. Danger! A bustling city square, filled with the usual midday crowd. People hurried past, their faces a mixture of determination and weariness. Among them, a young woman stood frozen, her eyes wide with a sudden, overwhelming fear. Her voice caught in her throat, barely audible above the city's hum. She gasped, "Each there!" High above, a terrifying sight unfolded. A man plummeted from a great height, his body a dark silhouette against the bright cityscape. A cry went up from the crowd below. A person is falling down. Panic rippled through the crowd. Heads turned, eyes widening in horror as the falling man drew closer to the ground. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A figure, seemingly appearing from nowhere, erupted in a burst of energy, intercepting the falling man just before impact. The rescuer braced himself, the force of the impact sending a shockwave outwards. The crowd reacted with a mix of terror and awe. One man shouted, "Get out of the way!" Others cried out in fear, "Kaya, what should we do?" The rescuer, still holding the unconscious man, landed heavily, the impact shattering the pavement around them. The force of the landing sent a shockwave through the square, scattering the onlookers. A bystander, eyes wide with shock, pointed towards the rescuer. "Lo, look, over there." The rescuer, his face grim with determination, clenched his fist around a piece of debris, seemingly unaffected by the impact. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself dangling precariously from a great height, his grip weakening with each passing second. He clutched desperately at the edge of the building, his knuckles white. Below, the city sprawled, a dizzying expanse of concrete and steel. His breath hitched in his throat, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as he strained against the immense weight. A bystander, witnessing the scene from across the street, cried out in alarm. "That person is barely hanging on." The urgency of the situation was palpable. From the street below, concerned onlookers watched, their faces etched with worry. A crowd gathers on a city street, their attention riveted on a precarious scene unfolding above. A man, clinging precariously to the side of a building, is barely holding on. "That person is barely hanging on," one onlooker exclaims, his voice filled with alarm. High above, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, desperately tries to secure the man, who is clearly injured and struggling. Soo-hyuk's grip is firm, but the situation is dire. Suddenly, the man slips. A choked gasp escapes his lips as he falls, pulling Soo-hyuk down with him. The sound of a sickening thud echoes through the air. 10 minutes earlier, inside a bustling fire station, a fellow firefighter urgently tries to rouse Soo-hyuk from his slumber. "Please wake up. We have to hurry." A shadowy figure watches from the darkness, a sinister glint in their eyes. The figure's face is obscured, but their intense focus is palpable. Soo-hyuk jolts awake, a surge of energy coursing through him. He is back in his rookie days, but something feels different. A strange, fiery energy surrounds him. Somewhere, amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows, his face etched with grim determination. The air crackled with tension. A gas leak threatened to ignite into another devastating explosion. He surveyed the scene. A man lay injured amidst the flames, his colleague desperately trying to help. The rescue worker knew he had to act fast. With a surge of adrenaline, he moved swiftly, navigating the treacherous path through the inferno. There was no time to waste. He grabbed his equipment, his resolve hardening with each passing second. He had to hurry. The flames were spreading rapidly, consuming everything in their path. He dashed through the building, his every muscle screaming in protest, but his determination pushed him onward. He reached the injured man, his body already succumbing to the intense heat and smoke. Without hesitation, he lifted the man, his strength fueled by a desperate need to save a life. The scene opens amidst chaos. A building burns, flames licking at the edges of the frame. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, is seen mid-leap, desperately carrying an injured man from the collapsing structure. The weight of the man is evident in Soo-hyuk's strained posture. Soo-hyuk continues his descent, the injured man clinging to him. The impact of the fall is imminent. They crash to the ground with a deafening thud. A cloud of dust and debris erupts around them. Soo-hyuk groans, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. He is clearly in pain. Despite the agony, Soo-hyuk manages to secure the injured man to a nearby structure using a rope. His face is contorted in a grimace, but his determination is unwavering. He collapses, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. "My arm," he whispers, his voice barely audible. His arm throbs intensely. "My arm feels like it's about to rip right off." He thinks, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupts from beneath Soo-hyuk's foot. The ground cracks. The scene opens with a desperate plea. A man, his face contorted in pain and exertion, is being held aloft by another, larger figure. He gasps, "Please." The smaller man struggles, his legs kicking wildly. Below, The ground cracks under the strain. He shouts, "Break!" With a final, earth-shattering crack, the glass floor gives way. The two men plummet. Falling through the air, the smaller man cries out again, "Please break!" They crash through another window, shattering glass raining down around them. The smaller man manages to throw his attacker off balance. He uses the momentum to send his attacker sprawling onto the floor. Gasping for breath, the smaller man proclaims, "I did it." His opponent groans, "Ugh." The scene ends with a close-up on two identical, stylized Korean characters, suggesting a sense of relief or release. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay injured on the ground, his breaths ragged. A colleague knelt beside him, urging him to hurry. An emergency alert blared across a monitor. A gas explosion had been reported at the Sinildong XX building. Soo-hyuk's team was en route, their vehicle weaving through city traffic. A dispatch call requested immediate arrival. Inside the vehicle, frustration mounted as they encountered unexpected delays. One firefighter voiced his concern about the proximity of the emergency. The lead firefighter urgently requested a car obstructing their path to move. The scene unfolded before them, a building engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the sky. Firefighters sprang into action, their urgency palpable. They prepared to enter the burning building. Making their way through the crowd, the firefighters politely but firmly requested passage. A team of firefighters, their backs to the viewer, moved purposefully through a building's interior. Their oxygen tanks glinted faintly in the dim light. Emerging from the building, a firefighter and a woman stood face to face. The woman's expression was one of wide-eyed amazement. The firefighter looked confused, a question mark hovering above his head. The scene shifted to a city street. A group of firefighters, including the one from the previous scene, stood observing something in the distance. The thought, "What's wrong with this person?" floated in the air. Another firefighter, his voice laced with urgency, shouted at his colleagues, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming?" A firefighter, leading the charge, sprinted towards a building, his axe held high. The others followed close behind. Inside the building, two figures lay injured on the floor amidst the debris of a collapsed structure. One of the injured men groaned, his hand trembling weakly. The man's face was contorted in pain, his body splayed across the broken floor tiles. He struggled to focus, confusion clouding his vision. A question mark appeared above his head. A blue digital window materialized before Kim Soo-hyuk, its crisp lines glowing against the muted background. The message was clear: "You have successfully completed your quest." Another window appeared, this one announcing his reward. "You have gained a lot of experience. Leveling up. You have reached level 6. Soo-hyuk, his body battered but alive, gasped in surprise. The next notification detailed his new status. Grade: You have acquired Neighborhood Hero. Physical abilities have greatly increased. He was still catching his breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. A final pop-up window appeared, revealing a new skill. Life Detection. Level 1 has been acquired. Frustrated, Soo-hyuk muttered to himself, "Why can't you disappear already?" He winced, clutching his side. The physical exertion had taken its toll. Soo-hyuk questioned the system. "While leveling up, shouldn't you also help me recover my stamina?" He sat heavily on the ground, nursing his injuries. Nearby, another figure lay unconscious. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized the other person was safe. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with sweat and grime, leaned heavily against a wall. A grim smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself. He must have had really good luck. His body, battered and bruised, spoke of a recent ordeal. Each ragged breath was a testament to his exhaustion. Suddenly, a colleague rushed to his side, supporting his weight. Soo-hyuk, despite his condition, insisted, "It's not over yet." The colleague, concerned, reported, "So far, there have been 3 explosions. I can't say for sure that it's safe now. We have to get out of here." They began their ascent, Soo-hyuk's weight pressing heavily on his colleague. He groaned, "I'm getting tired of these stairs." His strength waning, he gasped, "Ugh, I don't have any strength left." Despite his enhanced abilities, the strain was evident. He reflected, "No matter how much my physical abilities have improved, I'm at my limit now." His face contorted in pain, his body trembling with exhaustion. They collapsed on the stairs, Soo-hyuk's despair evident as he whispered, "How come it's always like this?" Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay injured on the ground, his breaths ragged and pained. He clutched his side, his face contorted in agony. Despite the pain, a triumphant grin spread across his face. He had found them, his rescue targets. A wave of understanding washed over him. This was what it felt like to be rescued, the relief, the hope. A firefighter, clad in protective gear, approached, his presence a beacon of salvation. He was being saved. The sun shone brightly over the bustling city as Kim Soo-hyuk, a rookie rescue worker, stood outside the imposing building of the Seoul Fire Station. He adjusted his orange uniform, a nervous energy thrumming beneath his skin. Inside, a superior, Gohan Zan, the stern leader of Rescue Team 3, tapped impatiently at his keyboard. He muttered to himself, clearly agitated. Soo-hyuk entered the office, a small bandage covering a cut on his cheek. He looked weary but resolute. Han Xian looked up sharply. You rescued someone by chance during your day off? He asked, his tone laced with disbelief. Su-hyuk nodded, a quiet affirmation. Yes. Han Xian leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then scoffed. Hey, do you think you're some kind of hero? The scene opens in a brightly lit office, dominated by a computer screen displaying a news report of a building fire. A rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a bandage, points at the screen, addressing a seated colleague. He asks, That was you, right? The rescue worker stands, a look of surprise on his face, as his colleague remains seated, seemingly unfazed by the question. The atmosphere is tense. Suddenly, the rescue worker's eyes widen in alarm. A look of sheer terror crosses his features. A new video appears on the computer screen, showing a building explosion. The rescue worker exclaims, Kya, there's an explosion. His eyes dart to another part of the screen, where a live stream shows a person falling from the building. He gasps, Someone's falling over there. Look, they're hanging. The video shows a man, seemingly a rescue worker himself, precariously clinging to the side of the building, attempting to save the person hanging below. The first rescue worker watches, stunned. He thinks, is he saving that person? The first rescue worker leaps from his chair, his face a mask of urgency and concern. He is clearly reacting to the unfolding events on screen. Online comments flood the screen, praising the bravery of the rescue worker in the video. One comment reads, What a brave young man. Another speculates, he's probably an athlete or a soldier. How'd he do that with one hand? Further comments highlight the extraordinary nature of the rescue, with one user stating, It's like saving people with his life at risk is normal to him. That's something regular people can't do. The internet buzzed with comments. I am amazed. How admirable. The comments, accompanied by thumbs up and down icons, reflected the public's reaction to a recent rescue. Su-hyuk, a young firefighter, stared at the screen, his cheeks flushed, a look of disbelief on his face. He muttered seldom. His superior officer approached, questioning his flustered state. Why are you acting flustered like you just did something good? The firefighters from Team 1 came all the way there to rescue, and yet. Su-hyuk, overwhelmed, apologized profusely to his superior, a stern-looking man. The media had already revealed Su-hyuk's heroic actions, making him an unexpected local hero. The caption explained that rescue teams are usually divided into 3 teams and work alternately. His superior, holding a newspaper, angrily confronted Su-hyuk. Firefighter. Huh. You want to be scolded by your superior this early in the morning? Huh. The superior officer's anger escalated. Oomph. Where the hell did you come from? This isn't a joke, you know. He continued, instructing Su-hyuk to take full responsibility for his unauthorized actions. Anyway, make sure to take responsibility for this. Su-hyuk, despite his internal turmoil, accepted responsibility. I won't be helping you with this incident, so be prepared to take full responsibility for what you did. Yes. He silently questioned the unfairness of the situation. How could you say that to someone who just saved a person? A stern-faced superior officer addressed Kim Su-hyuk, a rescue worker in an orange uniform. He dismissed Su-hyuk curtly, implying there was nothing more to say. Su-hyuk, however, muttered to himself, considering whether he should simply ignore his superior's orders. Suddenly, Su-hyuk was thrown backwards through a glass door, the impact echoing through the building. He found himself in a hallway, his colleague, Sang-tae, approaching him with concern. Su-hyuk, clearly shaken, expressed disbelief at having worked under such a superior for 10 years. Sang-tae, worried, asked if he was all right. Su-hyuk, addressing Sang-tae as Hyung, explained his injuries while downplaying their severity. Sang-tae questioned why he hadn't gone to the hospital. He brushed off his injuries as a scratch, minor burns, and a dislocated shoulder. Su-hyuk admitted to feeling stiff but insisted he was fine. His expression, however, betrayed his discomfort. A flashback showed Su-hyuk in his rescue gear, his face grim as he recalled a past incident involving a young man he failed to save. The scene shifted back to the present, showing fellow rescue workers desperately trying to revive an unconscious man, urging him to wake up. Kim Su-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay on a stretcher, his face etched with pain and exhaustion. Beads of sweat clung to his brow. A fellow rescuer urgently stated that he needed immediate transfer. Despite his condition, it was clear his injuries weren't life-threatening. However, a lingering concern remained. Meanwhile, 2 other rescue workers discussed Su-hyuk's situation. One commented on the resilience of men his age, while the other questioned the circumstances of his injuries. Su-hyuk awoke, marveling at his surprisingly sound sleep after the ordeal. He attempted to move, but a sharp pain shot through his hand. His colleague urged him to come along for a checkup. His colleague, clearly displeased, questioned Su-hyuk's reckless work methods. Su-hyuk defended his actions, pointing out that he had saved a life. He challenged his colleague's implication that he had disregarded protocol. The colleague pressed further, asking if Su-hyuk had seen the video of the incident. Su-hyuk's expression shifted to one of concern. Su-hyuk reiterated that he had saved a life, but his colleague expressed relief at his safety while also criticizing his methods as unnecessarily risky. The colleague's final question hung in the air. Was that the only method Soo-hyuk could have thought of? The conversation continued, the disembodied voice explaining, if it weren't for that, it wouldn't even be possible for us to have this conversation in the afterlife. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, stood in what appeared to be a fire station break room, his expression one of disbelief and confusion. He was still processing the implications of his current situation. His colleague, another rescue worker, approached, a look of annoyance on his face. He muttered something under his breath, his words unclear. The colleague scoffed, seriously, you troublemaker. You have to stick with me for a while, you understand? Soo-hyuk's internal frustration boiled over. He felt a surge of anger. He retorted, and also you keep calling me young. The colleague responded, do you know how many years of experience I have? Oh, you said you don't mind those kinds of things. All right, do what you want. Suddenly, a dispatch alert blared through the station, interrupting their conversation. Both men reacted instantly. The alert was repeated, and the two rescue workers exchanged a tense look, preparing for action. Two rescue workers, Soo-hyuk and his partner, sprinted through a hallway, their movements sharp and urgent. The air crackled with a sense of impending emergency. A dispatch alert blared, its insistent tone cutting through the building's usual hum. The alarm was clearly serious. A third rescue worker, mid-shower, reacted with a startled cry. He was clearly interrupted at an inopportune moment. Outside, a figure watched the rescue team's approach with alarm. They were clearly witnessing something unexpected and frightening. The shower-interrupted rescue worker scrambled to catch up, his towel askew. He was clearly determined to join his team despite the interruption. Inside the rescue vehicle, Soo-hyuk and his partner exchanged worried glances. The situation was clearly escalating. Their colleague burst into the vehicle, announcing his arrival with a relieved shout. He had made it. The team leader confirmed their departure, his voice firm and decisive. They were ready to face whatever awaited them. Team 3's rescue vehicle sped towards the emergency, its siren a piercing wail against the city's backdrop. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The emergency call crackled over the radio. A seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with years of experience, gripped the microphone. There's an accident in the parking lot of Shinildong XX Mart. He relayed further details, his voice grim. One victim had already been taken to the hospital. Only the driver remained trapped in the wreckage, in critical condition. Instructions appeared before him, a stark red box against the mundane reality of the vehicle's interior. The words "Save Everyone" blazed, accompanied by a mission briefing. Injured people awaited rescue in the underground parking lot, a limited-time window for the rescue team. He muttered to himself, the underground parking lot. He couldn't recall the specifics of this incident. Perhaps it was too insignificant to remember, or maybe it had ended without serious casualties. He decided to act quickly, given the low difficulty level of the mission. The rescue vehicle sped towards the scene. He was eager to level up, to feel the physical changes that accompanied each increase in skill. His skills improved with each successful rescue, a fact he was determined to exploit. He needed to get used to his new abilities. A new interface appeared, a skill window displaying danger detection and life detection. He was both surprised and intrigued. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay amidst the wreckage, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. A strange pop-up window, a digital overlay on his reality, flashed before his eyes, life detection. He wondered when he'd acquired this new ability. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of memory. Another window appeared, this one asking, is the danger detection what he used back then? The question hung heavy in the air, a link to a past he couldn't fully grasp. He realized the implications of his newfound abilities. If this wasn't the same skill he'd possessed before, survival would be a far greater challenge than he could have ever imagined. Later, seated in the rescue vehicle, Soo-hyuk reflected on his recent rescue. He admitted to himself that he was eager to participate in more rescues, driven by a curiosity about what would happen if he continued to hone his skills. His colleagues, fellow rescue workers, sat beside him, unaware of the extraordinary changes within him. He pondered the potential of his enhanced abilities, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. Soo-hyuk's expression turned serious as he looked out the window at the bustling city streets. The city unfolded before him, a vibrant tapestry of life and movement, a landscape he was now uniquely equipped to protect. A fire truck sped through the city traffic, a symbol of the urgent work that lay ahead. The emergency sirens wailed, a cacophony cutting through the city's usual hum. A team of rescue workers, clad in bright orange, sprinted towards the scene, their movements sharp and determined. Leading the charge was Kim Soo-hyuk, his face grim with focus. He carried himself with the practiced ease of a veteran, yet his eyes held a spark of youthful energy. They arrived at a crumpled vehicle, its metal twisted and groaning. A crowd had gathered, their faces etched with worry and fear. One of the rescuers urgently inquired about the victim's condition, his voice tight with concern. Soo-hyuk and his team moved with practiced efficiency, their movements a well-rehearsed dance of rescue. A fellow rescuer explained that the driver had likely lost consciousness due to shock and was trapped within wreckage. Soo-hyuk, hearing this, barked an order to prepare the hydraulic spreader immediately. A rescue operation was underway. Three rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, focused intently on the task ahead. One of them, his face partially obscured by a bandage, exclaimed, "Yes!" The team prepared the hydraulic spreader. One of them, seemingly the leader, muttered to himself, "Great. Thankfully, this isn't a difficult situation to be anxious about." The bandaged rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, continued to work, his thoughts drifting. He silently wished, "If I were able to rescue another person again." A colleague approached him. "Hey," Soo-hyuk, startled, replied, "Huh? Yes." The colleague's expression turned serious. "Jung Woo-hyung." Soo-hyuk, slightly confused, asked, "Yes? Can you please repeat that?" Suddenly, Soo-hyuk felt a sharp pain and a surge of energy. He reacted instinctively, grabbing his equipment. His colleague shouted, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to step back, you bastard." Soo-hyuk, now fully alert, gripped his rescue tool, his expression hardening. The scene opens on a tense standoff between two rescue workers. One, clearly agitated, shoves the other away, barking, "I don't need someone like you, so just get out of my way." The rejected worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, stares after his colleague, a question forming in his mind. Is he telling me to leave? Soo-hyuk's thoughts turn inward. Why is Jung Woo-hyung treating me like this? The scene shifts. 10 years earlier, a different Soo-hyuk is seen chatting with a friend. His friend asks, "Kim Soo-hyuk, how is your work as a rescuer?" To which Soo-hyuk replies, "It's fine. I can still manage." His friend offers a concerned, "Still, take care of yourself. You should prioritize your health." Soo-hyuk's friend continues, "It's nice to save people, but you should take care of yourself first, you understand?" Soo-hyuk agrees, replying, "Yes, Jung Woo-hyung, thank you." His friend asks if he's having a hard time adjusting. Soo-hyuk assures him, "No, thanks to you, I'm adjusting really well." Young-woo smiles warmly and says, "As long as you continue like this, I'm sure there will be no problems. If you're ever curious about something, just ask me, okay?" The scene opens with a tense exchange. A young rescue worker, his face etched with determination, assures his superior, Jung Woo-hyung, "Yes, I will, Jung Woo-hyung. The hydraulic spreader is here." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit parking garage, several figures hurry past, their movements suggesting urgency. The thoughts of one of them, a man in a rescue uniform, drift to the past, the only person who never said anything bad about me in my past life. His gaze is fixed on the scene unfolding before him, a mixture of apprehension and determination in his eyes. He is clearly shaken, but his focus remains unwavering. The scene shifts to a wider view. A team of rescue workers stands ready, their faces grim. One of them, observing the man from the previous panel, remarks, "He's like a completely different person. Are you all prepared?" The rescue team moves into action. They begin to use specialized equipment on a damaged vehicle. A command rings out, "Open the door with the spreader." The focus narrows to the hydraulic spreader, powerful jaws gripping the vehicle's door. A voice instructs, "Hold it tightly." Despite the urgency, a sense of unease washes over the rescue worker. He mutters to himself, "It is not that I'm surprised about feeling uneasy, but open." He can't stand idly by. His inner turmoil is evident as he declares, "I can't just stand by and watch like this." Suddenly, a jarring event occurs. The rescue worker experiences a disorienting moment, a sudden and unexpected shift in his perception. He cries out, "Ah!" The scene opens with a rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a ski mask, urgently communicating something into his radio. His expression is one of focused intensity. A close-up shows a powerful hydraulic rescue tool being used to pry open a mangled car door. The instruction, "Secure a space on the driver's seat," is given with forceful urgency. Two rescue workers, their faces grim with exertion, operate the rescue tool. One announces, "We're almost done." The car door is finally breached. The rescue workers, using a spreader, carefully extract the injured driver. The rescue team prepares to move the injured driver. Instructions are shouted. "Take the stretcher. We'll raise it at the count of 3. As they lift the stretcher, a warning is given. "Be careful with your legs." The stretcher is raised. The count is completed. 1, 2, 3. The injured driver is carefully carried away. One rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, stands alone, gazing at the damaged vehicle, lost in thought. Soo-hyuk's colleagues notice his distraction. One of them calls out, "Kim Soo-hyuk, what are you spacing out for? Hurry!" Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a desperate situation. His face, partially obscured by a protective helmet, was etched with worry. He gasped, "Yes." Unbeknownst to him, the severity of his injuries was far greater than initially assessed. He had lost more blood than anyone anticipated. A colleague urgently called for a styptic, a substance to stop bleeding. Soo-hyuk, understanding the gravity of the situation, simply nodded in acknowledgement. The emergency vehicle arrived, its sirens wailing, a beacon of hope in the tense atmosphere. Soo-hyuk's fellow rescue workers watched anxiously as the ambulance pulled away, carrying their injured comrade. Relief washed over the team. One of them expressed his inexperience with such intense situations, while another excitedly commented on how cool it was. A team leader instructed everyone to clean up the area so they could go home and rest. The rescue operation concluded. Two rescue workers, their faces smudged with grime, but alight with relief, exchanged a grateful nod. "Yes, thank you for the hard work," one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. A moment later, the three rescue workers stood together, their conversation shifting. A palpable tension hung in the air. One of them, clearly agitated, spoke. "Excuse me today." The scene shifted. The three men were now walking away from the scene of the rescue. Soo-hyuk, one of the rescue workers, trailed behind his colleagues, his expression unreadable. A sense of unease settled upon him. Soo-hyuk's internal monologue surfaced. He sensed that Jung Woo-hyung was angry with him. The weight of unspoken tension hung heavy in the air. But a flicker of something else, relief, crossed his features. He was relieved the situation had ended well. Soo-hyuk surveyed the aftermath of the rescue, a wrecked car lying nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself about the fortunate outcome. Suddenly, he paused, a new thought striking him. "Oh, wait." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, stared blankly at the empty space where a quest window should have appeared. He'd just completed a rescue, yet the expected reward prompt remained absent. Confusion clouded his features. A single question echoed in his mind. Why? A wave of disorientation washed over him. The world swam before his eyes, the recent events blurring into an indistinct haze. Soo-hyuk's gaze drifted upwards, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and dawning realization. He was alive, but something was profoundly wrong. Suddenly, a new quest window materialized before him, its stark lines cutting through the lingering confusion. The words, "Save everyone," blazed across the screen. He frowned, noticing an additional requirement he hadn't anticipated. This rescue operation had a time limit, adding a layer of urgency to the situation. Relieved, Soo-hyuk expressed gratitude that the recent accident hadn't caused more severe trauma to the victims. His colleague, Kang-shik, voiced his own concerns about the severity of the car crash, while Soo-hyuk mentioned his discomfort with the lingering effects of his near-death experience. He planned to wash his hair to help alleviate the feeling. Kang-shik playfully urged Soo-hyuk to wash properly, but Soo-hyuk's attention was drawn elsewhere. He noticed something amiss. A look of concern spread across the faces of Soo-hyuk and his fellow rescuers as they searched for someone. A shout cuts through the air. "Hey, Kim Soo-hyuk." The voice belonged to Sang-tae, a fellow rescue worker, his face etched with urgency as he spots Soo-hyuk amidst the chaos. Soo-hyuk, his orange rescue gear stark against the dark background, glances back, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He calls out Sang-tae-hyung. His gaze is drawn upwards, a look of dawning realization on his face. A question hangs in the air. "Are you sure we only need to rescue one person?" A pop-up window appears before Soo-hyuk's eyes, displaying a mission objective: save everyone. There are injured people who are waiting to be rescued in the underground parking lot. You only have a limited amount of time. Rescue everyone who is waiting for the rescue team on the scene. A translucent, crimson-red window materialized before Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, now back in his rookie days. The window displayed a stark message: save all rescue targets. Some casualties from the accident in the underground parking lot are waiting for rescue. There's no time. Rescue all those waiting for the rescue team in time. Soo-hyuk frowned, his gaze fixed on the window's persistent message. He muttered to himself, "It's not just a rescue target." He tilted his head, a question forming in his mind. But save the rescue targets? A flashback sequence played in his mind, showing the initial accident report. The victim had already been rescued before the team arrived. Only the driver was officially identified as the rescue target. However, the quest window updated, indicating more than one person needed rescuing. Soo-hyuk questioned, "Does this mean there's one more casualty left?" Soo-hyuk, energized by this new information, exclaimed to his colleague, "Hyung, I think we should search the surrounding area again." A group of rescue workers, clad in bright orange and black uniforms, stood poised and ready. The lead worker, his face obscured by the helmet, muttered to himself, convinced that something was amiss. His apprehension was met with confusion from colleague. "What? What do you mean?" the other worker asked, clearly bewildered by his partner's sudden unease. One of the rescue workers explained, "I've been looking at him. Before the rescue, we already scoped out the surroundings. There's nothing wrong." His explanation was met with skepticism. "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" another worker questioned, shining his flashlight into the darkness. The conversation continued, with one worker attempting to reassure the other. "Young-woo, no matter what, you're still a successor, so it'll just affect our camaraderie," he said, trying to dismiss the tension. Despite the attempts at reassurance, Young-woo pressed on, his concern evident. "Young-woo Hyung, what if there are more rescue targets?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Another worker, examining a vehicle's tire, scoffed. "What are you going to do if there's a death reported when we return?" "This jerk," Young-woo retorted. "Don't call me Hyung like we're close." And the rescue team shouldn't move with their senses without assurance. The tension escalated, with Young-woo physically confronting his superior. "Seniors, procedures, orders. Do you think you're some hotshot that can?" Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face contorted in a grimace, glared intensely. His voice, tight with frustration, echoed the unspoken question. How could he ignore the warnings flashing before his eyes? He hesitated, his expression softening slightly. I'm not disregarding those, he insisted. If you give me a little time. His colleagues, two fellow rescue workers in identical uniforms, were not appeased. One of them stepped forward, his voice sharp with accusation. That's what it means, you jerk. You are disregarding us right now. The other tried to calm the situation, suggesting they calm down. Another rescue worker, arms crossed, leveled a pointed accusation at Soo-hyuk. Since the day you transferred here, he stated, you only did questionable things that ruined our camaraderie. His superior officer, a stern-faced man, interrupted. Get in the truck, Kim Soo-hyuk. This is an order. Soo-hyuk pleaded with his superior, Sang Tae-hyung, for more time. His plea was met with unwavering resolve. Do you not know this is an order? Get in the truck, right now. Soo-hyuk felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't explain the urgent mission he sensed. A translucent skill window appeared before his eyes, displaying his abilities. Danger detection. Level 1, life detection. 1. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a precarious situation. He muttered, right? A grim determination etched on his face. A sudden realization washed over him. He had acquired a new skill, a fact that both surprised and unsettled him. I forgot that I've learned a new skill. He was being helped by his colleagues, their faces etched with concern. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Soo-hyuk knew he had no other choice. He thought, I have no choice. If this continues, it'll be a dead end. With a surge of energy, a brilliant green light enveloped him. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. The green energy expanded, forming a circular scan. A voice, seemingly emanating from the energy itself, announced, Life detection, level 1. The scan revealed 3 figures trapped beneath the rubble. Soo-hyuk's new ability had pinpointed their location. Soo-hyuk and his team stood ready, their faces grim but resolute. They were prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst his team, a look of grim determination etched on his face. A faint, ethereal green glow emanated from him. A wave of understanding washed over him. He muttered to himself, It works. I don't know how I did it, but it's working. Soo-hyuk found himself enveloped in a complex, three-dimensional grid of shimmering green lines. Within this lattice, ghostly figures representing people nearby flickered into view. The visualization solidified, revealing the nature of his newfound ability. He realized, so it's like this. Soo-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a bandage, felt a strange connection to those around him. He could sense their life force, their heartbeats. He began counting, silently monitoring the number of individuals within his range. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. A vibrant green aura pulsed around Soo-hyuk as he reached the final count. The display confirmed his assessment. The total number of people detected by life detection, level 1 within a 10m radius, is 13. He compared this to the visible number of people present, whereas the total number of people here. The emergency rescue team, clad in bright orange, stood poised and ready. A young man, his face partially obscured by goggles, announced, It's 12. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned member of the team, surveyed the scene. His gaze hardened as he muttered to himself. As expected, there's another rescue target here. A fellow rescuer, his voice laced with urgency, called out, Kim Soo-hyuk, didn't you hear that we need to return? Soo-hyuk's subordinate, Sang Tae, voiced his concern, Hyung, if we don't search for the rescue target, they'll be in danger. I'm sure they're somewhere around here. We need to find them quickly. Soo-hyuk's expression turned grim. He muttered, You. Sang Tae, his voice filled with desperation, pleaded, Hyung, please trust me just this once. Soo-hyuk, his mind racing, recalled the past. He thought, the same eyes back then. Soo-hyuk pondered, He then spoke, We've definitely searched this area thoroughly, but, just like what he said, we could have missed out something. So let's search the surroundings again. 2 rescue workers, their backs to the viewer, stood on a concrete floor. The South Korean flag was visible on their vests. The camera angle shifted to show their faces. One, slightly younger, looked concerned. The other, older, responded with a worried Sang Tae-hyung. A superior officer barked orders. Now, if you understand, make haste. His team of rescue workers immediately sprang into action, rushing through a dimly lit parking garage. One of the workers, breathless, replied, Why yes. One rescue worker peered into a dark space, a bright light emanating from his hands. He exclaimed, There's nothing here. Another rescue worker stood on a small platform, looking down at his colleague. The scene was still set in the parking garage. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the first rescue worker as he moved, a surprised huh escaping his lips. He was confronted by a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, seemingly a cat, as a bright light pulsed from his hand. The shadowy figure, revealed to be a small cat, let out a soft meow dash as it emerged from under a car. The rescue worker shone his light on it. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the dim light of an industrial building, his brow furrowed in concentration. A faint glow emanated from his flashlight, illuminating his determined yet weary face. A bandage covered a small cut on his cheek, a testament to his recent efforts. He moved swiftly through the shadows, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Another rescue worker followed close behind, equally vigilant. Soo-hyuk's thoughts turned inward, a surge of frustration evident in his expression. He muttered to himself, a harsh self-criticism coloring his words. Kim Soo-hyuk, this jerk. A fellow rescue worker's voice cut through the silence, laced with a warning. If there's nothing, you'd better watch out. Soo-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, continued his search, his colleague's warning echoing in the confined space. He moved with a sense of urgency, his every step deliberate. His team members, having completed their own searches, approached him, their concern palpable. One of them asked anxiously, "Did you find anything?" Soo-hyuk shook his head, his disappointment evident. He replied, his voice heavy with defeat, "Not yet." Another rescue worker chimed in, sharing his own fruitless search. "I didn't find it either." The pressure mounted on Soo-hyuk. His superior demanded an explanation, his tone sharp. "See, Kim Soo-hyuk, explain yourself." The scene opens on a tense moment. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, stands amidst his team, his expression etched with concern. His colleagues, faces obscured by helmets, appear equally preoccupied. The atmosphere is heavy with the aftermath of an incident. One of Soo-hyuk's colleagues reports, "We've also searched the entrance, but there's nothing unusual." Another adds, "The tow truck has arrived. How about we finish cleaning up?" Soo-hyuk's team prepares to leave the scene of the accident. However, Soo-hyuk hesitates, protesting, "Wait, we can't just leave like this." A sharp command cuts through the air, "Stop." Soo-hyuk's superior declares, "The search is over. We're done. We'll return to the station now." He urges his team to follow, promising to see them later. Soo-hyuk, however, looks conflicted. One of Soo-hyuk's colleagues says, "Soo-hyuk, we tried our best. Let's go now." Soo-hyuk remains silent, a troubled expression on his face. A fellow worker adds quietly, "Hey." The tow truck driver explains that the car's front end is too damaged to connect to the truck easily. He mentions the mart manager's insistence on quick removal of the vehicle. Soo-hyuk suggests an alternative solution. "Then, let's just connect it to the trunk and get out." Two rescue workers, their faces etched with concern, stared at something unseen. A silent question hung in the air, punctuated only by the unspoken alarm in their wide eyes. The camera focused on the insignia of the Korea Fire Service on one of the rescuers' uniforms, a stark contrast to the urgency of the moment. They moved with a sudden burst of energy, their movement sharp and determined as they approached a large, dark object. With powerful blows, the rescuers worked to break into the object, their efforts fueled by a sense of desperate hope. One of the rescuers, his face pale and streaked with dirt, lay on the ground, his voice barely a whisper as he called out for help, his thoughts drifting to his mother. The other rescuer, startled by a sound, reacted instantly, his expression shifting from concern to determination. He believed he heard someone trapped inside, his conviction growing with each passing second. He urgently called for a spreader, his voice sharp and commanding. Meanwhile, his colleague, Young-woo, appeared confused and slightly spaced out, prompting a concerned question from his partner. A tense scene unfolded. A bystander, pointing excitedly, shouted that someone was spacing out. The crowd murmured with concern, their faces partially obscured in the dim light. Amidst the growing unease, rescue workers sprang into action. A rescue worker, using specialized hydraulic rescue tools, began to cut into the mangled vehicle. The powerful jaws of the rescue tool sliced through the twisted metal with a loud screech. Sparks flew as the metal groaned under the pressure. A team of rescue workers, clad in bright orange protective gear, stood ready, their faces grim and determined. They prepared to assist in the extraction. With a final decisive cut, a section of the vehicle's frame was severed. The rescue workers exchanged a quick glance, relief evident in their eyes. "It's open," one of them announced. As the mangled car door was pulled away, a wave of nausea washed over one of the rescuers. He recoiled, muttering about the overwhelming smell of blood. The scene inside was grim. The rescuers braced themselves as they peered into the wreckage. A young woman, injured and bound, lay trapped within the vehicle. One rescuer whispered, "Res. Casualty." A young girl, her face pale and streaked with blood, lay bound and injured in the darkness. A single, whispered word escaped her lips, "Mummy." The scene shifted abruptly. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, his face etched with worry, stared down at the girl, his eyes wide with alarm. He was kneeling beside a wrecked vehicle, the air thick with the smell of gasoline and fear. Soo-hyuk urgently contacted dispatch, requesting first aid. He reported the situation, his voice strained with urgency. There was a young girl, approximately 10 years old, trapped in the car trunk. Paramedics were needed immediately. Another rescue worker rushed to Soo-hyuk's side, shouting for the emergency kit and styptic agent to stop the girl's bleeding. Soo-hyuk reassured the injured girl, promising to take her to her mother soon. His concern was palpable. Despite the relief of saving the girl, a shadow of doubt crossed Soo-hyuk's face. He knew that a full investigation was necessary. He suspected this was no ordinary accident. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay injured and unconscious in the arms of a fellow rescuer. His face was marred with cuts and bruises, a testament to a recent, harrowing ordeal. The scene shifted to a bustling emergency response. Soo-hyuk's colleagues carefully loaded him onto a stretcher, their movements efficient and practiced. Soo-hyuk, however, was not among them. He was running, his pace quick and determined, a look of urgency etched on his face. A voice, filled with concern, called out his name. Kim Soo-hyuk. He stopped abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. Confusion clouded his features as he muttered to himself. Just who are you? The camera panned to the Sinal Fire Station, a modern building standing tall against the city skyline. Inside, the atmosphere was markedly different. A quiet hum of activity filled the office. Firefighters worked diligently at their computers, the air thick with the quiet concentration of a busy workplace. Soo-hyuk entered the room, his presence immediately noticeable. One firefighter, clearly frustrated, slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it, how many times has it been today? Another firefighter responded, his tone weary. Misinformed report again? It's not that. Lee Jae-han, a member of Rescue Team 3, slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. A misinformed report had led to a critical lack of manpower at a crucial moment. How dare they joke around when there's a place that needed more manpower? He exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. His face was grim, his orange uniform a stark contrast to his furious expression. He held his helmet tightly, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. A colleague approached Jae-han, concern etched on his features. Your shift has ended. Why are you still here? Did anything happen at the scene? He asked, his voice cautious. Jae-han remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. He was clearly troubled by something. He finally spoke, his tone subdued. No, the rescue was a success. But a question mark hung in the air, unspoken anxieties simmering beneath the surface. A hushed whisper broke the tension. That driver is a criminal who kidnapped a kid, then put her in the trunk. The revelation sent a shockwave through the room. One of the rescuers gasped, What? Jae-han's colleague covered his mouth in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jae-han's own expression was one of dawning horror. Another rescuer asked anxiously, How about the kid? Is she safe? The response was a relief. We've already sent her to the hospital. They said it'd have been worse if we had come later. A senior rescuer called Jae-han over, his tone serious. Come here for a moment. The scene opens in a bustling rescue station. Two rescue workers, one seated and one standing, are in the midst of a conversation. The atmosphere is one of casual camaraderie, punctuated by the hum of computers and the quiet activity of the office. One of the rescue workers, a man with a serious expression, addresses his colleague. He inquires about the child they recently rescued. His colleague, visibly relieved, reports that the child is doing well. An expression of overwhelming joy washes over the second rescue worker's face. He lets out a joyful exclamation, his relief palpable. The first rescue worker expresses his relief, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He adds that he's glad the child is safe. The two rescue workers share a moment of shared relief and camaraderie, laughing together. A superior officer approaches, reminding them to follow instructions in future rescues. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, finally finishes his shift. His superior offers a simple, yet heartfelt, You worked hard. Hurry up and get off work, rest well. Soo-hyuk, exhausted but grateful, repeatedly thanks his superior before leaving the station. The city lights twinkle in the night as he walks away. 1 month later, the city is blanketed in a cold winter's night. Soo-hyuk shivers, muttering to himself about the cold. He walks through the city streets, his breath misting in the frigid air. He wonders when the weather turns so cold. Soo-hyuk decides he needs to buy new clothes soon, but then wonders where his friend, Sung-woo, is. Suddenly, Sung-woo appears, calling out to Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk is surprised to see Sung-woo and asks if he waited long. Sung-woo replies that he just arrived. Sung-woo apologizes for the cold and suggests they go inside a nearby store. They enter a bar and raise their drinks in a toast. Kim Soo-hyuk and a friend sat across from each other at a table laden with food and drinks. The friend remarked, Years has it been? The both of us couldn't see each other for a while since we were job hunting. Soo-hyuk smiled, taking a sip of his drink. He replied, 5 years. Soo-hyuk mused himself. If I include my past life, it'd be 5 years. His friend responded, Since we live a busy life after our 30s, who knew that 1-2 years would pass so quickly? The conversation shifted. Soo-hyuk's friend asked, Soo-hyuk, these days you're so popular? Like Spider-Man, you jumped off that building. Soo-hyuk's friend pressed, Did you see that? Soo-hyuk chuckled, Of course, oh yeah. My heart was pounding so hard when I was watching that. It's going viral on the internet. His friend exclaimed, I thought you were born to be a firefighter. Soo-hyuk retorted, You brat me? Born to be a firefighter? You call me just to say that. Anyway. Relief washed over Sung-woo's face as he gazed upon Kim Soo-hyuk. He expressed his relief at Soo-hyuk's safety, his voice laced with concern. Sung-woo admitted his fear that Soo-hyuk might have been seriously injured. He then questioned Soo-hyuk about his awareness of Sung-woo's own fear during the incident. Sung-woo's concern continued, urging Soo-hyuk to consider the worry of those who cared for him before acting recklessly. In it with a gentle, "Go, Sung-woo." Soo-hyuk's thoughts drifted to a poignant realization. The scene shifted to a somber memorial service. Soo-hyuk knelt before an altar displaying his own photograph, surrounded by grieving colleagues. Soo-hyuk reflected on his role as a rescuer, extending beyond the field to encompass the emotional well-being of his loved ones. His death, he realized, would inflict lasting sorrow upon them. The scene changed abruptly. A voice called out to Kim Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk was surprised to see a friend, who pointed out that Soo-hyuk had been told to stay at his house, given the distance to his own home. Night fell upon the city. Two figures stood on a street corner, their conversation punctuated by the distant wail of sirens. One, a younger man, protested, "Are you crazy? You're telling me to sleep in that small apartment? I'll go by taxi." The older man waved him off, a gentle smile on his face. "It's fine. Get home safely. I'm happy to see you today." As the younger man prepared to leave, the older man added, "Also, it's almost Christmas. Don't you have a girlfriend? You're not married to work." He chuckled, "Hoo-hoo, since this young is working hard for you, don't lose hope." "Ugh." The younger man, already halfway to a taxi, was interrupted by a sudden outburst from the older man. "This jerk, you." The older man continued, his tone sharp, "You. Looks like you'll be bald from now on." The younger man looked confused. "What?" The older man pressed on. "Take better care of yourself. I can see the signs." The younger man, unfazed, simply smirked and replied, "Hee, I already told you." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, rushed through the fire station's locker room. He muttered to himself about the countless times he'd been on duty that week. He reflected on his recent tasks, noting that amidst the chaos, he had managed to complete about 10 rescue missions. The image of him proudly presenting a rescued kitten to a grateful elderly woman flashed in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his tireless efforts had propelled him to a new level. A surge of energy enveloped him as he reached level 12. His skills upgraded. His danger detection and life detection abilities both improved to level 2. Soo-hyuk's physical capabilities had also dramatically increased. He felt stronger and faster than ever before. Even equipment weighing over 40 kilograms felt insignificant. He flawlessly executed his duties, adhering strictly to standard operating procedures. A rescue operation was underway. Soo-hyuk and his team carefully carried an injured person on a stretcher, navigating the rubble of a collapsed building. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He declared, "Now, I'm no longer." His declaration was cut short as he propelled himself forward with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the city backdrop. A voice echoed, "The loser Kim Soo-hyuk." He ran, his movements fluid and powerful, a stark contrast to the image of the loser shouted after him. His pace was relentless. Meanwhile, on a city bus, passengers observed Soo-hyuk's incredible speed. One passenger remarked, "There's someone running with a bus." Another questioned, "Is he an athlete?" Soo-hyuk continued to sprint, leaving onlookers awestruck. One of them whispered, "He's so fast." The Sinnoh fire station came into view, a modern building with solar panels on its roof. Soo-hyuk entered the station, his arrival causing a stir among the firefighters. Two colleagues looked up from their computers, surprised. One of them exclaimed, "Oh, our monster youngest is here? I heard you did something yesterday." Kim Soo-hyuk, a man whose face held a mixture of exhaustion and mild bewilderment, ran a hand through his hair. He seemed disoriented, his expression a blend of confusion and slight distress. His gaze fell upon a fellow rescue worker, hunched over a computer, diligently working. Soo-hyuk's shoulders slumped slightly. A wave of weariness washed over him. The focus shifted to another rescue worker, Young-woo, whose face was etched with a serious expression. He appeared lost in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. Soo-hyuk sighed inwardly. He felt unseen, unheard. Jung-woo's consistent disregard stung him. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Young-woo Hyung still treats me like I'm invisible. It makes me sad. A colleague, mid-sip of his coffee, interrupted Soo-hyuk's brooding. He addressed Soo-hyuk with a curious tone, his words hinting at a suspicion. The question hung in the air. "What's your secret?" Soo-hyuk's colleague continued, his skepticism growing. He voiced his doubts, suggesting Soo-hyuk's recent performance was too good to be true. The accusations escalated, ranging from the absurd, psychic powers to the mundane, bitten by ants. Soo-hyuk, taken aback, could only stammer a confused response. Soo-hyuk, flustered and unsure how to respond to the increasingly bizarre accusations, could only offer a bewildered apology. The scene opens in a bustling rescue station. A younger colleague jokes with Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, urging him to take over a shift. Soo-hyuk smiles, accepting the handover with a lighthearted, "Haha, I'm joking. Hurry up and take over." Soo-hyuk, now alone, reflects on a recent incident. He mutters to himself, "If there's really something like that, tell me about it later." The name Kang Shik-hyung appears, hinting at a significant figure from his past. His thoughts shift to Kang Shik. He reveals, Actually, I didn't work with him for very long. A flashback begins. The narration explains, it wasn't that long since I was transferred that Kang Shik-hyung had to step down. The flashback continues, showing a fiery scene. The narration continues. He had to step down from the front line because of a major injury. Back in the present, Soo-hyuk is troubled. He thinks, the recent kidnapping case. I do not have any memories about that at all. A pop-up window appears, displaying details about the underground parking lot accident. Soo-hyuk continues to grapple with his lack of memory. He says to himself, no matter how much I think about it, I have no memories about that case. His thoughts turn to a child, possibly a victim from the accident. He reflects, if I did not have this unbelievable ability, maybe I wouldn't have been able to save that kid. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat at his desk, reviewing files. He muttered to himself, there will be many cases like this in the future, and as preparation, I need to remember everything from the past. He meticulously documented key details in a notebook, dates, locations, and specific circumstances of past emergencies. His focus was intense, each entry a testament to his dedication. Suddenly, a vision engulfed him. A raging inferno, a catastrophic forest fire. He recognized the scene instantly. The image was accompanied by a chilling realization. This was the accident that severely injured his colleague, Kang Shik-hyung. The scale of the disaster was far beyond a typical forest fire. Soo-hyuk's resolve hardened. He vowed, this time I must prevent it. However, a frustrating obstacle emerged. He couldn't recall the exact timing of the impending disaster. His colleague, Sang-tae, noticed Soo-hyuk's unusual anxiety. What are you doing? Why do you look so nervous? He asked, concerned. Sang-tae's intuition led him to suspect a premonition. Is it because you don't have a good premonition about it? Soo-hyuk, unable to hide his unease any longer, urged, tell me, what is it? The scene opens on Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, his face etched with a mixture of exhaustion and nervous excitement. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he mutters something unintelligible. Soo-hyuk chuckles, a nervous tremor in his laugh. His colleague, Sang-tae, shares a similar expression, both men clearly reacting to something unseen. The weather is so good, right? Soo-hyuk remarks. A third rescue worker approaches, interrupting their conversation. What are you guys talking about? He inquires, his tone curious. Sang-tae speaks, addressing Soo-hyuk directly. He mentions Soo-hyuk's psychic power, a subject that clearly makes Soo-hyuk uncomfortable. Sang-tae presses Soo-hyuk to share what he knows, while Soo-hyuk hesitates, worried about the consequences of revealing his precognitive abilities. He worries about being labeled a lunatic if he mentions an upcoming forest fire. Soo-hyuk's apprehension is evident as he confesses his fear of being dismissed as insane if he reveals his knowledge of the impending forest fire. Sang-tae and his colleague exchange a look, a shared understanding passing between them. Sang-tae offers a quiet, hopeful, I hope so. Soo-hyuk's internal monologue reveals his desperate need to recall the exact timing of the forest fire. He is determined to prevent the tragedy he remembers from his past life. The conversation shifts to the unusually high number of recent incidents. Soo-hyuk's colleagues express their concern about the increased workload. The aftermath of a recent rescue operation was being discussed in the fire station break room. One firefighter, relieved, commented that, thankfully, there had been no fatalities. His colleague, however, emphasized that the successful outcome was entirely due to the exceptional performance of one particular rescuer. The scene shifted to a desk, where a pair of hands clenched into fists. The tension was palpable. Another firefighter whispered to a colleague, explaining that the recent increase in emergency calls was directly attributed to Soo-hyuk's presence. His exceptional skills had made them busier than ever before. Back in the break room, one firefighter admitted that Soo-hyuk often displayed skills surpassing his own. He then questioned what Soo-hyuk had done before joining the fire department. One firefighter responded that there was nothing particularly special about Soo-hyuk's past, just ordinary things. However, upon further reflection, he added that Soo-hyuk had lost his parents at a young age and had lived in an orphanage. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat at his desk, a pensive expression etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, other than that, it's so ordinary that it's ridiculous. His gaze drifted, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He mused, that said, doesn't he seem to be hiding something? Soo-hyuk's suspicion deepened. He leaned forward, his focus intense. The thought crossed his mind. It's like he's preparing for something. A colleague, Kang-shik, approached, his tone light, but laced with concern. He chuckled, huh? Then, that'd be a problem. When will the vacation be over? Kang-shik continued, reminding Soo-hyuk of his daughter's upcoming birthday. Right? You said that it'll be your daughter's birthday soon, right? Soo-hyuk's expression shifted, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. He exclaimed, right birthday? How can I forget something this important? Kang-shik reassured him, urging him to spend time with his daughter. He insisted, hey, no matter how busy you are, you should spend your daughter's birthday with her. Don't worry and just go. I'll handle this. Soo-hyuk, however, remained hesitant. He stated, but I should observe the situation first. His colleague pressed further, inquiring about the specifics of his daughter's birthday. He asked, the birthday of Kang Shik-hyung's daughter. Can I know, what's your daughter's birthday? The ground trembled beneath Soo-hyuk's feet as he braced himself against the impact. Two figures in orange uniforms, fellow rescue workers, struggled to maintain their footing beside him, their eyes wide with alarm. A gaping hole, recently formed in the earth, yawned before them, a silent testament to the unpredictable nature of their work. Inside a bustling fire station, a tense conversation unfolds between two rescue workers. One, Gang Sik-young, is approached by a colleague who inquires about his daughter's birthday. As the question hangs in the air, the ground beneath Gang Sik-young suddenly gives way, revealing a gaping hole. His colleagues react with alarm. Confusion and concern etched on their faces. Gang Sik-young's colleagues stare at the unexpected sinkhole. One of them utters a simple, bewildered "what?" The colleague presses Gang Sik-young, questioning the sudden inquiry about his daughter's birthday, sensing something is amiss. He asks if everything is all right. Gang Sik-young, visibly flustered, stammers an explanation, his words trailing off. He attempts to cover up his earlier question, claiming he was merely considering a gift for his daughter. Two rescue workers stood in a brightly lit hallway, their orange uniforms crisp and clean. One, with a more serious expression, observed his colleague. The more jovial worker chuckled. "Huh, why are you doing this again?" His colleague responded, though his tone was slightly defensive. He felt a touch of embarrassment at his serious expression. "Why are you saying that with such a serious face? Other people might misunderstand." He chuckled nervously. "Did I do that?" The serious worker, Soo-hyuk, simply stated, "But I feel touched." His colleague continued, "These days, you listen well and don't cause any accidents. Isn't that right, Sang Tae-hyung?" Soo-hyuk mumbled, "All right." Sang Tae smiled warmly. "Soo-hyuk is doing well these days. How is she? My daughter's cute, isn't she? On her birthday." Soo-hyuk's expression shifted. A wave of memory washed over him. "I remember." The memory was vivid, painful. "Up until today, I still remember the day of the forest fire. The day began like any other, but a thought lingered in the air. It was a significant date. It was the birthday of Gang Sik-young's daughter." Kim Soo-hyuk sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. The dim light of the early morning barely illuminated the room. His phone illuminated the darkness, displaying the time, 6 a.m. He was up early. He reached for his phone, his movements slow and deliberate. Finally, the day had arrived. Soo-hyuk sat up, a determined look on his face. It was a momentous day for him. Soo-hyuk was walking towards the fire station when a colleague greeted him, surprised by his early arrival. "Oh, Soo-hyuk, why are you early today?" The day began like any other for Kim Soo-hyuk. He walked towards the fire station, a familiar weariness settling over him despite the early hour. A fellow rescue worker greeted him with a cheerful hello and a comment about his dedication. Inside, a briefing was underway. Soo-hyuk's colleague explained the route to a reported incident at a nearby campsite, tracing a path on a map. He pointed out the location of the campsite on the map, confirming the details with his team. One of them volunteered to double-check the route. The clock showed the time was nearing 7 a.m. A sense of urgency filled the room. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A fire was reported. One of the rescue workers shouted the alert, his face etched with alarm. The alert spread rapidly through the station. The team sprang into action. The fire station bustled with activity. The sounds of hurried footsteps and shouted orders filled the air as firefighters prepared for deployment. One of them, Kim Soo-hyuk, felt a strange tingling sensation, a sense of déjà vu so intense it was almost painful. He muttered, "Finally." Soo-hyuk ran, his heart pounding in his chest, a mix of adrenaline and something else, something unfamiliar yet strangely comforting. He felt faster, stronger than before. Suddenly, a translucent window appeared before his eyes, its edges shimmering with an ethereal glow. A message materialized within. "It's starting." The window displayed an urgent alert. A large forest fire in Joyeonsan, with multiple people in danger. The mission parameters were clear. Rescue as many as possible. A reward was promised. Experience. A superior officer barked orders, directing Soo-hyuk and his team to specific vehicles. "Get on car number 100 and car number 200. Soo-hyuk, his face set with grim determination, responded with a curt, "Let's go." The emergency vehicles roared to life, their sirens wailing, a red tide surging through the city streets towards the burning mountain. A radio crackled to life, relaying urgent information about the fire's scale and location. The fire was significant, and all nearby fire stations had already been called in for support. Inside the station, a tense discussion unfolded. One firefighter, concerned, asked about the number of people needing rescue. The situation was dire. The emergency radio crackled to life, the urgent voice of a dispatcher relaying critical information. 32 people were trapped, the message stated, their location a small mountain. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stared at the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. His colleague, equally perplexed, voiced his bewilderment. Why so many people in such a small mountain? Another firefighter offered a possible explanation. The recent opening of a nearby campsite, he suggested, was likely the cause of the unusually high number of people in the area. Consulting a map, the team plotted a course. Following a marked trail, they would reach the campsite and begin the rescue operation. A plan was quickly formed. They would take a faster route, meeting up with other rescue teams along the way. The team agreed that this approach would be more efficient, allowing for a quicker response to the emergency. One of the firefighters, observing Soo-hyuk, expressed a feeling of unease. He seemed strangely prepared for the emergency, as if he had prior knowledge of the fire. The thought lingered, dismissed as improbable, but the doubt remained, a subtle unease in the face of the unfolding events. A chaotic scene unfolded. Emergency vehicles, fire trucks, ambulances streamed down the road, their sirens a deafening chorus. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. The line of emergency vehicles extended as far as the eye could see, snaking through the city streets. It was a sight that spoke of a large-scale emergency. One firefighter, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "I guess the fire trucks from other departments have gathered." The intensity of the situation was palpable. A firefighter's foot landed on a crumpled piece of paper, a testament to the urgency and chaos. Two firefighters stood near a fire truck, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion. One held a piece of equipment, his movements sharp and efficient despite the circumstances. One of the firefighters exclaimed, "I can't believe this." The scene shifted. A raging inferno consumed a forest, the flames casting long, dancing shadows. The scale of the disaster was immense. Silhouetted figures battled the blaze, their forms barely visible against the intense orange and red glow. The fire raged relentlessly. The reflection of the fire in a puddle of water mirrored the devastation, a stark and unsettling image. A chaotic display of red and white emoticons flickered across a black background, resembling a digital storm. The number 0000 appeared at the bottom, counting down ominously. The scene shifted abruptly to a group of firefighters battling a large fire. Their faces were grim, reflecting the intensity of the situation. The air crackled with tension, punctuated by the sounds of crackling flames and the firefighters' heavy breathing. One firefighter, Soo-hyuk, stared at the inferno. He muttered to himself, "This is crazy. I've never seen a forest fire this big before." Another firefighter swung an axe with practiced ease, preparing to breach a fire truck. Soo-hyuk watched, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. Soo-hyuk, taking charge, shouted orders to his team. "Everyone, pull yourselves together." He continued, directing them to gather necessary equipment and assemble. His team responded with a unified yes. The firefighters assembled, their movements efficient and coordinated. They prepared for a large-scale rescue operation. A superior officer reported, "Identified number of rescue targets is 32. It's expected for all of them to gather somewhere near the camping site." The officer stressed the urgency of the situation. Even an hour of time is important, so we have to rescue them quickly. The scene opens on Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, amidst a chaotic fire scene. His face, partially obscured by his helmet, shows clear signs of exertion. He stands amongst his team, the orange glow of the flames illuminating their determined yet weary expressions. Soo-hyuk, his breathing ragged, turns to address one of his colleagues, Sang-tae. He calls out to him, his voice strained with concern. The camera pulls back, revealing the full extent of the emergency response. A fire truck stands nearby, and a large group of firefighters stand in formation, awaiting further instructions. Soo-hyuk's gaze is intense, focused on the task ahead. Soo-hyuk pushes forward, his movements urgent. He apologizes, but his determination is clear. He's committed to a course of action. The scene shifts to a dramatic wide shot of the night sky, the flames of the fire casting an ominous glow against the dark silhouettes of trees. The intensity of the situation is palpable. Soo-hyuk runs through the night, his resolve hardening with each step. He is alone now, racing against time. A signpost indicates his proximity to the Joyeonsan Peak, Minor Trail, and Spring. He justifies his actions to himself, knowing the potential consequences of an action. He understands that his decision, though risky, is necessary to save lives. The scene opens with a raging inferno consuming a wooded area. Flames leap high into the air, their orange glow painting the night sky. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned firefighter, charges through the undergrowth, his movements purposeful and urgent despite the intense heat. He carries a fire axe, ready to battle the blaze. His face, partially obscured by his protective gear, is grim with determination. The weight of responsibility is evident in his stance. Soo-hyuk fights valiantly against the flames, but the fire is relentless. Sweat beads on his brow, even under his mask. He mutters to himself, "I'm sorry, everyone, but there's nothing more precious than a person's life." The fire continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. Soo-hyuk presses on, his resolve unwavering. He pushes forward, his eyes fixed on the task ahead, even as the flames threaten to engulf him. His exhaustion is palpable. The scene opens with a close-up on a firefighter's face, partially obscured by a gas mask. His expression is grim, and the words, "damn it," escape his lips. The surrounding area is engulfed in flames. The camera pulls back to reveal the firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, standing amidst a raging inferno. He surveys the scene, his face etched with determination. The fire has spread significantly, threatening to engulf the entire area. Soo-hyuk makes a decision. He mutters to himself that this is the shortest route to the campsite, but any further delay will jeopardize the safety of those trapped there. The urgency of the situation is palpable. He grips his axe tightly, a question forming in his mind. Can I really do this? Doubt flickers in his eyes, but his resolve remains firm. Soo-hyuk's internal struggle is evident. He clenches his jaw, a single word echoing in his mind. No. He pushes forward, his determination renewed. A surge of energy radiates from him as he charges into the heart of the fire. A powerful force erupts from Soo-hyuk, pushing back the flames. The intensity of the energy is breathtaking. The energy continues to build, forming a swirling vortex of light and fire around him. The vortex intensifies, and a powerful gust of wind blows away the flames, revealing Soo-hyuk standing unharmed at its center. The scene opens with a chaotic inferno. A firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, is seen struggling amidst the flames, his body partially obscured by the intense heat and smoke. He cries out for help, his voice barely audible above the crackling fire. Soo-hyuk, despite the obvious danger, pushes himself forward. He's determined, his resolve hardening as he silently repeats to himself, I have to do this. He stumbles, momentarily losing his footing on the uneven, burning ground. The intense heat radiates from the flames, threatening to consume him. He pushes himself up, his face strained with exertion. Sweat beads on his brow, even under his protective mask. Suddenly, a translucent blue window appears before his eyes, displaying a message. Skill, danger detection. Level 2 foot has been activated. Soo-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise, but he quickly regains his composure. The new ability seems to sharpen his senses, enhancing his awareness of the immediate danger. The flames surge, threatening to engulf him completely. Soo-hyuk looks up, his expression a mixture of determination and grim acceptance. He is thrown back by a sudden, powerful blast of heat. He coughs, his face contorted in pain and shock as he struggles to breathe. The scene opens on a bustling fire station. Two firefighters, their faces etched with worry, exchange urgent words. One, addressing the other as Sang Tae-hyung, expresses concern. Their concern centers on the disappearance of Kim Soo-hyuk. One firefighter explains that he's been missing since earlier, prompting a wave of anxious questions from group. The firefighters discuss how long Soo-hyuk has been missing, their worry growing with each passing moment. One firefighter reveals that he hasn't seen Soo-hyuk since their arrival, adding to the mounting tension. The firefighters realize Soo-hyuk's unusual quiet demeanor in recent days was a sign of something amiss. A team leader addresses Rescue Team 3, issuing instructions with a serious tone. A superior officer barked orders at his team. Kang-shik and Hye-sang, bring Young-woo with you and find that man. Another member of the team, a man with a determined expression, responded with a crisp, yes. The full-fledged rescue mission for Team 3 was underway. The scene shifted to Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, his face etched with worry. He was addressed by a colleague. Kim Soo-hyuk, this rotten man. The question hung heavy in the air. Did you go? The camera pulled back to reveal a raging inferno consuming a forest. The flames leaped high into the night sky. Amidst the chaos, Soo-hyuk lay injured on the ground, the fire raging around him. He watched, helpless, as the flames consumed everything. The scene was one of devastation. Soo-hyuk reflected on his actions, a grim realization dawning on him. If I hadn't used danger detection, I could have been. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, reflected on his experiences. He realized that with increased skill, his awareness of dangerous situations sharpened. However, a sobering thought crossed his mind. Despite his enhanced skills, he remained human and vulnerable. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his arm. The intensity of the fire intensified. The scene shifted to Soo-hyuk, silhouetted against the fiery backdrop of the forest. A voice, seemingly from within, urged him to stay focused. He knew another mistake could be fatal. The weight of his past failures pressed heavily upon him. Soo-hyuk cautiously advanced, navigating the treacherous terrain of the burning forest. Suddenly, he stumbled, his eyes widening in surprise. A warning flashed before his eyes, danger detected. The alert repeated, emphasizing the imminent threat. A sudden alert blared, danger detected. The warning was followed by a searing flash of light, and the world dissolved into chaos for Soo-hyuk. He found himself amidst a raging inferno, the acrid smell of smoke stinging his nostrils. The heat was intense. Disoriented, Soo-hyuk surveyed his surroundings. That's strange, he muttered. I feel like this is the camping site. He cursed under his breath. Damn this. The intensity of the flames made it difficult to recognize his location. Because of all the flames, I can't recognize what place this is. The fire raged, consuming everything in its path. Soo-hyuk, despite the disorientation and danger, pressed onward. He made a decision. Fine, let's use that again. A close-up on a rescue worker's helmet. A digital overlay reads, Life Detection, Level 2. The scene shifts to a wide shot. A figure, seemingly trapped within a fiery vortex, struggles amidst the flames. The vortex intensifies, radiating an ethereal glow. The view changes to a fiery landscape, trees consumed by flames, the vortex now receding. Darkness. A faint, ethereal glow appears in the distance. The glow resolves into a group of figures, moving towards the viewer. The figures are revealed to be a line of firefighters, their faces obscured by masks, advancing through the darkness. One firefighter in the foreground stands with arms outstretched, a glowing circle appearing beneath them. The firefighter's legs are shown, engulfed in a bright red light, as the scene cuts to a close-up of a golden emblem. The rescue operation was underway. A firefighter, his face obscured by a gas mask, emerged from the swirling snow, eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. He declared, "Found them." The scene shifted to a narrow, snow-covered ravine. A large group of people, huddled together for warmth, were slowly making their way along the icy path. Soo-hyuk, the firefighter from before, approached a fellow rescuer, his breathing heavy. He muttered, "Help me." The rescuer, concerned, suggested, "Can't we take a break for a while?" The group of survivors looked exhausted, their faces etched with worry and fatigue. Soo-hyuk's own exhaustion was evident. Beads of sweat formed on his brow despite the cold. He observed, "Everyone looks tired, although time is urgent." The scene opens with a firefighter, sweat beading on his brow beneath his helmet and mask. He speaks calmly into his radio. "Okay, we'll take a break for a while and head off again after." He emerges from a burning building into the snowy night. A group of civilians huddled together, shivering in the cold, are visible in the distance. One of them calls out, "How's the situation?" The firefighter, joined by two colleagues, studies a map. He sighs, "I don't think this is going to be easy." A gloved hand points to a map, marking several paths with XS. The accompanying text reads, "All the paths that we can use to go down are already engulfed in fire." Two firefighters continue to examine the map, concerned. One asks, "How far has the fire spread? How about the request for support?" The firefighter from the first panel looks grim. He mutters, 3 hours, we don't have much time." A hand traces a new route on the map. The accompanying text reads, "Let's turn more towards here." The firefighter explains, "It's not enough to be called a valley, but there should be some water and gravel there." The rescue operation was underway. A firefighter, studying the terrain, noted aloud that the fire wouldn't spread easily in that location and dehydration could be prevented. His colleague agreed, deeming it the best option available. The firefighters moved towards a group of survivors huddled together on the beach. The scene was grim, the cold and the threat of the spreading fire palpable. One of the firefighters, however, paused. He knew they needed to move further to reach safety. Suddenly, a firefighter stumbled, his name Soo-hyuk, collapsing near a small fire. His fellow rescuers rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. The scene opens on a group of people huddled together near a riverbank, their faces etched with worry. Two firefighters, clad in protective gear, stand before them, their expressions grim but determined. One of the firefighters, Soo-hyuk, addresses the group, his voice firm despite the urgency of the situation. "Everyone, we're going now." Soo-hyuk explains that they need to travel a bit further to reach safety. The image focuses on him, his face partially obscured by his mask, but his determination is clear. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the air. "Wait!" The source of the shout is revealed. Another firefighter, his face obscured by shadow and his body partially hidden behind trees. The scene is dark and ominous. He emerges from the darkness, his presence causing a stir among the other firefighters. Confusion and concern ripple through the group. The firefighter removes his mask, revealing a hardened expression. His voice is low and menacing as he speaks. "I finally found you." A group of weary-looking rescue workers, their faces partially obscured by gas masks, stared in disbelief at a lone figure emerging from the swirling snow. Their apprehension was palpable. One of them voiced their uncertainty, a simple question hanging heavy in the frigid air. Who are you?" The newcomer, Kim Soo-hyuk of Shinulseo Rescue Team 3, stepped forward, his voice firm despite the exhaustion etched on his features. He announced his identity clearly, his words cutting through the tension. The other rescue workers exchanged confused glances, their murmurs of, "What's this?" echoing the collective bewilderment. Meanwhile, a group huddled around a small fire, their faces etched with worry and anticipation, watched Soo-hyuk's approach. Hope flickered in their eyes as one of them whispered a hopeful question. "Are the rescuers finally here?" One of Soo-hyuk's fellow rescuers, noticing the disparity between the expected reinforcements and the lone arrival, voiced their concern. Their question, laced with apprehension, hung in the air. "If you're here for support, where are the others?" Soo-hyuk's response was heavy with a grim realization. He confessed that he was the only one who had managed to reach the stranded group, his words leaving the others stunned and questioning. His fellow rescuers reacted with disbelief and confusion. Their incredulity was evident as they questioned how he could have arrived alone. Soo-hyuk's expression remained grim, his silence speaking volumes. Soo-hyuk suggested they discuss the details later, prioritizing the immediate situation. His gaze swept over the group of survivors. His next question focused on the task at hand. A survivor confirmed that the group consisted of 32 people, including Buddhist monks and local residents they had encountered halfway to their destination. Soo-hyuk nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. 32 people, that was good. He had successfully rescued them all. The blizzard raged, a swirling vortex of snow and ice. Through the tempest, a figure emerged, a firefighter clad in heavy gear, his face obscured by a respirator. He barked and ordered his team, "On, follow me closely." One of the firefighters, his breath misting in the frigid air, hesitated. "Wait, where are you going?" Our plan was to head towards the direction of the stream. The lead firefighter, ignoring the question, pressed on, his team reluctantly following. The scene was one of controlled urgency, each member moving with practiced efficiency through the harsh conditions. He explained his reasoning, pointing toward the map. "The valley there is deep, and there are no trees around it. At least in there, we won't be caught up by the fire." Another firefighter offered a counterpoint. "We can also wait for the rescue team to get there." The lead firefighter cut him off sharply. "No." His resolve was unwavering. "We can't go there." His team, sensing the gravity of the situation, exchanged worried glances. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the frigid air. He continued his explanation, his voice strained but firm. "If you look closely at the map, that place is like a basin." The firefighter's eyes widened in sudden realization, a stark contrast to the calm exterior he had maintained until now. The implications of this geographical feature were clear and deeply unsettling. Two firefighters, faces obscured by gas masks, huddled together amidst a snowy, desolate landscape. One, visibly distressed, exclaimed that the situation was far worse than they initially thought. He repeated his assessment, emphasizing the gravity of their predicament. "That's crazy." Despite initial assessments, upon closer inspection, one firefighter noted the dangerous nature of the location. His colleague, however, pointed out an earlier observation. The flames would struggle to spread there. A look of dawning horror crossed the firefighter's face. He realized something terrible. Then, the scene shifted to a view of thick, swirling smoke. One firefighter explained that because the area was a basin, the smoke would collect, creating a new ignition point and preventing escape. He continued, grimly predicting that everyone inside would suffocate within the hour. Even with his experience, the firefighter admitted he hadn't considered this possibility. Amidst the raging inferno, a young firefighter, barely a rookie, stared at the devastation. Doubt clouded his expression. How could someone so inexperienced possibly understand the scope of this disaster? But then, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He had, against all odds, managed to prevent further casualties. The grateful faces of the evacuees were a testament to his actions. Two firefighters, their faces grim, conferred. The question hung heavy in the air. Should they proceed? One of them shook his head, his voice laced with despair. There were no safe zones left on the mountain. The fire had consumed everything. The scene shifted, showing the evacuees huddled together, fear etched on their faces. The mountain was a raging inferno. A man comforted a child, his own face a mask of worry. The uncertainty of their situation was palpable. Would they survive? The young firefighter, his resolve hardening, announced a plan. If they took a different route, he believed everyone could be saved. He stood before his fellow firefighters, his words echoing the weight of his decision. The fate of many rested on his shoulders. A sudden realization struck one of the firefighters. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock and dawning understanding. Amidst a blizzard, two firefighters, faces grim, found themselves in a precarious situation. One, clearly agitated, shouted, "Are you crazy?" The scene shifted, focusing on a close-up of a gloved hand, its knuckles white against the fiery orange backdrop. The intensity of the moment was palpable. The other firefighter, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you telling us to go into that fire pit?" The first firefighter scoffed. "Fire pit? What are you talking about? I can't trust this man." He continued, explaining, "There's only trees and grass in there. It's not safe, and we're going to end up being engulfed in flames." The initial firefighter, however, remained resolute. He countered, "Do you really think I would ask you to go in without any preparation? Trust me, I can save all." One of the other firefighters voiced their concern. "We can't do that. This is not even in your jurisdiction." Another firefighter observed, "He sure is forcing us to listen to him. In his eyes, he has confidence in what he's saying. That as long as he's a firefighter, he won't talk nonsense in this kind of situation." The blizzard raged, a swirling vortex of snow and ice. A group of firefighters, their faces grim, huddled together, their breath misting in the frigid air. One, younger than the rest, looked up at his superior, Kang Hyun, his voice barely audible above the wind. He voiced his doubts about the current course of action, suggesting there might be a safer alternative. Kang Hyun, however, remained resolute, stating that they had no other choice but to trust the young man's plan, at least for now. The young firefighter, his face partially obscured by his mask, confessed his inability to simply walk away, leaving the situation unresolved. He felt a deep responsibility, a weight of unspoken words and unfinished business. A sudden, chilling premonition washed over him. He envisioned a catastrophic scenario, a critical failure, plunging everyone into mortal danger. His resolve hardened. He would not allow anyone to escape unscathed. They would all face the consequences together. With a surge of adrenaline, he hoisted a fellow firefighter onto his shoulders, beginning a desperate, life-or-death trek through the unforgiving landscape. He declared his refusal to die in such a desolate place. His determination burned brighter than the blizzard's fury. The group pressed on, their destination not far off. The rhythmic crunch of boots in the snow punctuated the silence, a stark counterpoint to the howling wind. Despite the exhaustion, they pushed forward, their collective strength a testament to their unwavering commitment. A final push was all that remained. The trees loomed, skeletal fingers against the darkening sky. The wind howled, a mournful dirge. A blizzard raged, snow swirling around a lone figure. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, trudged through the storm, his shoulders burdened by an unconscious person. Behind him, his team followed, their faces grim with concern. The wind howled, a mournful symphony accompanying their difficult journey. Soo-hyuk pressed on, his determination unwavering despite the harsh conditions. Suddenly, a gasp escaped one of the rescuers. His eyes widened in alarm, his voice barely a whisper. "What's?" A blizzard raged in the remote peaks of Mount Joyeon. Two figures, bundled in heavy firefighting gear, struggled through the snow, one supporting the other. One of the firefighters, his face partially obscured by a respirator, gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. His colleague, equally disoriented, murmured a question. A week earlier, the scene was drastically different. The sun shone brightly on the slopes of Mount Joyeon. A lone hiker, Kim Soo-hyuk, consulted his map, a grim expression on his face. He muttered to himself that the situation was dire. He surveyed the area, noting the devastation. Most of those who had evacuated from the nearby campsite had suffocated from the smoke. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the chaos, his breath ragged. Despite his enhanced stamina from recent training, exhaustion weighed heavily on him. He muttered to himself, "My stamina increased after leveling up, but in the end, I'm just a human." Soo-hyuk continued his trek through the ravaged landscape, his pace determined despite the physical toll. He reflected, "I can't help that many people by myself." He pressed onward, his gaze fixed on a solution. The thought solidified in his mind. "I need to find a place where I can safely evacuate people." Soo-hyuk's pace quickened as he neared his destination. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face as he whispered, "I am sure it's nearby." Rounding a bend, Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "This is—" He found a group of firefighters, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion, battling the inferno. One of them questioned, "Is that?" A firefighter, seeing Soo-hyuk, directed the civilians toward a safer location. He shouted, "You'll be able to avoid the fire if you stay here." Soo-hyuk observed the scene, his mind racing. He thought it wasn't originally a flatland like this, but Soo-hyuk joined the firefighters, leading the group of civilians to safety, his determination unwavering. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, reflected on a piece of crucial information he had been lucky enough to discover. He mused that this knowledge was the reason he felt this current situation was so important. He admitted to himself, however, that his discovery had only come to light after a thorough investigation. Soo-hyuk turned to his colleague, voicing a critical question. "But is it guaranteed that the smoke won't reach this place?" Before his colleague could answer, Soo-hyuk began digging frantically, surprising his team. One of them exclaimed, "Why are you suddenly digging?" Soo-hyuk, without pausing his frantic digging, instructed his team, "I will explain it to you later, so grab a shovel and help me dig." His colleague, clearly bewildered, questioned the sudden order, "Me to dig?" The colleague, exasperated, demanded an explanation. "At least explain the reason why." Another firefighter, observing the scene, suggested a pragmatic approach. "Let's do what he says first. I'm sure there is more to it." As they began to help, Soo-hyuk recognized a familiar face, Kang Hyen, and exclaimed, "Kang Hyen hyung, we came all the way here." A rescue operation unfolds amidst a snowy landscape. Two firefighters, their faces obscured by protective gear, vigorously dig into the frozen earth with shovels. The scene is intense, the urgency palpable. One firefighter, his breath misting in the frigid air, pauses his work, muttering in frustration, "Damn it." The other firefighter continues to dig, his movements sharp and determined. The effort is clearly strenuous. The focus shifts to a close-up of the first firefighter's face, his expression strained but resolute. He heaves his shovel into the ground with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a large, blue tarp is unearthed. The firefighter stares at it, a question forming on his lips. This is... Both firefighters now work together, pulling back the tarp with a powerful, coordinated movement. Beneath the tarp, a large quantity of what appears to be industrial batteries is revealed. A large question mark explodes from the scene, highlighting the unexpected discovery. The firefighter looks at the batteries, confused. He wonders aloud, "I mean, why are these items here?" Another firefighter calls out to his colleagues. Everyone, please line up over here. A seasoned firefighter, his face etched with worry behind his respirator, addressed his team. He'd prepared everything meticulously, and now, with a grim determination, he instructed them to take their assigned equipment. The scene unfolded amidst a snowy landscape. A group of civilians huddled together, their faces a mixture of fear and hope, as firefighters worked diligently around a large hole in the ground, carefully arranging what appeared to be a stack of heavy-duty batteries. One firefighter handed a respirator to a grateful civilian. The civilian, a man holding a young boy, expressed his sincere thanks to the firefighter for the life-saving equipment. Another civilian expressed relief at the firefighter's presence, a sentiment echoed by the man holding the child. Meanwhile, the firefighter confirmed that his team was prepared on their side of the operation, overseeing the scene with a calm efficiency. Later, inside a store, a different firefighter reflected on the situation. He believed the civilians would be safe until the main rescue team arrived, despite having spent all his personal funds on the rescue effort. He justified his actions, stating that the expenditure was worthwhile for the sake of everyone's safety. Despite his exhaustion, the firefighter resolved to locate any remaining people still stranded on the mountain. The biting wind whipped snow around Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, as he spoke to a fellow firefighter. He asked, "Are you going?" Soo-hyuk, his face partially obscured by his mask, replied, "Since everyone is safe now, I'm going to find other people." His colleague, impressed, exclaimed, "You've really become a hero." The two firefighters navigated the treacherous, snow-covered terrain, their movements precise and efficient. Soo-hyuk's colleague stated resolutely, "I will go with you this time." Soo-hyuk, surprised, questioned what? His colleague explained, "It would be a problem if he comes with me. Won't those people need you? Someone needs to stay here." Soo-hyuk responded, "No, our crewmates will protect them well enough." "You heard what I said, right?" His colleague, observing him, commented, "You look like a newbie, but you have sharp senses." The scene opens on a tense exchange between firefighters battling a blaze. One, his face partially obscured by a respirator, suggests they work together, urging his colleague to take the lead. The other firefighter remains silent, his expression unreadable. The silent firefighter's internal struggle is palpable. He questions his own capabilities, overwhelmed by the situation's gravity. Despite his apprehension, he agrees, adding a hesitant but to his affirmation. He stands amidst a snowy landscape, the fire raging in the background. His resolve hardens. He issues a warning. Those who don't follow will be left behind. He begins to run, his movements swift and determined. He assures himself of his stamina, his confidence unwavering despite the harsh conditions. He urges his team forward, the vast, fiery landscape before them. The firefighter calls out to his colleagues, Hyasang and Youngwoo, urging them to hurry. One of the arriving firefighters expresses concern for Sang Taehyung's well-being, noting the fire's slow but steady spread. The scene opens amidst a raging inferno. Flames lick at the skeletal remains of trees, casting an orange glow on the snow-dusted ground. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stands defiant, his face partially obscured by a gas mask. Despite the danger, his resolve is unwavering. "Even if I'm not okay," he mutters, his voice barely audible above the crackling fire. "I can't just stand by and watch." He's not alone. A team of firefighters, their faces grim, hurry towards the heart of the blaze. A voice cuts through the air, sharp and urgent. "We cannot waste even a second, because the fire is spreading. Hurry." Chernil CO, Rescue Team 3. Soo-hyuk leads the charge, his movements purposeful and swift. A young firefighter, a member of his team, struggles to keep pace. Soo-hyuk's thoughts drift to his personal life, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. "I thought I would go home early today." The fire rages on, an unforgiving beast consuming everything in its path. His thoughts turn to his daughter, a pang of guilt piercing through his determination. "I'm sorry, my daughter." A small, hopeful message from his daughter echoes in his mind. "Daddy will be a bit late." The harsh, unforgiving terrain of the mountain range pressed in on Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, as he pushed his body to its limits. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, each step a battle against the relentless incline. Despite the physical strain, his pace remained astonishingly swift. He navigated the treacherous path with an almost supernatural agility, his movements a blur against the darkening landscape. A fellow rescuer, Lee Kang-yeon, watched in stunned disbelief from a distance. "How can he run so fast in this rugged mountain?" he wondered aloud, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. Soo-hyuk pressed on, his heavy equipment weighing him down, yet his determination unwavering. The snow fell around him, a silent witness to his incredible feat of endurance. Kang-yeon's astonishment grew. "Moreover, he's carrying some equipment. That's unbelievable stamina," he exclaimed, marveling at Soo-hyuk's strength. Soo-hyuk, despite his superhuman effort, felt the crushing weight of exhaustion. "I've never been so exhausted before," he thought, his body screaming in protest. He gritted his teeth, pushing past the pain. "All right, let's risk everything today, Lee Kang-yeon," he roared, his voice filled with a desperate resolve. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, 10 years into his career, stumbled through the snowy landscape, his breath misting in the frigid air. His usually sharp eyes were clouded with exhaustion, his body heavy with the weight of a long, grueling search. A colleague, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his helmet, approached, concern etched in his voice. "Did you find anybody?" Soo-hyuk shook his head, a grim expression settling on his features. He muttered to himself, "You're following me better than I thought." His colleague offered him a bottle of water. "Take a break." Soo-hyuk accepted the water, his thoughts racing. He realized he had intentionally distanced himself from his colleague during the search. "I ran faster on purpose to leave him, but..." A sudden realization dawned on him. This is great. He won't be getting in the way. After a moment of rest, Soo-hyuk's colleague commented on his stamina. "Phew. By the way, your stamina is incredible. Were you born with that, or did you train?" Soo-hyuk blushed slightly, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. He mumbled, "I just exercise and work out a lot." His colleague urged him onward. "Let's move on once you're ready." Soo-hyuk, though slightly annoyed by the younger man's bossiness, couldn't help but feel a surge of determination. I can't believe a man younger than me would order me like this." The biting wind whipped around Kim Soo-hyuk, the frigid air stinging his cheeks. He gazed up at the snow-laden peaks, a grim expression etched onto his soot-stained face. "I still don't understand where we're going," he muttered, his breath misting in the freezing air. His partner, Kang-shik, pointed towards the distant mountain. "People who are isolated at the peak of the mountain," he explained, his voice barely audible above the wind's howl. Soo-hyuk frowned, his gaze fixed on the treacherous terrain. "Really? I didn't receive any report. But if that's true, then we need to hurry." They began their ascent, their heavy boots crunching through the snow. Kang-shik's words hung in the air between them. "Of course you didn't receive a report. It's because this is a memory from my past life." Soo-hyuk's face was grim. The memory was vivid, a searing brand on his soul. "This is a memory that I would never forget." The reason for their urgency became chillingly clear. Because at the peak of the mountain is where Kang-shik-hyung got severely injured. The scene before them was a terrifying inferno. Flames licked at the snow-covered slopes, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning wood. Soo-hyuk and Kang-shik pressed on, two figures dwarfed by the raging fire. Soo-hyuk's voice was low, laced with grim determination. "This is going to be difficult," Kang-shik replied. "Well, we have no choice, so we still have to go even if it's difficult." Soo-hyuk shook his head. "No, that's not what I'm talking about. No matter how strong you are, what I mean is we don't know how many people there are, and if any of us can bring all of them." The scene opens on a close-up of a firefighter's soot-covered uniform, the fabric bearing the marks of countless battles fought against raging infernos. A sense of urgency hangs heavy in the air. Amidst a blizzard, a firefighter, his face partially obscured by a mask, urgently calls for backup. The flames of a distant fire cast an ominous glow on the snowy landscape. The scene shifts to two firefighters standing silently in the snow-covered forest, the silence punctuated only by the crackling of the fire in the distance. A palpable tension hangs between them. One firefighter, his face etched with concern, questions his colleague about the radio silence. He is clearly worried about the lack of communication. The second firefighter explains that the walkie-talkie has been malfunctioning, highlighting the perilous nature of their situation. Their isolation is now starkly apparent. The first firefighter accuses the other of deliberately turning off the walkie-talkie, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. The second firefighter, however, insists he had a reason for doing so. The second firefighter's expression hardens as he reveals his actions were intentional, leaving the first firefighter even more perplexed and demanding an explanation. With a strained voice, the second firefighter attempts to contact someone named Sang Tae-hyung, his words filled with a desperate hope that is almost palpable. The other firefighter is left utterly stunned by this unexpected turn of events. A frantic voice crackled over the radio. "Kim Soo-hyuk, you punk. What the hell are you doing right now?" The question hung in the snowy air as two other rescue workers, their faces etched with worry, scanned the blizzard-swept mountainside. "Where are you?" Soo-hyuk, his breath misting in the frigid air, muttered to himself as he deactivated his radio. "I knew that it would be like this, so I turned it off for a while. My ears." He addressed his colleague, Sang Tae, his voice strained but determined. "Sang Tae-hyung, there are still people on the peak of the mountain that needs to be rescued. We're on our way there, but I think we need backup." Sang Tae and the other rescue workers stared at him, incredulous. "You suddenly disappeared, and now you're saying this?" Soo-hyuk sighed, his frustration evident. "Please calm down first and nag at me later. Can you leave right now?" He turned away, a grimace twisting his features beneath his mask. His colleague watched him, concern evident in his eyes. Soo-hyuk's internal monologue. "We'll see. I won't let you go easily this time. Where are you again?" A rescue team navigates a snow-covered mountainside. The exact location of the emergency is still unknown, but it's believed to be near the peak. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, leads his team upward. He informs them that they are heading to the scene and bids them farewell. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk contacts another team member, providing an update on the evacuees from the campsite and their new location. A team member questions the situation at the campsite. He explains that they've moved the evacuees to safety and requests backup. Soo-hyuk reflects on his actions, mentioning Sang Tae-hyung. He apologizes for proceeding alone. Soo-hyuk continues his ascent, his focus unwavering. A fellow rescuer offers a final word of caution. The scene opens on a chaotic aftermath, amidst the rubble of a disaster site. Two firefighters, their faces grim, are tending to the injured. One of them, his voice strained, calls out Hyung. The other firefighter, his helmet slightly askew, mutters, "Don't tell me." A third firefighter, his face obscured by a mask, approaches. He asks, "You left the team to come here?" The masked firefighter responds with a chuckle. The masked firefighter, despite his earlier nonchalance, now displays a renewed sense of urgency. He declares, "I will explain that later. Let's help those people first." He sprints towards the disaster zone, his movements swift and determined. As he runs, a thought crosses his mind. Come to think of it, one of the other firefighters watches him go, exclaiming, "You're absolutely crazy." The masked firefighter, undeterred, laughs. Think whatever you want." He continues his relentless dash through the snowy landscape, his determination unwavering. The masked firefighter's speed increases dramatically, a blur of motion against the darkening sky. He pushes forward, leaving the other firefighter far behind. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The two firefighters reach a new area of the disaster zone, the scene before them grim. One of them mutters, "Oh no." The scene opens on a pair of firefighters battling a raging wildfire. Snow falls, a stark contrast to the inferno consuming the forest. One firefighter remarks on the fire's rapid spread. The camera pulls back, revealing the extent of the blaze. Two firefighters, silhouetted against the flames, exchange worried glances. One expresses concern that the situation is escalating beyond their control. A close-up on one of the firefighters, his face etched with worry and sweat beading on his brow, despite his protective gear. The intensity of the situation is palpable. One firefighter asks his colleague if he knows about Heinrich's Law. His colleague questions what that is. The first firefighter explains that major accidents are often preceded by a series of smaller incidents. The firefighter continues his explanation of Heinrich's Law, emphasizing that this current fire could be a precursor to a much larger disaster. The firefighter expresses his unease at the implications of Heinrich's Law. He feels a growing sense of dread. He worries aloud that this fire could escalate into something far worse in the near future. A sudden, unexpected event occurs, indicated by large exclamation points. The scene cuts abruptly. The scene opens on a dark, snowy forest, the air thick with the lingering scent of smoke. A fire, recently extinguished, casts an eerie glow on the landscape. One firefighter, his face grim, addresses his colleague. He warns that this incident could be the start of something much larger. His words hang heavy in the frigid air, punctuated only by the crackling of the dying embers and the soft sigh of the wind. The other firefighter, younger and clearly less experienced, expresses disbelief. He questions the validity of such a dire prediction, given the scale of the current disaster. He voices his doubts, referencing Heinrich's Law, a theory suggesting that seemingly minor incidents can escalate into catastrophic events. His uncertainty is palpable. The older firefighter shrugs, conceding that only time will tell. He then makes an observation, noting that he can now see the peak of a nearby mountain through the clearing smoke. His gaze hardens, and he declares his intention to use his skills, a steely determination etched onto his features. Suddenly, a vibrant green energy erupts from him, forming a swirling vortex. The words "Life Detection 2" appear, indicating the activation of a special ability. A blinding flash of emerald light erupted, momentarily obscuring the snowy landscape. The intense energy pulsed outwards, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a voice, strained but resolute, cut through the swirling energy. "Of the 12 people, those running here are..." The voice continued, identifying the individuals approaching, Sang Tae-hyung and others from Shinalesio. The speaker deduced that only 4 remained at the peak, a grim realization given the circumstances. A lone figure, clad in firefighting gear, pressed onward through the blizzard, their breath misting in the frigid air. The weight of responsibility was evident in their determined stride. He urged his companion forward, shouting, "This way." His companion, however, hesitated, questioning the route. "Where are you going? This is a forked road." The first firefighter pressed on, undeterred. He explained, "If this is the wrong way, we'll have to take a different path." A firefighter, his face obscured by a gas mask and helmet, stumbled through the snow, his breath misting in the frigid air. He muttered to himself, a mix of exertion and alarm coloring his words. In the distance, a group of civilians, an older man, a woman, and a child, were huddled together, their pleas for help barely audible above the wind's howl. The firefighter's gaze hardened. He was running out of time. Reaching the group, the firefighter knelt, his concern evident despite his equipment. Relief washed over the faces of the stranded civilians as they expressed their gratitude. The child, speaking for the group, reassured the firefighter that no one was injured, only trapped by the fire. The firefighter offered further reassurance, emphasizing their safety now that they were rescued. He gently checked on the child, his actions conveying care and professionalism. His gaze shifted to the older woman and child, a question forming in his mind about the size of their group. Amidst a blizzard, a firefighter, his face obscured by a gas mask, reassured his team. The backup is arriving soon, so do not worry. A fellow firefighter, equally masked, responded grimly. There's smoke everywhere. A hand extended, offering gas masks. The voice urged, so please wear these gas masks. The team, now fully equipped, prepared to move. A leader declared, all right, let's now move as we planned. A civilian, witnessing the firefighters' arrival, expressed relief. I feel at ease, now that the firefighters are here. Another civilian agreed. Yes, me too. One firefighter, his face partially visible, murmured to himself. Did he say he's Kim Soo-hyuk from Shinul Co? Later, reflecting on the events, a firefighter shared their thoughts. I was suspicious of him before, but thanks to him, we were able to save a lot of people. The firefighter continued, emphasizing a particular detail, and his never-ending stamina. I'm only saying this now, but the firefighter concluded their assessment. He's really strong. The biting wind whipped snow into a frenzy as a team of rescue workers navigated a treacherous mountain path. Leading the group, Kim Soo-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a respirator, pressed onward, his determination etched into his grim expression. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on his shoulders. A decade of experience had taught him the harsh realities of his profession. The landscape was bleak, the trees skeletal against the darkening sky. The team pressed on, their silhouettes stark against the fading light. Soo-hyuk, despite the exhaustion, pushed himself harder. He could almost feel the peak. A fellow rescuer urged him on, shouting that they were almost there. Another rescuer, Sang-tae, called out to him from a distance, his voice strained with urgency. The team pressed on, their pace quickening as they neared their destination. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the silence. A desperate cry echoed through the trees. Soo-hyuk, fueled by adrenaline, scrambled towards the source of the sound, his movements surprisingly agile for someone already exhausted. He felt a surge of determination, a familiar fire igniting within him. He found Sang-tae, injured but alive. Relief washed over him as he radioed for backup, a quiet sense of accomplishment settling in. He had found him. A chaotic scene unfolded amidst a snowy landscape. Firefighters, their red helmets gleaming under the dim light, struggled to maintain order as a young man in a blue helmet, Kim Soo-hyuk, was pursued by a more senior firefighter, Sang-tae-hyung. Sang-tae-hyung shouted, demanding Soo-hyuk's presence. Soo-hyuk, breathless and clearly distressed, pleaded with Sang-tae-hyung to calm down, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Sang-tae-hyung's frustration was palpable. He couldn't possibly calm down in such a tense situation. The urgency of the situation was evident. Soo-hyuk, now surrounded by his colleagues, was being carefully helped to his feet, his face pale and strained. The aftermath of a rescue operation was clear, with debris scattered across the snowy ground. Despite the chaos, a sense of camaraderie prevailed. Sang-tae-hyung, though still agitated, suggested they discuss the events later, once they reached the bottom of the ravine. He acknowledged Soo-hyuk's presence with a quiet, concerned tone. The two firefighters began their descent, their heavy boots crunching through the snow. The scene shifted to focus on their legs and the harsh terrain. Soo-hyuk, his face grim, surveyed the scene. He had just participated in a successful rescue mission. 4 people had been saved, along with a rescuer from another station. The weight of the rescue settled upon him. The successful rescue of 4 people and another rescuer was a significant accomplishment. Soo-hyuk and his team agreed to discuss their experiences later. Their immediate priority was to leave the dangerous area. The group of firefighters began their ascent, their silhouettes stark against the darkening sky. Soo-hyuk, his face partially obscured by his helmet, felt a sense of accomplishment mixed with exhaustion. The mission was complete, but the emotional toll was still heavy. A group of firefighters stood amidst a snowy, desolate landscape, the dying embers of a fire casting an eerie glow on their faces. One of them, his face partially obscured by a respirator, confirmed, yes, that's all of them. Another firefighter, his helmet slightly askew, observed, there are fewer people than I thought. How many were in the campsite? The first firefighter responded, 32? Should we have sent more of our men there? He continued, his voice strained. What about the coordinates I told you? I sent some people there. Youngwoo and... A sudden, intense burst of flame erupted in the background. The word Kangshik appeared in a thought bubble above the flames. The firefighter, his eyes wide with shock and fear, gasped, Kangshik Young. The other firefighter approached cautiously, asking, why? Is there a problem? The first firefighter stammered, in nothing. A flashback occurred. The firefighter reflected, in my past life, Kangshik Young got severely injured on his way to the peak. But this time, he's going to campsite. He pondered, did the future change because of me? A firefighter, his face obscured by a mask, voiced his relief. Kangshik Young would avoid the accident. But a wave of apprehension washed over him. His comrade, Sang Tae-hyung, had a bad feeling and was rushing to the scene. The scene shifted to a snowy forest, where two firefighters stood amidst the chaos. One, Kim Soo-hyuk, was about to rush into the heart of the danger. His colleague firmly refused to let him. Soo-hyuk's colleague, his voice resolute, declared that he wouldn't let Soo-hyuk do what he wanted. Ignoring his colleague's pleas, Soo-hyuk pressed on, calling out to Sang Tae-hyung as he disappeared into the inferno. From a distance, another firefighter observed Soo-hyuk's determined actions. He admitted to himself that he couldn't ignore Soo-hyuk's instincts. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt a familiar tingling sensation. It was a premonition, a sixth sense honed over a decade of facing life-or-death situations. He sensed something was wrong, a danger lurking just beyond his perception. He couldn't ignore it. This instinct, honed by years of experience, was too strong to dismiss. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. What should he do? His team needed him. Their safety depended on his judgment. But a nagging feeling persisted, a sense of impending doom. He'd always followed his gut, and it had never led him astray. Should he trust his instincts one more time? Soo-hyuk's team, a group of dedicated firefighters, stood ready, awaiting his command. The tension was palpable. The air crackled with anticipation. One of his colleagues, concerned, addressed him directly. The question hung heavy in the frigid air. Another firefighter, acknowledging the inherent risks, chose to remain with the main group, prioritizing the safety of the team as a whole. He apologized for not being able to accompany Soo-hyuk. Two firefighters, their faces obscured by masks and helmets, stood amidst the chaos. They exchanged a firm handshake, a silent acknowledgement of shared danger and camaraderie. One of them offered, "Let's grab a drink if we meet again." The other firefighter replied, "Yes, I'd love to. And please take care of my subordinates there." A scene of fiery destruction unfolded behind them. Snow fell on the burning landscape. One firefighter, his face grim, nodded in agreement. "Yes." The scene shifted to a close-up of the first firefighter. He urged his team, "Let's go." Another firefighter, his face partially visible, responded with a simple, "Okay." The firefighter launched himself into action, a blur of motion against the snowy, fiery backdrop. He moved with surprising speed and agility. Meanwhile, a group of people could be seen in the distance, silhouetted against the flames and the falling snow. They appear to be trapped. The firefighter, having arrived at the scene, gasped, "Hoash." Another firefighter observed, "No matter how many times I see it, he really is amazing." Their internal monologue added, "No matter how many fish in the sea, this looks like a job for me." The scene opens with a firefighter, his face obscured by a helmet and respirator, gazing at something with a look of confusion. He mutters. His team had reached the camping site, but something was clearly amiss. His confusion is understandable. Before him lies a scene of disarray, a group of civilians huddled together, shivering in the cold, while a team of firefighters stands watchfully. The firefighter thinks, "What is this situation?" The camera focuses on a tense exchange between several firefighters and the civilians. The air is thick with concern and uncertainty. The firefighter from the first panel looks on, his worry deepening. The scene is grim, the setting bleak. A new group of firefighters arrives. One of them addresses the others, stating, "You guys must be from the backup team." Park Jong-hoon, from the Joyeon fire station, introduces himself. The situation remains tense. Kim Kang-shik, from the Sinil fire station, expresses his confusion about the equipment, prompting an explanation. The explanation reveals that the equipment was provided by Kim Soo-hyuk, a member of their team. Kang-shik is shocked, muttering, "What did you?" The scene opens amidst a raging inferno. Firefighters, their faces grim, battle the blaze. One shouts, "Hyung, the fire has almost reached this place. We have to hurry." Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, his face partially obscured by a mask, eyes wide with alarm, curses, "Damn it, everyone, let's hurry up and get out of here." The camera pulls back, revealing the full extent of the inferno, a terrifying wall of flames against the night sky. Two firefighters sprint through the snow-covered landscape, the fire's glow illuminating their desperate flight. One of them, however, suddenly veers off course, his movements swift and determined. He shouts, "This way," as he runs towards a different section of the burning area. The firefighter stumbles, but quickly recovers, his determination unwavering. Another firefighter watches him, bewildered. "That brat, we were on the right track, but he suddenly changed direction." He continues. It's as if he knows exactly where the rescue targets are. A blizzard raged, the snow swirling like a frenzied dance under a bruised, twilight sky. Through the tempest, a shout cut through the wind. "Found them!" A group of rescue workers, their faces partially obscured by protective gear, trudged through the snow-covered forest. They moved with a determined urgency, their breath misting in the frigid air. Among them, a figure emerged, his face partially visible beneath a fire helmet and respirator. His colleagues, their voices filled with relief and concern, cried out, Kim Soo-hyuk?" Soo-hyuk, his expression unreadable behind his mask, stood amidst his team. He looked around, his gaze sharp and assessing. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice firm. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, his movements precise and powerful, a stark contrast to the exhaustion etched on his face. A single word escaped his lips. Go. Two of his fellow rescuers rushed to his side, their concern evident. Nothing happened, right? Are you hurt anywhere? They asked anxiously. Soo-hyuk removed his respirator, revealing a slightly dazed expression. Huh? What's up with you? He questioned, his voice laced with confusion. His colleagues exchanged worried glances. One of them stepped forward, his voice strained. All right. Another rescuer, Sang-tae, approached Soo-hyuk, his voice filled with disbelief and concern. Sang-tae Hunknim. Why are you here? He exclaimed, his questions reflecting the shared worry about Soo-hyuk's unexpected presence and apparent well-being. A seasoned rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a protective mask, addressed his team. He explained, well, we came because I thought you might need more hands here. The team, a mix of seasoned and rookie firefighters, stood amidst a snowy landscape. The leader, the same rescue worker from before, issued instructions. We go down now. I will lead the way. You guys follow behind me, carefully. The team descended into a ravaged forest, the air thick with smoke and the chilling sounds of the winter wind. One firefighter, his face etched with worry, trailed behind. Another firefighter, clearly irritated, muttered to himself, since he got here, this brat has been sticking to me like a leech. The irritated firefighter continued. Anyway, this brat may have predicted this forest fire. He shook his head, adding, I can't think of any other explanation for his weird behavior. The rookie firefighter, the subject of the grumbling, was approached by a colleague. His colleague asked, yes? The scene opens on a firefighter, his face obscured by a respirator and helmet, standing amidst a blizzard. He asks a question, his voice barely audible above the wind. Did you prepare them? He continues, his tone urgent. Tell me, how did you know? The camera focuses on the firefighter's uniform, highlighting the reflective stripes on his jacket. His face is now partially visible, showing beads of sweat on his forehead despite the cold. He appears strained. Suddenly, a translucent blue box appears before him, displaying the message, Skill, Danger Detection. Level 2 has been activated. The firefighter is thrown backward by a powerful force, a red glow engulfing him as a landslide begins. He coughs, struggling to breathe, a single word escaping his lips. Do. The scene shifts to show the full scale of the disaster. A voice shouts, there's a landslide. The ground trembled violently. A massive chasm opened in the earth, swallowing two figures in its fiery maw. One, clad in the familiar red and white of a rescue worker, fought against the pull of the earth. Dust and debris rained down as the earth continued to collapse. Meanwhile, a group of civilians, faces masked against the dust and smoke, scrambled away from the collapsing earth, their desperate cries echoing, Run. One of the rescue workers, his foot striking a loose rock, stumbled. He cried out in pain as he fell, his colleague, Kangshik, rushing to his aid. Kangshik Young. Kangshik knelt beside his fallen comrade, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? The injured rescue worker winced, clutching his ankle. My ankle. Please, right on my back. Kangshik hoisted his colleague onto his back, the injured man groaning in pain. Ugh. Phew. Together, they began their slow, arduous trek through the ravaged landscape. A chaotic scene unfolded amidst a blizzard. Debris flew, the air thick with a biting wind and the smell of smoke. Two figures, firefighters in the midst of a desperate rescue, struggled against the relentless onslaught of the storm. One, carrying an injured civilian, stumbled through the wreckage. A third firefighter, his face obscured by a respirator, lunged forward, extending a hand towards them. His movements were powerful, determined. A sudden, violent impact. The world dissolved into a blur of motion and color. Amidst the chaos, two figures in firefighter uniforms, Kim Soo-hyuk and his partner, desperately fought to pull a victim from the rubble of a collapsed building. The scene was one of intense urgency and danger. Soo-hyuk, straining with exertion, reached out a hand towards the victim, his face grim with determination. A heavy sigh escaped Soo-hyuk's lips as he stood amidst the falling snow, his back to the viewer, the weight of the recent events heavy upon him. The camera focuses on his worn boots, standing over the debris of the disaster. The scene is one of quiet devastation. His face, now visible, showed exhaustion and despair. Sweat beaded on his forehead, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. The chilling wind whipped around Kim Soo-hyuk, the veteran rescue worker, as he fought for purchase on the treacherous, snow-covered slope. His breath plumed out in ragged gasps, his voice barely a whisper against the howling storm. Please no. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him. Soo-hyuk tumbled head over heels, the world a blur of white and gray. A string of curses escaped his lips. F***CK. 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 The scene unfolded before them. Soo-hyuk, half buried in the snow, his body battered and bruised. The ground continued to shift precariously around him. A massive landslide roared down the mountainside, a terrifying wave of snow and ice. Soo-hyuk watched, paralyzed by fear, as a fellow rescuer was swept away. Panic erupted. The remaining rescuers screamed, Run. There's a landslide. Hurry up and run away. One of the rescuers, Kangshik, was caught in the avalanche. Soo-hyuk, despite his own injuries, tried to reach him, but the force of the snow was too great. He cried out, "Ack!" When Kangshik-hyung fell. He found himself rooted to the spot, his legs frozen with fear and helplessness. His thoughts raced. I couldn't take a single step. It was as if my feet froze to the ground. I was worried that I too would be in danger. But his concern for his fallen comrade overwhelmed his own fear. His thoughts turned to Kangshik, but that brat. Kangshik-hyung. The scene opens amidst a chaotic blizzard. Two firefighters, their faces obscured by protective masks, are locked in a desperate struggle against the raging elements. One, clearly injured, is being dragged along by the other. Despite the perilous situation, the uninjured firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, manages to shout a desperate plea. "Please get on my back." Soo-hyuk's actions are swift and decisive. Without hesitation, he carries his injured comrade to safety, his commitment to his fellow rescuer unwavering. The narrative shifts, questioning Soo-hyuk's actions. Is his bravery a source of trouble for his team? The question hangs in the air as we see him leaping across a chasm, leaving his colleagues behind. The scene changes to an indoor setting. Three firefighters tend to a casualty, their faces grim. The question of Soo-hyuk's actions and their impact on teamwork is further emphasized. A moment of reflection follows. Perhaps, the narrator suggests, there's more to the story than meets the eye. Soo-hyuk is shown, smiling confidently amidst his colleagues. His demeanor is relaxed, almost jovial. However, the mood quickly sours. Another firefighter angrily questions Soo-hyuk's earlier actions, his words laced with frustration. "That damn bastard. Why did he run there?" The urgency of the situation becomes clear. A firefighter issues a stark warning. "We have to evacuate. If we don't go down now, everyone will get trapped in the fire." The scene opens on a chaotic tableau. A raging wildfire, snow falling amidst the flames, and a group of firefighters, faces grim, assessing the damage. Kim Soo-hyuk, a veteran rescue worker, stands apart, his expression etched with exhaustion and concern. He mutters to himself, deciding that it's best to retreat and regroup with reinforcements. Soo-hyuk's internal monologue reveals his frustration and despair. He curses under his breath, the word echoing the scale of the disaster unfolding before him. The inferno continues to rage, consuming the landscape. The contrast between the fiery destruction and the falling snow creates a stark and unsettling image. The scene shifts to a temporary relief camp set up near the fire. Firefighters stand around, exhausted but alive. Soo-hyuk observes from a distance, his gaze fixed on the scene. A grateful civilian expresses his relief at the firefighters' successful rescue efforts. His words highlight the human cost of the disaster and the importance of their work. Suddenly, a call for paramedics cuts through the air. A firefighter urgently alerts his team to the presence of injured survivors. The team springs into action, rushing towards the injured. The urgency of the situation is palpable as they work to bring the rescued to safety. Soo-hyuk exchanges a few words with a colleague, Sang-tae, expressing gratitude for his help and apologizing for needing to leave abruptly. Another firefighter approaches, concerned about Soo-hyuk's sudden departure. Soo-hyuk explains that he needs to request a specialized mountain rescue unit. Young-woo, a firefighter, looked at his colleague with concern. He asked, "What's going on, Young-woo?" Young-woo, his face grim, explained that the ground had collapsed during their rescue operation. Kangshik and Kim Soo-hyuk were buried alive. A fellow firefighter gasped in horror at the news. Another firefighter, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned if it was really Kim Soo-hyuk, referring to him as that monster. The possibility that Kangshik and Soo-hyuk were still trapped within the mountain weighed heavily on the minds of the rescue team. The firefighters stood amidst the falling snow, the gravity of the situation dawning on them. No way. A figure burst from the earth, covered in dirt and struggling for air. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, lay sprawled on the frost-covered ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. The aftermath of a devastating landslide was all around him, a chaotic jumble of broken earth and splintered trees. He struggled to his knees, his body racked with pain, his face streaked with grime and blood. The cold air bit at his exposed skin. A fellow rescuer, Kangshik, appeared, his voice filled with alarm as he rushed to Soo-hyuk's side. He anxiously inquired about his well-being. Soo-hyuk, despite his injuries, managed a weak, affirmative response. His gaze was fixed on something beyond Kangshik. With a strained voice, he instructed Kangshik to take his hand. Kangshik, heeding Soo-hyuk's urgent plea, pulled him to safety. The two men, battered but alive, were now together, away from the immediate danger. Catching his breath, Soo-hyuk surveyed the scene. He noted with relief that the others had escaped unharmed. Kangshik expressed his gratitude, emphasizing that Soo-hyuk's actions had saved his life. He would have been buried alive without Soo-hyuk's intervention. Soo-hyuk, ever vigilant, urged them to leave immediately, warning of the approaching fire. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, gasped for air, his face etched with exhaustion and pain. The harsh winter wind whipped around him, stinging his eyes. Despite his condition, a fellow rescuer urged him. Hurry, hop on. We don't have time. Soo-hyuk's colleague protested. But you are in too bad a condition. We won't make it if you insist on taking me with you. His colleague's voice hardened. Then, what about your daughter who is waiting for you? The words struck a chord. Soo-hyuk's face fell. His colleague reminded him. Didn't you tell me that today is her birthday? Do you wish for her to hold a memorial ceremony instead, on this day? Soo-hyuk's resolve hardened. His colleague's words spurred him into action. If you don't plan on changing the most blessed day of her life to the saddest day, you better hop on now. With renewed determination, Soo-hyuk pushed himself to his feet, his body screaming in protest. His colleague watched him, a mixture of concern and admiration in his eyes. Kim Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, supported by his colleague, managed a weak but grateful, "Thank you, no witties." The name Soo-hyuk, written in elegant Korean script, appeared on a stark white background. Amidst a chaotic scene of rubble and fire, the worn boots of firefighter Soo-hyuk were visible, his determined stride carrying a heavy weight. He was carrying a fellow firefighter, his face strained with exertion. His colleague gasped. "We are almost there. Please hang on a bit more." Soo-hyuk grunted. "You can put me down now," but his colleague insisted. "Don't talk sh*t." The scene shifted. His colleague yelled back at you. "You are already at your limit." A warning flashed in Soo-hyuk's mind. sh*t. Danger detection is not detecting any safe area. Soo-hyuk stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. A sudden explosion rocked the area, sending a shockwave through the forest. A blinding flash of light engulfed them. Soo-hyuk and his colleague fell, the impact jarring. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, two firefighters, Kang-shik and Soo-hyuk, struggled to their feet, their faces streaked with soot and sweat. Kang-shik, his voice strained, gasped out a worried question. "Cook." "Sorry, Kang-shik young. Are you okay?" Soo-hyuk, despite his obvious distress, managed a weak, "I'm fine," before urging his colleague onward. "Hurry, get on," he insisted, his determination overriding his pain. He knew he couldn't stop. The fire raged, and they had to escape, no matter the cost. His resolve hardened. But a sudden, jarring image flashed before his eyes, a vision of himself, consumed by the flames. He realized, with a jolt, that he couldn't waste any more time. It was him. He was in danger. Moments later, the scene shifted. Kang-shik frantically searched for his fallen comrade, shouting Soo-hyuk's name in desperation. The title card for Rescue System blazes across the page, a fiery declaration against the stark black background. Below, smaller text credits the creative team behind this gripping tale. Darkness. Then, a faint whisper cuts through the void. Kang-shik young. The name hangs heavy, a lifeline in the oppressive silence. The whisper continues, barely audible, a single word echoing in the darkness. Kang-shik. The speaker's identity remains shrouded in mystery. Suddenly a gasp. I snap open. Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, finds himself in a hospital bed, disoriented and confused. He manages his voice raspy. He sits up, his movements jerky and uncertain. A nurse and an older man rush to his side, their faces etched with concern. "This is," he exclaims, his confusion evident. The nurse and the older man express their relief at his awakening. "Mr. Firefighter, you finally awake," the nurse cries out. The older man adds, "Oh my, are you awake?" He's awake. He woke up. The nurse approaches Soo-hyuk, clipboard in hand. "You're at the hospital. Do you remember your name?" she asks gently, her tone laced with professional concern. Kim Soo-hyuk awoke in a hospital bed, disoriented. A nurse approached, explaining, "You were brought to the hospital because you got injured while extinguishing the forest fire." An older man and woman, presumably his parents, visited his bedside. The woman worried, "You have been asleep for 4 days. I thought you would never wake up." The older man, however, was more upbeat. He exclaimed, "I heard that the forest fire this time has caused a lot of damage. It's a miracle you came out alive, a miracle." The older man continued, adding, "Also, if it's not for you, something worse would have happened." Soo-hyuk, still groggy, questioned, "Who said that?" The woman responded, explaining, "When you were unconscious, a lot of people came, including high-ranking noblemen. For what they've said, you played a big role in this." Suddenly, Soo-hyuk felt a strange sensation, a tingling in his mind. His eyes widened in surprise. A translucent blue window appeared before him, displaying a message. "The quest is complete. You've completed the quest almost to perfection." Another window popped up, this one reading, "You will be rewarded." A final message appeared. "You've met the required experience. The level has risen." A wave of energy washed over Kim Soo-hyuk. A bright, almost blinding light filled his vision, accompanied by a digital display announcing, "Your level has become level 141. Physical ability is slightly increased." The words "level up" blazed across the screen in vibrant orange. The glow subsided, leaving Soo-hyuk in his hospital bed. Another message appeared. "The chance of getting burned is slightly reduced." He looked around, a dazed expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe 2 levels were raised at once." Meanwhile, an elderly patient and a nurse conversed nearby. The nurse asked, "Elder, how are you today?" The elder replied cheerfully. I'm always full of energy. A new message filled the screen. The quest is complete. You've completed the quest almost to perfection. Soo-hyuk pondered this, a thought bubble above his head reading. The meaning of perfection to perfection is... Soo-hyuk's thoughts turned grim. He asked himself, there are casualties, right? He grimly acknowledged the truth. Tisich, they got caught up in the fire. There was a death that occurred. I've promised to not miss a single life, but... His anxiety intensified. He exclaimed, what about Kang Shik-hyung? A nurse approached his bedside, checking his vitals. Soo-hyuk, eyes wide with worry, asked, Kim Kang-shik here? The nurse responded, there's no way. I'll check it again and tell you. Soo-hyuk's attention was drawn to something else. He questioned, who are you treating as a hospitalized patient? A thought crossed his mind. This voice. Kim Suk, his body, still bearing the marks of a recent injury, leaned heavily on his crutches as he navigated the hospital corridor. His face, though marked with pain, held a determined set. He was greeted by a concerned nurse and another man, who rushed to his side. Young, you're safe. I'm glad, the man exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. The nurse cautioned, patient, you should not be moving around yet. Soo-hyuk offered a reassuring smile. Me? I'm fine thanks to someone. His gaze fell upon a familiar face. Ah, Sang Tae-hyung, you came, he said, his voice filled with surprise and gratitude. Sang-tae's expression shifted from relief to anger. He confronted Soo-hyuk, his voice sharp. Are you crazy? Did you go crazy because you want to die? Sang-tae's fury was palpable, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Soo-hyuk, wincing from the intensity of Sang-tae's outburst, tried to calm him. Hold on, Sang Tae-hyung, he pleaded. His apologies were heartfelt. I'm so sorry, Sang Tae-hyung. Sang-tae, though still visibly upset, seemed to be considering Soo-hyuk's words. His anger began to subside slightly. Kim Soo-hyuk, despite his injuries, looked better than he had in the past, his colleague Kang-shik observed. Soo-hyuk agreed. Aside from the muscle pain, he felt all right. A nurse cautioned him against overexertion. But Soo-hyuk's thoughts drifted to Kang-shik. He wondered how they had managed to survive that fateful day. Kang-shik, leaning heavily on crutches, reflected on the past. A flashback showed a harrowing scene of a rescue gone wrong. Soo-hyuk, injured and surrounded by flames, was barely conscious. A fellow rescuer rushed to his side, calling out his name. The rescuer comforted Soo-hyuk, acknowledging his hard work. The air crackled with the intensity of the fire. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, coughed, a harsh kahuk, escaping his lips. His face, contorted in pain, spoke of exhaustion and the toll of a grueling rescue attempt. A desperate gasp, punctuated the silence. Despite his condition, Soo-hyuk pushed himself further, his partner supporting his weight. A bit more, he urged, his voice strained but resolute. The flames roared around them, a fiery inferno. His partner, equally exhausted, offered words of encouragement. Hang in there a bit more, legs, he shouted, his voice barely audible above the crackling flames. Soo-hyuk's face was a mask of grim determination. His muscles screamed in protest, but his will remained unbroken. With a final surge of adrenaline, he and his partner stumbled out of the burning building, collapsing onto the forest path. They lay there, spent but alive, the flames still raging behind them. The scene was one of utter devastation. Other rescue workers rushed to their aid, their faces etched with concern. One pointed towards the ambulance, directing them to immediate medical attention. Soo-hyuk's partner, his face pale with worry, looked on anxiously as the medics attended to Soo-hyuk. The scene was chaotic, yet organized. A team effort, a testament to the dedication and training of the rescue squad. Soo-hyuk, though exhausted, felt a surge of pride. The searing heat of the wildfire intensified, its flames licking at the sky. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself tumbling through the air, the ground rushing towards him. He braced for impact, the roar of the inferno filling his ears as he plummeted towards the burning forest below. Soo-hyuk's fellow firefighters, their faces grim with determination, raced towards the heart of the blaze, their figures silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. He was among them, running with a desperate urgency. Suddenly, darkness consumed him. Days later, Soo-hyuk awoke in a hospital bed, the sterile scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. Two men sat nearby, their expressions a mixture of concern and relief. One, a man with a broken ankle, was recounting the events of the fire. The man explained how Soo-hyuk, despite his own injuries, had managed to help him escape the inferno. He continued, describing their dramatic rescue by the fire control unit. The man, Kang Shik-hyung, expressed his gratitude, while Soo-hyuk humbly accepted the praise, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. The forest fire was finally extinguished only after a fire helicopter arrived at dawn next day. The grim news followed swiftly. There were 3 casualties. They lived nearby and were caught in the blaze while out for a walk. Later that day, at the hospital, 2 figures stood observing the scene. One of them, startled, exclaimed upon seeing the other. Meanwhile, a group of 3 men arrived at the hospital, announcing their presence. They found the 3 victims in a small hospital room where they were recovering. Lee Jae-han, a member of the Day 1 Rescue Team 3 Fire Brigade, approached one of the patients, inquiring about their well-being. The patient, confirming he was feeling better, smiled. A group of rescue workers sat around a table in what appeared to be a break room, their expressions a mixture of concern and relief. One, a larger man with a kind face, spoke, his voice laced with worrying. The focus shifted to a younger man among them, his gaze downcast, a sigh escaping his lips. He seemed troubled by the conversation. The larger man's smile returned, his relief palpable. "That's a relief," he exclaimed. The scene changed to a more formal setting. Several rescue workers, including the younger man from before, sat around a table. One of them spoke, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and concern. "I was surprised after learning about what happened to you in Kangshik." Another worker, seemingly the leader, interjected, attempting to restore order. "Okay, let's calm down first. Let's hear out from this crazy guy first." The focus returned to the younger man. Someone asked, "So what happened?" He responded, hesitantly, "I heard you've evacuated all the rescue targets from the campsite." He continued, a hint of pride in his voice. "Prepared the equipment in advance too?" Another worker, clearly intrigued, asked, "Right, I'm also curious. Just what happened?" A narration box appeared, summarizing the scene. The questions are pouring in. It's for the change of the mood, but it's not easy to answer those. The room buzzed with hushed conversations. Suhyuk, a young man with a worried expression, sat amongst a group of older colleagues. He fidgeted, nervously explaining his preparedness for emergencies. He continued, his voice strained, detailing the personal sacrifices he'd made to ensure his equipment was always ready. His excuses, however, fell flat. Suhyuk's gaze dropped. The weight of his past actions pressed heavily upon him. Even the reason for his solitary departure from the rescue team remained a source of deep regret. A senior member of the team, a man with a can of soda in his hand, observed Suhyuk with a mixture of concern and disapproval. Suhyuk's eyes widened in surprise as the senior member addressed him. The senior member, whose name was revealed to be Youngwoo, called out to two other colleagues, Hyunno and Sunbae. Youngwoo offered a simple apology. Suhyuk, taken aback, questioned the apology. Youngwoo admitted that while he still didn't fully understand Suhyuk's actions, he had something else to say. The scene opens in a tense meeting. A man, Youngwoo Sunbae, is berated by his colleagues. He is visibly distressed, his shoulders slumped. One of them confesses, "It's my fault to think that you were just a nuisance and a loser to the team all this time." The camera focuses on Youngwoo, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. He appears deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a separate room, a young man, Kim Suhyuk, lies in a hospital bed, his leg in a cast. He looks up at Youngwoo, who is bowing deeply before him, and asks, bewildered, "Why are you doing this?" The scene shifts to a larger group of people gathered around Suhyuk. They express their gratitude, but Suhyuk remains confused. He questions their actions. "Why are you all doing this?" One of the men sharply tells Suhyuk, "Don't be such an ass." Youngwoo addresses Suhyuk directly, giving him a stern order. "Kim Suhyuk, from now on, whatever you're doing, don't think about doing it by yourself and report unconditionally." He continues, emphasizing the importance of reporting, even if it seems strange or illogical. Even if it doesn't make sense or weird, you have to report first. You understand? Suhyuk, though still confused, agrees. Another man observes, "You guys should listen to him well, because he seems so skilled." The panel shows Youngwoo and another man reacting to this statement. The other man looks surprised and impressed. Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood alone, a troubled expression etched onto his face. A superior officer's words echoed in his mind. And one more thing, Kim Suhyuk. The weight of the announcement hung heavy in the air. "Your disciplinary committee will be held soon," the officer stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Suhyuk's younger colleague stared aghast. Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat in a dimly lit room. A single, stark message hung in the air. "Your disciplinary committee will be held soon." His eyes widened in surprise. He stammered a barely audible, "Yes?" Suhyuk found himself in a small, sterile room, surrounded by several stern-faced men. One of them spoke, explaining that the disciplinary committee had already begun its investigation before Suhyuk could even attempt to explain himself. Another man added, "It'll be hard for you to ignore the disciplinary committee this time." Suhyuk, resigned, replied, "There's nothing we can do. I'll accept it." Suddenly, one of the men interrupted, "You should participate here." He then presented Suhyuk with a flyer advertising the World Firefighters Games, a global competition for the world's strongest firefighters. In a brightly lit hospital room, two men discuss an upcoming event. One, in a crisp suit, explains to the other, dressed in a patient gown, that he needs to participate in the strongest firefighter contest. The suited man hands over some papers. The patient, his face etched with concern, looks down at the documents. His eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" The scene shifts to a firefighter competition. The first stage involves dragging a fire hose. Next, he must overcome a series of obstacles. Stage 3 requires scaling a tower with a ladder. Finally, he must climb a long flight of stairs while carrying heavy containers. The rules of the competition were simple. The score was determined by how quickly each contestant completed 4 stages. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself unexpectedly summoned. He questioned his involvement in the upcoming firefighter competition, especially given the disciplinary committee's recent scrutiny. His superior explained that the top 3 finishers in the National Firefighting Skill Contest would receive a prize. Soo-hyuk, initially hoping for new equipment, was informed that the prize was a first-class promotion. The news of a promotion caused a stir among Soo-hyuk's colleagues. His superior continued, outlining the additional benefits. Winning the contest would lead to qualification for the World Firefighter Contest. Furthermore, victory in the national competition could help Soo-hyuk avoid disciplinary action. The superior emphasized the importance of a strong showing, highlighting the value many superiors placed on honor and a good reputation. He urged Soo-hyuk to perform well, making it clear that a strong showing was essential. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with a grim determination, sweat beading on his brow, lay in his hospital bed. The weight of recent events pressed heavily upon him. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Daehang Hospital. Inside, Soo-hyuk's thoughts turned to the future. He scrolled through his phone, a frown deepening on his face. He mused, I don't think there's another qualification for contestants. His eyes widened as he considered the implications. Did it mean that I should win the national contest first? Then I will be qualified to participate in the world contest? There must be remarkable monsters in the world contest, right? He sighed, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his thoughts. Of course, I don't think I'll be good enough there, but... A sudden notification startled him. He muttered, damn it, what do you mean the strongest firefighter? He continued his internal monologue. It seems like I'm getting disciplined after risking my life to save a person. My body is not in good condition because of an injury anyway. He considered his rapid recovery. Of course, I'm recovering abnormally quickly, but... His frustration boiled over. He groaned. If I get fired, I'll be thankful for that. It's a national loss. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay in a hospital bed, his gaze distant and troubled. The weight of a decade's worth of life-or-death decisions pressed heavily upon him. A single thought echoed in his mind. If that happens, his anxiety intensified. The question gnawed at him. What will happen to the future accidents? The fear of past failures, of lives lost, threatened to consume him. A sudden interruption broke through his reverie. A voice called out, Go Sung-woo? Sung-woo, a man in a brown coat, entered the room. He spoke with a concerned tone. Stress is bad for the scalp. You told me that, right? Soo-hyuk replied weakly. It is not like I'm in a place that I cannot come. But another figure appeared, a stern-faced man. He interrupted. I'm sure I didn't tell anyone on purpose. Ho, I can know everything. The man's expression hardened. He addressed Soo-hyuk with a sharp rebuke. He grabbed Soo-hyuk's arm, shouting, You punk, I told you to not push yourself too much. I heard that it's quite critical this time. Soo-hyuk, despite his weakened state, retorted defiantly. I really can't help it this time. It's the truth. Bullshit. Do you think that I wouldn't know I was overdoing it? A man's voice, sharp with concern, cut through the air. That you were jumping here and there like a lunatic? The young man in the hospital bed winced, his heart pounding. He pleaded, Please stop making me worry about this matter. My heart is pounding whenever I hear about you. He slumped back against the pillows, a wave of helplessness washing over him. His quiet admission hung heavy in the air. I can't even do whatever I want. The city lights twinkled below, a stark contrast to the turmoil within him. His thoughts turned to the past, to the accidents only he knew about. A chilling realization washed over him. These were accidents only he could stop. But what about the countless disasters that would happen in the future? The image of a catastrophic train wreck flashed before his eyes, a stark reminder of his past failures. He shuddered, a single word escaping his lips. Ugh. A question formed in his mind, heavy with the weight of responsibility. If it is not me, who will? His concern was dismissed by a dismissive voice. The ground would sink. What are you worrying so much about? An older man, his face etched with concern, addressed a younger man. You punk, is that your problem? Do you think you're the only firefighter in this country? The older man continued, his tone softening slightly. He expressed his respect and pride in the younger man's work, but added a caveat. Of course, as a friend, I always respect and am proud of you, but it's a different story when you do this without protecting yourself. The younger man, startled, pointed at something unseen. Another man, his voice laced with a hint of dark humor, spoke. If you die, you know that I'll be the chief mourner, right? The younger man retorted, his tone dismissive. I would never do that cause it'd be a nuisance. The older man sighed, then offered a piece of advice. So, take care of your body well, please. Later, at what appeared to be a hospital, a conversation unfolded. The younger man asked, How do you know about this place? The older man explained, After I watched the forest fire news, I called your fire station and they told me. The younger man, noticing the older man's actions, accused him. You punk, you're worried about me. Yet you come here empty-handed and then steal my drink? A young man, his face etched with worry, sat in a hospital room. He muttered to himself, his thoughts focused on the need for sustenance. Only fruits, no drinks. Meanwhile, another man, older and more composed, stood nearby. He spoke reassuringly to the younger man, mentioning that someone was looking for him. Outside, the older man continued to offer encouragement, urging the younger man not to lose hope. He was working hard on his behalf. The younger man, however, reacted with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. His eyes widened, a silent question hanging in the air. The older man, unfazed, confidently revealed a card, addressing the younger man as Punk and claiming to have found someone who could help him escape his solitary life. Inside a brightly lit hospital room, a young man in a patient gown listened to an older man's advice. The older man, his Hyung, urged him to focus on his health, emphasizing the importance of fruits over sugary drinks. The Hyung continued, explaining that someone was actively searching for the young man. Outside the hospital, amidst the bustling city streets, the Hyung reassured the young man, urging him not to lose hope. The young man, however, reacted with a mix of apprehension and disbelief. His Hyung's words hit home, confirming his worst fears. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared. The Hyung produced a card, claiming to have found someone who could help the young man escape his solitary existence. The young man, however, was furious, accusing his Hyung of meddling in his affairs. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay in a hospital bed, his expression one of confusion. A man, presumably a visitor, stood beside him, holding a card. Unnecessary things. What you need right now is love, the man insisted, his tone bordering on frantic. Soo-hyuk, however, was unconvinced, muttering, "What are you talking about?" The visitor continued, his voice taking on a more persuasive tone. "You said that you wanted to meet someone soon. Isn't this an easy way?" Soo-hyuk remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor, lost in thought. Soo-hyuk's thoughts drifted to a past life, a life he only vaguely remembered. He found himself reflecting on a simple yet profound dream, a life filled with love, marriage, and children. The image of a happy couple, possibly himself and a woman he loved, flashed before his eyes. He smiled faintly, a wistful expression on his face. The thought of such a life filled him with a quiet joy. His happiness, however, was short-lived. A sudden wave of fear washed over him as he considered a terrifying possibility. What if something tragic were to happen to him? The scene shifted dramatically. Soo-hyuk, now in his firefighter uniform, was plummeting from a great height, engulfed in flames and debris. Terror was etched on his face as he fell. Back in the hospital room, the visitor looked at Soo-hyuk with concern. The weight of the previous scene hung heavy in the air. He spoke softly, his words laced with empathy. "If you have someone you love, won't you also save your life by thinking it's something precious, Soo-hyuk?" The visitor extended a small, ornate card towards Soo-hyuk. The card seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. In a sterile hospital room, a young man with short brown hair, Kim Soo-hyuk, lay in a hospital bed. A concerned older man, dressed in a dark coat, leaned over him, his expression serious. "I really tried my best in finding this one. Think about this and then call that number." "Okay." Soo-hyuk, eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty, stared at a business card in his hand. The name Sung-woo echoed his mind. The card was passed to him by the older man, a subtle exchange in the quiet hospital room. The older man, having left Soo-hyuk's bedside, turned and spoke over his shoulder. "If it goes well, treat me to a meal, okay?" Soo-hyuk's face contorted in a grimace. He muttered something under his breath, a clear sign of his displeasure. The older man's parting words hung in the air. "Just know that you're not the type of person that I would like to meet." Soo-hyuk, clearly agitated, protested. What's wrong with me? I'm fine just as I am right now." The older man, already walking away, retorted, "You're a man who only has his body to show off." Left alone, Soo-hyuk let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Let's just see after I get discharged." He looked again at the business card, this time focusing on the name, Choyun-song. The title card for Rescue System blazes across the page, a fiery emblem of the series to come. Since then, time has flown by. The calendar shows January 1st. Kim Soo-hyuk, recovering in a hospital bed, receives a visit from his colleagues on Rescue Team 3. They remark on his improved appearance, prompting him to explain that he was simply lying down before. His awkwardness with Young-woo Hyung has lessened, leading to a closer bond between them. Gang-sik Hyung arrives, announcing his presence. Soo-hyuk greets him enthusiastically. Gang-sik Hyung introduces his daughter, Hwaeun, to Soo-hyuk, expressing gratitude for saving her father. Hwaeun politely thanks Soo-hyuk for saving her father. Soo-hyuk finds Hwaeun's cuteness endearing, understanding why Gang-sik Hyung dotes on his daughter so much. More rescue workers from Joyeon Station arrive to visit Soo-hyuk. In the meantime, a significant change occurred in Soo-hyuk's life. Sang-dae Hyung's suggestion to participate in the firefighting competition had a profound impact. Soo-hyuk pondered the reasons behind his remarkably fast recovery. He wondered if his recent power increase, a result of 2 consecutive level-ups, played a role. His doctors were equally astonished by his progress. His enhanced recovery rate led to an early discharge from the hospital. A surge of confidence filled him as he clenched his fist. 3 weeks later, Soo-hyuk was released from the hospital. He hailed a taxi, his destination, Sinildong. The taxi weaved through the city traffic. Soo-hyuk reflected on his return to his old neighborhood after significant absence. A sudden realization washed over him. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat alone in his car, a troubled expression etched on his face. He hadn't been able to contact someone since his recent hospitalization. He contemplated calling her, a conflict of emotions evident in his pensive gaze. Soo-hyuk wrestled with his decision. He felt sorry for Sung-woo, but he also knew that participating in the upcoming firefighting competition without proper preparation would be reckless. His internal conflict was intense. A fiery image flashed in his mind, a powerful visual metaphor for the risks he was considering. Back in his car, Soo-hyuk resolved to prioritize the competition, fearing the potential consequences of neglecting his training. He decided to call later. He reaffirmed his decision to postpone the call. Soo-hyuk stepped out of his car and onto a bustling city street. His phone rang. It was an unknown number. He answered cautiously. The voice on the other end inquired if this was Kim Soo-hyuk's phone. Kim Soo-hyuk, a man whose features hinted at a life lived on the edge, stood on a bustling city street, a phone pressed to his ear. His brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned, "Who's this?" His expression shifted dramatically. Surprise, then alarm, flooded his features as he sputtered a barely audible, "Ah." The voice on the other end of the line belonged to a woman. She spoke calmly, yet with an undercurrent of impatience. "Ah yes, hello. Sung-woo SSI told me you'd contact me, but it's been 3 weeks already." Soo-hyuk's discomfort grew. The woman's question hung in the air, sharp and pointed. "You haven't thought of calling me during those weeks?" He stammered a weak excuse. I thought about calling you. Maybe you didn't think of wanting to see me?" His words were met with a firm rebuttal from the other end. No, that's not it," the woman suggested. "Is tomorrow good then?" Soo-hyuk's response was a hesitant, "Tomorrow?" His uncertainty was palpable, a question mark looming large in his mind. "Is tomorrow?" A man, his face etched with worry, spoke into his phone, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Tomorrow?" The conversation continued. He agreed to meet for lunch the following day, provided he had no prior engagements. Relieved to have no appointments, he confirmed his availability. He stood on a city street, the sounds of urban life fading into the background as he checked his watch. He checked his phone again, a renewed sense of excitement washing over him. Lunch tomorrow. The next day dawned bright and clear. The city skyline stretched out before him, a breathtaking panorama of steel and glass. He hummed a cheerful tune as he walked, checking his watch again. He was early. Kim Soo-hyuk checked his watch. A subtle frown creased his brow. He arrived early at his meeting place, observing a young couple strolling nearby. Internally, he mused, "Gosh, what am I? A middle schooler who's in love?" Soo-hyuk's self-doubt lingered. He worried aloud. "It's not wise to expect too much. There's a possibility that she might not like me." He considered his appearance, muttering, "Well, if I look like this..." Soo-hyuk watched the couple from a distance as they giggled and walked hand in hand. He sighed. He decided to occupy his time. "Since I still have time left, I should walk around the neighborhood." Soo-hyuk began his walk, shivering slightly in the cold. "Brr, it's so cold." He looked up at a tall building in the distance. A sudden gasp escaped his lips. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, walked with a determined stride, his shoulders squared. He had just finished a shift, the weight of a decade's worth of experiences settling heavily upon him. He muttered, "Okay," to himself, a quiet affirmation before entering a building. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a welcoming sign. The word "welcome" hung in the air, a stark contrast to the grim reality of his profession. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He seemed disoriented, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. He found himself in a cafe. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair sat at a table, patiently waiting. She looked up expectantly as he approached. The woman, serene and composed, sipped her coffee, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She seemed to exude an aura of calm amidst the bustling cafe. Soo-hyuk's confusion deepened. He stared, his mind racing to understand his surroundings. The scene shimmered, a kaleidoscopic effect briefly distorting his vision. He blinked, the disorienting effect subsiding. He was still in the cafe, but something felt profoundly different. The world seemed sharper, more vibrant. 2 steaming cups of coffee sat on the table between them. The aroma filled the air. Soo-hyuk, regaining his composure, introduced himself. "I'm Kim Soo-hyuk." Kim Soo-hyuk, a 27-year-old firefighter, sat across from a woman in a cafe. She seemed surprised by his profession. He confirmed that he was indeed a firefighter, a fact she already knew. The woman's surprise deepened. She'd heard about his line of work before, she explained. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted. He asked if she'd heard from someone named Sung-woo. She hadn't. Soo-hyuk apologized, explaining that his comment was unintentional. He felt he should have prepared her for the conversation. The woman, however, questioned his apology. Soo-hyuk explained that people often feel burdened when they learn someone is a firefighter. He was surprised by her lack of reaction. The woman stated that it didn't bother her. Soo-hyuk seemed relieved and smiled. He wondered aloud if that was the case. The movie theater buzzed with the sounds of laughter and hushed conversations. Kim Soo-hyuk, A man whose decade-long career as a rescue worker had recently ended tragically sat beside his date, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, enjoying a light-hearted comedy. Later that evening, the pair found themselves in a more intimate setting, a dimly lit restaurant. Their conversation flowed easily, punctuated by the clinking of glasses and the soft murmur of other diners. A contented smile played on the woman's lips as she listened intently to Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, however, seemed slightly flustered, a faint sheen of perspiration on his forehead. The pair strolled through a park, the setting sun casting long shadows as they walked. The air held the crisp chill of approaching winter. Soo-hyuk pointed towards a building in the distance. He was about to recount a significant event. He explained that he had recently saved someone's life in that very building. His date, however, expressed skepticism, recalling his previous, less believable accounts. The woman, whose name is revealed to be his girlfriend, questioned him further, curious about the details of the incident. She reminded him of the nickname he gained that day, Spider-Man. His face registered a mixture of pride and embarrassment. The scene opens with a chaotic struggle. A man, his face partially obscured by a mask, grapples with another, desperately trying to subdue him. The air crackles with tension, the sounds of strained muscles and ragged breathing filling the space. One of the men utters a breathless, "Teach that." The focus shifts to a young man, his face etched with worry and distress. Beads of sweat cling to his forehead. He shakes his head, his voice strained as he declares, "I can't talk about that." The scene changes. A man and a woman walk down a city street, their conversation subdued. The man suggests, "Since it's cold, should we go inside a bookstore and talk?" The woman responds hesitantly, "Why?" Her thoughts trail off, a silent question hanging in the air. Is it some classified information or something like that? The man from the previous scene turns sharply, his expression shifting from calm to alarm. The woman beside him speaks urgently, but her words are lost to the reader. His eyes widen in sudden fear. He is clearly in danger. A wave of crimson engulfs the panel, mirroring his internal panic. A sudden burst of motion. The man is running, pursued by unseen figures. The city blurs around him as he sprints through the streets. He continues his desperate flight, the red streaks behind him intensifying, suggesting a growing threat. He leaps into a passing truck, narrowly escaping his pursuers. The vehicle speeds away, leaving the danger behind. A city street, late afternoon. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stands with Eun-song, a young woman with wide, concerned eyes. Eun-song urgently warns him, "Soo-hyuk SSI. A car is coming this way." Soo-hyuk and Eun-song watch in horror as a runaway truck barrels towards them. Suddenly, a translucent, shimmering box appears before Soo-hyuk, glowing with an intense orange light. It displays a mission objective. The box displays a critical mission: stop the truck's explosion. The truck driver has lost consciousness. Trucks that can't be controlled are bound to explode. Before other people get injured, stop the truck and rescue the truck driver. Rewards: experience, skill. Soo-hyuk curses under his breath. Damn it! Why now of all days? Eun-song, seeing the danger, urges Soo-hyuk to move. Soo-hyuk SSI, let's move out of the way. Soo-hyuk gently but firmly pushes Eun-song away from the path of the oncoming truck. He shouts, "Eun-song SSI, move far away from here and go somewhere safe." Eun-song hesitates, but Soo-hyuk's determination is clear. She asks, "Yes?" Eun-song, reluctantly, obeys, running to safety as Soo-hyuk prepares to face the oncoming truck. Amidst the chaos of a city street, rescue worker Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with determination, urged fleeing civilians to safety. "Everyone, please avoid it so you don't get hurt," he shouted, his voice cutting through the din. He dove, a blur of motion, to intercept an oncoming threat, his body a testament to years of honed reflexes and training. A young woman, her eyes wide with shock and concern, watched the unfolding scene. Soo-hyuk's face, now grim, was set in a fierce expression as he braced himself for impact. The aftermath of the incident left Soo-hyuk running, his silhouette stark against the setting sun, as a grateful bystander cried out, "Soo-hyuk SSI." A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a beige coat, stared in disbelief. Her mouth was slightly agape, eyes wide with shock. Below her, a man with short, dark hair and a stern expression emerged. His jaw was tight, eyes narrowed in anger. He shouted, his voice filled with fury. Meanwhile, a figure, Kim Soo-hyuk, ran through the city streets. He was pursued, the woman's desperate cry echoing in his ears, "Soo-hyuk SSI." He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the urban backdrop. A truck sped towards him, its headlights cutting through the late afternoon light. Soo-hyuk reacted instantly. He cursed, "Damn it," as he narrowly avoided a collision, his body twisting to evade the vehicle. The truck's driver, enraged, lunged out, aiming a blow at Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, however, was quicker. He grabbed the side of a passing pickup truck, narrowly escaping the attack. A young woman, her eyes wide with shock and her hands clasped over her mouth, witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Her expression conveyed a mixture of fear and disbelief. Meanwhile, A man's face, contorted in a grimace of exertion, was shown in close-up. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his teeth were clenched. The woman cried out, "Suhyuk, Sasai." She watched, horrified, as a figure leaped from a moving truck. The man who had jumped from the truck landed on the vehicle's side, muttering to himself, "Nice. I succeeded in getting on." He then forcefully subdued the driver, rendering him unconscious. The driver was unconscious, but the truck continued to accelerate. A collision was imminent unless the vehicle was stopped. With a surge of determination, the man resolved to stop the runaway truck, shouting, "I need to stop it." A dark figure, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, leaped onto the roof of a speeding van. His decade of experience was evident in his movements, precise and decisive. Inside the van, a panicked driver struggled with the wheel. He exclaimed, "Got it. Good. Now, I only need to hit the brakes." His grip tightened on the wheel, but his eyes widened in surprise. A warning flashed before Soo-hyuk's eyes. "Danger!" From the street below, onlookers gasped. "He's going to crash." "Oh my, Ak, look!" The van careened out of control, hurtling towards an unavoidable collision. Soo-hyuk braced himself for impact, but instead of a crash, a surge of energy enveloped him. He found himself grappling with the driver, a strange purple aura swirling between them. The next day dawned, bright and clear, over the city. Soo-hyuk stood before his fire station, ready to begin another shift. The scene opens at a bustling fire station. Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a determined expression, sits at his desk. A colleague approaches him, his tone laced with concern. "Soo-hyuk," he begins, "I heard you saved a person yesterday. What happened? Did you get hurt?" Soo-hyuk looks down, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. He seems lost in thought, his usual energy noticeably absent. Another colleague, observing Soo-hyuk's pensive state, turns to the first, a question hanging in the air between them. "What's wrong with him?" The first colleague shrugs, offering a non-committal reply. "Who knows? He's been a little strange since this morning. Maybe he ate something bad." Soo-hyuk's face hardens. A grim determination sets in as he mutters to himself, his thoughts dark and troubled. He's clearly grappling with something significant. He sits back down at his computer, his gaze fixed on the screen, lost in his own world. The scene shifts abruptly. We see a chaotic street scene, a damaged truck, police cars, and an ambulance. Several people are gathered around, their faces etched with worry and concern. A man in a suit speaks urgently to a police officer, while a woman stands nearby, her expression one of distress. In the background, paramedics attend to someone inside the ambulance. The scene opens with a chaotic urban backdrop. A yellow taxi screeches to a halt, its doors bursting open as a uniformed officer rushes towards a blurred figure. The camera pulls back, revealing a wider view of the street. Police officers and concerned onlookers surround the area as an ambulance speeds towards the scene. Amidst the commotion, a young woman, Eun-song, approaches a man, Soo-hyuk, who appears shaken but unharmed. Her concern is evident. Eun-song anxiously inquires about Soo-hyuk's well-being, expressing relief that he is not injured. Soo-hyuk, still visibly affected, murmurs Eun-song's name, reflecting on the intensity of their unexpected encounter. Eun-song observes Soo-hyuk's distress, noting his concern for her worry. Soo-hyuk expresses his gratitude for her concern, but worries that this intense first meeting might deter her from wanting to see him again. Eun-song reassures him, acknowledging his anxiety. Soo-hyuk reveals his apprehension about future events, his worry palpable. Kim Soo-hyuk's date. Eun-song eyed him with concern. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face?" Soo-hyuk hesitated, his expression troubled. He mumbled, "No. Are you okay with everything? I'm sure you said from now on." Eun-song's tone sharpened. "What do you mean by everything? Do you mean by being so anxious that I almost died?" Soo-hyuk shook his head. "No, that's not it. Why? You think that just because I saw you run away I would be scared?" he asked, genuinely confused. Soo-hyuk explained, "I won't deny that I was surprised and scared, but I haven't thought of distancing myself away from you." Eun-song's expression softened slightly. She stated firmly, "That's why, Soo-hyuk, you should put in more effort into ensuring your safety when you are meeting me." Eun-song continued, "Of course, I also would have to be more brave if I were to continue on meeting you." Soo-hyuk responded softly, "Eun-song, that's why." The pair stood together, a question hanging in the air. "When should we meet again?" Kim Soo-hyuk awoke with a start. He sat up in bed, his brow furrowed in confusion. What happened yesterday was like a dream, he murmured, still struggling to grasp the events of the previous day. He stared at his phone, the time reading 11:30 a.m. A message from Choi Eun-song popped up. "Fighting today, too." Soo-hyuk's eyes widened. "It wasn't a dream," he exclaimed, a wave of disbelief washing over him. The message from his colleague served as a jarring confirmation. Soo-hyuk's initial shock gave way to a dawning realization. His death, his decade of service, it had all been reset. He was back in his rookie days. He arrived at the station, a familiar yet foreign environment. His fellow rescue workers noticed something was off about him. One commented, "No matter how you look at it, he really looks strange. Is there really something wrong?" Another added, "Yeah, keep an eye on that bastard today." The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the bare branches of a tree near a modern building, the scene peaceful and serene. Below, a young man's footfalls echoed lightly on the pavement. He muttered to himself, "It's finally the day of the competition." The young man, Kim Soo-hyuk, stood at Gwyn Station, his gaze fixed on the competition venue in the distance. He was dressed in athletic attire, ready for the challenge ahead. He observed the activity around him, noting the number of people already out and about. Probably because it's the weekend, he mused, that's why there are people that are already out. Soo-hyuk took a deep breath, a quiet determination settling over him. He silently declared, "Let's go," and began walking towards the competition venue, his shoulders squared, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The scene opens on a signpost, proudly displaying the emblem of the National Rescue Competition. The sky is a clear, cheerful blue, and the bare branches of winter trees frame the image. The camera pans to reveal a bustling competition site. Tents are pitched, and a lively atmosphere pervades the area. The clear blue sky continues, suggesting a bright, sunny day. Two young men, Kang-shik and Soo-hyuk, stand amidst the crowd. Kang-shik observes the large gathering, commenting on the significant turnout. Kang-shik explains to Soo-hyuk that the competition isn't exclusive to firefighters, prompting a thoughtful response from Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, appearing slightly apprehensive, processes this new information. He is the only one from his rescue team attending. The perspective shifts, showing a group of people cheering enthusiastically. Their excitement is palpable. Kang-shik notes that these individuals are there to offer support to the competitors. Soo-hyuk reveals that he's the sole representative from Rescue Team 3, a fact that seems to weigh on him. Kang-shik extends an invitation to Soo-hyuk, asking him to participate in the competition together. The fire station buzzed with activity. A tense discussion unfolded between two rescue workers. One, clearly agitated, explained that he had declined the task. He confessed his lack of confidence to his colleague. The other worker seemed perplexed. Suddenly, a third worker, Young-woo, enthusiastically urged Soo-hyuk to join him in a task. Young-woo insisted that Soo-hyuk hear him out before refusing. Soo-hyuk, addressing another colleague, Sang-tae, confirmed that the next day was the competition. Sang-tae wished Soo-hyuk well, acknowledging their inability to participate due to duty. He reassured him, having already informed the captain. The team offered their support and encouragement. Soo-hyuk, feeling somewhat downcast, headed out. He felt there was nothing to be sad about. Outside, a crowd of well-wishers cheered him on, shouting words of encouragement and support for his upcoming competition. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, inwardly scoffed at the idea of being cheered on by his older colleagues. He'd rather hear Yun-song's voice instead. Her words, though unseen, carried a weight of concern that reached him across the distance. He wondered if she had already arrived. The thought lingered, a subtle unease in the anticipation. But she hadn't called, adding to his growing apprehension. An announcement boomed across the area, calling for participants in the strongest firefighter race to assemble. Soo-hyuk simply shrugged it off. Eun-song had mentioned she would be slightly delayed. He decided to head to the registration table first. A flexing of his arm revealed surprising strength, a testament to his rigorous training. His physique spoke volumes about his dedication and physical prowess. A biting winter wind whipped across the open field, yet the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Three men, bundled in thick jackets, huddled together, their breath misting in the frigid air. One of them shivered, muttering about the cold, while another, more stoic, simply observed the scene unfolding before them. They weren't joking. The tension was palpable. Meanwhile, a man in a baseball cap, his face brimming with cheerful energy, announced the start time of the competition. The competition would begin promptly at 1:30 p.m., after lunch. The scene shifted to a registration table, where a man in an orange vest meticulously checked off names on a clipboard. He addressed the assembled group, explaining the procedure for collecting their identification tags. He called out several names, each met with a corresponding response. Among those called were Joyeon-seo Kim Pildes SSI, Gaseong-seo On Wiching SSI, and Pyeong-ganseo Lee Jaekwang SSI. The announcer continued to read the list, calling out the final name, Pyeong-ganseo Lee Jaekwang SSI. A close-up showed a gloved hand reaching for something, the name Shinalesok appearing nearby. The tension mounted. The man in the orange vest confirmed the presence of one participant, a simple yes escaping his lips. He then looked towards the crowd. A young man, his features sharp and determined, made his way through the crowd. He moved with a quiet confidence, his presence commanding attention. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. One man commented on the young man's involvement in a previous incident in Joyeon Mountain, suggesting he was somehow always at the center of events. Another questioned this, highlighting the unusual frequency of incidents wherever he went. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst a flurry of activity, a strange unease settling upon him. He held a piece of paper, his brow furrowed in thought. The feeling was unsettling. It felt as if everyone's attention was directed squarely at him. He looked around at the bustling scene, a collection of rescue personnel and onlookers. Soo-hyuk mused to himself that would be unusual if there weren't rumors circulating about him. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped Soo-hyuk's lips. His eyes widened, a look of surprise and perhaps dawning realization washing over his features. Soo-hyuk answered a call, his voice tight with concern. He spoke to someone named Eun-song, expressing his apologies for a delay. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Eun-song sounded distressed. She confessed her inability to keep a prior commitment due to unforeseen circumstances. Soo-hyuk, his face etched with worry, apologized profusely for letting Eun-song down. He sounded genuinely remorseful. Eun-song, however, was understanding. She reassured him that it was all right, work emergencies happen. The call ended. Soo-hyuk stared at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A look of surprise and slight confusion crossed his features as he processed the events. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, sat alone, dejected. His lunch plans had fallen through because his sister was busy with work. He lamented, "Then who should I get my lunch from?" Suddenly, another man approached. "Are you perhaps Kim Soo-hyuk Sasai from Shinal SEO?" he asked. Soo-hyuk, surprised, replied, "Yes. Who are you?" The two men shook hands. The newcomer introduced himself as Choi Chul-ho, on duty for Joyeon-seo. He explained, "I've heard a lot about you from Kong Hyeon-hyung." Soo-hyuk smiled, remembering Kong Hyeon, a colleague he'd met at Joyeon Mountain. He recalled Kong Hyeon's high praise. Choi Chul-ho reinforced the praise, stating, "Kong Hyeon-hyung praised you so much." Soo-hyuk humbly responded that he didn't deserve such praise. Choi Chul-ho, however, insisted that competing against such a great man was a great honor. Soo-hyuk appeared thoughtful. Choi Chul-ho concluded with a hopeful, "Let's both do well today." Two figures clad in dark attire stood amidst a stark landscape. One, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, voiced his doubts. Thinking about it, isn't he just nothing? Maybe Kong Hyeon-hyung was exaggerating. The same figure, now alone, observed a group of individuals in the distance, a question forming in his mind. Are those people trying to provoke me? His expression shifted. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Well, that's great. I was just in a bad mood myself." A surge of fiery energy emanated from him, a visual representation of his inner turmoil. A man with dark sunglasses and a smirk, clad in a dark jacket, stood amidst a fiery backdrop. He mused to himself, questioning if those around him were trying to provoke him. He shrugged off the thought, stating that it was fine. He was already in a bad mood. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting. An announcement boomed across the area. The strongest firefighter race was about to begin. An official instructed players 1 and 2 to prepare for the competition. Meanwhile, spectators watched eagerly from a nearby elevated platform. Among the crowd, a firefighter with a look of surprise on his face stood out. The annual strongest firefighter race was underway. Kim Soo-hyuk, a veteran rescuer with 10 years of experience, found himself among the competitors, his face etched with determination. The air crackled with energy as the firefighters, a blur of motion, raced towards the finish line. This was more than just a competition. It was a test of strength, skill, and endurance. The race was fierce. Soo-hyuk and his fellow firefighters pushed their limits, their movements a symphony of controlled chaos. The crowd roared its encouragement. A sudden collision sent one competitor sprawling. Spectators gasped, their cheers turning to worried murmurs. Soo-hyuk, witnessing the fall, felt a familiar pang of concern. He pushed himself harder, his determination fueled by a sense of responsibility. No one here was a pushover, and he wouldn't let anyone get hurt on his watch. The race continued, a whirlwind of activity. Firefighters navigated obstacles with practiced ease, their teamwork evident in their coordinated movements. Soo-hyuk skillfully maneuvered his way through the course, his movements precise and efficient. He focused on the task at hand, his mind sharp and alert. He expertly connected a fire hose, his hands moving with practiced ease. The pressure built, ready for action. With the hose prepared, Soo-hyuk and another firefighter worked together, their movements synchronized as they laid out the hose, ready for any emergency. The final seconds ticked down on the timer. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his decade of experience etched onto his face, reached for the activation button, his gloved hand hovering above the bright red surface. With a decisive press, the mechanism sprang to life. Two other firefighters, already in motion, sprinted towards the training exercise. A digital clock displayed the time, 1 minute and 59 seconds remaining. The pressure was on. One of the observing firefighters muttered about the average record time of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Soo-hyuk's turn was approaching. Soo-hyuk, anticipating his turn, felt a familiar tension. He knew his colleague, a UDT/SEAL member, was watching him. The colleague, noticing Soo-hyuk's presence, remarked that Soo-hyuk would be next. Soo-hyuk's colleague expressed his annoyance at Soo-hyuk's seemingly knowing gaze, questioning why he kept pretending to know him. The UDT/SEAL member wished Soo-hyuk good luck, hoping for a good time. He then patted Soo-hyuk on the shoulder, offering a final word of encouragement. Two figures stood silhouetted against the bright sky. One, powerfully built, wore sunglasses and a smirk. The other, slightly shorter, remained in shadow. The shorter man muttered to himself, "Ha, that bastard." The muscular man turned away, his back revealing a shirt that read, UDT/SEAL. He carried a helmet. The shorter man continued his internal monologue. The past me would have let it slide regardless of the competition, but it's not fair to just let that bastard who's still wet behind their ears go like this. Kim Soo-hyuk, a 36-year-old in his past life, now stood among a group of firefighters. He resolved, "I will be ashamed of myself if I were to make any trouble here." A firefighter announced, "The next players, please get ready." The setting was identified as the E-Fighters race. Soo-hyuk stretched, preparing for the race. He and another firefighter stood poised at the starting line. The race began. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, burst from the starting line, his movements a blur of controlled power. Behind him, another firefighter, his comrade, followed at a more measured pace. Spectators gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched Soo-hyuk's incredible speed. Their murmured questions hung in the air. How could he move with such impossible speed? Soo-hyuk, nearing the finish line, pushed himself even harder. Meanwhile, one of the onlookers reflected on Soo-hyuk's past performances, realizing that his skill was far greater than he had ever let on. He crossed the finish line, his triumphant yell echoing across the training ground. The crowd roared its approval. Moments later, the official time was announced, a record-breaking 39 seconds. Soo-hyuk, breathing heavily, received congratulations from his instructor. The instructor spoke with another official, discussing the impressive result. Other firefighters looked on, a mixture of awe and admiration on their faces. The instructor then turned to Soo-hyuk, informing him it was his turn for the next exercise. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst his team. He pondered, should I go for a similar record? Two other firefighters watched him, whispering amongst themselves. One exclaimed, "Oh, that person is Kim Soo-hyuk from Shinil-seo." The second firefighter finished their thought, adding, "I heard that person is like a monster." Soo-hyuk, seemingly unfazed by the rumors, spoke to a colleague. He stated, "Let's not go for an impossible record." His colleague, preparing for a time challenge, responded, "Just get a moderate one. Ready." The scene shifted to a bustling city street, the sun shining brightly. Soo-hyuk checked his watch, a subtle frown creasing his brow. Back at the station, another firefighter looked at a computer screen, musing, "It must have started already, right? I wonder if he's doing good." A fellow firefighter reassured him, "You don't have to worry about him." The scene opens on a tense observation of a firefighter, Soo-hyuk, preparing for a competition. An onlooker muses that winning is secondary for Soo-hyuk. His true focus lies elsewhere. The question hangs in the air. How will he perform? Soo-hyuk explodes into action, a blur of motion as he sprints towards the starting line, his powerful strides leaving trails of dust and determination in their wake. He continues his relentless run, a fiery streak against the backdrop of a fire truck and a line of spectators. A young woman watches him with keen interest, her gaze following his every move. The focus shifts to a conversation between two firefighters. One inquires about Soo-hyuk's previous record in the competition. The other replies that it was 1 minute and 52 seconds. The second firefighter checks his phone, revealing that the world record stands at 1 minute and 35 seconds, held by a competitor from Germany. He expresses surprise and amusement at the significant gap. The conversation continues. One firefighter teases Soo-hyuk about his previous performance, noting that he was far from the world record. Soo-hyuk explains that he was injured before the race. The conversation then turns to the implications if Soo-hyuk were to beat the current best time, held by Shinil-seo. The firefighters discuss the potential impact of Soo-hyuk breaking Shinil-seo's record, questioning whether he's likely to set a new world record. Doubt lingers in the air. A sudden shift in tone. A voice warns that Soo-hyuk's actions could cause unforeseen trouble. The panel shows Soo-hyuk suddenly falling, seemingly tripped by an unseen force, the ground rushing towards him. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Their eyes, wide with disbelief, were fixed on the announcement board. The news was shocking. The leader had changed. One firefighter, his face etched with disbelief and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, muttered in disbelief, "That can't be." The image shifted to Kim Soo-hyuk, a member of the Shinil-seo Rescue Team 3, lying asleep. His name and team affiliation were clearly displayed. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk awoke. A timer flashed, 28 seconds. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes, as he held his helmet. That's right, he thought. A new beginning. A crowd watched with bated breath as the results of a rescue competition were announced. A gasp rippled through the onlookers. Someone exclaimed, "First place." But the excitement quickly turned to surprise. A murmur spread among the firefighters. The person who had taken first place had changed. One firefighter, his face a mask of disbelief, stared in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The camera focused on Kim Soo-hyuk, a member of Shinil-seo Rescue Team 3, lying on the ground, exhausted but victorious. His time, 1 minute and 28 seconds. Soo-hyuk stood, helmet in hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. He considered the time. This should be a moderate record. He looked around at the other firefighters and the onlookers, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. His thoughts were far away, lost in a past he couldn't quite grasp. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst a crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had just completed a daring rescue, his actions leaving onlookers awestruck. He mused to himself, questioning if his speed had been excessive. The onlookers buzzed with excitement and disbelief. Whispers of amazement and doubt filled the air. One bystander, captivated by Soo-hyuk's incredible speed, questioned aloud whether he was even human. Amongst the crowd, a fellow firefighter voiced a common suspicion. Had Soo-hyuk used performance-enhancing drugs? Another firefighter quickly dismissed the idea. Soo-hyuk himself, however, knew the truth. This wasn't about drugs. It was something far more profound. He silently acknowledged that his enhanced abilities were not merely a temporary boost, but a fundamental change. To illustrate the extent of his newfound abilities, Soo-hyuk's thoughts drifted to a comparison. His current speed was akin to that of a cheetah chasing its prey. The visual comparison solidified the sheer difference in his speed. The image of a cheetah racing alongside a human runner underscored the dramatic shift in Soo-hyuk's physical capabilities. Soo-hyuk reflected on the feeling, recognizing it as the same overwhelming sensation he had experienced before his death. He felt the weight of an insurmountable challenge. A fellow firefighter approached him, concern etched on his face. Soo-hyuk's unusual speed had clearly left an impression. The firefighter's worry was palpable as he observed Soo-hyuk's strained expression. Soo-hyuk remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. The scene opens on a bright, sunny day. A lone figure, Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, stands near a makeshift aid station, his expression grim. He mutters to himself, his voice laced with self-reproach. I didn't know the reaction would be this bad. Soo-hyuk continues his internal monologue, his face etched with worry. He reflects, I try my best. I really did. But I don't know what might have happened. He shakes his head, a wave of despair washing over him. No. Suddenly, a fantastical image flashes before his eyes, a vision of himself as a superhuman, a figure of incredible power. The thought crosses his mind. What if I become superhuman? The vision intensifies, showing him soaring through the sky. He wonders aloud, will I be able to fly someday? He quickly dismisses the thought. No, that can't be. If that happens, someone might capture me without anyone knowing and perform tests on me. Soo-hyuk makes a decision. I'd better go easy in the upcoming missions. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt a familiar knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. The thought of the upcoming rescue exercise filled him with apprehension. He muttered to himself, it's scary just thinking about it. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the training grounds. The second phase of the exercise was about to begin. Soo-hyuk's internal monologue revealed his plan. The second course will start any time now. I should hide somewhere out of sight until it's my turn. The announcement for the second stage of the training exercise blared across the field. A competitor, unseen but clearly confident, let out a triumphant laugh. The second stage of the exercise, overcoming the obstacles, commenced. Soo-hyuk, now visible, began the physically demanding course with grim determination. Soo-hyuk carried heavy containers with practiced ease, his movements deliberate and controlled. He had intentionally slowed his pace on this part of the course. Another firefighter, observing Soo-hyuk's progress, offered words of encouragement. You're doing good. Fighting. He continued his steady progress, his focus unwavering. The strain was evident on his face, but he pressed on. The third stage, overcome the tower, loomed before him. The tower was tall and imposing, a significant challenge. Soo-hyuk's final challenge was the fourth stage, climbing the stairs fast. He completed the entire course in a time of 5 minutes and 37 seconds. The digital clock displayed 5 minutes and 35 seconds. A young rescue worker, his face etched with exertion, stared at the timer. He had just completed a grueling rescue operation. Given that the world record was 5 minutes and 35 seconds, his time was considered an overwhelming achievement. His fellow rescue workers sat around him, a mixture of awe and exhaustion on their faces. One of them, clearly the leader, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. A handshake sealed the moment. The young rescue worker had proven himself. Later, in a formal ceremony, the young rescue worker received an award. A photographer captured the moment. He accepted the award with a proud smile, a bouquet of flowers in his other hand. His superior officer beamed with pride. Later still, walking away from the ceremony, he reflected on his success. He was glad the competition had ended well. He felt he had gained the attention of high-ranking officials. A superior officer watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a determined expression, walked alongside a burly senior rescuer. Soo-hyuk muttered to himself, already feeling the weight of the upcoming national competition, even before it had begun. His companion, clearly surprised by Soo-hyuk's weariness, looked at him with concern. The senior rescuer then offered his congratulations on Soo-hyuk's first-place victory in the regional competition, praising his skill and character. Soo-hyuk humbly accepted the praise, offering a grateful thank you. The senior rescuer confirmed they would see each other again in a month at the national competition, and then departed. Soo-hyuk, left alone, resolved to dedicate himself to further practice before the national competition. As he turned, he noticed a man in sunglasses observing him from a distance, causing him to question the stranger's intentions. The man turned and walked away, leaving Soo-hyuk alone with his thoughts. Soo-hyuk reflected on the encounter, labeling the man as strange. The evening of the preliminary rounds of the national competition concluded without incident. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with short, dark hair, approached the glass doors of his workplace, his hand reaching for the handle. He entered the office, greeting his colleagues with a quiet, "Hello, everyone." However, he found the office deserted, prompting the question, "Why is no one here?" Soo-hyuk pondered the unusual emptiness, wondering aloud. Did they all go out? Suddenly, a colleague, bursting into the room, exclaimed, "Yeah, monster." The colleague, still breathless, congratulated Soo-hyuk on his first-place victory in the competition. He was astonished to hear that Soo-hyuk's winning time was a record-breaking 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself back in his rookie days, a decade younger than he remembered. His colleagues, clearly surprised by his sudden reappearance, expressed their astonishment. One exclaimed, "I thought you could do it." As expected. Another, equally bewildered, blurted out, "Ack, where did you come out from?" Soo-hyuk, equally disoriented, could only stare in disbelief. The scene before him was a blur of unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar faces. His internal monologue echoed the question, "What is happening?" A colleague approached, holding a cake with a single candle. He explained, "What do you mean? This is your discharge party." Soo-hyuk's confusion deepened, but a genuine smile spread across his face. He murmured, "Everyone." His colleagues watched him, a mix of concern and amusement in their eyes. One of them asked, "Are you touched?" Two other firefighters discussed Soo-hyuk's condition. One commented on his seemingly superhuman abilities, saying, "Your body's that of a monster's, yet you're so naive." The other inquired, "Is your body all right?" The first firefighter responded, "I guess it is since you were flying around during the competition." Another firefighter, clearly excited, exclaimed, "Yeah, now we have a firefighter who has a national record. You only have the world record left, Soo-hyuk ha." Soo-hyuk's colleagues continued to express their admiration and encouragement. One said, "If it's you, I know you could easily set a new world record." Another added, "You'll do well." A senior firefighter, however, offered a word of caution. He warned Soo-hyuk, "Don't cause any more trouble. I mean, tell us beforehand if you're going to cause more trouble. That way we can cover it if need be." A grizzled, stern-faced man, his expression a mixture of disapproval and weariness, stared intently ahead. His eyes narrowed, conveying a palpable sense of discontent. He observed a group of uniformed rescue workers bustling about, their activity clearly causing him irritation. He muttered to himself, his words laced with disdain, "TSK, they're making a fuss over something like that." His gaze remained fixed, his thoughts lingering on the recent events. The weight of his disapproval was heavy as he silently condemned someone. A bitter sentiment filled his mind, solidifying his negative opinion. He thought, "That bastard." His feelings were clear and concise. He concluded, "I really don't like him." 3 rescue workers stood in a locker room, their backs to the viewer. A quiet tension hung in the air. The central figure, Soo-hyuk, turned, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. His thoughts echoed the question aloud. "What is this?" A small, red, life-saving robot sat in the center of the room. It was clearly new to them. The 3 rescue workers examined the robot with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Soo-hyuk's colleagues seemed equally perplexed. Soo-hyuk, still questioning the robot's presence, wondered aloud if it would transform, a thought accompanied by a mental image of a large, powerful mecha. One of his colleagues quickly dismissed the idea, explaining that it wouldn't transform in that way. Soo-hyuk, clearly frustrated, retorted that he wasn't child. His colleague then expressed concern for Soo-hyuk's physical state, noting that it hadn't been long since his last injury. He questioned whether Soo-hyuk had hurt his leg or head. The question hung in the air, a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "So, why is that thing called a life-saving robot?" one of the firefighters asked, gesturing towards the device. His colleague, a more serious-looking man, responded curtly. "Let's hear what you have to say then." The first firefighter, seemingly understanding the implication, replied, "This is a fire-searching robot." A demonstration of the robot's capabilities unfolded before them. The robot's sensors scanned the area, pinpointing the location of those trapped in the blaze. "This guy in first to find people who need to be rescued," one of them stated. The other firefighter, impressed, added, "Oh, then at least we won't have the need to wander around a dangerous fire scene anymore." Despite the initial enthusiasm, a note of cynicism crept into the conversation. In the meantime, since the government has funded billions for development costs, the second firefighter continued, his expression hardening. They must have thought that there are many useless things in this field. The scene shifted to a different part of the fire station. A group of firefighters gathered around the new rescue device, observing it closely. One of them remarked, "Oh, I heard it's a new rescue device." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the controlled chaos of the station, a mop in hand. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him. His eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, "Ak, that's..." A question mark hung in the air as Soo-hyuk's gaze fell upon a familiar object. The thought crossed his mind. The tin robot that was in Joyeon-seo? A wave of recognition washed over him. He muttered, "It used to be in Joyeon-seo in my previous life. So why is this in our station?" Soo-hyuk's confusion was evident as he questioned, "Why is this in our station?" A colleague responded, explaining the robot's presence. Soo-hyuk retorted, frustrated, "This won't help me at all. How would you know?" His colleagues looked on, concerned. One nervously asked, "See, Captain?" Soo-hyuk's team huddled around the robot, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity on their faces. Rescue Captain Gohan Zeon, a man whose face spoke of years spent battling emergencies, surveyed the new equipment with a mixture of pride and exasperation. "Do you know how much trouble I had to get this here?" He addressed his team, a group of rescue workers in bright orange uniforms. His words carried the weight of accomplishment. "Within the whole country, we are the first station to be able to do a test run." The team, a mix of seasoned veterans and eager rookies, looked on with a blend of anticipation and nervous excitement. Han Zeon continued, "Therefore, they are looking forward to it." His gaze fell upon a young rookie. A smirk played on Hanseon's lips as he asked, "With that, what is a rookie like, you know?" The rookie, clearly intimidated, nervously chuckled. Han Zeon pointed to the advanced rescue robot. "You think this is a toy? It costs over 400 million won. 400 million won. Another rescue worker, Sangtae, looked on with concern. "What is wrong with your kid, Sangtae?" Sangtae sighed, shaking his head. To think that he's also someone who causes trouble wherever he goes. But another member of the team offered a more measured perspective. "Well, it also depends on how you use it." The scene shifted. A different group of rescue workers were finishing up cleaning the station. One asked, "Why did you come out without saying anything?" Another replied, "Yes, we're finished with the cleaning." A group of rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, finished cleaning the station. The absence of any urgent calls allowed them a rare moment of respite. One of them remarked on the unusual quiet, expressing his delight at having a free day. Their quiet was shattered. A sudden, urgent alarm blared, causing them to react with alarm. The team sprang into action, their expressions shifting from relaxed to focused and determined. A shout rang out, "Run!" The scene shifted to the outside of the station, where fire trucks were already mobilizing. A fire alert was announced. More fire trucks arrived, adding to the growing sense of urgency. Inside a fire truck, two rescue workers monitored the situation. The severity of the situation was highlighted. The fire was at a chemical plant, raising concerns about explosions and chemical spills. One of the workers anxiously checked his device, confirming that only 2 people remained unaccounted for inside the plant. Despite their efforts, contact with those 2 individuals remained elusive. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared before one of the rescue workers, displaying a critical mission update. Rescue the 2 remaining employees from the chemical plant. Time is of the essence. The reward for success was listed as experience and skill. A look of surprise crosses Soo-hyuk's face as a message appears before his eyes. A new skill has been acquired. The pop-up window details the new skill following the acquisition of danger detection and life detection. This third skill is accompanied by experience points. Soo-hyuk, seated in his fire truck, reflects on the potential of his new skill. He believes it will significantly improve his rescue capabilities. He clenches his jaw, a surge of determination fueling his resolve. He must succeed in his mission. The scene shifts to the fire station. A call comes in, and a firefighter shouts for everyone to gather. A plume of dark smoke rises in the distance, signaling the location of the emergency. Firefighters prepare their equipment. A report comes in. 2 people are trapped, their last known location being an office on the 3rd floor of a nearby building. The firefighters, led by Soo-hyuk, approach the building, smoke billowing from its windows. One of the firefighters admits uncertainty about the exact details of the situation. The scene opens with Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with grim determination. He's clad in his fire-resistant gear, the red helmet slightly askew. He mutters to himself, vaguely recalling the rescue of 2 individuals from an office building. His thoughts shift to the urgency of the situation. There isn't enough time to prevent the plant from exploding, but there is time to save those 2 people. A new resolve hardens his expression. Soo-hyuk, spurred by this realization, begins to move quickly. He knows that swift action is key to completing his mission. He continues his rapid advance, his focus unwavering. He glances at his tablet, confirming his plan. Soo-hyuk then expertly operates a small, remote-controlled robot, preparing it for deployment. He explains his strategy to a fellow firefighter, who looks on with a mixture of surprise and concern. The plan involves using the robot for the rescue. A plume of thick, black smoke billowed against a pale blue sky, the stark contrast painting a grim picture of the disaster unfolding. From a distance, the scene revealed itself to be a large industrial building engulfed in flames. Fire trucks and emergency personnel surrounded the structure, a chaotic ballet of urgency and control panic. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, his face etched with concern, addressed his superior. "So you're saying?" He continued, his voice laced with disbelief. "You're going to use that robot on the scene right away?" The superior officer, a man named Hyungnam, responded curtly, yes. Hyungnam explained to his team, there's still enough time to put in the new equipment, since we also have to wait until the fire brigade breaks in first. We can use that certain period of time to send in the robot. One of the firefighters voiced his apprehension. I don't trust that robot, he muttered, his expression one of deep skepticism. His superior sighed. It can't be helped since it's the captain's orders. A group of firefighters, led by a superior officer, prepared for a rescue operation. The officer, addressing a firefighter named Kangshik, confirmed that Kangshik had a plan to control the situation. The officer ordered in advance, instructing the team to familiarize themselves with the plan's structure beforehand. The firefighters, faces grim, nodded in acknowledgement, readying themselves for the dangerous task ahead. Kangshik felt a surge of apprehension, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. The team was given the signal to proceed. Entering the hazardous area was imminent. Two small robotic vehicles sped towards the burning building, navigating the obstacles in their path. One of the robots plunged into the heart of the inferno, disappearing into a fiery maelstrom. A fierce fire raged, its flames licking at the very foundations of the building. Amidst the chaos, a team of firefighters, led by a seasoned veteran, moved with practiced efficiency. One of them reported, I have entered safely. The veteran, his face grim but determined, instructed his team. Good. Now look for people from the first floor. Another firefighter, observing a piece of new technology, commented, oh, it's moving pretty well. Isn't this pretty useful? A firefighter, clearly relieved, expressed his gratitude. They actually gave us useful equipment this time. Another firefighter reported back, Sankte Hyungnam, I have finished searching the first floor. There's nothing in particular there. The veteran nodded, his gaze fixed on the upper floors. We're going in now. He barked a command to his team. Get your gears, everyone. The firefighters responded with a resounding, yes, sir. The veteran then assigned tasks. The three of you, Jaewon, Jongwoo, and Hyesang, are going to the third floor. The scene opens with a tense moment amidst a fire. Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, receives orders. Soo-hyuk and I are going to the second floor. As soon as the people we need to rescue are found. He responds with a crisp, yes, sir. Suddenly, alarm bells ring. One firefighter exclaims, huh? What's happening? His face registers alarm. Another firefighter, equally concerned, adds, it's not working all of a sudden. The first firefighter's worry intensifies. He mutters, it's... The camera shifts to reveal the source of their distress. A small, robotic rescue vehicle is engulfed in flames and immobile. The second firefighter asks, not moving. One firefighter reacts with disbelief, shouting, nonsense. What do you mean it's not working? The other firefighter explains, I'm telling the truth. Since a while ago, I've been getting no signal. His colleague explodes in frustration, yelling, ah, you bastard. You burned 400 million from using it the first time. Keep pressing on it. The first firefighter has a dawning realization. I knew it. The image shows the control panel displaying a stark, no signal message. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the crackling of the radio. Two firefighters, their faces etched with worry, stared into the darkness. One of them, his voice strained, muttered, this is crazy. I read through the manual properly, though. A superior officer intervened, his tone firm. That's enough. Just get the robot back while we proceed with the rescue. He then addressed the team, adding, you do know that you're going to do it by yourself, right? A frustrated firefighter exclaimed, how could I find it by myself? This is unfair. Despite the complaints, the team prepared for action. The officer's final instruction rang out. Now then, prepare to go, everyone. The firefighters advanced toward the building engulfed in flames and thick, black smoke. Soo-hyuk, among them, felt a familiar dread as he moved forward. His partner beside him coughed, struggling to breathe through the smoke. Soo-hyuk's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering despite the chaos. He could feel the heat intensifying. A raging inferno consumed a building, flames leaping high into the air. A team of firefighters, led by a determined figure, charged towards the heart of the blaze. Their leader shouted, let's go. The lead firefighter, Soo-hyuk, pushed forward, his movements a blur of controlled urgency. Emergency vehicles blared their sirens in the background, a chaotic symphony of flashing lights and desperate cries. His face, partially obscured by a respirator, was grimly focused. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his eyes. A translucent, turquoise interface appeared before him, displaying the words, Life Detection 2. The life detection system guided him, a trail of shimmering energy illuminating his path. He muttered to himself, the two people we need to rescue are on the second floor. His enhanced vision showed him two unconscious figures trapped behind a wall of fire. He braced himself, preparing for a daring rescue. Soo-hyuk burst through a doorway, his momentum carrying him forward. He shoved aside two fellow firefighters, shouting instructions. He directed them to the third floor, while he continued his search for the trapped victims. He reached a door, his thoughts confirming his suspicions. Is that the office they are in? A frantic voice crackled over the comms. The people who need to be rescued are found. They're inside the second floor office. A rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a respirator, forced the door open with a specialized tool. He shouted, "Rescue team, is there anyone inside?" Sweat beaded on his brow, despite the respirator. The intense heat and smoke were clearly taking their toll. He tried the handle. The door wasn't locked, but something was obstructing it from opening fully. He surmised that those inside had likely barricaded it to keep the smoke out. The door remained stubbornly shut, jammed by their efforts to secure it. Undeterred, the rescuer announced, "Okay, I'm going in now." He then ordered those behind him, "Get away from the door." With a powerful kick, he shattered the obstruction. The force of the impact sent debris flying as he burst through the doorway. The scene opens on a chaotic interior. A woman frantically gestures, her face etched with worry, as a man lies on the floor, clearly injured. A firefighter, Suyuk, bursts into the room, his movements urgent and purposeful, a flashlight beam cutting through the smoke-filled air. The woman cries out, explaining that while she's all right, the team leader has inhaled too much smoke and is unconscious. Another firefighter, Sangtae, rushes in, his voice filled with concern as he calls out to Suyuk. Sangtae assesses the situation, noting that both the injured man and the unconscious team leader have inhaled significant amounts of smoke. He urges Suyuk to help move them outside quickly. Suyuk acknowledges Sangtae's instructions, then groans in pain as he struggles to lift the unconscious team leader. Outside, Sangtae reports that the two injured men are being taken outside from the second floor. He asks Suyuk about the situation on the third floor. Suyuk confirms there is nothing of note there. Sangtae instructs Suyuk to check if anyone else is unaccounted for and to come back down. Suyuk, carrying the unconscious man, begins to head back inside, a look of grim determination on his face. Close up on Suyuk's determined face as he continues his rescue mission. A wave of intense heat and pressure slammed into Kim Suyuk, the seasoned rescue worker. His vision blurred, the world around him a chaotic swirl of orange and red. He stumbled back, his partner, Sangtae, rushing to his side, concern etched on his face. Another firefighter, carrying an unconscious woman, appeared behind them. Sangtae's voice, strained and urgent, cut through the air. What's going on?" Sangtae's face was grim. He yelled, "Sangtae Hyung, we need to get out of here quickly. Tell them to come down immediately." Suyuk, despite his injuries, understood the gravity of the situation. He saw the building's instability and knew what was coming. His voice was a low growl. "This place is going to explode soon." A sudden, sharp pain shot through Suyuk's chest. He gasped, "What?" Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, a seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with worry, gasped, What's going on?" His colleague, equally distressed, urged him, "Sangtae Hyung, we need to get out of here quickly. Tell them to come down immediately." The rescue worker, Sangtae, his eyes wide with dawning horror, exclaimed, "This place is going to explode soon." His concern deepened as he added, "There might be other rescuers that aren't out yet." However, his colleague countered, "No, there are no other rescuers aside from us." Sangtae, despite the urgency, insisted, "Getting out of here before this plant explodes is a more pressing matter." He was clearly struggling with the weight of the situation, his face a mask of grim determination. The intense heat and smoke filled the air, a suffocating blanket clinging to the lungs of seasoned rescue worker, Kim Suyuk. His eyes, wide with exertion, reflected the chaotic inferno raging around him. His face, partially obscured by his respirator, showed the strain of his efforts. A sudden impact jolted him, throwing him off balance. Debris rained down, the building groaning under the pressure of the flames. He braced himself, instinctively shielding a woman he'd rescued from the worst of the blaze. Her unconscious form lay limp against his chest, her breathing shallow. From the relative safety of the lower floor, a superior officer's voice cut through the din. "Come down, right now," he ordered. But the urgency in his tone was met with a counterpoint. But the search on the third floor is still far from over, though." Suyuk, despite the protests, received a more forceful command. "No, stop the search and come down right now." Suyuk explained the situation grimly. "There are no other people to be rescued. I think an explosion might happen soon, so just come down right away." A fellow rescuer, his face streaked with soot, simply replied, "Okay, I understand." As they began their descent, Suyuk reassured the woman in his arms. "It's fine. We also need to get out of here immediately." He then issued a final order, his voice strained but firm. "First floor squad, rescuers are coming out. Start the water." A team of firefighters, led by a seasoned veteran, navigated the treacherous landscape of a raging inferno. The veteran, his face partially obscured by a respirator, addressed his team. "Now then, you all heard that, right?" The urgency of the situation was palpable. Before a potential explosion, the veteran barked orders. "Before an explosion happens, let's go down." His team responded in unison, "Yes, sir," and charged into the heart of the blaze. A catastrophic explosion rocked the building, sending debris flying and engulfing the area in flames. The aftermath of the explosion was devastating. A massive plume of smoke billowed into the sky, marking the scene of the intense fire. Firefighters surveyed the damage, the intense heat still radiating from the ravaged building. A wave of relief washed over them as they confirmed that no rescuers had been injured in the incident. It's a relief that no rescuers were injured this time. The team leader, his face still grim despite the positive outcome, offered a brief commendation. Good job, everyone. At a chemical fertilizer plant, 2 firefighters, Hyungnim and another, stood amidst the controlled chaos of an ongoing fire. Hyungnim's colleague questioned him about a previous comment regarding an impending explosion. Hyungnim, looking grim, explained the situation to his colleague and a third firefighter who had joined them. His words were stark. The plant was about to explode. Despite the gravity of the situation, Hyungnim's colleague remained skeptical, pointing out the lack of visible signs of an imminent explosion. He countered that fires in chemical fertilizer plants frequently lead to explosions, highlighting the inherent danger. The urgency of the situation prompted a decision. An evacuation order needed to be issued immediately. One of the firefighters contacted their superior while the others stood by, awaiting further instructions. A massive explosion rocked the plant, sending a shockwave through the area. The firefighters watched in horror as the plant was engulfed in flames. Their concern shifted to the possibility of anyone being trapped inside the burning building. The scene opens on 2 firefighters, their faces partially obscured by their helmets. One, Jae-won-hyung, appears concerned. The other reassures him. Don't worry too much, Jae-won-hyung. He replies confidently, right, of course. There are no chances of that happening. Suddenly, a holographic interface flickers into existence, overlaying the scene. An alert blares. ACK. The firefighter is thrown backward by a powerful force, the impact jarring. A new message appears on his interface. I finished the quest successfully. The system confirms. You have perfectly finished the quest. Your rewards will be given to you right now. Another message pops up. Level up. You have reached level 15. Physical abilities have slightly increased. Your chances of getting burns have slightly decreased. The firefighter grins. As expected, I wasn't wrong. A final message. You have acquired a skill. He exclaims, I'm finally getting a new skill. He beams. Now I'm just a step further. His expression shifts to confusion as he looks at his colleague. No, that doesn't make any sense. The other firefighter looks equally perplexed, a question mark hovering above his head as he speaks in his radio. A frustrated voice cuts through the air, echoing amidst a group of firefighters. I don't know anymore. Since I won't do it, why don't you personally come here and get it yourself? 2 firefighters, one with a puzzled expression, exchange words. What's going on? One asks. The other replies, it's about that broken tin robot. The second firefighter continues, explaining the situation to his colleagues. Our shitty captain asked us to rescue it. A chorus of disbelief follows. Huh. One firefighter voices his incredulity. All the rescuers have come out already. Is he telling us to jump back again into the fire or something? The scene shifts to reveal a crowd of onlookers gathering near a smoky industrial site, their phones raised to capture the scene. Amidst the crowd, a reporter speaks into his microphone, highlighting the financial implications of the situation. Billions were used just for the development alone. Another firefighter, standing amidst the chaos, reflects on the significance of the location. This is the site where a 4 billion won equipment was introduced. A young firefighter, his face etched with concern, contemplates the situation. He thinks to himself, there's no way he's just going to. His thoughts continue, revealing his determination. Sit back and watch as his whole reputation falls apart. Right. Since it's a tense scene unfolded. Suhuk, his face etched with grim determination, spoke to his superior, Sang-tae. Sang-tae-hyung, I can't go in, he stated, his voice heavy with unspoken worry. His resolve stemmed from a promise. I promised my daughter I wouldn't let her worry again, he thought, the weight of his commitment pressing down on him. Another firefighter, witnessing his hesitation, challenged him. Who even told you to go in? Sang-tae, displaying his authority, issued a firm order. Listen well. Not until I take these clothes off is anyone going inside there, understand? The other firefighters, acknowledging Sang-tae's command, nodded in agreement. One responded, yes, of course. However, Suhyuk's internal conflict remained. Sang-tae pressed him, well, you won't go in? Suhyuk's anxiety was palpable. He muttered, whether it's an evaluation or not. Suddenly, the situation escalated. Sang-tae received a critical update. The plant is about to explode. Suhyuk, despite his reservations, addressed Sang-tae again. Sang-tae-hyung. With newfound resolve, Suhyuk declared, I will bring it out. Sang-tae, surprised by a sudden change of heart, questioned him what? Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood resolute. His face, partially obscured by his helmet, held a grim determination. I'll bring it out, he declared, his voice firm despite the unspoken danger. His colleague, Park Sang-tae, reacted with surprise. The scene shifted to Sang-tae's perspective, his own helmet a contrasting blue. What? He questioned, his voice laced with disbelief and concern as he looked at the situation unfolding before him. Suhyuk and Sang-tae stood facing each other amidst the chaos of the emergency scene. The tension between them was palpable. Sang-tae voiced his apprehension. You would even bring it out? He exclaimed, highlighting the perceived recklessness of Suhyuk's plan. He then added, more calmly, I heard that was made with taxpayers' money, Captain. We can't just leave behind an over 400 million per unit robot. Suhyuk's response was a simple, resolute no. Sang-tae, clearly bewildered by Suhyuk's unwavering resolve, pressed further. Why would you even go back there? He asked, his concern growing. Suhyuk's expression hardened. Listen carefully, he began, his voice low and serious. Not until the fire's extinguished. Our team will never. Park Sang-tae. The scene opens with a tense radio transmission. A firefighter, his face partially obscured by his helmet, urgently instructs someone to bring their children inside, retrieve a robot, and evacuate the area. Inside, a tense discussion unfolds. A superior officer questions the decision to evacuate, pointing out the low probability of an explosion, given the presence of numerous executives monitoring the situation. The firefighter, Suhyuk, counters that the risk is too high, emphasizing the number of executives present and the need to prioritize their safety. He insists on retrieving the robot, warning of dire consequences if they don't. Suhyuk's colleague expresses skepticism, highlighting the imminent threat of an explosion. Suhyuk remains firm, asserting that they still have time. Suhyuk directs his colleague, Sang-tae, to withdraw the fire brigade unit stationed around the plant. He assures Sang-tae that he will quickly retrieve the robot. Sang-tae questions Suhyuk's judgment, voicing his disbelief at the plan. The scene shifts to show a sudden, intense fire erupting from the plant. Firefighters are seen rushing towards the blaze. Suhyuk, a calm expression on his face, confidently states that he's handling things. Meanwhile, Sang-tae looks on with a mixture of concern and apprehension, his radio in hand. The city was ablaze. A raging inferno consumed buildings, casting an orange glow against the darkening sky. The name Suhyuk appeared, written in the sky, as if a fiery omen. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Suhyuk, fought his way through the inferno. He moved with a desperate urgency, his every action fueled by adrenaline. The heat intensified, the flames licking at his protective gear. He pressed onward, determined to reach the source of the blaze. A sudden explosion rocked the area, throwing Suhyuk backward. He braced himself against the impact, his body screaming in protest. Despite the pain, Suhyuk's focus remained unwavering. He had a job to do, people to save. He heard a colleague's voice, expressing both trust and concern. Suhyuk's colleague, Sang-tae, pointed out the unusually large number of reporters gathered at the scene. Sang-tae confirmed the reporters' presence, noting that it was larger than usual. He attributed the increased media attention to the recent incident involving the first $100 million robot. Suhyuk, however, remained unconcerned by the media frenzy. He was focused on the task at hand. A group of firefighters stood amidst the chaos, their faces grim. They were discussing the recent incident involving a malfunctioning robot, funded by taxpayer money, and the tragic loss of a fellow firefighter who had perished trying to save it. They decided to inform the public of these facts. One firefighter, his face etched with concern, questioned the decision, expressing disbelief at the gravity of the situation. The loss of a colleague weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, deep within the inferno, a firefighter, Suhyuk, navigated the burning building. He confidently asserted his intention to retrieve the robot safely. Another firefighter, witnessing the scene from a distance, shouted in frustration, questioning Suhyuk's whereabouts. Suhyuk, hampered by the intense heat and smoke, explained his difficulty in locating the robot using standard life detection methods, as it was a machine. Suhyuk reasoned that the robot, having malfunctioned, likely stopped near the stairs on the second floor. Despite a thorough search, he still couldn't find it. He frantically searched, his frustration mounting. He suspected the robot might be buried under the debris. His worry intensified. Suhyuk cursed his inability to locate the robot and his inability to retreat safely. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed through the building, urging him to escape. He realized he was in immediate danger. He braced himself and began to move a large metal beam, determined to escape the collapsing structure. The inferno raged, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Suhyuk, struggled against the flames, his body silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. His movements were desperate, his face obscured by a mask, yet his fear was palpable. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his features despite the overwhelming heat. As expected, he thought, his breath hitching in his throat as the flames intensified. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the debris. "It's here!" Suhyuk exclaimed internally, a surge of hope amidst the despair. He reached for the source of the light, his gloved hand brushing against a scorched metal object. "I thought they used new fire-resistant materials for this," he muttered, his voice strained. The object was badly damaged, almost unrecognizable. "I couldn't even recognize it with its shape," he lamented, struggling to grasp the mangled device. Despite its condition, he held on to it tightly. "Now that I have this back," he thought, a new determination hardening his gaze. He knew what he had to do next. His resolve solidified. A surge of energy coursed through him, his body glowing with an otherworldly light. His face, though still partially hidden, showed a mixture of pain and exhilaration. With a powerful roar, Soo-hyuk unleashed a wave of energy, pushing back the flames and creating a temporary safe zone. A massive explosion rocked the industrial complex, sending a shockwave of fire and debris into the air. The force of the blast was immense, capable of leveling buildings. Amidst the chaos, two firefighters, their faces etched with alarm, stared at the inferno. One of them gasped, "Explosion!" Other firefighters struggled to maintain their footing as the ground trembled. In the heart of the blaze, a figure was seen collapsing. One firefighter, his eyes wide with terror, looked on in horror. His voice was barely a whisper, "Kim Soo-hyuk." Another firefighter, his face contorted in anguish, cried out in desperation. A fellow firefighter warned, "It's dangerous, Sang-tae-hyung." But Sang-tae was resolute, "No." His colleagues tried to restrain him, shouting, "Restraining him." But Sang-tae knew the truth. Soo-hyuk was still inside. The scene opens on a chaotic inferno. Firefighters, silhouetted against the raging blaze, battle the flames. Their efforts are valiant, but the fire is relentless. A guttural laugh echoes through the air, a stark contrast to the crackling fire and the firefighters' desperate struggle. The laughter continues, seemingly emanating from the heart of the inferno itself. A lone figure, barely visible through the flames, stands defiant. The intensity of the fire intensifies, the flames swirling and dancing with an almost malevolent energy. Suddenly, a shift in the fire's pattern. A low sound, a grunt, escapes from within the heart of the blaze. The flames continue their chaotic dance, but now with a hint of something else, something controlled. From the heart of the inferno, a firefighter emerges, encased in a shimmering, hexagonal energy shield. It's Kim Soo-hyuk, his face grim but determined. He looks at the shield, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Soo-hyuk continues to fight the fire, the energy shield protecting him from the intense heat. The shield pulses with energy, a testament to his newfound abilities. A fiery explosion engulfed the scene, the intense heat warping the very air. At the heart of the inferno, a lone figure, encased in a shimmering, protective sphere, floated amidst the raging flames. A voice filled with awe echoed from within the sphere. "Isn't this amazing?" A raging inferno consumed the building, flames licking at the sky. The air crackled with the heat, and the shouts of firefighters were barely audible above the roar of the blaze. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry pierced the din. "Soo-hyuk!" From the relative safety of the perimeter, a superior officer barked orders. "Dispense more water. Open up a path, quick." His voice was strained, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Another firefighter responded grimly, "We can't." The scene shifted to show a group of firefighters struggling to carry an injured comrade away from the immediate danger. The intensity of the fire was evident in the way the heat seemed to warp the air itself. A desperate plea escaped one of them. "It's getting worse." One firefighter, his face etched with guilt and exhaustion, collapsed to his knees. His voice was barely a whisper, "It's all my fault." He continued, his words laced with self-reproach. "I thought that because it was Kim Soo-hyuk, things would somehow work out. This is all because of me." His anguish deepened. "I should have stopped him. What kind of team leader am I?" The camera focused on a pair of worn firefighter boots, standing amidst the fiery chaos. The boots belonged to Kim Soo-hyuk, who was still inside the burning building. Two firefighters, their faces partially obscured by protective gear, stood amidst falling debris in a smoky haze. One of them, slightly taller, tilted his head, a questioning "oh" escaping his lips. A fiery inferno raged in the background, casting an orange glow on the scene. A lone figure, barely visible through the flames, struggled to carry something. The firefighter, kneeling amidst the chaos, cried out in alarm. "It's a person." Tears streamed down his face as he watched, helpless, the scene unfolding before him. Another firefighter, in a different uniform, looked on with concern. A superior officer barked orders, "Hurry and get a move on." Other firefighters rushed past, their concern evident. One of them exclaimed, "Isn't that Soo-hyuk?" The firefighters struggled to navigate the treacherous terrain, the ground unstable and dangerous. The scene was chaotic and intense. Soo-hyuk, soot-covered but triumphant, declared, "I rescued it safely." 10 minutes before the explosion, a translucent blue window materialized before Kim Soo-hyuk, displaying the words "Skill Window" at the top. Below, 3 skills were listed: Danger Detection Eye, Life Detection Eye, and Shield Eye. The skill window shifted, focusing on Shield Eye. A description appeared. Objects inside the shield are protected completely for a maximum duration of 5 minutes. Below the window, Soo-hyuk muttered, "This shield." Soo-hyuk, clad in fire-resistant gear, stood within a shimmering, hexagonal energy shield. The scene was one of utter devastation. A fiery inferno raged around him, amidst the rubble of a collapsed building. He assessed the situation, his thoughts clear despite the chaos. So it means that one is absolutely safe when inside. Whether it's from flames, heat, or a collapsing ceiling, he realized. But new worries surfaced. But it's only for 5 minutes at most. It's not enough time to break out from this hell-like place, he worried. He knew he had to act quickly. I have to get out of here before the shield's timer runs out, he resolved. With a surge of determination, Soo-hyuk prepared to move. Let's move quickly, he urged himself. He propelled himself forward, the energy shield protecting him as he navigated the treacherous terrain of burning debris. The shield began to overload, its energy flickering and fading as Soo-hyuk made his escape from the inferno. The world dissolved into a fiery vortex of orange and red. Kim Soo-hyuk's vision narrowed, his senses overwhelmed by the intense heat and pressure. Then, darkness. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, a group of firefighters frantically searched for a survivor. Kim Soo-hyuk, are you okay? One of them shouted, his voice strained with worry. The scene was one of control panic. What happened? Another firefighter asked, his face etched with concern as he surveyed the devastation. Soo-hyuk, barely conscious, groaned. Sang Tae-hyung, he gasped, his voice weak. His colleague, Sang Tae-hyung, reacted with a mix of relief and anger. You said it wouldn't explode. You said it wouldn't explode, he exclaimed. Sang Tae-hyung's anger quickly subsided as he saw Soo-hyuk's condition. Ugh, I am sorry, he stammered. Another firefighter intervened. Calm down first, Hyung-nim. Do you think I'm not calm right now? Soo-hyuk, despite his injuries, offered a weak apology. You should know now that from today, you won't be allowed to do everything on your own. I'm sorry for making you worry. The scene shifted. A crowd of reporters and onlookers had gathered, their cameras flashing, drawn by the news of a daring rescue and a near-fatal accident. Soo-hyuk's fellow firefighters looked on, a mixture of pride and concern in their eyes. The scene opens on a tense rescue operation. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face grim with determination, addresses his colleague, Sang Tae-hyung. He requests support, his voice tight with the urgency of the situation. Sang Tae-hyung, visibly strained, acknowledges Soo-hyuk's request. The next moment, the pair are seen amidst the chaos of the rescue, working in perfect coordination. The sounds of the emergency are palpable. Sirens wail in the distance. Suddenly, a blinding flash interrupts the rescue. The intense light momentarily obscures the scene. When it clears, Soo-hyuk and Sang Tae-hyung are seen struggling under the weight of a collapsing structure. Despite the danger, they manage to pull each other free. A wave of relief washes over them as they embrace, the sounds of flashing cameras and cheering crowds filling the air. Someone comments on their hard work that day. The scene shifts. Soo-hyuk finds himself back at the fire station, the bustling energy of the previous rescue replaced by an unnerving quiet. The station is eerily empty. He looks around, confused. The question, escapes his lips, a reflection of his bewilderment. Soo-hyuk's confusion deepens as he observes the empty office. He wonders where everyone has gone, his internal monologue expressing his frustration at the unusual silence. A voice, sharp and critical, cuts through his thoughts, questioning his competence. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A superior officer, his face partially obscured, questions a subordinate. A single question mark floats above the officer's head, reflecting his unspoken frustration. The subordinate, visibly agitated, explains the gravity of the situation. He emphasizes the high-stakes nature of the operation and the significant number of executives overseeing it. The camera focuses on a group of rescue workers gathered around a small, damaged robot. One of them, speaking to their superior, points out the risks they faced and the near-fatal consequences for many. The superior officer, his fists clenched, retorts that their primary duty is to protect citizens and their property. His words are met with a sharp rebuke. The officer is visibly shocked by the intensity of the response. One of the rescue workers calmly states, "We are all humans too." He continues, emphasizing that rescue workers are also vulnerable to injury and death, just like the people they strive to protect. The argument escalates. A heated confrontation ensues between two rescue workers. One worker forcefully asserts that they are not superhuman, but ordinary people. A furious roar ripped through the air. The face of a man, contorted in rage, dominated the scene. His orange uniform strained against his bulging muscles as he spat the words, "You piece of shit." The scene opens on a tense moment within a bustling fire station. A young firefighter, his face etched with concern, speaks out, "We are all humans too." His words are met with a mix of shock and anger for his fellow firefighters. One of them retorts, emphasizing the point, they too are people who can get hurt, burnt, or die. The argument escalates. Another firefighter, visibly agitated, forcefully states, "They are not superhumans." His voice rises to a shout as he unleashes his frustration. "They are humans. You piece of shit." A senior firefighter, witnessing the outburst, expresses his disbelief. "You must have gone crazy, you bastard." The younger firefighter, undeterred, defends his position. "What? Are you picking on me now, just because a subordinate cursed at you? Since you're the captain, then act like one." Another firefighter chimes in, highlighting the captain's lapse in judgment. "You're so distracted by the reputation that you have to the point where you'd ignore the fact that you almost killed them." The scene opens with a tense exchange between rescue workers. One, clearly agitated, shouts accusations at another, his words laced with anger and frustration. "And what? You say it's fucking easy?" Don't fucking tell us that, you bastard. Another worker, seemingly caught in the crossfire, pleads, "Hey, aren't you letting me go?" Sang Tae-hyung. The scene shifts to the interior of a rescue station. Two figures, presumably the same rescue workers from the previous scene, are now engaged in a quieter conversation. One remarks, "Hugh, that snobby person. Look, I told you this wouldn't work, didn't I?" The other worker responds, "Never mind that. It's not like I was expecting something. Are you sure you weren't hurt?" The first worker reassures his colleague, "Yes, I'm sure. I barely got hurt. If you're hurting somewhere, don't hold it in and just go to the hospital for a checkup. You'll regret it later if you won't get that checked, you know." The second worker continues, "Just know that you're lucky, you bastard. It was fortunate that explosion didn't happen where you were. It would have been bad if you got caught up in it." The conversation shifts to a more serious tone. The second worker states, "Starting today, don't forget that you were stuck with me." The first worker replies, albeit somewhat reluctantly, "Yes, I'll be more careful from now on." A man in a firefighter uniform anxiously checked his watch. There wasn't much time left before the national firefighting competition. He muttered to himself, reminding himself that maintaining peak physical condition was crucial for the competition. The scene shifted to a park, where a young woman sat on a bench, scrolling through her phone. A question crossed her mind. Was it fair that robots were treated better than firefighters? She continued reading an article about a firefighter who almost lost his life in a fertilizer plant explosion. The article highlighted the unfair treatment he received. The man from the earlier scene, Soo-hyuk, sat beside her. He questioned her lack of reaction to the story. She responded that the situation was too serious. Someone almost died. Soo-hyuk admitted he was unaware of the unfair treatment he had received. He regretted showing her the article. The woman reminded him of the article's high view count, urging him not to downplay the situation. A man, Soo-hyuk, sat on a park bench, his eyes glued to his phone. A woman, Eun-song, sat beside him, watching with a mixture of curiosity and concern. He muttered to himself, "You have to show it to them this time." Eun-song, tilting her head, questioned his actions. "Huh? What are you doing?" Soo-hyuk, a determined glint in his eyes, replied, "I'm going to upload it on SS." Eun-song reacted with surprise. "On SNS?" Soo-hyuk is a sigh. "You may not know about this yet, but you have to get used to these changes. The internet has a huge impact these days." Soo-hyuk chuckled, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. "But I'm a person from 10 years in the future, though." He continued, explaining his apprehension. "These days, if you're one who doesn't know about it, you'll be treated as an old man." Eun-song responded with a mix of understanding and concern. "It's to that extent?" "Of course." Soo-hyuk, showing her his phone, exclaimed, "Look here. I already pasted the link and uploaded it." Soo-hyuk checked the response to his post. "It hasn't been long since you uploaded it, but there are likes already." Eun-song beamed, brimming with confidence. "I did well, right?" Soo-hyuk nodded, a genuine smile gracing his lips. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Eun-song SSI. My heart is now at ease, thanks to you." Eun-song replied warmly, "I'm glad to hear that." Eun-song continued, offering further assistance. "Please let me know anytime if there's something else I can help you with." Soo-hyuk, deeply touched, responded, "I'm already very thankful that you did this for me. How could I ask Eun-song SSI again?" A young woman, her back to the viewer, gestures toward the young man, standing some distance away. She says something about an exchange. The woman's thought bubble reveals her suggestion. "Let's go eat something delicious." The young man, his face still unseen, responds that the warmer weather has made him more active as well. The young man's face is now clearly visible. He smiles broadly. He shakes the woman's hand, a cheerful expression on both their faces. Cherry blossoms fall around them. A brief, humorous aside from unseen characters comments on the irony of their single status and shared interest in manhwa. A week later, in Shinul SEO, the scene shifts to a fire station. Kim Soo-hyuk is called out by name by his colleagues. Inside the fire station, Soo-hyuk's colleagues inform him that he's in the news. He looks surprised. Inside a bustling fire station, two firefighters, Soo-hyuk and his colleague, stared intently at a computer screen. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned veteran, pointed at the screen, his expression a mix of disbelief and grim amusement. "The comments are no joke," he stated, his voice low. His colleague, visibly concerned, leaned closer. A news article dominated the screen, showcasing a dramatic image of a firefighter in action. "I think our article became a hot topic on social media first," the colleague observed, his voice laced with a hint of anxiety. Soo-hyuk scrolled through the online comments, a wave of frustration washing over him. The comments were a mix of praise and outrage. One particularly scathing comment caught his eye. "Is this what a country is? Instead of an order to save a person, you ordered someone to save something like a robot? This is crazy, really." Another comment echoed the sentiment. "Please spend our tax money on firefighters, not on those people sitting in the National Assembly. Cut off the person who gave such an order." Back at the fire station, the two firefighters discussed the escalating situation. "It seems that the reporters are now camping outside for some news coverage," one of them said, his voice strained. Soo-hyuk, already aware of the media frenzy, sighed. "I already told you. It is crazy on the internet right now." Meanwhile, a man in a suit, identified as Sang Tae-hyung, walked purposefully through the civil service center. He spoke to someone off-panel, relaying information. According to Sang Tae-hyung, Captain Han Zeon has already been transferred to another place. He continued his walk, a subtle sense of relief in his posture. His internal thoughts were audible. I'm glad that he didn't take his clothes off. Back at the fire station, a different scene unfolded. One firefighter suggested, "Let's go and work out Kangshik." His colleague readily agreed, "That sounds good." At the fire station, two rescue workers, Soo-hyuk and Sang-tae, are discussing their workout plans. Soo-hyuk asks Sang-tae if he can join him for upper body training, to which Sang-tae readily agrees, offering to supervise. Soo-hyuk feels confident about his workout, anticipating Sang-tae's guidance. Meanwhile, in the station, other rescue workers prepare for an upcoming competition. One of them notices Soo-hyuk and exclaims that he's also preparing for the competition. Soo-hyuk confirms his participation in the competition. Soo-hyuk heads out, preparing to leave the station. He decides to go with Sang-tae. They consult a subway map to plan their route. Soo-hyuk walks down a damaged subway corridor. The scene is grim and littered with debris. He stops, noticing something unsettling about his surroundings. A look of dawning horror crosses his face as he realizes the extent of the damage. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the chaos of a recent emergency. His face, etched with worry and exhaustion, reflected the intensity of the situation. The aftermath of the incident was grim. A small, crumpled blue object lay discarded on the platform, a poignant reminder of the tragedy. A gloved hand carefully picked up the object. It was a note. Soo-hyuk unfolded the note, his eyes falling upon a heartfelt message. "Dad, I love you. I miss you very, very much." From Min-seon, he let out a pained sigh, the weight of the words settling heavily on his chest. The note triggered a wave of memories. Soo-hyuk found himself standing before a makeshift memorial, a wall covered in notes and tributes from grieving loved ones. Each message was a testament to his selfless actions and the lives he had saved. The wall was a tapestry of grief and gratitude, a poignant reminder of the impact he had made, even in death. Soo-hyuk, in his firefighter uniform, stood solemnly before the memorial, surrounded by flowers and candles. The scene was heavy with unspoken emotion. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him, a disorienting feeling of displacement. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, lay dying amidst the chaos of a recent emergency. His body, battered and bruised, reflected the toll of countless dangerous rescues. Nearby, another firefighter, Park Sang-tae, watched in silent horror. Soo-hyuk's vision blurred, his hearing fading. He could barely make out Sang-tae's anguished face as he whispered, "Sang Tae-hyung." Sang-tae, his face etched with grief and despair, could only manage a choked, "Soo-hyuk." Soo-hyuk, despite his fading strength, mustered a final effort. He whispered, "Sang Tae-hyung." A surge of dark energy erupted from Soo-hyuk's hand. His voice, though weak, carried an unexpected resolve. "I'm looking forward to your cooperation. Even if I'm not here, there's still people left." Sang-tae watched in stunned silence as Soo-hyuk's body was consumed by the dark energy, letting out a cry of anguish. The darkness enveloped Soo-hyuk completely, leaving only a void in its wake. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk found himself back in his rookie days, the memories of his death still fresh in his mind. A sense of urgency washed over him as he heard a superior officer shout, "Rescue team, move out." He was jolted into action. Another firefighter urged, "We have to move out. Hurry, to the car." Inside the bustling Korean fire station, a sense of urgency filled the air. Two firefighters, their faces partially obscured by sunglasses, crouched low, moving swiftly and silently through the office. From behind a partition, a voice called out, sharp with concern, "What are you doing, Kim Soo-hyuk? Hurry up and come out." Soo-hyuk emerged, his expression a mixture of worry and determination. He responded quietly, "Sang Tae-hyung." He explained, his voice tight with purpose, that he was heading to the subway station, anticipating an imminent fire. A flashback washed over him. He remembered Sang Tae-hyung's sacrifice, how his superior had saved him, ultimately losing his own life in the process. But, Soo-hyuk resolved, "I won't let the same future happen again." He was determined to use the new opportunities and abilities bestowed upon him to make a difference. With renewed vigor, Soo-hyuk and his fellow firefighters raced towards the emergency. He declared, his voice filled with unwavering resolve, "I'll rescue everyone. This is a work of fiction. It has nothing to do with real people, organizations, places, and incidents." Previously, Kim Soo-hyuk, a veteran firefighter, introduced himself. He was on his 10th year of service. He found himself thrust into a dangerous situation. Before he knew it, he was trapped at the scene of a devastating fire. Soo-hyuk believed he would die, but then he awoke at the scene of a fire from 10 years prior. He called out to Sang Tae-hyung in shock. A message appeared before him. "Save everyone. There are people on the 7th floor who are waiting for your help. There are only 2 people, but you have a limited amount of time. Rewards, EXP skill. Grade, novice firefighting." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, found himself in a desperate situation. A fire raged around him, and then, inexplicably, an unknown system window materialized before his eyes, displaying a stark warning: danger detection. The system window shifted, its focus changing. A new message appeared: life detection. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk felt a surge of power, two new abilities activating within him. He realized, with a jolt, that he had received these abilities. He located two children huddled together, visibly shaken and distressed, near a small fire. Soo-hyuk, despite his own injuries, moved swiftly to rescue a man trapped in the debris. He pulled the man to safety, coughing violently from the smoke inhalation. He found a woman, injured and bound, in the back of a vehicle. She was clearly a victim of the disaster. With the woman secured, Soo-hyuk received her grateful thanks. He reassured her, urging her to hold on tight as he and another rescuer carefully carried her to safety. Soo-hyuk reflected on his actions, understanding that his newly acquired abilities allowed him to rescue those he couldn't save in his past life. Exhausted but triumphant, Soo-hyuk and his fellow rescuer collapsed, their mission accomplished. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay on the ground, a triumphant grin etched on his face. He had just saved several lives, a fact that filled him with a profound sense of relief. "They're safe. I saved them this time," he exclaimed, his voice hoarse with exertion. But a shadow of foreboding quickly replaced his joy. A sense of impending doom washed over him. The aftermath of the Chernil station collapse was a scene of utter devastation. Twisted metal, shattered concrete, and plumes of dust filled the air. The scale of the disaster was immediately apparent. The text explained the tragedy. Due to shoddy construction, the station had collapsed, claiming the lives of over 100 people. Amidst the chaos, several civilians struggled to escape the rubble. The scene highlighted the sheer terror and desperation of the situation. A memorial displayed a photograph of Park Sang-tae, a respected firefighter who had perished in the line of duty during the Chernil station incident. Soo-hyuk reflected on the loss of his dear supervisor, Sang Tae-hyung, a loss that weighed heavily on his conscience. Later, alone in his apartment, Soo-hyuk sat on his bed, lost in thought. He scrolled through his phone, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He vowed that if such a disaster ever struck again, he would do everything in his power to prevent it, even if it meant risking his own life. He would save everyone, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood before the Chernil station, his expression grim. Despite his decade of experience, a nagging feeling persisted. Even after his recent regression, a mysterious return to his rookie days, he'd repeatedly requested building safety checks, only to be dismissed as a waste of manpower. He continued his conversation with a station official, the official's dismissive attitude clear. Soo-hyuk's resolve hardened. He couldn't simply ignore his gut feeling. His thoughts turned inward. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. How could he stand idly by? Soo-hyuk's phone buzzed, a familiar glow illuminating his hand. It was a call. He answered, a relieved smile touching his lips as he recognized the voice on the other end. "Yin-sung is Sasai," he replied, his tone warm. Eun-song, driving, excitedly explained her plans for the day. Soo-hyuk, though slightly hesitant, agreed to her suggestion. He paused, however, unsure of the exact location. His uncertainty was evident. Soo-hyuk decided to put off his worries for later. He would focus on the present moment. He sat down, phone in hand, a quiet contemplation settling over him. There was still time, he thought, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, checked his reflection on his phone. He had a date with his girlfriend later that day and wanted to make a good impression. He carefully examined his outfit, a simple red long-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans. He seemed satisfied with his choice. Soo-hyuk anxiously awaited his girlfriend's response to his outfit choice, a nervous flutter in his stomach. His phone buzzed with various reactions. Some found his outfit amusing, others questioned his fashion sense, and one even threatened to break up. He defended his choice, insisting he'd picked the best outfit he owned. Suddenly, his girlfriend's message appeared, urging him to come out. The scene shifted to a sunny city street. Soo-hyuk, now dressed in his usual attire, walked towards the Naewon Gashwon Hotel, a male-only establishment. He reflected on his earlier outfit choice, admitting it had been a while since he'd dressed up. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, reflected on his unexpected return to his rookie days. He mused that in his past life, a quiet existence had sufficed, but now, with the added weight of his past life's memories and newfound abilities, even sleep felt insufficient. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Yin-song's car. He spotted Eun-song approaching, calling out his name. Soo-hyuk's gaze fell upon Yin-song's vehicle, a stark contrast to his own humble means. He questioned whether it was indeed Yin-song's car, noting the disparity between their respective situations. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Eun-song, from behind the wheel, greeted Soo-hyuk warmly, inquiring about his well-being. Soo-hyuk expressed surprise at Yin-song's attire and wondered aloud about the difficulty in scheduling meetings with her. Eun-song chuckled, apologizing for the inconvenience. Soo-hyuk then asked about their destination. Eun-song playfully responded that it was a secret, urging him to simply follow her. The day unfolded under a bright sky. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a determined look, found himself in front of a brightly lit convenience store, the Korean characters for Daemyo convenience store clearly visible. His expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and slight bewilderment clouding his features. He seemed lost in thought. Inside the store, Soo-hyuk and a woman, Eun-song, were grocery shopping. Eun-song commented on the low price of pork belly, while Soo-hyuk noted the deliciousness of a snack she was eating. He was internally questioning why they were grocery shopping together. A sudden realization struck Soo-hyuk. He paused, eyes widening in surprise. His thoughts raced. He learned that Eun-song was a culinary researcher. The implications of this were exciting to him. He wondered if she would cook for him. Eun-song, however, questioned his reaction, clarifying that this was a date. Soo-hyuk's face lit up. He was clearly thrilled at the prospect. He eagerly anticipated Eun-song's cooking. The pair continued their shopping, Soo-hyuk happily pushing a cart overflowing with groceries. Eun-song asked if they needed anything else. Kim Soo-hyuk and Eun-song, his colleague, were at the supermarket, their shopping cart overflowing with groceries. Soo-hyuk, looking overwhelmed, questioned the sheer volume of their purchases. Eun-song, unfazed, simply stated that there was no space left in the cart and asked Soo-hyuk to fetch another one. Soo-hyuk, clearly flustered, could only stammer in response. Soo-hyuk, still bewildered by the sheer amount of food, directly asked Eun-song why she was buying so much. His confusion was evident. Eun-song, with a mischievous grin, simply replied that he would find out soon enough. The next scene showed Eun-song loading the massive amount of groceries into the trunk of her car. A faint green glow emanated from some of the packages. With a sigh of relief, Eun-song declared that she had finally loaded everything into the trunk. Back in the car, Soo-hyuk, still puzzled, questioned Eun-song about her massive purchase. Soo-hyuk guessed that it was either for a party or emergency food supplies, prompting Eun-song to playfully tease him about his assumptions of her appetite. She insisted he guessed what the food was for. Soo-hyuk, growing increasingly curious, pressed Eun-song to reveal the true purpose of her shopping spree. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat in the passenger seat of a car, his expression a mixture of surprise and mild apprehension. His date, a woman with warm brown eyes and hair, announced their destination, a nursery. The woman, seemingly unfazed by Soo-hyuk's reaction, explained that it was a place she frequented, and today was a special day for her. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened slightly as the word nursery registered in his mind, a flicker of something akin to a long-forgotten memory crossing his features. She quickly reassured him, sensing his hesitation. It had been a while since their last date, and she wanted to make this one special. Soo-hyuk, however, insisted he wasn't offended. He offered a reassuring smile, revealing a personal connection to the place. Having spent his early years in an orphanage, the nursery held a special significance for him. A flashback showed a young Soo-hyuk playing with building blocks in the orphanage nursery. The scene shifted, showing him during mealtimes, his small portion of food barely enough to satisfy his hunger. The meager portions left him constantly hungry, a stark contrast to the memory of volunteers bringing delicious food. The memory of those volunteers, bringing joy and sustenance, remained vivid in his mind. He remembered their kindness, a stark contrast to the harsh realities of his childhood. Young Soo-hyuk's face lit up as he recalled the volunteers' generosity, a poignant reminder of the kindness he experienced amidst hardship. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rookie rescue worker, sat in the passenger seat of a car, his gaze fixed on the woman driving. He found himself captivated by her, seeing her in a new light, a stark contrast to the grim realities of his previous life as a seasoned veteran. The car pulled up to the grain of wheat nursery. His companion announced their arrival. Soo-hyuk looked around the area, taking in the surroundings of the nursery. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the usual chaos of his rescue missions. His eyes scanned the playground equipment, noting the age and wear of the structures. Soo-hyuk commented on the age of the nursery, his thoughts reflecting on the passage of time and the changes he'd witnessed. Spotting a familiar car, Soo-hyuk recognized it as belonging to the Ajumma. 3 young children, 2 boys and a girl, ran hand in hand, their laughter echoing in the air. The girl, in the center, led the way with unrestrained joy. Their joyous run brought them to a car where a man waited. The children excitedly shouted their food preferences, hamburgers, pizza, and tteokbokki. A woman, observing the scene, commented to the man, "It seems they are more interested in the food than in you." Eun-song's sigh. The man, Eun-song, smiled softly. "Those kids. It's been a while since I've felt at peace like this." A pensive expression crossed Eun-song's face. "Though grain of wheat nursery, I think I've heard of it before." The woman approached Eun-song, offering him a box. "Sweet Asai, please take this." Eun-song accepted the box, a slight blush on his cheeks. He mumbled, "I must be being just a little sensitive, that's all." He looked at the children playing nearby. "Let's just focus on this date without thinking about anything else today." The story begins outside a modest 2-story building, bathed in the warm glow of a sunny day. Lush green trees surround the structure, suggesting a peaceful suburban setting. Inside, Kim Soo-hyuk, a man with a youthful face and dark hair, savors a delicious meal. His expression is one of pure enjoyment as he exclaims, "Tasty." He's joined by a woman and a child, who are equally impressed by his culinary skills. The woman remarks on his confidence in the kitchen, prompting a humble response from Soo-hyuk, who attributes his success to his experience as a Korean food chef. The child and woman continue to praise his cooking, referring to him as ajumma, a term of endearment for an older woman. Soo-hyuk playfully corrects them, reminding them that he is not an old lady. The woman then asks who he is, prompting Soo-hyuk to jokingly introduce himself as the ajumma's boyfriend, much to the amusement of the child. Soo-hyuk's playful introduction is met with laughter and surprise. The woman's eyes widen in amusement, and the child giggles. The woman, however, seems to recognize him, calling him Soo-hyuk, a respectful suffix. A young woman, her face alight with surprise, stared at Soo-hyuk. Did Soo-hyuk really just call me that? Soo-hyuk, slightly flustered, stammered an apology. He clearly felt awkward about his choice of words. The day's events continued. After sharing a meal with the children, Soo-hyuk and Yoon-sung helped out at the nursery. Soo-hyuk expertly cleaned a window while a small boy enthusiastically mopped the floor nearby. Yoon-sung complimented Soo-hyuk on his efficiency. Later, Soo-hyuk struggled slightly with the weight of a laundry basket, while the young woman from earlier loaded the washing machine. The scene shifted to a playful bath time, with Soo-hyuk and a young woman assisting a giggling child. Outside, Soo-hyuk played soccer with the children, his smile genuine as he joined in their game. As the sun began to set, the children, along with Yoon-sung and the young woman, thanked Soo-hyuk for his visit. The day was winding down. A young girl, Seo-hye, looked up at a woman, her Yuni, with wide, hopeful eyes. Yuni, are you going home now? Can't you sleep here tonight before you go? The Yuni smiled gently, her expression warm and reassuring. I'll come back here again soon, say. A man, presumably her partner, added, we can stay a little bit longer. The Yuni firmly rejected the suggestion, her tone serious. No, the man sighed, muttering to himself. Well, it is not easy to play with kids, that's for sure. Meanwhile, an elderly woman approached the couple, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Thank you so much. Your lover has great stamina, she chuckled, adding quietly, I was surprised. The man blushed, replying, it comes from the job. Saying their goodbyes, the couple prepared to leave. Goodbye, kids. We'll come back again soon, the Yuni called out cheerfully. Her partner agreed. We'll be on our way then. As they drove away, the man turned to his partner. It was tiring, wasn't it? She smiled, shaking her head. No, it was fun. The kids are cute too. He chuckled, teasing her. Oh, this didn't seem like a date, did it? She playfully retorted. It wasn't that bad, so there's definitely nothing for you to worry about. He beamed, relieved. That's a relief. Then, do you want to come along with me next time? Suddenly, Seo-hye ran out after them, calling out, Yuni. The scene opens with a young girl peering out from a car window, her face a mixture of concern and excitement. She calls out to a man, Seo-hye, why are you still out here? The man, Soo-hyuk, smiles warmly. He responds, let's cook together, play dolls together, and also, let's have a picnic together too. A bead of silence hangs in the air before Soo-hyuk's expression shifts, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. From inside the car, a woman's voice cuts through the quiet. Gosh, I can't seem to stop you, huh? We're going now, Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk's gaze drops, a pensive expression settling on his face. He remains silent for a moment. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition hits him. I remember now. A news report flashes across the screen, a horrific disaster involving a nursery school bus. The report details a local incident, an accident. The bus, carrying young children, was driving along the highway when it attempted to avoid a car, causing it to flip over. Paramedics rushed to the scene, carefully carrying an injured man on a stretcher. The man is Soo-hyuk. A fiery collision. The initial impact sent a vehicle careening into several others, igniting a devastating blaze. The scene shifts, a chaotic blur of motion and destruction. Elsewhere, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stands in his apartment, a thoughtful expression on his face. He runs a hand through his hair, lost in contemplation. A memory surfaces. He recalls a similar incident, occurring around the same time of year. Soo-hyuk wonders aloud if a particular nursery he visited earlier that day is the same one involved in the past incident. He confirms his suspicions. It's the same location. Back at the station, Soo-hyuk plays a mobile game, noticing a detail. He points out to a colleague that the game's monster regenerates and changes location, mirroring the real-world incident. He questions the similarity of the maps. Soo-hyuk is left pondering the strange coincidence. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat at his desk, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, explaining that he'd been off duty for a while and therefore couldn't recall the precise details of a recent incident. His frustration mounted as he realized the extent of his memory lapse. He couldn't even remember the name of the nursery involved. He exclaimed in self-reproach, questioning his lack of recall. Suddenly, a colleague, noticing Soo-hyuk's distress, called out to him. Soo-hyuk, startled, mumbled a dismissive response, attempting to downplay his anxiety. Another colleague playfully teased Soo-hyuk about having a girlfriend, prompting a surprised reaction from Soo-hyuk and a playful retort from his colleague. The news of Soo-hyuk's girlfriend spread quickly amongst his colleagues, generating excitement and prompting them to request an introduction. Soo-hyuk, however, seemed confused by the notion of formally introducing his girlfriend, his expression reflecting his uncertainty. As he pondered this, his phone rang, displaying an incoming call. The visual emphasis on the phone suggests the call is significant. His colleagues reacted with excitement upon seeing the incoming call, assuming it was from his girlfriend, commenting on the fortuitous timing. Soo-hyuk, however, answered the call with a more serious demeanor, expressing his concern about the unexpected call at this hour. A woman, her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, sat comfortably on a chair, a phone pressed to her ear. She spoke, her voice calm and even, "Nothing. I'm just bored since it's my free time." She continued the conversation, her tone shifting slightly. "Are you busy right now?" The man on the other end of the line replied, his voice a low murmur. "No, it's also my free time right now." The woman's voice brightened. "By the way, Soo-hyuk Hisasai, when's your day off?" Soo-hyuk, slightly surprised by the question, responded, "Tomorrow." "Why?" The woman's voice was enthusiastic. "Really? That's good then. By any chance, are you planning on doing something that day?" Soo-hyuk hesitated, then answered, No, there's nothing in particular." The woman's voice was cheerful. "Then, do you want to come with me to the nursery again?" Soo-hyuk's brow furrowed slightly as he considered the suggestion. "The nursery? Ah, is it the same nursery we went to before? You seem to go there very often." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, held his phone to his ear, his expression unreadable. He muttered into the receiver, "A bus." The conversation continued, the other party adding, "And also a picnic." Soo-hyuk's colleagues, startled by a sudden noise, reacted with surprise. One exclaimed, "Ah, that scared me." Soo-hyuk, still on the phone, responded to his date's inquiry about the picnic location. He said, Yes, at 9 in the morning in front of my house." He continued the conversation, confirming the meeting time. "And then we'll depart at 10:30. "I understand. Yes, see you on that day then." Back at the station, Soo-hyuk's colleague called out to him, "Hey, Kim Soo-hyuk." Soo-hyuk, momentarily distracted, replied, "Yes." His colleague questioned his elaborate preparations for a simple date. "Why are you making such a fuss for a date? Are you going now?" Soo-hyuk's expression turned serious. He reflected, given the circumstances of the accident, it seems it is most likely to be the case. "I'm not sure if it's the same place or not, but I have to go." His thoughts drifted to the past. He wondered, when did I make a fuss? The scene opens on a fire station break room. 3 rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, are engaged in casual conversation. One, noticeably taller than the others, is addressed by a colleague. "Hyungs, what are you doing on your day off?" The taller worker responds with a grin. "Oh, day off. Why'd you ask?" Before adding, "Well, in the day after tomorrow. Do you want me to introduce my girlfriend to you?" The camera focuses on a name tag, Kim Soo-hyuk. His colleagues react with surprise. One exclaims, "Really?" while the other is left speechless, simply stating, "Huh." 2 days later, the scene shifts to the exterior of the fire station. Soo-hyuk's face is shown, a look of grim determination etched upon his features. He mutters to himself, "Whoa." He is on a bus, surrounded by other passengers. A child asks him, "Juicy, who are you?" Soo-hyuk observes 2 men, muttering, "There are 2 Juicies here." A disclaimer appears, stating that the story is a work of fiction and bears no relation to real people, organizations, places, or events. The scene shifts to a bustling bus. A man, Kim Soo-hyuk, is surrounded by children. One of them asks, "Juicy, who are you?" Soo-hyuk is clearly disoriented, as he's been suddenly thrust into this situation. Soo-hyuk's confusion is evident on his face. He thinks to himself, "Just what exactly am I doing here?" A narration box clarifies the time, an hour ago before this incident. The setting changes to an exterior shot of a building, the Damsa Agriculture and Fishery Center. A young woman approaches Soo-hyuk, cheerfully greeting him. "Soo-hyuk Hisasai." 2 men observe the interaction, one of them muttering, "Whoa." The taller of the 2 men introduces himself as Park Sang-tae, explaining that he and Kim Kang-shik are Soo-hyuk seniors. Kang-shik adds a friendly greeting. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in an unusual predicament. He was out grocery shopping with his friends, and their playful banter filled the air. One friend commented on the attractiveness of Soo-hyuk's girlfriend, while Soo-hyuk himself mused about the wisdom of bringing his friends along on this particular outing. Soo-hyuk's friend, concerned about potentially disrupting Soo-hyuk's date, apologized for their presence. Soo-hyuk's girlfriend, however, reassured them, stating that she also wanted to see him. Soo-hyuk's girlfriend explained that she had heard about him from Soo-hyuk himself, and that having extra help would be beneficial. She then suggested they begin their day. The group proceeded with their shopping, filling their carts with various groceries. Soo-hyuk's girlfriend hummed happily as she pondered the deliciousness of their potential meal, seemingly oblivious to her companion's thoughts. One of Soo-hyuk's friends inquired about his girlfriend's profession, prompting Soo-hyuk to reveal that she was a chef and would likely cook their meal again. Soo-hyuk's girlfriend selected a package of food, explaining that it was for the children. She was, in her boyfriend's eyes, an angel. Soo-hyuk's friends expressed their amazement at his girlfriend's kindness, wondering how such a wonderful person could be with someone like him. Soo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, brushed off their comments. The title card fades, revealing a sunny cityscape. 에이데키오 센터, 다모아 어린이집, 이즈 비저벨 인 더 디스턴스. For figures stand before a car, a woman and 3 men. The woman asks, "Should we get going now, then?" One of the men replies, "It's time." Another adds, "Sure, let's go to the nursery." The woman informs them, "I forgot to tell you, we'll be departing separately from here on out, and we'll gather again in the picnic area." One of the men agrees, "Okay." One of the men, seemingly agitated, exclaims, "Just in case that happens, I have to be on that bus." The woman and the other 2 men look at him, confused. The woman asks, "Huh? What?" He stammers, "That. What I mean is..." He continues, "I miss the kids too much. Want to take at least 2 hours to get to the picnic area? Isn't that a bit long? So before that, I want to give the kids snacks." A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion, questioned a man beside her. "What's wrong with him?" The man, seemingly relieved, responded. He had just learned something surprising about Soo-hyuk. "I see. Then let's do that. I had no idea Soo-hyuk was so fond of children." He declared, with newfound enthusiasm. "Good. I can go with the kids." His companion observed him with a quizzical look. "Isn't he being a bit weird today?" Soo-hyuk approached a group of people near a bus, expressing his gratitude. "Nice to meet you. I would like to give my thanks to the 3 of you." One of them, seemingly a director, responded modestly. "Oh, it's nothing. It's a good thing that we can be of help to you." Soo-hyuk then turned to the director with a question. He asked, "But, director, are there any seats left on the bus?" The director checked and replied, "Seats? Well, it's not a lot, but I think there's still a few seats available." Soo-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief. Then, I will ride together with you." Suddenly, Soo-hyuk gasped in pain, clutching his head. What that?" Soo-hyuk's friend, Kang-shik, gestures towards him with a smirk. "This pathetic guy. If you ride here, what about your girlfriend?" Kang-shik continues, "Kang-shik and I will ride on this bus, so you go with your girl. Also, you better set the mood right and into something sweet. You haven't met each other in a while, right?" Soo-hyuk and Kang-shik stand on the sidewalk, preparing to part ways. A faint sound is heard. Soo-hyuk hesitates, then calls out to a passing bus. "Excuse me, director. This guy and me will ride on the bus." On the bus, Soo-hyuk observes a man with children, noting the man's graying hair. He reflects on why these 2 are there. One of the children points at Soo-hyuk's hair, teasingly exclaiming, "I got a white hair. You're a grandpa." Soo-hyuk sighs, internally questioning his presence on his precious holiday. However, his thoughts turn to something else. His words from last time are still stuck in his mind. Outside the bus, a man approaches another asking, "What is it?" Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with a serious expression, addressed the passengers. "Make sure to wear your seatbelt," he instructed, his voice firm but gentle. He continued, his gaze sweeping over the passengers. "Please fasten the seatbelts of all the kids too. Every single one of them. Understand?" Soo-hyuk's concern deepened as he noticed the passenger's silent hesitation. A young mother struggled to secure her children's seatbelts, while one child fidgeted. She thought, of course it is important and natural to do so, but for him to make such a serious expression again, "I'm getting nervous for no reason." Meanwhile, the bus driver announced, "Everyone, please take your seats now. Mr. Bus is going now." A passenger responded with an "okay," as Soo-hyuk sharply reminded others to sit properly. The bus, a vibrant red ACE Express tour vehicle, smoothly traversed a picturesque highway, surrounded by lush green mountains. Inside, children chatted and munched on snacks, their youthful energy filling the bus. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat in the passenger seat of a car, his expression weary. Beside him, a younger man, his colleague, checked his phone, seemingly oblivious to Soo-hyuk's exhaustion. The driver, unseen, expertly navigated the city streets. The vehicle moved smoothly through traffic. Soo-hyuk's colleague offered to drive, but Soo-hyuk insisted on resting. He'd done a great job, he said, and deserved a break. Suddenly, a yellow sports car sped past, dangerously close to their vehicle. The colleague gasped in surprise. The yellow car weaved recklessly through traffic, narrowly avoiding collisions. The colleague, still shaken, muttered about the reckless driving. Soo-hyuk, observing the situation, calmly remarked that the driver deserved to have their license revoked. The yellow car continued its erratic course, cutting off other vehicles. Meanwhile, the bus driver, seemingly unfazed by the near misses, hummed along to the music playing on his radio. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat behind the wheel of his vehicle, navigating the winding mountain roads. The high-decker sign loomed overhead as he drove, the hum of the engine a familiar comfort. His attention was suddenly drawn to a bright yellow sports car speeding recklessly down the opposite lane, weaving dangerously between other vehicles. The yellow car, seemingly out of control, came dangerously close to colliding with a dark-colored SUV. A sense of impending danger filled the air. Soo-hyuk's foot slammed on the accelerator, His instincts taking over, he reacted instantly to the unfolding crisis. The red blur of his vehicle sped towards the scene, a desperate attempt to prevent a catastrophic accident. A look of sheer terror contorted the face of the driver of the SUV as he braced for impact. He muttered, "That's..." Two passengers in a nearby car watched in horror, one of them exclaiming, "Dangerous!" Soo-hyuk gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white with tension as he navigated the treacherous road with a grim determination. He was racing against time, the fate of several lives hanging precariously in the balance. Panic erupted within the speeding bus. Passengers cried out in terror as the vehicle swerved violently. Two burly men struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel, their faces contorted in exertion. The bus careened wildly. Outside, the landscape blurred into a chaotic streak of color as the bus hurtled towards an unavoidable collision with a car and a looming precipice. One of the men cried out in despair. He realized their impending doom. "We're going to overturn." The bus careened off the road, hurtling down a steep embankment in a fiery blur. Screams filled the air. Amidst the chaos, a young man braced himself for impact, his expression a mixture of fear and resignation. The bus smashed through a barrier, continuing its destructive trajectory. It collided with another vehicle, sending a shockwave of destruction through the surrounding area. The bus finally came to a stop, the aftermath a scene of devastation. A fiery collision ripped through the night. Twisted metal and shattered glass littered the road as a bus lay engulfed in flames, smoke billowing into the sky. Amidst the chaos, a figure lay groaning on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, coughed weakly, his vision blurring. His eyes flickered open, a wave of disorientation washing over him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. This was unexpected, he muttered to himself, recognizing the grim reality of his situation. Suddenly, a young boy's cries pierced the air. He was trapped beneath a section of the collapsed structure. The boy, terrified, called out for his mother. Soo-hyuk watched, his heart heavy with a familiar sense of helplessness. Another victim, trapped and in desperate need of rescue. The weight of his past failures pressed down on him. Rain lashed down as Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with disbelief and sweat beading on his brow, stared into the storm. He muttered, barely audible above the tempest, "I can't believe this." A disclaimer appears, stating that the story is a work of fiction and bears no relation to real people, organizations, places, or events. The scene shifts to a car driving down a highway. Inside, a young man remarks, "I haven't been on an outing like this for a long time now." His companion, a young woman, agrees, "Really? It's the same for me too. I've had numerous opportunities to go on one, but my family is rather strict." She continues, suggesting, "Oh, really? Do you want to go on a trip together? Next time then?" The man considers this, responding, "Is that too soon for that? It hasn't even been 100 days since we started dating." His girlfriend enthusiastically replies, "Yes. Is that so? Then, how about going next week?" Suddenly, the car violently swerves. The man grips the steering wheel. The woman cries out in alarm, "Kaya, what the?" A young woman, eyes wide with terror, clutches at her throat, her face contorted in a silent scream. Below her, a sinister figure grins, his expression a chilling blend of malice and triumph. Soo-hyuk, his breath ragged, stares down at the scene unfolding before him. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. This daycare center was the source of the trouble. He grips the steering wheel, knuckles white, as he navigates the chaotic streets. The urgency of the situation is palpable. A fiery collision erupts ahead, sending a shower of sparks and debris into the air. The scene is one of controlled chaos, a testament to the intensity of the rescue operation. Inside the car, a woman anxiously questions Soo-hyuk, "What about you?" He slams the car door shut, his expression grim. The weight of responsibility settles heavily upon him. Soo-hyuk sprints towards the building, his determination unwavering. He is ready to face whatever lies ahead. His resolve is clear. He will rescue the children. A catastrophic accident unfolds on a busy city street. A fiery collision between a bus and a truck leaves wreckage strewn across the asphalt, smoke billowing into the air. Amidst the chaos, a rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, is seen struggling against his seatbelt, the impact of the collision evident in the surrounding destruction. Soo-hyuk groans in pain, his body battered and bruised from the crash. He pushes himself up, his movements labored and slow. He struggles to catch his breath, sweat beading on his forehead. The reality of the situation begins to sink in. He glances around, his eyes widening in alarm. He realizes the extent of the damage and the danger he's in. "We're in trouble," he mutters to himself. His foot comes to rest on a shard of broken glass, a stark reminder of the severity of the accident. He spots a colleague, Hyungnim, lying injured nearby. "Hyungnim, what happened?" Soo-hyuk cries out, his voice filled with concern. Another rescue worker urgently shouts, "Get down from there quickly. This is an urgent situation. The flames are starting to spread. It'll only be a matter of time before this entire bus catches on fire." The urgency of the situation is clear. "We have to escape through the windows," someone yells. A piece of narration explains, the glass used for vehicles is different from regular glass. The scene opens with a tense situation. A rescue worker assesses a vehicle's damaged window, muttering to himself, it cannot be broken down with just a fist or by just using a standard tool. He continues his analysis. That's why, inside a vehicle, there must be an emergency hammer that the people inside can use. Moreover, rather than randomly hitting the window anywhere, you must strike the edge of the window, since it is easy to break due to its low shock absorption. His gaze shifts to the front of the vehicle, now obstructed. He notes, the front window is blocked by a truck, so we need to break the side window. With a determined stride, the rescue worker approaches the vehicle's side. He is seen carefully maneuvering around the wreckage. He forcefully pries open a section of the vehicle's side, revealing a trapped individual inside. He swiftly moves to extract the person from the vehicle. With a grunt of exertion, he pulls the individual free, exclaiming, "There we go." He carefully lowers the rescued person to safety. The rescue worker steadies himself, his hand gripping the vehicle's frame. The scene opens with Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, amidst a chaotic inferno. His face is grim, streaked with soot and sweat, as he throws a powerful punch, the force of the blow amplified by a vibrant energy surge. Explosions rock the building, the intense heat and pressure threatening to overwhelm him. Soo-hyuk's desperate struggle for survival is evident in every strained muscle. He coughs, a harsh, guttural sound, his vision blurring as the smoke thickens. Panic claws at him, but his determination remains. Soo-hyuk stumbles, his body failing him, the weight of exhaustion and injury pressing down. He clutches at a fire extinguisher, his last resort. In a desperate plea, Soo-hyuk cries out for Sang-tae, his colleague, his voice raw with fear and urgency. He curses his predicament, the urgency of the situation weighing heavily on him. Time is running out. Soo-hyuk notes the rapid spread of the fire, the flames licking closer with each passing second. The situation is dire. He calls out to Sang-tae again, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and dread. The response is silence. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, leaving Soo-hyuk both startled and confused. A tense scene unfolded. A man, his face etched with grim determination, yelled, "Wait a little longer." He braced himself, his hand reaching out as if to catch something. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Kim Soo-hyuk?" A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The force of the blast sent debris flying, shattering the surrounding environment. Kim Soo-hyuk, battered but alive, found himself amidst the chaos. He gasped, "You?" He reacted instantly, shouting, "Here, I'll lift him up." A bystander, relieved, exclaimed, "G got it." Soo-hyuk gently cradled the young girl, whispering, "It's okay now." The scene opens amidst chaos. A raging inferno consumes a section of what appears to be a bus. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with grim determination, desperately pulls a young girl from a shattered window. Another rescuer, his features obscured by shadow, reaches out to assist. Soo-hyuk, clutching the child protectively, turns to see a young boy emerge from the flames, coughing and visibly shaken. He pulls the boy into a comforting embrace. Soo-hyuk, still cradling the rescued children, looks around at the devastation. His expression is one of profound worry as he asks himself, how many people are left? The flames engulf the bus, obscuring any further view of potential survivors. A grim realization dawns on him. This is the end. Soo-hyuk is thrown backward by a powerful blast, the intense heat searing his skin. He is clearly injured and in grave danger. Another rescuer, shouting urgently, tries to reach him. "Come out now, Hyung." Despite his injuries, Soo-hyuk manages to reach out and grasp the rescuer's hand, a desperate plea for help in his eyes. The rescuer urges him, "Hurry." The scene opens with a chaotic tableau, a fiery car crash, smoke billowing, and the frantic blare of sirens. A figure, obscured by a dark mask, kneels amidst the wreckage. He clutches a small child close, shielding the youngster from the chaos. The child is visibly shaken, but unharmed. The masked man's thoughts are revealed. If finally, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. The fire rages, but firefighters are battling the blaze effectively. The masked man, now identified as Soo-hyuk, sits with the child and another man, watching the scene unfold. His internal monologue continues, "Ended. The crisis is over." Soo-hyuk's face is streaked with soot and sweat, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and relief. He is clearly shaken by the experience. The scene shifts. Soo-hyuk is now surrounded by a cheering crowd, their faces a blur of gratitude and relief. He looks up at them, his expression unreadable. The crowd's cheers intensify as they express their overwhelming appreciation for his bravery and skill in rescuing them from the burning vehicle. He saved everyone. The crowd disperses, leaving Soo-hyuk and a few others behind. The scene is one of post-incident calm, but the tension remains palpable. Soo-hyuk reflects on the event. He acknowledges the help he received from his colleagues, stating, "We managed to rescue everyone, so that's a relief. Plus, if the Hyungs weren't here, I wouldn't have been able to rescue them all by myself." He He sits pensively, a question forming in his mind. Why do things like this keep on happening? Kim Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and exhaustion, slumped against a tree. He muttered to himself, expressing his bewilderment at the recurring chaos that seemed to follow him, no matter what. Suddenly, a young woman, Eun-song, rushed towards him, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. She knelt beside him, her eyes wide with worry. Eun-song's worry quickly turned to surprise as Soo-hyuk chuckled, brushing off her concern. He reassured her that he was fine, prompting her to laugh in disbelief at his nonchalance. She expressed her worry, but he insisted he was unharmed. Eun-song insisted on checking his injuries, scolding him gently for his reckless behavior. Soo-hyuk accepted her scolding, touched by her concern. Overwhelmed by relief, Eun-song embraced Soo-hyuk tightly. Soo-hyuk, equally relieved, reassured her again that he was all right, emphasizing that there was nothing to worry about. Eun-song, still visibly shaken but happy, called him by his name, Soo-hyuk-sasai. In the background, a fellow rescue worker watched the tender reunion, a look of quiet relief on his face as a fire truck arrived in the distance. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the chaos of a recent emergency. His expression was grim, a stark contrast to the relieved smiles of his colleagues. He found himself inexplicably irritated by their cheerful demeanor, a feeling he couldn't quite understand. This is a work of fiction. It bears no relation to actual people, organizations, places, or events. The scene opens in a bustling fire station office. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, is addressed by a colleague. His colleague remarks on Soo-hyuk's recent rescue during his day off, questioning his seemingly constant activity. Soo-hyuk laughs it off, simply stating that it just happened. Another colleague, however, finds Soo-hyuk's frequent involvement in accidents peculiar, voicing his suspicion. The first colleague, clearly amused, tells Soo-hyuk to ignore the other suspicions. Soo-hyuk, now free from duty, suggests they go out to celebrate. His colleagues readily agree, expressing their own desire for some time off. Two rescue workers, engaged in casual conversation, discuss the time elapsed since their last shift. One inquired about the duration, while the other estimated it to be approximately 2 weeks. The scene shifted to a group of 4 rescue workers. One of them, expressing nervousness, mentioned his ability to bench press 400 kilograms before. His colleagues reacted with disbelief and playful teasing. He insisted on the truth of his statement, his expression hardening slightly as he challenged their skepticism. One of the rescue workers reflected on the lingering awkwardness of being alone with Jung Woo-hyung. He attributed this discomfort to lingering emotional remnants from a past incident. Suddenly, a harsh voice interrupted his thoughts, shouting obscenities and demanding his immediate departure. 2 rescue workers stood, one appearing concerned, the other looking on with a neutral expression. The scene was tense. Despite the successful resolution of the situation, a sense of unease remained. The worker voiced his desire to avoid such discomfort in future encounters. The conversation turned to their weekend duty. One rescue worker cheerfully reminded his colleague of their upcoming shift. His colleague, visibly nervous, acknowledged the reminder with a slight grimace. At the fire station gym, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Soo-hyuk's colleague, Hyung-nim, suggested they simply go out and work, but Soo-hyuk was clearly unconvinced. He muttered that Hyung-nim still didn't believe him, prompting Hyung-nim to challenge him to a demonstration of his abilities. Hyung-nim, with a confident grin, urged Soo-hyuk to watch closely. He commented that it had been a while since he'd shown off his skills. Suddenly, a strange energy filled the room. A bright purple light pulsed, emanating from above. The 2 colleagues watched, startled, as a red ring flew across the room. An alarm blared through the station, a rescue alert. Rescue Team 3 was immediately dispatched. The team scrambled towards their truck, a sense of urgency propelling them forward. Inside the vehicle, a dispatcher relayed the emergency, a rescue call from the sewers, ongoing for several days. Soo-hyuk and his team reacted with shock to the news. The situation was clearly dire. A rescue in the sewers? And for days? The dispatcher confirmed that a cat was trapped in the sewers. Afiratrux interior. For rescue workers, their faces etched with concern, huddled together. One holds a radio transceiver, his brow furrowed in concentration. The worker with the radio speaks, his voice firm despite the tension. He instructs the others to remain behind while he, Park Young-woo, and Kim Soo-hyuk proceed. The scene shifts to a street outside. A woman anxiously explains to the rescue workers that her son reported a cat, seemingly without cause. One of the workers reassures her, stating that they have time for such calls. The boy points towards a storm drain, indicating the cat's likely location. The workers exchange glances, preparing to investigate. The boy explains that he's heard meowing sound for days. The workers begin to lift the drain cover. They speculate that the cat likely entered through another sewer. The workers carefully remove the grate. One worker notes the approaching rain and the potential danger for the cat. He prepares to rescue it. A partially submerged, orange feline tail twitched in a murky, debris-filled drain. A glint of purple crystal caught the dim light. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood before a fire truck, his expression thoughtful as he carried a red plastic chair. He and his team approached the drain, their orange uniforms a stark contrast to the grimy surroundings. Soo-hyuk's colleagues knelt beside the opening, observing the situation. Soo-hyuk, crouching, prepared to retrieve the cat. One of his colleagues suggested a playful approach. "Come over here, kitty." As Soo-hyuk reached for the cat, a warning was issued. "Oh, but if you try to grab it carelessly." Suddenly, two crimson energy blades erupted from the drain, narrowly missing Soo-hyuk's hand. He recoiled, his colleague rushing to his side. Soo-hyuk's colleague criticized his impulsive actions. "It's nice to know that you always rush into things without thinking. We had no other choice." Soo-hyuk, slightly injured, defended himself. "I don't put my hand into anything without thinking, though." A different strategy was proposed. "Have this. Why don't we try luring him out with this?" Two rescue workers peered into a dark space. One, his face etched with concern, questioned his colleague. "What is that? Is that Sangswan?" The second worker, seemingly more knowledgeable, responded. "It's Chuck's. If we use that, then it might be possible." Kim Soo-hyuk, the name on his uniform, grinned, a confident gleam in his eyes. He gestured toward the cat food. His colleague remained skeptical, voicing his doubt. "But can it really be lured using food? It's already scared of us." The first worker urged patience. "We don't know yet, so let's just stay still, Hyung." The two rescue workers cautiously positioned themselves above a manhole, a small amount of cat food placed strategically on a wooden board. Slowly, a small, scared cat emerged from the darkness, its paws tentatively touching the ground. Success! The cat cautiously approached the food. The rescue workers celebrated their victory, one urging the other to add more food. The kitten, drawn by the scent, eagerly looked up at the offered treat. A small, orange and white cat with wide, curious eyes peered out from a dark drain. A young man, his face partially obscured, approached cautiously. He seemed to be speaking to the cat, though his words were unintelligible. With a swift movement, the young man, now identified as a firefighter, reached into the drain. His expression was one of focused determination. He triumphantly emerged, holding the kitten aloft. A colleague beside him cheered. The firefighters examined their rescue. "Oh my, were you scared?" one asked gently. The other added, "It's a cheese cat, and it looks like a female one too. It also looks like it's just about a month old." The second firefighter observed, "Seems like you know a lot about them, since you also carry around treats with you." The first firefighter, holding the kitten, responded thoughtfully. "So, Jung-Woo-hyung likes cats this much? Somehow, he doesn't look like it." A grateful voice called out, "Thank you, Firefighter Ajusi. Go home safely." The firefighters prepared to leave. "Let's go now then. So now, what should we do with this?" A small, light brown kitten with wide, curious eyes sat on an orange couch. It tilted its head, a soft meow escaping its tiny mouth, as if questioning its surroundings. Three rescue workers, their orange uniforms crisp, gathered around the kitten. One, slightly taller than the others, suggested, "What do you mean? Let's bring it to a shelter." Soo-hyuk, one of the rescue workers, gazed at the kitten with a gentle smile. A thought crossed his mind. This little one needs help. Another rescue worker, addressing the taller one, asked, "Hyung, can't we take care of this one here?" The taller worker responded incredulously. "What? How can we even take care of a cat here?" A third worker, speaking calmly, stated, "I'm in favor of it. Soo-hyuk and I can take care of her together." The taller worker looked surprised, exclaiming, "What? You, too?" The third worker continued, explaining, "All we need to do is provide her with food, water, and a bathroom. There are people here all the time, too, so she definitely won't get lonely." The kitten looked up expectantly, as if understanding the conversation. A thought bubble above it read, "I mean, that's..." Soo-hyuk and the third worker confidently declared their intentions. "I'll pay for her hospital bills and meals. I'll take care of it by grooming it regularly and cleaning up after her." The other worker watched, impressed. "What? They really are serious about this." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, let out a weary sigh, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. His expression was one of exhaustion. His colleague, Jung-Woo-hyung, called out to him, concerned. "Hyung, where are you going?" Soo-hyuk explained, "To ask the captain, since we're not the only people here." Jung-Woo-hyung, observing Soo-hyuk's interaction with a stray cat, remarked, "Come to think of it, Jung-Woo-hyung, it seems like you really like cats. Are you really like a butler?" Soo-hyuk responded, "I don't like them that much. It's just that I'm raising 4 cats at home." Soo-hyuk continued, "I'll leave the grooming and showering to you then, Hyung." Jung-Woo-hyung replied, "What? You have to do it too." Soo-hyuk chuckled, "Hey, I'm just joking. Of course we'll do it together." Jung-Woo-hyung then brought up a sensitive topic. "By the way, when you went on a trip, I heard you got involved in an accident. What happened?" Soo-hyuk hesitated. What happened then was..." Soo-hyuk gently stroked the belly of one of his cats. "This is a work of fiction. It bears no relation to actual people, organizations, places, or events." The scene opens at a bustling transit station. A young man, his face etched with frustration, argues with a woman. I told you we can't do that." He presses his point, his voice rising. "Why can't you do that? Isn't it a part of your work to do a safety check?" Ignoring his superior's exasperated sigh, the young man continues his argument. I'm definitely sure that there are creaking sounds on the ceiling. His superior dismisses his concerns. It's normal for any building to make creaking sounds. Undeterred, the young man worries aloud. What if this ends up with the building collapsing, huh? His superior explodes in anger. You crazy bastard. Go away. Left alone, the young man, Kim Soo-hyuk, runs a hand through his hair in frustration. Damn it. Damn it. Kim Soo-hyuk sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on the keyboard. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He muttered to himself, lamenting his inability to accomplish anything on this day, the anniversary of a terrible accident. A small orange cat sauntered into the room. Soo-hyuk's colleague, Young-woo, looked on in amusement as Soo-hyuk, distracted and despondent, simply called the cat Cheese. The cat, seemingly unfazed by the name, playfully darted between Soo-hyuk and Young-woo, who reacted with exaggerated surprise and amusement. Young-woo teased Soo-hyuk, pointing out that the cat only seemed to favor him, despite Soo-hyuk's financial contributions to its care. Soo-hyuk's expression turned pensive as he spoke with his colleague. His thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Young-woo, oblivious to Soo-hyuk's inner turmoil, cheerfully speculated that the reason for Soo-hyuk's low spirits might be linked to the anniversary of a significant loss. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened slightly as he reflected on the accuracy of Jung-woo's words. The memory of the accident was vivid, a trauma etched into his mind. A cell phone displayed the time, 10:14 a.m. 3 hours remained until the moment he remembered so clearly. Soo-hyuk's face was grim, his lips pressed together in a thin line. A palpable sense of dread hung in the air. The bustling atmosphere of the fire station crackled with the energy of a busy morning. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat at his desk, a small orange cat curled up on his lap, amidst a sea of paperwork and computer screens. His colleagues, equally engrossed in their tasks, moved with practiced efficiency. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk rose abruptly from his chair, the cat startled by his movement. A fellow worker, noticing his sudden departure, called out, asking where he was going. Soo-hyuk responded curtly that he needed to attend to something. He dashed out of the room, a determined set to his jaw. A single word echoed in his mind, a silent vow. No. His resolve hardened. The memory of a past tragedy fueled his current actions. He would not let history repeat itself. Soo-hyuk found himself on a crowded subway car, gripping the overhead bar. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels against the tracks provided a steady beat to his racing thoughts. He stood amidst the throng of commuters, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery. The city blurred past, a kaleidoscope of lights and movement. Meanwhile, a young woman checked her phone, a worried expression on her face. She was running late, and a text message from someone named Honey confirmed her fears. She muttered to herself, I'm screwed. The thought of her teacher's earlier announcement about shortened classes only added to her anxiety. The automated voice of the subway system announced the approach to Shernil Station. The doors on the right would soon open. The scene opens with a close-up on 2 Korean words, seemingly onomatopoeia, suggesting a tense atmosphere. The camera angle shifts, revealing a nighttime urban setting. Another Korean word, possibly another onomatopoeia, appears. A man's hand, holding a can labeled white spray, is shown. He seems to be in a public space, possibly near a vending machine. The man, now fully visible, wears a black cap and a black face mask. He stands in a dimly lit hallway, near a vending machine. He exudes an air of quiet determination. He approaches a fire alarm, a determined expression on his face. He mutters to himself, Good, let's do this. It's for everyone's sake. The man carefully opens the can of spray paint, his movements precise and deliberate. He takes a moment, seemingly to compose himself, before continuing. He lets out a quiet sigh. Phew. With a swift, decisive motion, he presses the fire alarm. The alarm blares, signaling the start of an emergency response. A young woman, eyes wide with alarm, stared down at something on the ground. Her expression was one of pure terror. A nearby man, equally startled, reacted with a sharp intake of breath, his mouth forming a silent what. Inside a brightly lit control room, a team of emergency responders monitored screens, their faces etched with concern. One of them, responding to a query, assured his colleagues that he was investigating the situation. Another responder pressed for the location of the incident, his voice tight with urgency. His colleague hesitated, then stammered out a response. A sudden, violent burst of energy erupted from a nearby room. The door swung open, revealing a man in dark clothing and a black mask, his arms spread wide in a defiant stance. The responders stared, speechless. The masked man declared, with chilling calm, that he was responsible for the fire. He then issued a sardonic warning to the responders, advising them to flee, before erupting into laughter. One responder looked utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, back at the fire station, concern mounted over the whereabouts of Kim Soo-hyuk. At the fire station, 2 rescue workers discussed the whereabouts of their colleague, Soo-hyuk. One worker expresses concern, noting that Soo-hyuk left abruptly, claiming he needed to take care of something. The other worker is clearly frustrated by Soo-hyuk's absence, wondering where he could have disappeared to. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares through the station. The alarm is a rescue alert. Park, one of the workers, reacts immediately, his expression turning serious as he prepares for action. Rescue Team 3 is dispatched to the scene. Park and his team spring into action, rushing towards the emergency. They arrive at a subway station, where smoke billows from an entrance. Civilians are fleeing in panic, shouting about a fire. Inside the station, a fire alarm sounds. A rescue worker calmly instructs people to evacuate in an orderly fashion, using the emergency exits. He helps an elderly person to safety. Meanwhile, another rescue worker directs the evacuation from the stairs, urging everyone to remain calm and leave the building in an orderly manner. Once everyone is safely evacuated, the rescue worker breathes a sigh of relief. He looks down to see smoke still rising from below, a hint of concern crossing his face. Chaos erupted at the city's subway station. Smoke billowed from within, and a group of bystanders watched in alarm as firefighters rushed to the scene. One man, visibly distressed, exclaimed that a fire had been deliberately set. A nearby firefighter, his face etched with worry, questioned the senselessness of the act. Meanwhile, another firefighter, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the station, expressed concern about the whereabouts of his colleague, Kim Soo-hyuk, who was notably absent during this emergency. The scene shifted to a group of rescue workers preparing for action. A superior officer barked orders, directing Rescue Team 3 to gear up immediately. Despite the warnings of his fellow rescuers, Kim Soo-hyuk, his face grim with determination, charged towards the burning station. He was determined to enter, ignoring the pleas to stand down. His face was a mask of intense focus, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The sight of Soo-hyuk stunned his fellow rescuers. They reacted with shock and disbelief, questioning his presence at the scene. Soo-hyuk, though surprised by their reaction, explained that he would provide details later. His attention was immediately drawn to a man who was causing a disruption. He recognized the man as a frequent inspector, someone who regularly requested inspections of the station. The inspector, equally surprised by Soo-hyuk's presence, angrily questioned his interference. The accusation hung heavy in the air. A group of firefighters and bystanders surrounded a man in a dark suit, their faces a mixture of anger and disbelief. "He's the arsonist," one of them shouted, pointing an accusing finger. Another added, "Even his outfit is the same. I'm sure of it." The man in the suit had stormed into the broadcasting room, yelling that he was responsible for starting the fire. One of the firefighters, his face contorted with fury, grabbed the man's collar. "You bastard. I thought you were just crazy. You're actually a complete psychopath." The man in the suit struggled, protesting, "Wait, listen to me first." Another firefighter intervened, demanding, "Then say it. Why did you start the fire in the station?" A third firefighter, observing the scene with concern, turned to a colleague and asked, "Soo-hyuk, is this true?" The accused man sputtered, unable to form a coherent response. His face was a mask of panic and desperation. Soo-hyuk, the firefighter who had been questioned, finally spoke, his voice strained but firm. "It's not a fire. It's just a smoke bomb." He continued, explaining, "I was trying to evacuate everyone because the station was about to collapse. I told you that." Soo-hyuk gestured towards the ceiling. There were creaking sounds coming from the ceiling. One of the firefighters muttered, "Wow, he really is a crazy bastard." Another firefighter, looking thoughtful, asked a colleague, "Hey, do those words make sense to you?" The colleague, still processing the information, responded hesitantly, "No, but..." Soo-jin, a young man with a concerned expression, spoke to his companion, a more stoic figure. "It was just a smoke bomb," Soo-jin explained. "That's really annoying." The stoic man, seemingly unfazed by Soo-jin's complaints, grabbed his arm. "Hey, there's still a person inside there," he exclaimed, his voice sharp with urgency. Soo-jin protested, "What? Let me go." But the other man ignored him, his gaze fixed on something beyond. A tremor shook the ground. Several bystanders reacted with alarm, their faces etched with fear. "What? Is it an earthquake?" one of them asked, his voice laced with panic. The shaking intensified. "It's getting stronger," someone shouted, their voice barely audible above the growing chaos. Amidst the escalating tremors, the stoic man's voice cut through the fear. He yelled, "Everyone avoid it." His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The man braced himself against the intensifying vibrations. The title card for rescue system appeared, followed by the announcement that Shernil Station was the next stop. The automated voice announced that the doors on the right would open shortly. A young woman, engrossed in a phone call, stood near the doors. She ended her call, remarking to a friend that she had just arrived. Her friend responded with alarm, having witnessed a bizarre incident. The woman's eyes widened in concern as she looked around the station, noticing the unusual lack of people. A sudden, violent explosion rocked the station. The force of the blast sent debris flying, narrowly missing the young woman and others nearby. More explosions followed, causing widespread panic and destruction. The woman and others looked on in terror. The earth shook violently. A subway station, once a bustling hub of activity, was now crumbling into ruin. Panic erupted amongst the passengers as the ground beneath their feet gave way, the air filled with cries of, "What's happening?" Terror gripped the faces of those caught in the chaos. A man's mouth hung open in a silent scream, his hands flailing wildly as debris rained down around him. Nearby, a woman's eyes widened in stark fear, her own scream cut short by the deafening roar of the collapsing structure. The ground continued to heave and crack, swallowing sections of the city hole. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the scene in a grim, apocalyptic haze. From a distance, the devastation was even more apparent. A wide swathe of the city lay in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble, roads cracked and broken. The scale of the disaster was breathtaking. Two firefighters, their faces etched with disbelief, stared at the scene before them. I cannot believe this, one of them stammered, his voice barely a whisper. His colleague, equally shocked, muttered, "This must be a lie, right?" A third man, dressed in civilian clothes, watched the unfolding catastrophe with a grim determination. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he took in the full extent of the damage. A digital message appeared before him, stark against the backdrop of destruction. Rescue as many people as you can. The subway station has collapsed, but there are still people remaining inside. Give a helping hand to those people who long to see the light of the world again. Rewards, experience, skill. Be re-rated to veteran firefighter. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself precariously perched atop a building, his silhouette stark against the twilight sky. 10 years of service had etched lines of experience onto his face, but tonight, the weight of his profession bore down heavily. His face, contorted in a grimace of anguish, reflected the turmoil within. He cried out, "Sujana!" The name, a desperate plea, hung in the air, a testament to the tragedy unfolding. Soo-hyuk's desperate question echoed the chaos around him. "Why are there still people inside the station? I've evacuated everyone already." A colleague stammered a response, explaining that a woman had called moments before the collapse, reporting her recent arrival. The building had given way as soon as a train arrived. Soo-hyuk's mind raced. She's still inside there. What should I do? He was pulled back by a fellow rescuer, who reassured him, "There's no need to worry. We'll rescue them as soon as we can." A team of rescuers, their faces grim but determined, prepared their equipment amidst the wreckage. The scene was a maelstrom of flashing lights and urgent activity. Amidst the chaos, a terse communication was exchanged. "Yes, understood." A rescue worker, his face etched with concern, informed his team. "The excavator's on its way. We have to wait until backup arrives." Amidst the chaos of a collapsing structure, two rescue workers argued. One, clearly agitated, insisted, "What are you talking about? We have to go now, or we won't have much time left." His colleague countered, his voice laced with worry. "It'll be suicide if we go in now. If another collapse happens, then not only us but also those we have to rescue will be endangered as well." The first worker, however, remained resolute. He explained, as Sang Tae-hyung said, "Starting our rescue operation without the necessary equipment will be hard." His thoughts drifted to a past experience. "But, in my previous life, we waited until the heavy equipment arrived. Because the overall work was delayed, it took 15 days to rescue them. We could have saved more lives if we had started the rescue operation sooner." A grim determination hardened his features. He knew the risks, but the potential loss of life was unacceptable. He declared, "If we don't start rescuing them now, it will be too late." His colleague hesitated, his expression a mixture of apprehension and respect. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. A seasoned rescue worker, his face partially obscured by a protective helmet, assesses the scene. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. "This time, as well, you have another way around this, don't you?" He confirms his assessment, a confident glint in his eyes. "Yes, I saw a path already." His colleagues, equally equipped in fire rescue gear, await his instructions. The leader responds, "Good, lead the way then." With a determined nod, the rescue worker leads the way, his words sharp and clear. "Please follow me." The team finds their path blocked by a massive pile of rubble. Doubt creeps into their faces. One of them questions, "We can use this path?" The lead rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, remains resolute. He explains, "Yes, I'm sure of it. It's the nearest entrance to the underground building." However, he acknowledges the difficulty. "I don't think we'll be able to go in through here, though." Soo-hyuk closes his eyes, a faint green glow emanating from his forehead. An internal realization dawns on him. His life detection skill is activated. The skill reveals the presence of trapped individuals beneath the rubble. Soo-hyuk states, "My life detection skill tells me that there are people down there." He explains the situation to his team. "We'll find the people we need to rescue if we enter through here." One of the team members observes, "Soo-hyuk did this before too. He seems to have developed some kind of gut feeling for a while now. We have no choice but to try." Rescue Team 3 arrived on the scene, their jackhammer tearing through the rubble. The urgent task before them was clear, to breach the obstruction and reach any potential survivors. With a powerful swing of an axe, another member of the team worked to clear a path, the impact echoing through the debris field. The team worked tirelessly, each member focused on their task. They heaved and hauled, chipping away at the stubborn remains of the collapsed structure. One rescuer, using a jackhammer, continued to break through the thickest parts of the debris. A section of the debris field suddenly gave way, revealing a dark chasm below. One of the rescuers, his face streaked with grime and sweat, muttered to himself, "It's dirty and heavy." Despite the grueling work, the rescuer persevered, his jackhammer relentlessly attacking the remaining obstacles. Another rescuer nearby groaned, "Ugh, I'm tired." Sweat beaded on his brow, reflecting the strain of the rescue effort. He thought, everyone's doing their best, but amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, a team of rescue workers navigated the treacherous terrain. One, sweat beading on his brow, muttered to himself, questioning how long the operation would take. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. His eyes widened in alarm. A section of the building gave way, sending a cascade of debris crashing down. The rescue workers scrambled to avoid being crushed, their movements a blur of desperate action. One worker, Suhyuk, found himself narrowly escaping a massive rock. His face, contorted with exertion and fear, reflected the gravity of the situation. His colleagues watched in disbelief as Suhyuk moved with unnatural speed through the debris field. "Gosh," one of them gasped, "how is that guy getting faster and faster? He's really a monster." Another worker, concerned by Suhyuk's reckless haste, cautioned him to slow down. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't be too impatient." Suhyuk countered that they didn't have time to waste. "We don't have the time for that. We have to be able to pass through as soon as possible." His colleague, while understanding Suhyuk's urgency, warned that his impatience could lead to another collapse. However, Suhyuk argued that procrastination could cost lives. "But if we procrastinate, people just might die in there." Suhyuk, resolute in his determination, declared his intention. "That's why I would rather do this, and then rescue everyone." The scene opens on a rescue worker, sweat beading on his brow, his expression one of intense focus. He peers into the darkness of a collapsed structure, his flashlight beam cutting through the debris. A sudden realization dawns on him. He gasps, a barely audible "oh" escaping his lips. He urgently calls out to his team, his voice strained but determined, "Guys." He points towards a barely visible path through the rubble. His colleagues, equally strained, look on with a mixture of doubt and hope. One of them, more confident now, exclaims, "See? I told you there's a path here." The other firefighter acknowledges the discovery, admitting he had no choice but to trust his colleague's intuition. He then orders the team to gather. As the team assembles, a sudden tremor shakes the ground. The rescue worker's face is etched with concern. A section of the building collapses, sending a wave of dust and debris into the air. The rescue worker is caught in the chaos. He struggles to stay upright amidst the falling rubble, his face a mask of desperate effort. Kim Suhyuk, sweat beading on his brow, stared in disbelief as a section of the building crumbled around him. Debris rained down, the air thick with dust and the smell of destruction. He and another rescue worker, equally shocked, scrambled to avoid the falling rocks, their faces etched with fear and urgency. The scene was chaotic, a maelstrom of dust and falling concrete. Suhyuk's eyes widened further as a particularly large chunk of the building threatened to crush him. He braced himself, his body tensing. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Another rescue worker, Sangtae, appeared, his expression resolute. "Trust is the foundation of teamwork," he stated. "That's why, from now on, treat me like a hyung rather than a boss." Suhyuk, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and desperation, yelled, "Sangtae hyung." The story begins with a disclaimer. This is a work of fiction, unrelated to real people, places, or events. A group of firefighters are seen talking amongst themselves. One of them remarks on Kim Suhyuk's recent behavior, noting that he has been unusually annoying lately. Another firefighter recalls Suhyuk's actions during a recent forest fire, stating that he disobeyed orders and acted alone. His colleagues express their disapproval, questioning the wisdom of working with someone so reckless. The conversation shifts, with one firefighter asking about Suhyuk. Another firefighter, Park, describes Suhyuk's past actions, highlighting his willingness to take extreme risks to save lives, such as running into the heart of a forest fire and jumping from a high-rise building. A fellow firefighter defends Suhyuk, asserting that his dedication to rescue is unparalleled and that his actions should not be dismissed lightly. The scene abruptly shifts to a dramatic close-up of Suhyuk, his face strained with exertion, as he appears to be in the midst of a dangerous rescue operation. The scene opens amidst chaos. A building crumbles, dust and debris filling the air. Three firefighters, faces etched with fear and urgency, scramble through the wreckage, shouting, "Sangtae hyung." Two of the firefighters watch in horror as a large section of the building threatens to fall. One cries out, "No!" Sweat beads on the brow of a firefighter, his eyes wide with terror as he braces himself for impact. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts from below. The ground trembles, and a shockwave radiates outwards. A figure, propelled by an unseen energy, hurtles through the air. The firefighter, now airborne, lands heavily amongst the rubble. He's clearly injured but alive. Another firefighter stares in disbelief, muttering, "What's with that speed?" The rescued firefighter, his body glowing faintly, rises to his feet with surprising speed. He moves with unnatural agility, his actions blurring as he rushes to aid his fallen comrade. The scene opens with a close-up of two hands clasped together, one dark and strong, the other pale and trembling. A bright flash erupts between them, followed by a wave of intense energy. Suddenly, the perspective shifts. We see three firefighters, their faces etched with alarm, staring down at a figure amidst the rubble. Their expressions convey a mix of shock and desperate concern. One of them cries out, Kim Soo-hyuk. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young firefighter, lies trapped beneath a heavy stone slab. His face is streaked with sweat and grime, his eyes wide with exertion. He struggles against the weight, his muscles straining. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts again, showing the other firefighters desperately trying to free Soo-hyuk from the rubble. The urgency of the situation is palpable. One of the firefighters shouts, Soo-hyuk, Kim Soo-hyuk, that punk, what do you think you're doing? Another firefighter attempts to move a large piece of debris, but it is too heavy. He strains, his face contorted in effort. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the ground, causing more debris to fall. Dust and smoke fill the air. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, two firefighters, Hyung and Soo-hyuk, found themselves trapped. Hyung urged a desperate retreat. We have to get out of here, Hyung. Hyung's face, streaked with sweat and grime, reflected his terror. He pleaded with his colleague, if we stay here, we'll also die. Soo-hyuk, his own face etched with exhaustion and despair, could only manage a pained groan. Suddenly, a strange, glowing hexagonal structure appeared, seemingly rescuing him from the brink of death. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. I'm saved. But that hope was short-lived. The reality of his dire situation crashed back down as he realized, no, I think I'm going to die soon. His strength was failing. He explained his predicament. I've almost used up all my energy to save Sang-ti-hyung, so it's kind of hard to move now. Frustration and despair washed over him as he muttered, damn it. He reflected on his actions. Just because the urgency to save others as soon as possible was all I could think about. Kim Soo-hyuk, a decade-long veteran rescue worker, stared at his letter of appointment. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him as he reflected on his career, culminating in his recent fatal accident. He had forgotten something crucial. Despite the tragedy, a sense of relief washed over him. He had managed to save Hyung, but a lingering unease remained. He found himself disoriented, adrift in a strange, ethereal space, a grid of glowing hexagons surrounding him. A low hum filled the air. Soo-hyuk's face was etched with confusion and dawning realization. He was somewhere else. The events of his death, the rescue, it all felt distant, unreal. He gasped, disoriented. Darkness surrounded him, and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a strange, unsettling sound pierced the silence. He cried out in alarm, completely bewildered by the situation. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. He checked his phone, muttering, Earth, my phone. Relief washed over him as he saw it powered on, but that relief quickly faded. Ah, there's no service. A desperate cry pierced the silence. Save me. Soo-hyuk, his vision obscured, frantically searched for the source of the plea. I can't see anything. Taewon, where are you? Taewon. A young woman, Taewon's companion, appeared, equally disoriented. Her thoughts echoed her confusion. What is going on? The woman, her voice laced with urgency, called out for help. Whoever that is, please help us. Two men were trapped amidst the rubble, one of them injured and groaning in pain. He got their legs stuck. Hyuk. It hurts so much. Please help me quickly. The woman tried to help, but she was clearly overwhelmed. I can't do it. The scene opens on a chaotic aftermath. A young woman, her face etched with determination, holds a glowing orb. Two men, their faces grim, struggle to lift a heavy rock amidst the rubble. The woman urges them on, shouting, You two, on the count of 3, lift the rock. One of the men, his face strained, grits his teeth, and pushes with all his might. He counts aloud, too. The young woman strains with them, her face contorted in effort. She cries out, 3. This is crazy. Why is it so heavy? Suddenly, a man in a suit, previously unseen, groans in pain. He clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony. One of the men notices the man in the suit and exclaims, Did this man just curse at us? The young woman, struggling to her feet, is clearly exhausted. She gasps, I am at my limit. Meanwhile, a powerful surge of energy erupts from the ground, moving the heavy rock. A voice booms, There. I moved it, you bastards. The two men stare in shock and awe at the displaced rock. The young woman, still struggling to catch her breath, coughs weakly. Hyuk. The man in the suit groans again, my leg. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, a young man in a camouflage uniform, his face streaked with grime, anxiously scans his surroundings. His question hangs heavy in the air. Find an exit? A young woman, equally dirty but resolute, speaks to the soldier and another man. I know that waiting inside the subway is good, but I think we still have to do something. The soldier, looking doubtful, simply replies, That's good. I'll come with you. The young woman continues, her voice firm. I'm also coming with you. The soldier, looking at her, hesitates. You look like you're a student. I think it'd be better if you just stay here. She firmly rejects his suggestion. No, I also want to get out of here fast. The soldier's concern turns to alarm as he realizes they are leaving him behind. Wait, you're just leaving me here? What about me? An older, more formally dressed man intervenes, his voice sharp. Leave one person here, and the two can go. Will you all accept responsibility if something happens to me when I'm alone? The young woman's response is defiant, a smirk playing on her lips. Huh, you're funny, mister. The older man is clearly angered by her insolence. What? How dare someone of your age speak to me in that manner? His voice rises in indignation. Do you know who I am? The young woman, unfazed, retorts with a dismissive expression. The unspoken implication hangs in the air. Kids nowadays. The ground trembled violently. A young woman, her face etched with fear, shielded a much older man from the chaotic energy erupting around them. Kids these days, she thought, so ignorant of the true dangers of the world. The tremors intensified, throwing the pair to the ground. A soldier, nearby, cried out in alarm as the earth buckled and cracked around them. What was happening? Amidst the dust and debris, a soldier and a young woman stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Fear was palpable in their expressions. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat amidst the wreckage, his face a mask of shock and exhaustion. He was alive, but the events of the last few moments left him reeling. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. A wave of disorientation washed over him, leaving him speechless. This is a work of fiction. It bears no relation to actual people, organizations, places, or events. Amidst a scene of chaos and dust, two figures emerged, their faces etched with shock and concern. A man in military fatigues, his name tag reading Kim, stood beside a woman with long brown hair, both clearly shaken by the events unfolding around them. Nearby, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, sat dazed on the ground, his uniform dusty and torn. He looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Soo-hyuk, disoriented, questioned his surroundings. He wondered why he was there, his mind racing to make sense of his current predicament. He considered the possibility that a collapse had brought him to this location, a theory that partially explained his disorientation. His gaze fell upon a blurry image of a falling figure, a faint blue glow surrounding it. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and concern, appeared in the background, muttering about the unexpected turn of events. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, emerged from the dust and debris. A woman, her face etched with worry, pointed at him, exclaiming, "Oh, that person. Aren't you a firefighter?" Soo-hyuk's appearance sparked immediate hope. A family, trapped amongst the ruins, cried out in unison. What? A firefighter? Hooray! We're saved. Please rescue us. Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, responded with a determined nod. Yup, Mr. Firefighter will rescue us all. He surveyed the scene, a grim expression crossing his features. He muttered to himself, good. With this happening, before reassuring the trapped citizens, there's no need to worry. Please trust me and follow my lead. Soo-hyuk stood tall, a renewed sense of purpose radiating from him. He declared, I'm going to rescue everyone here. His words were met with overwhelming gratitude. A nearby man and woman expressed their relief, shouting, wow, thank you. Thank you so much. However, the man's relief quickly turned to confusion. He questioned Soo-hyuk, huh? But why are you by yourself? Several people don't usually work together for this. Soo-hyuk's own thoughts echoed the man's concern. He pondered, oh, come to think of it. Why did he come here alone? Soo-hyuk explained, it's unfortunate, but I'm here alone. When another collapse happened as we dug to save you, I was the only one who got dragged down here. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, exclaims, oh no. His words are met with a dismissive, huh? What? For a woman nearby. The suited man continues, that just makes you like us then. The woman scoffs. As I see it, it looks like you're just a kid who got lost while digging around recklessly. She adds, with a dismissive TSK, I don't know if I should trust someone like you. Her frustration grows. Look here, are you going to keep on being annoying like that? The woman's anger intensifies. What? You've been talking back at me like that since earlier. Do you even know what I work as? Why would I care about that? Can you become the president if you keep on doing that? She challenges him directly. Want to fight me? The man sputters, what? How dare you say that? You're still wet behind your ears. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk. Am I supposed to die if I'm like that? He tries to regain control. Calm down. Let's not waste our strength here. So, Mr. Firefighter, do you have any idea how we can get out of here? It'll be hard to tell since we're blocked on all sides, though. A young firefighter, his face streaked with grime and sweat, stands silently, his gaze distant and troubled. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, surveyed the devastation. Dust and debris clung to his fire-resistant gear, a grim testament to the recent collapse. His expression was grim, etched with the weight of the situation. He muttered to himself, his thoughts focused on a solution. The only way forward, he realized, was to clear a path through the rubble. Soo-hyuk quickly assessed the situation. The fastest and safest escape route, he concluded, led towards the department store. Returning the way he came, he reasoned, minimized the risk of further collapses. He pointed towards an exit, explaining his plan to a group of survivors. They readily agreed to help clear the debris. Soo-hyuk then instructed the injured to seek shelter inside a nearby train car, ensuring their safety. With a determined nod, Soo-hyuk prepared to begin the rescue effort. A young woman nearby watched him, awestruck by his bravery and efficiency. Her admiration was evident. Soo-hyuk was momentarily taken aback when a woman addressed him using a term of respect typically reserved for older men. He pondered the reason for this. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, a rescue worker, his face streaked with grime, assesses the situation. He mutters to himself, "It's hard to do this without any proper equipment." His gaze shifts to a fellow rescuer, Kim Soo-hyuk, who is single-handedly lifting and moving enormous boulders with surprising speed and strength. The first worker remarks, "That Hyung, he's really fast and strong." Soo-hyuk continues his tireless work. Another rescuer comments, "Thanks to him, I think we saved a few hours." A female colleague, impressed by Soo-hyuk's superhuman strength, asks, "What do you even eat to become that strong, Ajusi?" Soo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, replies, "But I'm still in my 20s though." She laughs, "There's not much of an age difference between us." Suddenly, a section of the unstable structure gives way, sending a large chunk of debris hurtling towards a trapped civilian. With a blur of motion, Soo-hyuk intercepts the falling debris, saving the civilian's life. The civilian stares in shock and awe. A bright light emanates from the heart of the rubble. A trapped worker cries out, "Everyone, I see the light." Soo-hyuk, along with the other rescuers, breathes a collective sigh of relief. Soo-hyuk exclaims, "Finally!" Amidst the chaos of a collapsed structure, a desperate plea echoed through the dust-filled air. A voice, strained but determined, urged, "Please call the others back there." A glimmer of hope appeared as another rescuer announced, "We found an exit. Everyone, please follow me in an orderly manner." The scene shifted to the interior of a damaged vehicle, where a soldier in uniform dramatically gestured, directing the frightened passengers. A passenger frantically documented the event on their phone. Relief washed over two men as they reacted to the news. One exclaimed, "We're saved." The other, equally overjoyed, responded, "What? You found what?" A figure clearly in charge barked orders, "Everyone move. Move out of my way." A rescue worker, his face grim with determination, cautioned those following, "The road here is rough, so please move slowly and carefully." The survivors navigated the treacherous path, their movements slow and deliberate as they carefully made their way through the rubble. Frustration etched itself onto the rescue worker's face as he shouted, "I told you to move." His warning was immediately followed by a cry of pain as two more people were caught in a sudden collapse of debris. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing building, a desperate scene unfolded. A man, his face etched with worry, pleaded with those around him. "They found an exit. Where? Guide me there quickly." His urgency was met with resistance. A heavier-set man, seemingly in a position of authority, barked, "Hey you, follow the order. Can't you see that there's a line here?" The injured man protested, "I'm wounded. My leg is broken. Are you going to take responsibility if something bad happens to me?" The official retorted, "What? You're walking just fine. Can't you see that many others are more injured than you are?" Undeterred, the injured man argued, "I have a much higher chance of surviving than those people do. I think it's a better choice for me to get out of here rather than those people who will die either today or tomorrow." He defiantly declared, "I don't care since I'm getting out of here, whether I do it according to law or not." A nearby soldier, identified as Kim Jong-han, intervened, calmly ordering the injured man to get in line. "While I'm still saying it nicely." A beady-eyed man in a suit, his face slick with sweat, glared with barely contained fury. His expression was one of intense, barely controlled rage. He confronted a soldier, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. "If you won't cooperate," he spat, "what will you do?" The soldier, clearly agitated, shoved the man, who stumbled back, his glasses askew. Suddenly, a powerful blow sent the man sprawling to the ground. He groaned in pain. The soldier looked down at his fallen opponent, a mixture of shock and something akin to fear in his eyes. He stammered, "Why you?" Meanwhile, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Bystanders murmured amongst themselves, questioning what had just transpired. One whispered, "What's wrong with him, really?" Soo-hyuk's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he focused on the fallen man. A sudden, violent energy erupted from the injured man, a crimson wave emanating from his body. The wave intensified, a terrifying display of raw power. A pop-up window materialized before Kim Soo-hyuk's eyes. Skill, Danger Detection 2 has been activated. He sat amidst the rubble, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. The ground trembled violently. A deep chasm opened up, swallowing everything in its path. Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, loud a cry of alarm. Another rescue worker, his face grim, shouted at the man in the suit. "Move out of there right now, quickly." The man in the suit, his face bloodied, retorted angrily. "What? How do you give me orders?" The rescue worker's warning was clearly not heeded. A series of small explosions rocked the area as the ground continued to collapse around the man in the suit. He looked up in terror. The ground gave way completely, swallowing the man whole. Two more rescue workers stared in disbelief as the earth shook violently around them. A wave of fear washed over them. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a desperate struggle. 10 years on the job had hardened him, but the weight of the collapsing structure pressed down, a crushing reminder of his mortality. He strained, muscles screaming in protest, a guttural no escaping his lips. Despite the chaos, his eyes locked onto a man trapped beneath the debris, his face bloodied and pleading. Soo-hyuk reached out a hand, a lifeline in the face of certain death, his own lifeblood staining his uniform. The trapped man, his face contorted in terror, whispered a desperate plea. "Save me." But the building's final collapse was too swift, too brutal. A wave of dust and debris engulfed them both. Moments later, other rescue workers arrived at the scene, their faces grim as they surveyed the devastation. The weight of the tragedy hung heavy in the air. One of the responders, his face streaked with grime and sweat, voiced the unspoken question, "How can this be?" His gaze fell upon the gaping chasm where Soo-hyuk and the civilian had vanished, the scene a stark testament to the unpredictable nature of disaster. Soo-hyuk, however, was not gone. He stood, disoriented, the events of the past moments a blur. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. A disclaimer appears, stating that the story is a work of fiction and bears no relation to real people, organizations, places, or events. The scene shifts to a chaotic landscape of rubble and smoke. A lone figure, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stands amidst the devastation, his back to the viewer, his posture conveying a mixture of exhaustion and despair. From above, two other figures are seen observing the scene, a fellow rescue worker and a concerned civilian. Their expressions reflect worry and helplessness. The focus shifts to Soo-hyuk's face, his features etched with grim determination and the physical toll of the disaster. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the intensity of the moment. Soo-hyuk's colleagues express their concern, questioning the situation's gravity. He is visibly shaken, his internal turmoil evident in his posture and the unspoken weight of his failure. Soo-hyuk's hand clenches into a fist, a surge of frustration and self-reproach coursing through him. The image focuses on his hand, emphasizing his inner struggle. He confesses his failure to save someone, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. The scene underscores the profound impact of his loss and the emotional toll of his profession. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing building, firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk desperately fought his way through the debris. His mind raced, replaying the moments leading up to the tragedy. He thought, if only I had run a little faster, if only I had sensed the danger sooner. Soo-hyuk's gaze fell upon a fallen man, his face bloodied and lifeless. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. He silently lamented, "I could have saved him." Nearby, a young woman, equally distraught, wept silently, her face streaked with grime and tears. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Soo-hyuk's head. He gasped, "What?" He clutched his head, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. A translucent blue window appeared before him, displaying a message. "Skill, danger detection 2 has been activated." Soo-hyuk's vision blurred as a surge of energy coursed through him. A woman's voice cuts through the dust and debris, filled with a rising panic. What is this sound? Amidst the chaos of a crumbling building, a firefighter, Soo-hyuk, urgently cautions a group of terrified civilians. He warns them against any sudden movements, explaining that one wrong move could be fatal. Soo-hyuk's face is grim, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice, though strained, carries a desperate conviction. We're all going to die. The civilians react with disbelief and terror to Soo-hyuk's grim prediction. What? What do you mean? Soo-hyuk explains that a recent collapse has drastically worsened their situation, leaving them trapped. The woman from the first panel points frantically towards a new area of damage, her fear palpable. Another civilian asks if there's anything they can do, but Soo-hyuk shakes his head. The exit is blocked, and any rash action could trigger another collapse. He explains that there's no other way out. Soo-hyuk's expression is one of grim determination, his internal struggle evident. He knows the risks, but he's weighing the terrible options before him. A group of survivors huddled together in the aftermath of a disaster, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion. The scene was bleak, the surroundings a chaotic jumble of rubble and debris. One of them, a man in a military-style uniform, suggested that waiting for help was their best course of action. However, another survivor countered, pointing out the impracticality of waiting indefinitely. They lacked basic necessities like water and food, and the confined space meant their oxygen supply was also dwindling. The dire situation was further emphasized. Their limited space meant they were rapidly running out of oxygen. The survivors reacted with alarm at the mention of dwindling oxygen. One of them, a woman, voiced her disbelief and fear, questioning the implications of such a limited time frame. Another survivor, overcome with despair, whispered a desperate plea against dying in such a place. A man, visibly agitated, cursed the circumstances that had led them to this perilous situation. His young son, clinging to his mother, anxiously asked what they should do. Meanwhile, a determined expression hardened on the face of a man, his eyes fixed on the dire situation before him. He sprang into action, rushing to assist a woman who cried out for help. Her desperate plea for rescue hung in the air. A young woman, her face etched with worry, cradled the arm of a fireman, his uniform soiled and torn. She questioned him, her voice laced with uncertainty. "You're a firefighter, right?" The fireman, Kim Soo-hyuk, his expression grim, could only nod, his eyes reflecting the desperation of the situation. He pleaded, "Please find a way out." Soo-hyuk clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Frustration gnawed at him, but a steely resolve hardened his gaze. He silently vowed, "I can't stay frustrated like this. I still have to save the rest of them." A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through his thoughts. "Think Kim Soo-hyuk." The scene shifted to a city street. The sky a pale blue canvas dotted with debris falling from above. A large section of the street had collapsed, revealing a gaping chasm. Firefighters and emergency personnel swarmed the area, their efforts hampered by the ongoing disaster. The chaos continued, dust and smoke billowing as another section of the road crumbled. Two firefighters surveyed the damage, their faces grim. One of them stated, "That was another collapse." Amidst the rubble of a recent disaster, two firefighters exchanged worried glances. One anxiously inquired about the status of Soo-hyuk, while the other grimly responded that there was still no news. The scene shifted to a different part of the disaster zone. One firefighter, visibly shaken, muttered about Soo-hyuk, suggesting the possibility of his demise. His colleague immediately rebuked him, urging him to focus on the task at hand and avoid such morbid speculation. He conceded that he might be wrong about others, but insisted that Soo-hyuk was different. The firefighter explained that Soo-hyuk possessed an extraordinary resilience, capable of surviving any ordeal. Suddenly, news arrived: a robot had been rescued. The firefighter, convinced, declared that Soo-hyuk was undoubtedly still out there, saving others. Back with the two firefighters, a look of dawning realization crossed one's face. He reflected on Soo-hyuk's unique qualities, describing him as a type of firefighter unlike any he had ever encountered. A firefighter solemnly recited Article 2, Number 3 of the 119 Fire Code, which mandates that firefighters must respond without hesitation to calls for help from those in distress. The image showed a firefighter falling, emphasizing the inherent risks of the profession and the unwavering duty to respond to emergencies. The scene opens on a rescue operation in progress. A firefighter, his face etched with grim determination, struggles amidst the chaos. The caption reads, "To overcome the difficulties in the field, they have to offer a helping hand." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupts from the scene, engulfing the firefighter in a blinding light. He is thrown back, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, a group of firefighters watches from a distance, their faces a mixture of worry and awe. One of them speaks, his voice filled with a mixture of admiration and concern. "We know what we ought to do in our minds, but we just can't do it. However, that guy, he always does it." Another firefighter, his brow furrowed in concentration, adds, "If it's that guy, then." The scene shifts to another location, where a different group of firefighters are working frantically. One of them exclaims, his voice laced with anxiety, "Won't this be a loss to our country?" Sang Tae-hyung. Another firefighter asks, his tone urgent, "What's wrong?" Soo-hyuk's girlfriend is here. The camera focuses on a scene of devastation. A large excavator works amidst the rubble, while firefighters survey the damage. The tension is palpable. The scene shows the extent of the destruction, highlighting the scale of the rescue operation. Soo-hyuk's girlfriend approaches a firefighter, her voice trembling slightly as she asks, "How did you know where we are?" The firefighter replies calmly, "How did I know? The news is all over the country already. I should have known that Soo-hyuk will come here too." A woman, her face etched with worry, frantically questioned colleague, "Soo-hyuk, where's Soo-hyuk?" Her colleague sighed, his expression grim. He explained that he couldn't provide details yet, as they were still trying to understand the situation. The woman's worry deepened. Those words, "He's not here on the ground, is he?" She clasped her hands together, her anxiety palpable. Another firefighter approached, his concern evident. He asked about contact attempts, and with a rising note of panic in his voice, he blurted out, "Is he alive?" The first firefighter, Eun-song, visibly stressed, began to apologize. A sudden, sharp movement interrupted him. A new firefighter, his face resolute, declared, "We'll definitely rescue him." Eun-song, startled, asked the newcomer, "What are you doing here, punk?" A tense scene unfolded on a city street. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, urgently instructed a woman, Yun Song-sasai, to remain where she was. His words were sharp, yet laced with concern. "Please stay here, Yun Song-sasai. We'll be back soon." Meanwhile, two other rescue workers, Sang-tae and Hyung, engaged in a hushed discussion. Hyung voiced his apprehension. Sang-tae, Hyung, you know there's no guarantee. Sang-tae, however, seemed resolute, countering, so we'll just pretend that he's dead and do nothing? Sang-tae, however, had a plan. He firmly told Hyung, then, stop your nagging and follow me. I've somehow figured out where he would probably want to go. His resolve was tested by the sight of his fellow rescue workers, their faces etched with worry. One of them questioned Sang-tae's decision. That guy's doing whatever he wants. You think we can't do the same thing? Ignoring their doubts, Sang-tae addressed his team, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Rescue Team 3, we're going to act alone. Hyung's face registered shock and apprehension at Sang-tae's bold declaration. Soo-hyuk, having found a precarious location, called out to the group of civilians trapped with him. His voice was strained but firm. Everyone, please gather around. The civilians, a mix of fear and hope on their faces, responded to his call, their expressions reflecting their desperate situation. Soo-hyuk, assessing their predicament, stated grimly, since we don't have a way up. A team of rescue workers descended, their voices echoing through the air. We're making our way down. The scene opens with a simple title card, stating that this work is a fiction and bears no relation to real people, organizations, or events. The camera pans to a bustling city street, the urban landscape a blend of modern skyscrapers and older buildings. A subway entrance is visible, partially obscured by a temporary awning and construction materials. Two figures, Kim Soo-hyuk and Sang-tae, stand near the subway entrance. Soo-hyuk, visibly agitated, questions Sang-tae's decision to proceed alone. Soo-hyuk and Sang-tae, along with a team of firefighters, head toward the reported incident at the train station. The atmosphere is tense, the urgency palpable. Sang-tae confirms their destination, the train. His expression is grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Sang-tae explains the necessity of a side approach to the rescue, deviating from standard procedure due to recent building collapses. Despite headquarters orders prioritizing safety and a longer rescue time, Sang-tae argues that a quicker, riskier approach is necessary to save the trapped individuals. He concludes that this unconventional method is their only chance to effect a successful rescue, despite the inherent risks. The firefighters look on, a mixture of apprehension and determination on their faces. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with the weight of a decade's worth of harrowing experiences, stood amidst the chaos. His gaze, sharp and focused, held a hint of grim determination. He addressed his team, his voice calm, yet commanding. From now on, anyone who wishes to follow me, do so. Soo-hyuk led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, followed closely by his fellow rescuers. The scene was one of devastation, the air thick with the smell of smoke and dust. He instructed them to proceed cautiously, emphasizing the importance of avoiding contact with anything in their path. A young woman, visibly shaken, responded with a quiet, "Okay, Mr. Firefighter." The young woman, her voice laced with apprehension, questioned Soo-hyuk's directive to make their way down. Soo-hyuk explained that they were heading towards the subway's entrance, using the railway tracks as their route, rather than any of the damaged entryways. Upon hearing this, the civilians reacted with a mix of understanding and trepidation. Soo-hyuk urged them to hold on tight as they began their descent. The descent was treacherous, the path littered with debris and damaged infrastructure. The scene was a testament to the severity of the disaster. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, a rescue operation was underway. A firefighter, Soo-hyuk, emerged from the debris, shouting, "Found it!" He had located a door, a potential escape route. He addressed the anxious civilians huddled nearby. "I found a door. Everyone, please be careful when boarding." Two of the civilians, a man and a woman, expressed their desperate hope. "Please, let there be a way out." The man voiced his determination. "There must be one. No, we have to find one. If we die here, it would really be unfair." Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, surveyed the scene. He was silently contemplating the situation. He realized they were in the last car of the train. His thoughts turned to finding a way out. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in realization. He spotted two broken windows, exclaiming, "Good, we can go out this way." Soo-hyuk announced his plan to the others. "We can try going out this way." Relief washed over the civilians as one of them responded, "That's a relief. I'll help you out." The scene opens on a dimly lit, smoke-filled warehouse. A young firefighter, his face streaked with grime and exhaustion, nods to his superior officer. "Sure, let's start right away," he affirms, his voice strained but determined. His superior officer interrupts, concern etched on his features. "Wait a minute, let's rest for a while. You look very tired." Another voice chimes in, reinforcing the officer's words. "That's right, Mr. Firefighter. You've been pushing yourself too hard since earlier. You have to rest since health comes first." The young firefighter hesitates, glancing at his weary team. Should we do that then?" he questions, his voice barely a whisper. He collapses to the ground, the weight of exhaustion finally overcoming him. His body trembles with fatigue. Meanwhile, a young woman watches him with a mixture of gratitude and concern. Her thoughts are clear. since there's a glimmer of hope now, I won't let another person die. Never again. She approaches him, speaking softly. Ajusi, you really worked hard. Another survivor expresses their relief. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened to us if you hadn't been here. You really are our savior. The young woman, Sujin, then asks a question. Excuse me, but can I ask for your name? A young woman, her face etched with concern, addressed the man before her. Gosh, really? Why you seem like an older man? Even the way you act and talk. The man, his expression unreadable, simply replied, she's sharp-tongued. Huh? You from the army. You're on vacation, but you suddenly got yourself caught up into this huge mess, right? He continued, explaining, well, since things have come to this, I have to survive. And I do think that such is possible because you're here. The woman responded, Gosh, young, you really? By the way, where were you going? The man answered, I was on my way to see my family. His words caused the woman's face to fall. Oh no, they must be so worried. He admitted, I know. I would have liked it if I could call them also. To be honest, I was actually on my way to see my boyfriend today. I wanted to see him, but I chose not to because we are still in the midst of our Cold War. The woman then asked, Then, were you on your way to get off at Dewa Station? He responded, Huh? Why do you think so? Because I thought you wanted to talk and mend up with him again. The woman exclaimed, Gosh, I just lost all the respect I have for you right now. A soldier nearby muttered, Whoa, he reminded me of our commander. Damn it. A young woman, her face streaked with grime and exhaustion, sat hunched over, muttering to herself. All right, come to think of it. She looked up, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Earlier, she had found a bag containing water. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to help everyone rehydrate. A man nearby eagerly accepted a bottle, gulping down the precious liquid. Just enough to rehydrate. The woman urged others to share the water, reminding them of those who needed it more. Think of the people after you. Have some too, Ajusi. Despite her own thirst, she insisted a man drink some water. Hey, don't be like that and drink some. After a brief rest, someone suggested they continue their escape. I think we've rested enough now. Should we start moving again? A man, his face grim but determined, nodded in agreement. He felt the need to leave the area as quickly as possible. That's good. Now that I've caught my breath, resting is not as crucial as leaving this place as soon as possible. From this point on, we'll exit through this way. He explained that while there weren't any large obstacles, they still needed to clear some debris. With renewed resolve, the group prepared to continue their escape. Good then, let's start. The screen flickered, displaying the MBS 9 p.m. news. 2 days had passed since the Chernil station collapse, and rescue operations were still underway. The news anchor reported on the difficulties of the rescue efforts, citing the debris and the dangerous conditions. The Central Disaster Management Headquarters, responsible for the collapsed station, was under scrutiny for its workers' safety. Amidst the rubble, a team of rescue workers, their faces grim with determination, used heavy machinery to cut through the debris. They worked tirelessly, their movements precise and powerful, each strike of the drill echoing in the confined space. From within the wreckage, a faint voice called out, barely audible above the din of the rescue operation. Can someone hear me? Is anyone there? The rescue workers, hearing the plea, redoubled their efforts. Sweat beaded on their brows as they continued their relentless work. One of them urged his team to keep drilling, their determination unwavering despite the grueling conditions. Sang Ti-hyung, another member of the team, voiced his frustration. 2 days had passed, and the location of the train itself remained unknown. He confessed to himself that, despite his efforts, the whole operation felt like a futile waste of time. The scene opens with a tense exchange between two rescue workers amidst the rubble of a disaster site. Kangshik, one of the workers, asks, What did I say? Didn't I say that whoever wants to follow me can do so? Suyuk, another rescue worker, wipes sweat from his brow, his expression grim. He is visibly exhausted and covered in grime. Suyuk remains silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. A sense of heavy contemplation hangs in the air. He speaks, his voice low. In our rescue team 3, only me, Kangshik, and Youngwoo are left. The narrative shifts to explain the absence of other team members. Hyasang and Jaehan initially offered their assistance, but ultimately decided the situation was too uncertain and moved to another rescue operation. Meanwhile, Kangshik anxiously calls out for Suhyuk, his concern evident. Suhyuk, where the hell are you? Suhyuk responds, his voice firm despite the circumstances. Let's do this together, Hyung. Suddenly, a dark, ominous presence engulfs the scene. A sense of impending danger fills the air. A victim is shown, injured and groaning. The rescue workers are caught off guard by the sudden event. The rescue operation was far from over. Suhyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, surveyed the scene. More debris continued to fall, but he pressed on, muttering to himself that they could reach the end if they persevered just a little longer. But time was running out. He noted with grim determination that a significant amount of time had already passed. The trapped survivors were barely clinging to life, their breaths shallow and ragged. Suhyuk's hand reached out, a faint electrical crackle arcing across his palm. A surge of energy pulsed through him, a familiar sensation that sent a shiver down his spine. Frustration gnawed at him. He furiously muttered to himself, desperate to locate the source of the problem. Where was it? The question echoed in his mind, fueled by adrenaline and exhaustion. His inner turmoil intensified. How much longer could he endure this relentless pressure? The question hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea against the ticking clock. Meanwhile, in the city, a woman in a white coat hurried through the night. The emergency lights reflected in her determined eyes. She pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the keypad as she dialed a number. The urgency in her movements spoke volumes. A simple disclaimer precedes the story, stating that the events depicted are entirely fictional and bear no relation to real individuals, organizations, locations, or incidents. The scene opens with a dramatic, blurry image suggesting a catastrophic event unfolding in the city. A rescue helicopter is shown approaching the scene, its rotors a blur against the night sky. Emergency vehicles race through the city streets, sirens wailing, responding to the unfolding crisis. Amidst the chaos, a team of firefighters cautiously navigates a rubble-strewn area, their faces grim with determination. One firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, is shown struggling amidst the debris. He groans in pain, his face contorted in effort. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk experiences a sharp pain, a jolt of energy coursing through him. He gasps, a look of surprise and confusion on his face. He exclaims to his fellow firefighters that he can hear something from beneath the rubble. His colleagues, however, hear nothing. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, two rescue workers frantically search for survivors. One, kneeling amidst the debris, gripped a jackhammer with determined intensity. His colleague, equally strained, voiced his conviction. "I'm sure of it. It must be Kim Soo-hyuk." Sweat beaded on the brow of the rescue worker as he strained to move a large piece of concrete. His face, etched with exertion, reflected his inner turmoil. He gritted his teeth, a silent command forming on his lips. Rescue Team 3, stop. The jackhammer sputtered and died, its rhythmic pounding replaced by an unnerving silence. The two rescue workers exchanged worried glances, their efforts seemingly fruitless. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his presence commanding attention. He introduced himself with quiet authority. "I'm Kim Gapsu from the Central Special Rescue Team." His arrival prompted a wave of confusion amongst the other rescue workers. Their questioning gaze was clear. "What do you think you're doing right now?" "Special Rescue Team." One of the original rescue workers, his face etched with bewilderment, voiced the unspoken question hanging in the air. "Why are they here?" The scene opens with a blur of motion, a figure sprinting through the night. The city lights streak past in a vibrant wash of color. It's Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he pushes himself to his limit. He glances back, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He calls out, desperate, for Eun-song. In the distance, amidst the flashing lights of emergency vehicles, stands a young woman, her face etched with concern. She is Eun-song, and she looks distressed. Eun-song checks her phone, her expression a mixture of anxiety and disbelief. The events unfolding before her are clearly shocking. Soo-hyuk's father arrives, his face grim. He asks Eun-song what happened, but she downplays the situation, claiming only to be slightly dirty. Eun-song insists she won't leave until she sees Soo-hyuk. Her determination is unwavering. Her father is exasperated. He pleads with her to leave, worried about her safety and his own well-being. He expresses his gratitude for her help, but firmly reiterates that she must leave. The scene is tense, the city lights reflecting the gravity of the situation. Despite his concerns, Eun-song remains resolute. She declares her intention to help in any way she can, showing unwavering loyalty and concern for Soo-hyuk. A young woman, dressed in chef's attire, vehemently refused a man in a suit. "No matter what you say, I won't go back," she insisted. The man's face contorted in frustration. His eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He seemed utterly speechless. The man's frustration boiled over. He didn't know the young woman's rescuer, Kim Soo-hyuk, but he was furious. "I'm not sure who Kim Soo-hyuk is, but how dare you to my precious daughter?" His rage intensified. "I'll throw you to a fire pit myself. Try to survive if you can." The scene shifted to a nighttime street near a subway station. The atmosphere was tense. A rescue team arrived, led by Park Sang-tae of Rescue Team 3. He confronted a lone figure. "I'm Park Sang-tae of Rescue Team 3. Why on earth are you here?" The lone figure explained his actions. "It's because I think things will be too late if we drill from the top bit by bit." Park Sang-tae was incredulous. "Are you that determined to die? Can't you see the internal cracks here? If you haven't, then it'll end up with you all falling down there. Moreover, you're ignoring the orders from the top and acting on your own. This calls for a disciplinary action." The lone rescuer countered, "No, that's not it." "What do you mean by that's not it? Go back right now." "But there are people in there. If we drill a little further." A superior officer, his face grim, addressed a subordinate. He warned the younger man about the consequences of continued insubordination, threatening dismissal for disobedience. The subordinate, his expression strained, simply replied that he understood. The officer stated that they would be returning. The panel then shifted to show the subordinates' boots on the ground, suggesting a change of location. Two rescue workers stood amidst the rubble, their faces etched with exhaustion and grim determination. Suddenly, one of the rescue workers, his anger flaring, unleashed a torrent of profanity at the unseen others, questioning why so many people needed rescuing. His outburst shocked his colleagues. They reacted with alarm, calling him a bastard and attempting to restrain him. The other rescue workers expressed their disbelief, stating that their colleague had gone crazy. They specifically named him Sa Seng-ti-hyung. Sa Seng-ti stumbled back, clearly disoriented and possibly injured. He looked back, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain, as if struggling to comprehend what was happening. Amidst the rubble of a recent disaster, a group of rescue workers frantically pulled a fellow rescuer from the debris. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. He cried out, "Everyone!" The injured man, Soo-hyuk, gasped, "I can't hear them." Another rescue worker, peering into the darkness, suggested, "It could be the sound of someone we have to rescue." A third worker, his face etched with concern, confirmed, "What? It's true. It sounds like a beating from a metal pipe." The rescue team, spurred by the faint but persistent sound, located the source. One shouted, "We found them. Turn on the drill right now." Suddenly, Soo-hyuk intervened, shouting, "Stop. Wait." A fellow rescuer, confused, questioned, What do you mean, leader?" Soo-hyuk's response was firm and resolute. "We're going to help them." Amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, a rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, bravely navigates the treacherous terrain. Dust and debris fill the air as he uses his equipment to search for survivors. Below, trapped survivors exchange worried glances. One of them expresses their growing despair. "I guess we were forgotten completely. People still haven't come to save us." A woman, clutching her child, adds to their fear. "How can there still be no signs of them coming up until now?" Her child whimpers, "Mom, I'm scared." Another woman, overcome with grief and despair, laments, "It's too unfair to die like this. I haven't seen my daughter get married yet." Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk continues his desperate search, his efforts culminating in a burst of light and energy from his rescue tool. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk collapses, a pained expression on his face. A ghostly image of himself appears, superimposed over his body. His hand trembles, clutching his rescue tool as if in a final, desperate grasp. The scene shifts to show the two women watching in horror as Soo-hyuk falls. One of the women cries out, Jusi, please come to your senses. You can't die, please." The scene opens with a close-up on a cell phone clutched in a dirt-stained hand. Its screen displays a near-empty battery indicator. A voice, strained and desperate, whispers, my battery." The camera pulls back to reveal a young woman, her face streaked with grime and tears, staring in horror at the dying phone. She cries out, "No." She coughs weakly, a sound barely audible above the surrounding chaos. A desperate thought crosses her mind. Is there another way? The camera pans to a grim scene of devastation. Several rescue workers lie motionless amidst the rubble, their uniforms torn and stained. The woman's question hangs heavy in the air. Is there really no other way? The woman's despair intensifies. She cries out, "Is there really nothing left for us except death?" A close-up on the woman's tear-streaked face shows her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. She whispers, barely audible, "Can you hear me? Is someone there?" Suddenly, a surge of energy emanates from her, a silent scream of defiance against the encroaching darkness. A young woman, her face streaked with grime and tears, cried out desperately, "Please answer." She was alone, amidst the rubble of a collapsed structure, her voice barely a whisper as she called out, "Is someone there?" Her cries intensified, fueled by a growing sense of urgency and fear. Then, a glimmer of hope. She exclaimed, "Yes, there is. Please save us. Please save us." A sudden shift in perspective. The scene cuts to a man, his face partially obscured, lying on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. The man's eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of exhaustion and distress. He was being carefully lifted by two other rescue workers, their faces etched with concern. A chaotic scene unfolded amidst flashing lights and the blare of sirens. Firefighters, their faces grim with exertion, carefully carried a stretcher bearing an unconscious man, his body shrouded in a white sheet. A crowd of onlookers watched with a mixture of anxiety and morbid curiosity. The injured man's face, streaked with grime and sweat, was etched with pain. His eyes, though closed, conveyed a deep weariness. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible, "Hyung." Another firefighter, his own face smudged with soot and sweat, looked down at him with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "You annoying bastard. So you really were there? Huh." A faint smile played on the lips of the injured man, even as he remained unconscious. The words, "You really are an unstoppable guy," hung in the air, a testament to his resilience. The scene opens with a chaotic struggle. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, is seen being dragged, his face partially obscured by a blindfold. His fellow rescuers fight to pull him free from the grasp of several shadowy figures. Soo-hyuk's colleagues finally manage to pull him clear of his attackers. They carry him, exhausted and injured, towards an exit. Outside, a crowd gathers. A woman cries out, "Honey, honey," as she rushes towards the group carrying Soo-hyuk. One of the rescue workers turns to another, asking, "This person's the last one, right?" The woman from the crowd approaches Soo-hyuk, her relief palpable. She exclaims, "Mr. Firefighter." Overcome with emotion, she thanks Soo-hyuk profusely. Thank you very much. It's thanks to you that my husband is still alive." Soo-hyuk, still visibly shaken but relieved, accepts her gratitude. Another bystander adds, "It's because of you that our family." Thank you. Soo-hyuk's team leader, visibly strained, muttered to himself, reflecting on the orders from higher-ups. If we did dig from the top, just like what the higher-ups had ordered us to do. His brow furrowed in thought. Suddenly, another rescue worker interrupted his thoughts. He pointed to a document, exclaiming, "Leader, look at this." The document showed a stark comparison. One of the workers, Ha-deun, observed, "It's the number of missing people and the number of people that we've saved are almost the same." The team leader questioned the implication, asking, "What did you say? Does that mean that those people gathered together?" His subordinate confirmed, "Yes, that's right." A flashback revealed the events leading to the current situation. Before the collapse, a firefighter had caused a disturbance, sending everyone out of the station. The team leader pieced together the information, stating, "That's why the missing people are only those who arrived at this station by train." So he saved almost everyone. One of the rescue workers expressed disbelief, stating, "This is unbelievable. In such a huge accident, we only have one casualty." Soo-hyuk, adjusting his gear, felt a mix of relief and awe. His face showed a hint of perspiration, reflecting the intensity of the situation he had just witnessed. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, gasped for air. The weight of exhaustion pressed down on him, a heavy cloak in the humid air. A fellow rescue worker, his face etched with grim concern, pointed towards a nearby exit. "Around exit number 5, you can find a dead person there." His voice was low, heavy with the unspoken weight of their shared profession. Soo-hyuk, supported by 2 colleagues, stumbled forward. His shoulders slumped, his gaze downcast. He whispered, "I wasn't able to save him." A single word, heavy with regret, hung in the air, "I'm sorry." Days later, the news replayed the events. A news anchor asked, "It happened yesterday, right?" Another anchor responded, "Yes, that's right. It was on the 3rd day after the collapse." Footage of the Chernil station collapse played, showing the scale of the disaster. A voiceover stated, "Collapse of Chernil station. Only one casualty." The Bureau of Fire said that a total of 85 survivors were rescued from the inside of Chernil station. 2 news reporters discussed the remarkably low number of casualties. One remarked, "There was only one casualty? That's an unusually low number compared to how huge the accident was. Is that even possible?" A news reporter, his face beaming, addressed the viewers. "During this accident, something that you can only see in dramas happened." The scene shifted to a dramatic depiction of a building collapse. The reporter continued, "The fighting spirit of a single firefighter who predicted the collapse made a miracle during this accident." The camera focused on the back of a firefighter, his uniform partially obscured by smoke and debris, a determined stance. Back in the studio, the female news anchor looked perplexed. How could such a thing be possible? The scene changed to a bustling cafe. 2 individuals were discussing the news report. One of them exclaimed, "That's him? The firefighter at Chernil Station? The hero fireman during the collapse of Chernil Station. He looks good." Another person at the cafe added, "He saw how shaky the ceiling of that station was and predicted that a collapse would happen. He then also evacuated everyone before the accident happened." One of the cafe patrons questioned, "What did those people from station maintenance even do without repairing it?" The other replied, laughing, "Haha, I knew that fireman could do it. During that time, we all actively helped him. We also tried to evacuate the citizens." A social media post showed the news story trending online, with many praising the firefighters' heroic actions. A social media post announced that Choi Hyung-sik had shared a link. The post celebrated Kim Soo-hyuk, the Chernil Station's youngest hero, for his bravery in risking his life to save others during a fire. A fellow firefighter expressed pride in Soo-hyuk's actions. Further comments on the post expressed disbelief and admiration. One commenter recalled being a student near the Chernil Station the day it collapsed, stating that no one believed the station was really on fire until Soo-hyuk's actions. Another social media thread showed comments praising Soo-hyuk's actions. One user questioned the maintenance workers' lack of inspection, while another simply stated, "You did great, Mr. Firefighter." Kim Soo-hyuk sat in a hospital room, gazing out the window at the city skyline. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the cityscape. He sat silently, lost in thought. Then, a faint blue glow emanated from his arm. A holographic pop-up window appeared before him, displaying the message, "You have completed the quest." Another pop-up window informed him that rewards would be given. He had leveled up to level 16, achieving the rank of veteran firefighter. A significant reduction in the chances of getting injured was also noted. A final pop-up window announced that he had received the mini-map skill. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, lay in a hospital bed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, "I guess I leveled up." Eun-song, a young woman with kind eyes, stood beside him, her expression a mix of concern and amusement. "You're up, Soo-hyuk SSI." Soo-hyuk acknowledged Eun-song with a quiet, Yun-song SSI. She continued, explaining that the doctors had cleared him for early discharge. However, she gently insisted that he should rest more. Yun-song's next words surprised him. "Did you know? You're a complete superstar now. You've been a craze both on TV and YouTube these days." She added that numerous reporters were waiting outside the hospital. Then, with a hint of nervousness in her voice, she asked, "Will you still hang out with me, even if you're famous now, Soo-hyuk SSI?" Yun-song's question hung in the air for a moment before Soo-hyuk responded with a simple, "Oh." Eun-song noticed his troubled expression. "Is there something wrong, Soo-hyuk SSI? Your face doesn't look too good since yesterday." Soo-hyuk started to respond, beginning with a simple, "Ah." Soo-hyuk's voice trailed off as a wave of painful memories washed over him. He muttered, "Right in front of me, I wasn't able to save someone." His face was etched with regret. He confessed, "I was." The memory was incredibly vivid, so much so that it consumed his thoughts. He said, "That memory is so vivid inside my head that I can't even think about anything else." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised. His breath hitched in ragged gasps. A grim determination hardened his gaze as he reflected. "Up until now, I was able to rescue everyone." He was carried by fellow rescuers, his body heavy with exhaustion and injury. Soo-hyuk's thoughts continued. "So I thought that I want to keep on doing this in the future." But a bitter self-awareness crept into his mind. He admitted to himself, "But I was just arrogant." Days later, Soo-hyuk rested in a hospital bed, his injuries tended to. A woman with long dark hair sat beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and worry. The woman spoke softly, "I'm a little upset." Soo-hyuk, startled, asked, "Huh? Why?" The woman continued, her voice firm but gentle. "Have you perhaps thought that everything will always go your way? Reflecting on yourself is good, but it's stupid to let it reach the point of self-hatred." She pressed on, "Also, if you feel useless now since you weren't able to save a single person." Her gaze intensified. "Are you trying to say that saving the rest of them wasn't worth it?" Soo-hyuk stammered, "No, it's not like that." The woman responded with a calming tone, then stopped thinking about useless things. The sentiment hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. A young man, Kim Soo-hyuk, sat in a hospital bed, his gaze distant. The words, "There's no person who can perfectly do their job every single time," echoed in his mind, a quiet acceptance of imperfection. Soo-hyuk's shoulders slumped slightly. A woman, Yun-sis Sai, stood beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and understanding. He admitted his mistake, a quiet concession to the inherent fallibility of his profession. Yun-song SSI acknowledged the pressures of the job, noting that even the most dedicated rescuers have moments of intense pressure. Yun-song Sai informed Soo-hyuk that a reporter would be arriving soon, prompting her departure. Before leaving, however, she paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Yun-song SSI asked Soo-hyuk about his evening plans after his discharge. He replied affirmatively, curious about her inquiry. Yun-song SSI hesitated, then revealed that her parents needed his help. The panel then shifted to show a man in a dark coat approaching her, his presence suggesting a sudden shift in the situation. The man in the coat confronted Yun-song SSI, his demeanor serious and intense. The man addressed Soo-hyuk directly, confirming his identity. "So you're Kim Soo-hyuk?" The man's face was partially obscured, but his expression was clearly one of grim determination. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. "So you're Kim Soo-hyuk?" In a sterile hospital room, Kim Soo-hyuk lay in a hospital bed, his gaze meeting that of a concerned woman and a stern-looking man. The man's presence suggested authority. Soo-hyuk, still weak from his injuries, murmured a hesitant affirmation. His mind raced, trying to piece together the situation. He recognized the man as Yun-song's father. Yun-song's father, his expression unreadable, issued a curt invitation. "Let's talk for a while." 10 minutes earlier, a different scene unfolded. Two men, observing Soo-hyuk from a distance, commented on his remarkable resilience. "Kim Soo-hyuk really has a tough body," one of them remarked. The other agreed, "I know, right? It's almost like he's a superhuman. He's like a monster." Soo-hyuk, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, approached them, a hesitant apology on his lips. "Excuse me." Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker recently deceased after a decade of service, found himself inexplicably back in his rookie days. He stood, slightly apart from his team, observing the scene before him. An older man approached, extending a hand. "Hello," he said, introducing himself as Choi Munsik, Yun-song's father. He expressed gratitude for Soo-hyuk's care of his daughter during a recent rescue. Soo-hyuk responded politely, acknowledging the thanks. A colleague then expressed concern for Soo-hyuk's well-being, noting his strenuous efforts during the rescue. The colleague continued, urging Soo-hyuk to rest, emphasizing the difficulty of the recent operation for Rescue Team 3. Mr. Choi added his own concern, specifically for Soo-hyuk, highlighting the particularly arduous nature of his work. Soo-hyuk mumbled his agreement before stating that they should be going. Mr. Choi and his wife left. Soo-hyuk and his colleague watched them go. Soo-hyuk's colleague expressed surprise, revealing that he knew Soo-hyuk was the star of the recent rescue operation. He continued, emphasizing that someone who knew Soo-hyuk personally was present at the hospital. His colleague seemed confused, prompting the other to confirm that this person knew Soo-hyuk. The scene opens with a close-up of Soo-hyuk's face, his expression etched with concern. A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple. He reflects on a recent operation, a gnawing unease settling in his gut. They had acted independently, outside official channels. Soo-hyuk continues his internal monologue, explaining that their unauthorized rescue mission was kept secret to avoid negative public opinion. He reveals that only members of a special rescue team knew about their actions. The scene shifts to a tense moment within the special rescue team. Their leader suddenly interrupts, shouting a command. His team members express confusion and concern, pointing out the inherent danger of the situation. The leader insists on helping those in need, despite the risks. The leader's resolve hardens. He reminds his team of their original mission, to find a specific individual, a F*****ing bastard, as he calls him. He cannot abandon those who might be the missing people. The team continues their rescue efforts amidst the rubble. The image focuses on the grim determination on their faces. Back with Soo-hyuk, he quietly confirms a suspicion. He speculates that the leader of the special rescue team is the one who ordered their deployment. He questions if this is merely a coincidence, prompting a confused response from his colleague, Hyungnam. Kim Soo-hyuk's eyes, narrowed in concentration, reflected a steely determination. The intensity in his gaze hinted at a turmoil brewing beneath the surface. A man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "As expected, I can't just sit still without being sure of it." He addressed another man, calling out, "Oh, Hyungnam." Soo-hyuk, his expression unreadable, stood silently, seemingly lost in thought. A sense of unease hung in the air. He approached cautiously, murmuring, "Excuse me, is..." The man from earlier, visibly shaken, questioned, "What's with this situation?" Soo-hyuk's face was a mask of controlled anxiety, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He seemed to be wrestling with a dawning realization. A woman, her face a picture of distress, whispered, "How did it?" She continued, her voice barely audible. "Get to me having Yin-sized parents here?" Another person offered comfort, saying, "Take this, we got it for you." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay in a hospital bed, his body still recovering from a recent, near-fatal incident. Visitors, a middle-aged man and woman, stood beside him, their expressions a mixture of concern and relief. The woman spoke softly, "Thank you." The man added, reassuringly, "Don't feel too pressured. We're just here to say hello." The woman, presumably his family member, leaned closer, her concern evident. "Is your body okay?" she asked. Soo-hyuk, wincing slightly, replied, "Yes, it's okay." She continued her inquiry, "Nothing's broken, is there?" To which Soo-hyuk quickly responded, "No." Her gaze lingered on him, a hint of worry in her eyes. She pressed further, "Although you are in that state, how about mental problems? Are you having a hard time?" Soo-hyuk, attempting to reassure them, insisted, "No, I'm really okay. There's nothing to be worried about." However, the woman remained unconvinced. She countered, "No, think about it carefully. It's possible that you had adverse effects since you survived that near-death experience." Soo-hyuk's father, observing the exchange, interjected, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Prompting the father to respond, "It's as if there's an answer you want to hear." The father paused, his expression serious. Then, he declared, "I'll just get straight to the point." His gaze hardened, and he addressed Soo-hyuk directly. If you want to keep on meeting Eun-sung, stop being a firefighter." A young woman's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. A silent scream seemed to emanate from her expression. The camera focuses on a man's profile, his expression one of grim determination. His jaw is tight, his gaze intense. The man's daughter, her face etched with worry, exclaimed, "Dad, what are you talking about?" He responded, his voice heavy with resolve, "If you still want to continue with this job, break it off with my daughter." The daughter protested, "Dad, what are you saying after coming here all of a sudden? We didn't talk about this." The father replied, "Since I've said what I needed to, I'll go now." The father offered a glimmer of hope, "I'll find a job for you. I'll introduce you to a suitable and nice place." As he left, he added, "I'll wait for you to contact me." The young man, still reeling from his father's ultimatum, was suddenly confronted by two burly men. They attacked him. He gasped, "Who are you people?" The sterile scent of antiseptic hung heavy in the air. Soo-hyuk, his face pale but his eyes sharp, lay in a hospital bed. Two men stood beside him, their expressions a mixture of concern and awkwardness. One of them hesitantly addressed him, "Soo-hyuk, about that." The other man quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "It's not like we were eavesdropping." Soo-hyuk, though still weak, showed a flicker of resolve. He looked at the woman standing nearby, her face etched with worry. He spoke, his voice low but firm, whether I'll continue as a firefighter or continue being with Yin Sung-asai. His gaze drifted to his own hands, his expression unreadable. He continued, by today. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Then, with newfound conviction, he declared, I'll make my decision. Meanwhile, one of the men watching him offered a sympathetic observation. You must have it hard. The scene shifted to a different part of the room. Two men sat on a couch, casually eating apples. One of them, seemingly oblivious to Soo-hyuk's internal struggle, commented on the fruit. Soo-hyuk, however, was not so easily distracted. He looked at the men, his expression hardening. Since I'm the one who has it hard, what exactly are you doing in front of me? He asked, his tone sharp. His thoughts revealed his inner conflict. Seeing what you're doing right now, I want to choose Yin Sung-asai. One of the men responded, attempting to deflect the tension. Well, it's a concern that we've all had before. You've experienced it too, right, Tangshik? It was a lot worse. I was all over the place. But oh well, what can they do? The decision is up to the child. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself grappling with a difficult decision. He mused, I don't think they're the type to let their child go easily, especially the father. The scene shifted to a hospital room, where Soo-hyuk sat beside a worried-looking woman. A palpable tension hung in the air. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Hey, Kim Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, startled, replied, Yes? The speaker, unseen, continued. The choice is up to you. Another voice, equally mysterious, offered further guidance. Choose the one that you won't have any regrets with. Later that day, Soo-hyuk stood before a vending machine, lost in thought. He purchased 2 coffees. He carefully held both cups, his expression unreadable. Soo-hyuk stared into the distance, contemplating his next move. The weight of his decision was evident on his face. The cityscape glowed with the fiery hues of sunset. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood on a rooftop, 2 disposable coffee cups clutched in his hands. His gaze was distant, lost in thought, the city lights blurring into an indistinct tapestry below. He was a man etched with the weight of countless rescues and the scars of a life dedicated to saving others. The setting sun cast a warm, orange glow across the cityscape as Kim Soo-hyuk, a man whose shoulders seemed to bear the weight of the world, walked away from the scene. A profound sense of loss hung heavy in the air. He paused, his gaze fixed on the sprawling city below. The quiet solitude offered little comfort. Soo-hyuk remained there for a long moment, lost in thought, the city lights twinkling like distant stars. Meanwhile, on a rooftop across the city, a different scene unfolded. 2 men, one noticeably older and more stressed, stood observing a large gathering of people. The younger man, visibly anxious, wiped sweat from his brow. The older man's expression was one of deep concern. The older man, his voice laced with a hint of bewilderment, questioned the unusual gathering. Why are there so many people on a rooftop? His younger companion stammered a nervous reply. Sir. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stared out into the distance, his expression unreadable. A decade of service had etched lines of experience onto his face, a testament to countless emergencies faced and lives saved. He sat in a hospital room, the sterile scent of antiseptic heavy in the air. A man in a suit, his face etched with concern, offered him a drink. First, please drink this, the man urged, his voice gentle but firm. Soo-hyuk accepted the cup, his gaze unwavering. Outside, the city bustled with life, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of the room. He took a sip, a subtle grimace crossing his lips. A decision solidified within him. He had thought long and hard about it, but the conclusion was inescapable. Despite the turmoil within, Soo-hyuk knew he couldn't abandon his calling. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't quit this job, he murmured, his voice barely audible above the city's hum. The city of Seoul stretched before him, a sprawling metropolis teeming with life. Soo-hyuk stood before the imposing structure of the Seoul fire station, ready to resume his duties. He entered the station, his presence immediately noticed by his colleagues. Oh, you're here. You came, one of them exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. His return was met with a mixture of surprise and joy. Are you finally discharged from the hospital? This kid. How long has it been? Another colleague asked, a mix of concern and teasing in his tone. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, had recently returned from the brink of death. His colleagues greeted him with relieved smiles and words of comfort. I'm sorry I made you worry, Soo-hyuk mumbled, his tone laced with humility. They responded with reassurances, emphasizing his recovery and their joy at his survival. You've had enough days to recover, right? Why are you sorry? It's okay. You're back alive. The atmosphere shifted to a more casual one. A suggestion for cheese fried rice was made, acknowledging Soo-hyuk's likely hunger after his ordeal. A small, ginger cat appeared, adding a touch of lightheartedness to the scene. The cat, seemingly famished, devoured the cheese fried rice with gusto. Its enthusiastic consumption prompted a comment about its appetite. Soo-hyuk, observing the cat, reflected on the long wait he had endured before finally meeting this feline companion. The cat, in turn, seemed equally delighted by the encounter. A colleague approached Soo-hyuk, handing him paperwork. Hey, Kim Soo-hyuk, here are some details for the previous month. Soo-hyuk simply replied, Oh, okay. The colleague continued, revealing two significant pieces of news: the appointment of a new rescue team leader and the cancellation of Soo-hyuk's pending punishment. Soo-hyuk expressed surprise at the latter announcement. Another colleague, Park, explained the reasoning behind the decision. He acknowledged that Soo-hyuk deserved criticism for causing a fuss, but emphasized that his actions had saved many lives. The initial lack of recognition was attributed to the complexities of the situation. Park concluded that, despite the initial lack of reward, the overall outcome was a draw, given the lives saved. Soo-hyuk, reflecting on the events, admitted that he had been prepared to accept the punishment. A quiet contemplation filled the room. Soo-hyuk, his gaze distant, reflected on the past. He mused, It's different from before. If we all can be together again. The scene shifted to a bustling fire station. Soo-hyuk's colleagues, a mix of seasoned veterans and eager rookies, surrounded him. One of them spoke. I thought it didn't matter. Another colleague chimed in. It feels new since it turned out better than I expected. A third, more playfully, asked, Why'd you space out all of a sudden? Come back to Earth. The first colleague chuckled, I'm sorry, ha. A fourth colleague, holding a cat, addressed Soo-hyuk. And the most important thing. A man named Kim Gapsu wants to see you. Soo-hyuk, surprised, questioned, Pardon? Who's that? The colleague explained, team leader of 119 Special Rescue Team in the Seoul metropolitan area. He wants to bring you to the special team. Soo-hyuk reacted with a mix of surprise and disbelief. His colleague continued, You've been scouted by him, in the end. In the break room, another colleague expressed envy. I'm jealous, Kim Soo-hyuk. One of Soo-hyuk's friends offered words of encouragement. You go there, don't forget us, okay? Soo-hyuk's response was firm. I don't want to. He then clarified to another colleague. I don't have any thoughts of going there, so tell them I'm okay here. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself embroiled in a conversation with his colleagues. He expressed his contentment with his current station, stating that he was too busy to consider a transfer, despite the difficulties. His colleagues attempted to persuade him otherwise, pointing out that the transfer represented recognition of his skills and would come with a significant salary increase. They pressed him to reconsider. Soo-hyuk fell silent, his gaze distant and contemplative. His thoughts turned inward, reflecting on his past recklessness and the potential irritation it caused others. He hoped to maintain a quieter profile going forward. A flashback revealed a tense scene within a rescue operation. Soo-hyuk's team was reprimanded for acting without explicit instructions. Soo-hyuk reflected on the cold treatment he received from his team members, finding the prospect of facing similar humiliation again absurd. Back in the present, Soo-hyuk jokingly lamented the lack of cheese at his preferred location, holding his cat, Cheese. A colleague playfully countered that Soo-hyuk wasn't the one most favored by cheese. Soo-hyuk playfully challenged the statement, asking Cheese for confirmation, resulting in a lighthearted moment. A small, cartoonish depiction of Soo-hyuk appeared, eyes brimming with tears. A cat's meow echoed nearby, adding to his distress. That hurts, he thought, wincing. A colleague, his face etched with concern, approached Soo-hyuk. All right, Soo-hyuk, you. The colleague's question hung in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation's tone. How did it go with Eun-song? Soo-hyuk, his expression unreadable, carefully tended to a small, injured animal. The name, Kim, was visible on his uniform. His colleagues observed him from a distance, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. One of them spoke, his voice laced with impatience. Why are you asking that already? Soo-hyuk's thoughts turned inward, a somber reflection on his relationship with Eun-song. Eun-song and I, his colleague, seated across from him, offered an interpretation. You mean you want to break up with her? You want me to interpret it like that, right? Soo-hyuk shook his head, his features firm. No. He stated his intentions clearly, his voice resolute. I will continue to work as a firefighter, and I'll also be with Eun-song. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. The face of an older man, etched with worry and barely suppressed anger, filled the frame. His expression spoke volumes. The man chuckled, a harsh, humorless sound. Across from him, a younger man, clad in a hospital gown, sat with a look of quiet resignation. I didn't think it would turn out like this. He murmured, his voice barely audible. The older man's expression hardened. You're a funny guy, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you think I'll just accept it as you say? The younger man shook his head. It's not like that. It is possible for me to fulfill what you want, but I won't choose to. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A fist clenched, the knuckles white. That's too much of a joke. The younger man's resolve was clear. The older man's voice rose in anger. Your existence is the only hindrance to my wishes. In the future, you're going to jump into a lot of accidents. The scene shifted to a chaotic fire scene. Firefighters battled the blaze. The older man continued, his voice laced with a chilling threat. That kind of recklessness. Not only does it make Eun-song drop, I'm also saying this because you might expose yourself to danger. A woman, her face etched with worry, stood amidst the smoky aftermath. I don't want anything else. It's just, I don't want to see my daughter in danger again. Kim Soo-hyuk, clad in a pale blue hospital gown, stood before a stern-faced man in a dark suit. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. Soo-hyuk addressed the man, his voice firm despite his attire. He explained that his commitment to being a firefighter wasn't merely professional. It was deeply personal, a matter of respect and love for his daughter, Eun-song. He continued, emphasizing that firefighting was the perfect fit for him, the best way to utilize his skills and make a difference. The conversation continued on the rooftop. The suited man listened intently as Soo-hyuk expressed his desire to do the work he did best, protecting those around him. The man, whose face was now clearly visible, clarified that Soo-hyuk's protective instincts extended beyond those he directly rescued, encompassing everyone in his life. Soo-hyuk, surrounded by his colleagues, reiterated his commitment. His mission, he stated, was to protect those by his side to the best of his ability. The suited man reminded Soo-hyuk of his earlier statement prioritizing his daughter's safety. Soo-hyuk responded that he was the one capable of ensuring that safety. He placed a hand over his heart, his resolve unwavering. He vowed to protect Eun-song anytime, anywhere. The setting sun cast long shadows as Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker, stood on a rooftop overlooking the city. He spoke to an older man in a trench coat, his voice firm despite the weariness in his eyes. He vowed to do his best and remain responsible for Eun-song until the very end. The older man, his expression unreadable, simply listened. A silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken understanding. A subtle smile played on the older man's lips. He then offered a quiet compliment, his words carrying a weight of expectation. He liked the look in Soo-hyuk's eyes. The scene opens in a bustling fire station. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, stands amidst his colleagues, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. One of his colleagues approaches, concern etched on his features. He asks Soo-hyuk about a recent mission involving someone named Eun-song. Soo-hyuk deflects the question, his response laced with a hint of discomfort. He wonders why his colleague is so insistent. His colleague softens his tone, understandingly suggesting that Soo-hyuk doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. However, Soo-hyuk makes a surprising decision. He reveals his intention to marry Eun-song, a statement that catches his colleague completely off guard. Soo-hyuk's face is a mixture of determination and nervousness as he confirms his decision to marry Eun-song. His colleagues react with shock and disbelief to his sudden announcement. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, extended his hand to his superior officer. "Thank you for trusting me, sir," he stated, his expression earnest. The officer clasped Soo-hyuk's hand, his gaze assessing. "Don't get me wrong," the officer replied. "I haven't put my complete trust in you yet. I'm going to take my time and watch you." Soo-hyuk nodded in agreement. Internally, however, a different thought crossed his mind. Geez, that girl, what did she see in this bastard? The conversation shifted. The officer mentioned an upcoming assignment, and Soo-hyuk's colleague, Sang-tae, chimed in about Soo-hyuk's impending marriage. Soo-hyuk, however, was clearly more concerned about his upcoming deployment. "What? Then, why are you talking about marriage? You still have a long way to go. You won't know until you get in the ceremony hall, you rascal." Later, another colleague offered some parting words to Soo-hyuk. "Oh my, you should be more diligent in the future. Though, we won't be able to see you for a while since you're going abroad." Soo-hyuk looked surprised. "Abroad?" Sang-tae explained. "Sang-tae-hyung, didn't you tell him?" "Oh, that's right. There's that. There were so many messages that I forgot about it." Another colleague interjected, expressing disbelief at Sang-tae's forgetfulness. He then directed Soo-hyuk to retrieve a document from his desk. "Kim Soo-hyuk, I placed the document on your desk, so go and take a look at it." Soo-hyuk retrieved the document, a look of confusion on his face. This is a document detailing a 7-day survival program is shown. The text is in Korean, but the final line clearly states, 7 days of survival. A young woman, her face alight with excitement, exclaims, "That's a very famous variety program." The scene shifts to a park bench where the woman sits with a man. He explains, "You're also flustered, aren't you? I'm not some kind of celebrity, but to be in a variety show." She responds, "No, rather, I'm kind of excited. I like it very much." The man, slightly embarrassed, says, "Of course." The woman continues, "Whoa, to think that my boyfriend will be on a variety show." He replies, "I'm glad that you like it. Should I tell you something funny? I actually refused this at first, because if I leave my work, it'll also affect the others." The man explains, "That's why I said that I won't be doing it." A close-up on the man's face shows his internal thought. The chief likes idols. The scene then shifts to him talking to his superior. His superior says, "He heard that Bubble Girls will be joining, so it's already a given that you'll be signing this." The man protests, "No, wait. You want me to be absent from here for a week for this reason?" His superior explains, "I'm just joking. It's so we can increase others' awareness of firefighters." Continuing, the superior says, "It is thanks to you that firefighters' reputation in Korea has greatly improved. They want you to take this opportunity to make it into a more friendly image." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, was finally taking a long overdue vacation. He'd been told to stop talking nonsense and go, and to consider it a reward for his tireless dedication. The scene shifted to Incheon International Airport, bustling with activity. Soo-hyuk, luggage in tow, prepared to embark on his well-deserved break. At the departures hall, a colleague, Eun-song, wished him well, urging him to rest and have a good time. Soo-hyuk, on a phone call, simply replied, "Got it." He then reflected that relaxing might prove more difficult than anticipated. He'd heard that the vacation would involve some unexpected challenges. Soo-hyuk found himself slightly uncomfortable with his newly styled hair, a first for him. He wondered if he should adjust it. Suddenly, a woman approached, recognizing him as Kim Soo-hyuk. He was clearly surprised by this unexpected encounter. The woman, introducing herself, informed Soo-hyuk that their filming location was nearby. She also noted that he was the first to arrive, as many participants were usually late. Soo-hyuk and the woman walked together, the woman reiterating that most people tend to arrive late. Kim Soo-hyuk arrived at the airport, his eyes widening at the sight before him. A sea of cameras and reporters filled the terminal. "That must be the place," he muttered, overwhelmed by the sheer number of lenses pointed in his direction. He turned to his companion, a young woman with dark hair and glasses. "We're starting to shoot here?" he asked, slightly bewildered. She nodded. "Yes. We're going to film the opening here first, and then we'll set off." The young woman addressed a nearby crew member. "Bedenim, please check the setting for a while." The crew member responded with a quick, "Okay." Soo-hyuk, meanwhile, looked around anxiously. "Is there somewhere I can wait?" Soo-hyuk attempted to excuse himself, but he was immediately surrounded by a throng of excited fans. "Yunhwa, look here," one shouted. "Appa," another screamed, pushing forward. A security guard tried to push through the crowd, guiding Soo-hyuk. "This way. You can't pass here," he said, struggling against the tide of fans still chanting, "Yuana, please look over here just once." Soo-hyuk, despite the chaos, maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Finally, Soo-hyuk reached his crew. "I'm sorry for being late," he apologized. His companion replied, "It's fine. Well, you're early for once." The young woman looked at Soo-hyuk with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Is he that idol who I only heard about? He's very handsome," she thought to herself. Soo-hyuk introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Kim Soo-hyuk." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood in an airport terminal, exchanging pleasantries with a man in a suit. The man inquired, "The firefighter one?" Soo-hyuk replied with a polite, "Yes, nice to meet you." A slight uncertainty clouded his expression as he processed the encounter. He then turned to address a man in a director's attire, asking, "Director, where are the others?" The director responded, "They're just here on time." A group of people arrived, and Soo-hyuk, along with another woman, greeted them with a collective, "Hello, nice to meet you." Soo-hyuk's gaze swept across the assembled group, a look of surprise dawning on his face. He muttered, "Gosh." He recognized several familiar faces. His internal monologue raced. "They're all familiar faces. That man is the comedian, Ha Song-woo, right? Those two. I've seen them in a lot of commercials." A wave of disbelief washed over him. He thought, I'm going to film with these people." Another man approached, extending a hand and exclaiming, "Are you Kim Soo-hyuk? I really wanted to see you." Soo-hyuk responded, "Nice to meet you. I'll be in your care." Others in the group whispered amongst themselves, the one from Chanel CO. Oh, he really is that person." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in an impossible situation. He was surrounded by familiar faces, yet a disorienting sense of unreality washed over him. "They know me, impossible," he thought, his mind racing. Is this a dream or reality? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as he greeted his colleagues with a nervous, yet determined, "Hello, seniors." 3 young women approached, their bright smiles at odds with Soo-hyuk's internal turmoil. "We're bubble girls. We'll be in your care," they chirped, their youthful energy a stark contrast to the gravity of his situation. Soo-hyuk's confusion deepened. He stared at the trio, a question forming in his mind. Who are they? Are they high schoolers? One of his colleagues, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, spoke to him. "So my juniors have arrived?" she observed, her tone casual. "Seems like you have lost weight," she added, her gaze assessing. Another colleague, this one a woman with longer, flowing hair, expressed concern. That's right, Saya. Did you get home safely last time? You look like you weren't feeling well," she said, her voice laced with worry. The woman's words triggered a flicker of recognition in Soo-hyuk. He could only manage a soft, that, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of his past. Suddenly, one of the bubble girls gasped. "Oh my, the real one that I've seen from news," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Soo-hyuk, still reeling from the unexpected recognition, offered a hesitant greeting. "Hello, I'm Sai Bubble Girls." He admitted, I don't know that much about idols." His confusion was palpable. The same girl continued, undeterred by his uncertainty. "Hey, that's okay. You saved a friend of mine from Chanel CO. That's why I've seen you on the news every day. I'm really, really thankful." Soo-hyuk, overwhelmed by the unexpected gratitude, could only offer a humble, don't mention it. He was surrounded by his juniors and the idol group, their expressions a mixture of awe and gratitude. 2 young women, Hyejin and Jess, approached a man. Hyejin spoke first, expressing surprise at his unexpected arrival. Jess then introduced herself, and her companion. Hyojin explained that their friend, Sai, was a big fan and asked if they could address him informally as Appa. The man seemed slightly taken aback by the request. A director's voice boomed across the set, announcing that filming would begin in 20 minutes and urging everyone to prepare. A man, presumably a firefighter, stood in a restroom, his expression one of disgust. He muttered to himself about the situation being pathetic. Another man, wearing glasses, watched him from a distance, a look of concern on his face. He seemed surprised by the firefighter's reaction. The two men continued their conversation. The man in glasses learned that a firefighter was participating in the show, a fact he found laughable. The man in glasses voiced his skepticism about the firefighter's participation, questioning the fairness of his success given the hardships faced by other firefighters. He further elaborated on the firefighter's past incident, highlighting that he had been rescued by his colleagues after being trapped in a dangerous situation. A young man, his face etched with frustration, voiced his discontent. He questioned the wisdom of a colleague's actions, pointing out the apparent incongruity. If he should just do his work well, why is he filming a variety show? Another man, seemingly more senior, sighed and explained the situation. The decision to include their colleague in the variety show wasn't theirs. It was the producer's call. He added, resignedly, that there was nothing they could do about it. The frustrated young man muttered that he didn't want to participate in the filming. The frustrated young man, however, resolved to simply wait and see how things unfolded. He observed that if his colleague continued to prioritize such frivolous activities over his work, he would eventually realize the error of his ways. The scene opens at an airport, several airplanes visible on the tarmac under a bright, clear sky. Inside a plane, two women are seated. One of them complains, "I'm already hungry." The other woman responds, "They might not give us anything, so we have to eat in advance." Suddenly, one of the women gasps, her eyes widening in surprise as a young man approaches their seats. He seems nervous. He hesitantly says, "Ah." The young man thinks to himself, I'm nervous. I've never been on a plane since I went back in time." A woman politely asks the young man, "I'm sorry, Sai. Me and Sai are close, so can I take the seat?" He replies, "Well, okay, let's do that." Aboard a plane, Kim Soo-hyuk and his teammate, Sia, engaged in light-hearted banter. Sia playfully chided Soo-hyuk, "You're too much." The team leader, a woman with short hair and glasses, addressed the group. "Everyone, please pay attention. We're doing something simple to split into teams." She continued her explanation. "You're picking out your teams in advance." The teams were then revealed. Team Songwo, consisting of Ha Songwo, Kim Soo-hyuk, and Sia, and Team Yuan, composed of Anagyeon, Jess, Lee Jin-seong, and Hyojin. Sia expressed her delight at being on the same team as Soo-hyuk, while Soo-hyuk internally groaned at the prospect of working alongside Sia again. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, that bastard is on the same team as Sia." Meanwhile, another member of Soo-hyuk's team expressed relief at having him on their side and asked him to take care of them. The team leader announced that they could rest until they landed. The plane landed on the outskirts of Vientiane, Laos. A bustling crowd of reporters and camera crews gathered, their excitement palpable. A young woman, her voice brimming with enthusiasm, announced, "We're finally here." The scene shifted to a group of young adults, dressed in matching athletic gear, standing amidst lush jungle foliage. One of them, a man with a surprised expression, remarked, "So there's a jungle like this near the capital, huh? Where are we going right now, anyway?" A woman in a business suit handed a document to one of the athletes. "Please take this one first," she instructed. The document was revealed to be a crudely drawn map, depicting a winding path through the jungle, marked with a tiger and a snake. A question mark hovered above it. One of the athletes, a man, questioned, "What is this? A map? Is it made out of paint?" The woman in the suit explained, "From now on, each team will find their way to the base using this map." The athletes reacted with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. One of them exclaimed, "What?" The scene transitioned to a tranquil river flowing through a dense, verdant jungle. A remote jungle. Lush vegetation surrounded a group of people, their faces etched with concern. One voice, filled with apprehension, echoed through the dense foliage. "How? How can we even find our way in such a remote location?" The group consisted of several young adults, dressed in matching uniforms. Their leader, a man with dark hair and a worried expression, exclaimed, "And to do it right after we arrive? Impossible." Another member of the group, his brow furrowed in suspicion, voiced his concerns. "Are they trying to hit us on the back of our heads right from the start?" The scene shifted to a different member of the group, a woman with short dark hair, observing the others with a mixture of amusement and skepticism. She mused, "Is this man serious? Or is he just exaggerating? Is this how variety shows work? How are we supposed to find our way using such a childish map?" Another young man, his face partially obscured, responded with a dismissive chuckle. "I know, right? To be honest." The scene abruptly changed. A man stood before a door marked Room 2, Kongyuan. He stated confidently, "I already knew about everything." Two other individuals, a man and a woman, reacted with surprise. The woman asked, "What did you say?" The man explained, "For the sake of making the variety show seem more realistic, I heard that the cast will only be given limited information and will only reveal them during the shoot. The man continued, Gosh, isn't this too much? Are they trying to make us roll around in the middle of nowhere? The woman responded, Haha, I'm sure they prepared everything just in case something happens, so you don't have to worry about getting hurt or being in dangerous situations. The man, however, remained unconvinced, muttering, I'm not going. Soo-hyuk, a man with glasses and a worried expression, exclaimed, What? He was being briefed on an upcoming rescue operation, a mission he was clearly apprehensive about. He insisted that the team be fully informed of the plan, stating that he wouldn't participate otherwise. Meanwhile, another individual, sharply dressed in a suit, adjusted his hair with a gun in his hand. His expression was one of disdain. He muttered to himself, I don't want to show a ridiculous side of me. Soo-hyuk, still looking anxious, declared that he had no regrets about participating, even if he considered the operation third-rate. His statement was met with silence from his superior. The superior, a man with intense eyes, explained the scheduling process. He confidently stated that he was the most expensive and highly sought-after member of the team, and they wouldn't dare to exclude him. A female member of the team briefed the rescue team on the plan. In addition to the main objective, various competitions were prepared to make the rescue more engaging. She explained that the winning team would be rewarded with a luxurious buffet. The image of a lavish buffet spread was shown, eliciting excited reactions from the team members. The team members expressed their excitement at the prospect of a buffet, particularly in such a luxurious setting. Their enthusiasm was palpable. However, one team member raised a valid concern about the map provided for the rescue operation, questioning its practicality for base camp establishment. Another agreed, highlighting the map's inadequacy. A third team member reassured them, stating that there was no need to worry. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience behind him, addressed his team. He explained, I was in special forces, so I know a little about the Dokdo Act. His colleagues reacted with surprise and admiration. One exclaimed, You're awesome. Another added, You even know about things like this despite being an idol. Just what can you not do? You want SSI? Soo-hyuk, however, internally scoffed. Being in the special forces is bullshit. He continued his inner monologue, determined. I will arrive before that bastard. I'm going to show everyone how a firefighter is worse than an idol at this. Soo-hyuk then addressed his team, confidently stating, Let's go, everyone. One team member worried aloud. That team is confident. Do they think they will? Another added, Is there no other way? Soo-hyuk struggled with the map, questioning, How do I even look at this map? Is this where the north is? Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared before his eyes. The message read, Skill, mini-map has been activated. A blue, holographic map projected onto his eye, providing him with a clear view of the surrounding terrain. A digital map flickered into existence, its luminescent glow illuminating the face of Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, as he navigated a dense, tropical forest. The lush greenery of the jungle gave way to a clearing where Soo-hyuk and his team, 3 other rescue workers, caught their breath. One of them, a young woman, voiced her exhaustion. She asked for a short rest, but Soo-hyuk, ever the leader, urged them onward, assuring them that the base was just beyond the next grove of trees. Another team member complimented his navigational skills, prompting a self-deprecating but confident reply from Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk chuckled, downplaying the difficulty of their trek. His confidence, however, was short-lived. His expression shifted as he realized they were being followed, a rival team of firefighters hot on their heels. Soo-hyuk's confident facade crumbled as he realized they had arrived at what he thought was their destination, only to find it was a trap. The team found themselves surrounded by a film crew, their arrival a staged event for a reality show. Exhaustion and surprise etched themselves onto their faces. A group of 3 rescue workers, 2 men and a woman, stood together, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and amusement. They had just arrived at their destination, but one of the men, clearly irritated, commented on the lateness of their arrival. Their surprise deepened as they noticed another rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, already present. One of the men voiced his disbelief, highlighting the fact that they had struggled to reach the location, even with a map. Soo-hyuk's colleague, his face etched with disbelief, muttered the word impossible. He was certain that Soo-hyuk was the only one who knew the quickest route. The other 2 rescue workers, observing Soo-hyuk's feat, exchanged impressed glances. One of them remarked on Soo-hyuk's reliability. One of the men expressed his astonishment at Soo-hyuk's speed, noting that he had arrived faster than they did, despite having a map. The woman then complimented Soo-hyuk on his navigational skills. Soo-hyuk, characteristically humble, attributed his success to his experience as a firefighter. His colleagues playfully chided him for his modesty, insisting that his skill was the real reason for his success. A close-up on Soo-hyuk's clenched fist revealed his inner turmoil. The image conveyed a sense of suppressed frustration and determination. The next mission was announced: build a house using only available materials. A young woman with glasses explained the challenge to a group of participants, emphasizing that any material could be used freely. The participants, clearly skeptical, questioned the feasibility of building a house in such an environment and inquired about the provision of tools. Their instructor offered a limited set of tools, a saw and a hammer. One of the participants reacted with visible confusion and uncertainty about how to proceed with such limited resources. The group decided to start by searching for usable wood. One participant noticed another's arm was numb. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk saw this as an opportunity to make amends for a past mistake. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a tense standoff. He had spent a decade honing his skills, even practicing in the mountains, preparing for moments just like this. His opponent scoffed, questioning whether mere strength was enough to succeed. Soo-hyuk countered that skill far surpassed brute force. Undeterred, Soo-hyuk felt a surge of confidence. He silently vowed to himself. This time, victory would be his. The scene shifted to a lush jungle. Two individuals, a man and a woman, struggled to carry a heavy log. The man, clearly straining, questioned if the log was sufficient. The woman, equally burdened, simply replied with a questioning "oh." Suddenly, Soo-hyuk appeared, effortlessly wielding a pickaxe. With incredible speed and precision, he expertly maneuvered the heavy log into place, completing a section of a sturdy log cabin. The onlookers were stunned into silence, then erupted in awe and disbelief. Soo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed by the attention, explained that he had been so focused on the task that he didn't notice how quickly he'd finished. His female companion expressed her astonishment at his incredible skill. He chuckled, attributing his skills to his time in the special forces. He was relieved that he could now rest comfortably. However, a determined glint appeared in his eyes as he reflected on the difficulty of the task and his desire to defeat his rival. Despite the exertion, Soo-hyuk remained focused on his goal, defeating his rival. Meanwhile, the woman from earlier noticed a commotion in the distance. Two young women, dressed in matching blue athletic uniforms, stood amidst a lush forest, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. One of them, her gaze fixed on something unseen, began, "What's the matter?" Their question was answered by a startling sight. Atop a small wooden structure, a man hammered furiously, seemingly constructing the building from scratch with incredible speed. Below, a crowd of onlookers watched in stunned silence, their cameras capturing the unbelievable scene. The two women from the previous scene reacted with wide-eyed astonishment. "What is this?" one of them exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. One of the women turned to her companion, her tone awestruck. "It's amazing, right? Yuni, can your team build something like this? Even a professional architect can't do something like that." Meanwhile, a cameraman among the onlookers chuckled, his words echoing the general sentiment. "Ho ho, the more I see it, the more fascinating it gets." The man, having finished his work, descended from the structure, his breathing heavy. The two women watched him, their expressions shifting from awe to confusion. He looked at them, a question mark forming on his face. "Does that make sense?" One of the women voiced the unspoken thought hanging in the air. "Is that something a person can do?" The survival competition went on for several days. However, the result was the third round of the competition, a fishing contest, was underway. One contestant reeled in a large fish with a triumphant grin, while another looked on with a mixture of envy and disbelief. The fourth round of the competition was underway. Several teams, each attempting to build a functional raft, struggled against the current of a swiftly flowing river. Amidst the chaos, Kim Soo-hyuk's team stood out. His teammates cheered his name, their excitement palpable. A camera person, observing from the riverbank, murmured to themselves, impressed by Soo-hyuk's skill. There was no comparison, they thought. The Laos episode featuring Soo-hyuk was shaping up to be a particularly special one, according to the film crew. They had gathered a significant amount of footage over the past few days, enough to allow for comfortable editing later. Suddenly, rain began to fall. One of Soo-hyuk's teammates expressed concern about the unexpected downpour, noting the need to maintain their filming schedule. Another member of the crew announced that further filming was impossible due to the weather. They decided to return to the base camp outside the jungle, as the competition results had already been determined. With the competition concluded, the crew expressed their gratitude to the participants for their hard work. As they departed, the sound of rain continued to fall. A group of young adults, clad in athletic gear, trekked through a lush, rain-soaked jungle. Palm trees swayed in the wind, their fronds dripping with water. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and vegetation. The downpour intensified. One of the group, a young man with short dark hair, spoke calmly, directing his companions. He instructed them to gather umbrellas and blankets at the base camp, suggesting they take shelter under a large tree. A young woman, her face pale, clutched her head. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She gasped, admitting to feeling dizzy. The young man, concerned, offered assistance. He asked if she could walk. She looked uncertain. She stammered, attributing her discomfort to the heat. She thanked him for his concern, mentioning the comfort of resting inside. The young man, however, was troubled by his own unexpected stuttering. He wondered why he was so flustered. He turned to another member of the group, a man in a blue shirt, and voiced his suspicion. The man in blue, seemingly a cameraman, explained that they needed to film some footage for the broadcast. He called for the young woman to join them. The sound of rain accompanied 2 sets of feet as they walked along a muddy path. The journey was clearly arduous. A young woman, her face etched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, questioned a man in a blue uniform. "Appa," she began, "why did you tell me to follow all of a sudden?" Rounding a bend in the path, they came upon a breathtaking waterfall cascading down a rocky cliff face. The man, clearly pleased with the effect, exclaimed, "Tada, what do you think? Isn't it amazing?" The woman, speechless for a moment, finally managed a soft, "Wow, it's a place I hadn't noticed while coming here." The man, seemingly unfazed by the downpour, suggested, "While we're here, this is a long trip, so we should at least go sightseeing." The woman readily agreed. "Yes, it is amazing." As he reached out to touch the water, he yelped. He playfully shoved the woman into the water, causing her to shriek in surprise. Soaked and shivering, the woman exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "It's raining too." He shrugged nonchalantly. "So what? It's not even raining that much." A cameraman nearby urged him, Take it, take it." The rain intensified, the sky darkening ominously. A sudden downpour drenched the forest. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker, looked up in surprise, his orange jacket gleaming under the flashes of lightning. His colleague, a woman with glasses, exclaimed, "What the? Did the lightning strike just now?" Soo-hyuk's expression hardened. The rain intensified, mirroring the urgency in his thoughts. He muttered to himself, "It's not the time to rest. Where's Sai and Yuan?" With a renewed sense of purpose, Soo-hyuk dashed off into the deepening gloom. A film crew, including a cameraman and another woman, watched him go. One of them whispered, "Sai." The rain continued to fall heavily. Soo-hyuk's colleague, Sai, shivered, clutching her arms. She said to him, "The rain is getting stronger. Let's go back now, Appa." Soo-hyuk, however, was focused on the task at hand. He suggested, "Shall we do that?" Avoiding the rain concept like the novel shower. Sai responded with a look of apprehension. "What? I don't want to. I just want to rest." The cameraman, clearly more concerned with his work, interrupted, "We need to get enough footage. Sai SSI. You want SSI?" Soo-hyuk reappeared, his face etched with worry. The rain hammered down on him as he stood there, visibly distressed. Sai and the cameraman reacted with shock. The cameraman exclaimed, Soo-hyuk Kappa. Why is the B asterisk starred here?" Soo-hyuk, ignoring their surprise, urgently instructed Sai, "Let's go back immediately. Especially Sai SSI. You need to go with me first." Sai, still confused, questioned, "Sorry? Is it urgent?" The scene opens with a tense exchange between 3 individuals. A young man, his face etched with frustration, questions the order of events. "Hey, who are you to decide who goes first with whom or not?" A woman stands beside him, visibly anxious. The other man, dressed in more casual attire, retorts, "It's because there might be something. There's no time to dawdle. Quick." The young man presses further, his concern evident. "No, just who do you think you are?" The casually dressed man sighs, explaining, "Look here, you must be doing this because you don't know much about the entertainment industry." He continues, attempting to reassure the anxious group, "But this is all for the footage of the show. We'll go back after finishing our work as celebrities." The young man, still unconvinced, argues, "Those who don't know, just take a good rest, firefighter Nim. It's not that kind of problem. There's no need to listen. Let's go, Sai." The woman, Sai, looks distressed as she calls out, "Heek." Suddenly, Sai collapses. The young man and the other man react with alarm. Rain lashes down as Sai falls to the ground. The young man's face is a mask of panic and concern. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a desperate struggle. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes wide with exertion as he braced himself against an unseen force. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, a heavy burden of responsibility. His grip tightened on his camera, the lens fogging slightly. A desperate cry escaped his lips, a name barely audible above the din. Sai. The camera fell from his grasp as the world dissolved into a blur of motion and impact. A young woman, Sai, lay injured in the snow, the cold seeping into her wounds. The scene opens on a group of young adults, caught in a sudden downpour. A young woman with glasses, her expression tight with concern, urges her companions to look around. They stand amidst a lush, green landscape, the rain blurring the edges of the world. In the distance, figures move, and the young woman cries out, "They're here." Her companions look on, a mixture of apprehension and confusion etched on their faces. One of them asks, "What happened? Why was an ambulance suddenly called?" The young woman's voice trails off, a tremor in her tone. She whispers that Sai is... One of the young men, his face slick with sweat, looks distressed. His companion mirrors his anxiety. He manages to stammer, "Sai SSI is..." The young man finishes his sentence, his voice strained, having a stroke. The young woman reacts with alarm, her eyes wide with fear. "Stroke? What is that?" Another young man speaks, his voice laced with worry. "That... If things go wrong, will she die?" His companion stares, speechless at the implication. The rain fell in sheets, mirroring the turmoil in the hearts of those gathered around a young woman lying on the ground. Nothing was certain, But Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, had made a diagnosis. He was urgently carrying her towards the waiting ambulance. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as the gravity of the situation hit them. One exclaimed, "No way, Sai." Another lamented, "Why must this happen now?" The scene shifted to another rescue worker, who questioned Soo-hyuk's assessment. He asked, "Is he certain about that? There were no symptoms until now." Sai, the young woman, clutched her head in distress, her glasses askew. She cried out, "Just what is happening in this final stretch of the shoot?" Soo-hyuk, his face etched with worry, watched her silently, a single, desperate thought crossing his mind. Will she live? His internal monologue continued, heavy with guilt. Because of me, Sai is... The scene shifted again, the rain continuing its relentless assault. A single word echoed in the air. Suddenly, a pair of feet, running through the mud, were the only visible elements in the frame, suggesting a sudden burst of movement. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, 10 years into his career, found himself in a desperate race against time. He carried a young woman, her face pale and strained, muttering in discomfort. The urgency of the situation was etched on his face, sweat beading on his brow as he pushed himself harder. His breath hitched in ragged gasps. The woman's condition was worsening. Faster, he urged himself, his determination fueling his strained muscles. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. A stark reminder flashed before his eyes. The four main early symptoms of a stroke. Paralysis on one side of the body, sight problems, difficulty understanding speech, and dizziness. Each symptom was a potential death sentence if not addressed immediately. The information burned into his mind. Failure to recognize and treat these symptoms early drastically reduces survival rates. In South Korea, stroke is the leading cause of single disease death, occurring with alarming frequency. Soo-hyuk pressed on, the weight of this knowledge adding to his burden. He knew the golden hour for trauma patients was 4.5 hours. He had to reach the hospital before that window closed. He cursed his earlier misjudgment. We need to arrive before that, he muttered, his pace faltering only slightly. Damn it, I should have made sure of it way earlier. A pop-up window appeared before his eyes, a stark blue box against the green blur of the forest. Be careful of slopes. Soo-hyuk stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. The woman he carried cried out in alarm. The rain lashed down as rescue worker Kim Soo-hyuk, clad in his bright orange uniform, carried a young woman through the storm-ravaged landscape. He stumbled, his grip tightening on her as they both fell heavily to the ground. The woman lay gasping for breath, her face pale and streaked with rain and mud. Soo-hyuk's own breath hitched in his chest. The impact had been brutal. His own face was contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. He pushed himself up, ignoring the searing agony in his side. With a grunt of effort, Soo-hyuk hoisted the woman onto his back again. She coughed weakly. He pressed onward, determined to reach safety, despite the worsening storm and his own mounting injuries. Suddenly, a flash of light and a deafening roar erupted nearby. Soo-hyuk shielded the woman as best he could. They were thrown violently to the ground once more. Soo-hyuk gasped, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He felt a sharp, agonizing pain shoot through his chest. His vision blurred. There's no time for idling, he thought, his resolve hardening despite his injuries. He struggled to his feet, his body screaming in protest, but his determination burned brighter than the pain. The scene opens with a torrential downpour. Rain lashes down, blurring the edges of the world into streaks of gray and blue. The downpour continues, now focusing on a street scene. An ambulance is visible, its lights flashing, parked near a house. A man, his face etched with concern, observes the scene from a distance. He mutters to himself, questioning the unfolding events. He wonders if a young woman has suffered stroke. Another man, nearby, adds his own observation, mentioning that strokes can affect young people too. The first man expresses disbelief. He questions how the woman could have been brought to the hospital without anyone noticing any prior symptoms. The rain continues to fall as the camera pans to a set of stairs leading up to a dimly lit area. Two figures are barely visible at the top. One of the men from earlier spots someone and urgently points them out to his companion. They see Soo-hyuk, injured and being carried by a woman. His name is called out in alarm. The woman carrying Soo-hyuk stumbles, causing concern among the onlookers. Soo-hyuk groans in pain. The rain poured down, blurring the already chaotic scene. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face a mask of grime and blood, gasped for breath, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and something akin to disbelief. A woman, her face streaked with tears, held him close, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and desperation. Soo-hyuk's head lolled to the side, his vision swimming. The world seemed to tilt and spin, the sounds of the storm fading into a dull roar. Panic erupted around him. Voices shouted, "Soo-hyuk SSI." Paramedics rushed to his side, their faces grim as they urged him towards an ambulance. The urgency in their voices was palpable. They were fighting against the clock. His eyelids fluttered, then closed. Darkness. Then, a sudden jolt. Soo-hyuk opened his eyes, disoriented. He was standing, his firefighter uniform pristine, the rain gone, replaced by a faint, golden light. He looked down at himself, a question mark forming on his lips. He felt different, lighter somehow. A sense of unease settled in his stomach. In the distance, a building blazed. The flames licked at the sky, a terrifying spectacle that drew his attention. He knew, instinctively, that he had to go. Amidst the inferno, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, fought valiantly. He was disoriented, his thoughts a jumble of confusion. What am I doing right now? He wondered, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. I feel like I came to rescue someone. The flames roared around him, threatening to consume him. His eyes widened in alarm. But through the chaos, a sense of purpose pierced the confusion. There's a target to be rescued, he realized, adrenaline surging through his veins. He pushed forward, his movements driven by an instinct honed over years of experience. He spotted a person trapped in the blaze. Hey, are you all right? I'll rescue. The victim's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as Soo-hyuk approached. Soo-hyuk, despite the intense heat and danger, remained focused on the task at hand. He was determined to save the victim. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. You, he cried out, collapsing to the ground. He landed heavily, his body aching. Another firefighter rushed to his side, concerned. Soo-hyuk's mind raced. Just what is happening? He wondered, his confusion deepening. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Why are you trying so hard? The intense heat of the fire crackled around Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, as he battled the inferno. A colleague, his face etched with concern, questioned his relentless dedication. Why are you trying so hard to rescue people? Soo-hyuk, his breath ragged, offered a terse reply. Because you're firefighters. Don't make me laugh. Looking at you, you just look like you're always anxious because you can't die. Suddenly, a section of the burning building gave way, sending a shower of debris and flames crashing down. Soo-hyuk reacted instantly. He lunged forward, pushing a trapped civilian out of the path of the collapsing structure, a selfless act born from years of experience and unwavering commitment. But he himself was now in grave danger, the flames closing in. With a desperate cry, he extended his hand. Another firefighter, reacting swiftly, grasped his hand, pulling him to safety. Safe but shaken, Soo-hyuk gasped. You're all right now. He coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips as he looked down at the civilian he had saved. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. His eyes widened, a look of dawning horror reflecting in their depths. The intense heat of the inferno bore down on Kim Soo-hyuk, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought to contain the raging flames. His colleague, partially obscured by the fire's fury, struggled nearby. His colleague's voice, strained but firm, cut through the roar of the fire. Do you realize it now? The question hung heavy in the air, followed by a whispered, what you've rescued until now. Soo-hyuk awoke in a sterile white room, the harsh fluorescent lights a stark contrast to the fiery chaos he'd just experienced. He lay on a hospital bed, his expression one of confusion and disorientation. He was clearly still recovering from a traumatic event. His eyes flickered, trying to focus. The rhythmic beeping of heart monitors filled the sterile silence of the hospital room. A faint, flat line punctuated the otherwise steady rhythm. A young woman lay in a hospital bed, pale and still, connected to various medical devices. Her breathing was shallow and labored. Beside her, a man in a rescue worker's uniform stood watch, his posture rigid with worry. He was Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with concern as he observed the patient's condition. His thoughts were a whirlwind of anxiety. A woman approached, her expression somber. She informed Soo-hyuk that the surgery had been successful. Soo-hyuk, relieved, offered a quiet word of thanks. The woman, however, pressed on, explaining the critical nature of his timely intervention. She emphasized that without his quick actions, the patient would not have survived long enough for surgery. Soo-hyuk simply replied that it was all right, his expression betraying a hint of his inner turmoil. He had saved a life, but the weight of past failures still lingered. A young man, Soo-hyuk, listened intently as a concerned voice advised him, I think it'd be better for you to learn about the early symptoms of stroke, but to be prepared for it in the future. The scene shifted to a hospital room. A young woman, her face etched with worry, looked down at someone lying in a bed. She whispered, Soo-hyuk appa? Soo-hyuk, now awake, was greeted by the relieved cries of the young woman. She exclaimed, Appa, thank you. I am really grateful. Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she expressed her gratitude. Thanks to you, Sai lived. It's the same as saving our whole bubble girls. Soo-hyuk responded modestly, I'm just doing what I have to do. Two young women, clearly grateful, expressed their determination to repay his kindness. Soo-hyuk stood silently, lost in thought, as the girl's words echoed in his ears. He was clearly affected by their heartfelt thanks. A close-up revealed a pensive expression on Soo-hyuk's face, hinting at a deeper emotional response than he let on. The television crew discussed the footage from Soo-hyuk's recent rescue mission. They agreed to air the broadcast unedited, highlighting the many dramatic moments captured thanks to his bravery. However, They also acknowledged the need to carefully consider the sensitive nature of the day's events. One crew member voiced concern that airing the incident in its entirety might invite criticism. His colleague, understanding his apprehension, simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk was being given instructions. He was told he could rest there for the day and would return by plane the following afternoon. A portion of the crew would follow later. His colleague apologized for not being able to properly say goodbye. Soo-hyuk expressed his gratitude for their hard work. A plane took off from the airport. Soo-hyuk smiled, a small bandage still on his face. He walked through the relatively quiet airport, noting the contrast to the bustling atmosphere of his recent trip to Myanmar. He mused that the production team and crew had likely taken steps to keep the situation under wraps. Soo-hyuk reflected on the successful mission, but also felt a pang of regret at not having properly bid farewell to his colleagues. A young man, Kim Soo-hyuk, is approached by someone in a bustling city environment. The individual calls out to him urgently, "Excuse me, Soo-hyuk Kesesai." Soo-hyuk turns, a slight bandage visible on his face. His expression is one of cautious curiosity. The person who approached him asks, "If it's all right with you, can we talk?" A close-up on Soo-hyuk's eyes reveals a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Meanwhile, a woman, seemingly a news reporter, is on a phone call, expressing disbelief. "Such a thing happened? Then what about the broadcast? Will it be aired as it is?" The reporter explains to someone on the other end of the line, "It seems like that part will be edited out, and I already told our team about it." Back with Soo-hyuk, he's on the phone, reassuring someone, "I see. Are you not hurt anywhere?" "Yes, I'm fine." Soo-hyuk chuckles lightly, seemingly relieved. He then enters his workplace, a fire station. His colleagues react with surprise and joy at his return. "Oh, Kim Soo-hyuk. It's Kim Soo-hyuk." The scene opens in a bustling fire station. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rookie rescue worker, is greeted by his colleagues. "Hey, long time no see," one of them exclaims. Another adds, "You were sent there to rest, but you ended up rescuing people there too. That's really amazing of you." Soo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, replies, "Am I indexed?" Soo-hyuk smiles, a small bandage covering a cut on his cheek. He looks younger than his 10 years of experience would suggest. A small orange cat with large, expressive eyes appears, seemingly out of nowhere. It's Cheese, Soo-hyuk's beloved pet. Soo-hyuk addresses the cat. "It's been a long time. Cheese, did you miss this Appa?" Soo-hyuk pets Cheese gently. "You missed me? Me too. Do you want to go to Appa's seat and work together?" A colleague cautions him, "Don't just carry Cheese as you like. She'll get annoyed." Soo-hyuk protests, "What are you saying?" Cheese is very gentle. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over Soo-hyuk. He steadies himself, his face flushed. Another colleague comments, "This kid, Appa's back after a long time too, you know?" A different colleague approaches Soo-hyuk and asks, "What mission did you have before coming here?" "Mission? What kind?" The scene opens on a firefighter, Park Soo-hyuk, his face a mixture of surprise and amusement. His colleagues pepper him with questions about a recent event. "What do you mean, what kind?" one demands, while another exclaims, "Bubble Girl's autographs." The questioning continues, with one firefighter pressing, "Did you also take a picture together with them?" Soo-hyuk, caught off guard, stammers, "All right. Bubble Girls. Show it to me, too." Another firefighter echoes the sentiment. "Me, too." Soo-hyuk hesitates, then explains, "About that. I forgot. I didn't have free time for that, so..." His colleagues react with disbelief. One exclaims, "What? I told you that was the most important thing, more than anything." Another firefighter interjects, questioning the point of Soo-hyuk's recent assignment. What was the use of going to that shooting if you didn't even get anything? You're incompetent, Kim Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, looking downcast, mutters, however. Soo-hyuk continues, "It's not Bubble Girls, but I brought a slightly weird guy." A man with dark hair and earrings walks into the fire station. His back is to the viewer. The man enters the fire station, causing a stir among the firefighters. He is met with surprised expressions from Park and his colleagues. The newcomer addresses the firefighters cheerfully. "Hello, Firefighter Hyungs." He introduces himself. "I'm Kan Yu-won from EDX." The rain fell in sheets, plastering Kim Soo-hyuk's dark hair to his forehead. His usually sharp features were softened with exhaustion, his breath hitching slightly as he muttered, "Sorry." He knelt beside a young woman, Sia, her face pale and clammy. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in alarm. "A stroke?" No way." Soo-hyuk urgently tried to rouse Sia, whispering, "Sia, wake up." But another rescue worker, arriving on the scene, shouted, "Don't touch her." The second worker, concerned about further injury, warned, "That kind of action may make the bleeding worse." The second rescue worker explained the situation. This is a disease caused by blood vessels in her brain getting blocked or bursting. He then relayed a message received via radio. "Soo-hyuk Sasai. They told us that they would send an ambulance to the jungle entrance right away." "That's good. I'll move her to the entrance at once then." Soo-hyuk carefully lifted Sia into his arms, his face etched with worry. He began to carry her towards the jungle entrance, determined to get her to help as quickly as possible. The rain continued to fall, each drop a heavy weight on Soo-hyuk's shoulders as he pressed on, his determination unwavering. The medical team huddled around the patient, their faces etched with concern. A young female doctor reported, "She has a stroke." Another doctor added, If you arrived just a little bit later, it would have been really bad. A male colleague, visibly impressed, questioned just how did Suikisasai notice it? Despite the gravity of the situation, a wave of relief washed over the room. One doctor stated, "Nonetheless, thank goodness. This is a huge relief." Another, hopeful, asked, "Then, she'll be able to live, right?" The young female doctor, visibly shaken but relieved, whispered, "That's great. Really, that's really great." Meanwhile, a young man with a piercing in his ear stood nearby, his expression unreadable. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. His gaze fell upon the scene unfolding before him, a sudden realization dawning. He muttered to himself, "It's my first time realizing." The young man's eyes followed the stretcher, carrying the patient away. His thoughts, a mixture of awe and newfound respect, were clear. That firefighters are so fucking cool. His face flushed, a wide grin spreading across his features. A decision solidified within him, he declared, "And thus, I've decided to become the ambassador for 119. He turned to two nearby firefighters, his enthusiasm undeterred. He stated, "Please look after me kindly in the future." The firefighters, taken aback by his sudden declaration, exclaimed in unison, What's with this kid?" The scene unfolded before a modern building, its glass facade reflecting the city's vibrant energy. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, engaged in a heated discussion. One, clearly agitated, exclaimed about the lack of firearms, emphasizing the absurdity of such a situation. His companion, however, remained unconvinced, stubbornly insisting that guns were unnecessary. The reader is reminded that this is a work of fiction. The wail of sirens cuts through the tranquil forest. A fire truck speeds down a winding road, its lights flashing. Two firefighters, Park and another whose name is yet to be revealed, sprint through the undergrowth, their breaths ragged. A gasp escapes Park's lips. They continue their desperate search, pushing through dense foliage. One firefighter, using a radio, reports that there's no way into the valley. Meanwhile, deeper within the woods, an elderly man stumbles, clutching his side. He is spotted by one of the firefighters. The firefighter relays the location of the lost man to his colleague, 3.4 kilometers into the ridge. The firefighters reach the elderly man. He asks, disoriented, where he is. They assure him they'll take him home, as his son is worried. One firefighter expresses relief at finding the man in time. His colleague, seemingly exhausted, simply replies, "Yeah." The first firefighter comments on the difficulty of the mission. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the lush greenery, a question hanging heavy in the air. He found the cameraman's inquiry deeply uncomfortable, his discomfort evident in his guarded expression. The cameraman, brimming with enthusiasm, urged Soo-hyuk to say something for the documentary, his camera trained on the rescue worker. Soo-hyuk's fellow rescue workers watched the interaction with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. One of them remarked on the resemblance between Soo-hyuk and his son. The scene shifted to the Chernil firehouse. The cameraman explained that they were filming a documentary about the station. He elaborated on his approach, revealing that his initial admiration for the firefighters led him to pitch the idea to the executive producer. The cameraman and his colleague chuckled, pleased with the outcome. The cameraman expressed his excitement about the documentary. Soo-hyuk and his team were surprised to learn they would be featured in the documentary. The prospect of being on television and the positive publicity for firefighters was met with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Two men, Park and Soo-hyuk, are engaged in conversation. Park questions Soo-hyuk's frequent visits, noting his presumed busyness. Soo-hyuk laughs, claiming to be inactive these days. The conversation shifts. Park comments on something peculiar about Soo-hyuk, but expresses his enjoyment of it nonetheless. Another man, whose name is not yet revealed, expresses gratitude towards Soo-hyuk for the opportunity to experience this. The unnamed man reflects on a decision made. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk observes that it has been a while since they finished filming a variety show, adding that this time it's a documentary. The scene changes to an exterior shot of a building. A voice asks if everyone has their equipment. Another voice confirms. Inside, the group discusses the importance of careful work given the current media attention. They acknowledge the instruction, and one of them asks about the preliminary coverage of a recent rescue. The conversation continues, focusing on the previous rescue incident. One man comments on the rescuer's coolness and a lack of proper photos from the scene. They decide to film the current event properly this time, aiming for high YouTube views. The scene shifts to the interior of a building. A camera is prominently featured. Kim Seo-hyung, the main producer, introduces himself and the EBC mega documentary production crew. He assures the subject of the documentary that there's no need to feel pressured and to proceed as usual. A group of rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, stood attentively before a man. They politely requested, "Please take good care of us." One of them added, thoughtfully, "We shouldn't need to prepare as much for documentary shows as for entertainment shows." The man's expression shifted. His colleagues, clearly amused, questioned him, "Who are you?" Their surprise was palpable. Another man, dressed in more formal attire, chuckled, "Ah, it's so funny. Are you going to a meeting or something?" He continued to laugh. The first man retorted, "What are you talking about?" It's obvious that you dressed up too. The formally dressed man insisted. And you look unnatural right now. Suddenly, two other men appeared, startling the first man. One of the newcomers introduced himself. Let me introduce myself one more time. I'm Kim Tae-sung, an assistant director. The other followed suit. I'm Han Sung-jin, the director. We look forward to your kind cooperation. Another rescue worker rushed forward, enthusiastically greeting the first man. Hello, Soo-hyuk. I'm your fan. I was really impressed with the incident at Chernil Station. He continued, effusively. We can be safe thanks to people like you, right? I respect you. You are the hero of this era. Soo-hyuk visibly sweated under the intense praise. Kim Tae-sung apologized. I'm sorry, they're new. He then explained, each member will have a camera. Han Sung-jin reassured Soo-hyuk, you don't have to pay attention to us or the camera at all, so please work comfortably as usual. The scene opens on two firefighters, their faces etched with a mixture of weariness and resignation. One of them sighs, I'm sure they'll be very disappointed. The narrative shifts to a description of their daily routine, a stark contrast to the idealized image often portrayed in the media. The reality is far less glamorous. A call comes in. The firefighters spring into action, their earlier weariness forgotten. Let's go, one shouts. They arrive at a scene where a woman is distraught, the door lock broken. Hick, she sobs, indicating the problem. The team moves swiftly, their sirens wailing. They are professionals, efficient, and focused. Another call interrupts their momentum. Let's go. This time, the situation is less clear. A man is complaining loudly, his words muffled but clearly expressing annoyance. The firefighters respond to yet another emergency call. A woman pleads for help, unable to sleep due to a noisy neighbor. Please arrest him. I can't sleep because he's too loud. A woman is desperately searching for a lost dog, Poppy. I don't know where my dog Poppy is. Please find it. The firefighters strategize. It's not inside the apartment, one states. Another adds, she said that the dog often goes to reed wetlands. Let's look for it there too. The search continues. The woman is overjoyed when Poppy is found. Oh my gosh, Poppy. So you were in the closet? You don't have to look for it now, she exclaims, thanking the firefighters for their hard work. A young firefighter, Soo-hyuk, spoke to a reporter, his expression a mix of relief and weariness. He assured the reporter that the situation was under control. The sound of a fire truck siren cut through the night as it sped towards the scene. Soo-hyuk, back at the station, reflected on the nature of their work. Even when the calls were minor, people still relied on them, calling them heroes. A fellow firefighter agreed, stating that even small calls were preferable to a major incident. He expressed a wish for things to remain calm. Another firefighter voiced his frustration, questioning the use of emergency services for non-critical situations. His colleague countered, emphasizing the importance of their role as rescuers and heroes, saving people from harm. One of the firefighters argued that there should always be at least one significant rescue to balance out the smaller calls. Soo-hyuk, driving the fire truck, addressed his colleagues, his tone sharp. He challenged their attitude, questioning whether they viewed rescue work as a joke. The emergency lights of Rescue Team 3's vehicle flashed, illuminating the worried faces of two rescue workers. One, younger, mumbled an apology. The driver, however, cut him off. An emergency call came in, a serious collision at the Seongo overpass, involving multiple vehicles, one of which was a tanker. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he relayed the information, his grip tightening on the radio. Tires screeched as the rescue vehicle made a sharp turn, responding to the emergency call. Sirens wailed as the vehicle sped towards the scene, lights cutting through the night. Inside, the team received further details, for vehicles had collided, one being a tanker truck. The mention of a tanker truck caused alarm. The possibility of a fire and subsequent explosion was a serious concern. One of the rescue workers, confirming the tanker's cargo, voiced his fear of an imminent explosion. Despite the danger, the driver felt a surge of excitement. This was the kind of major incident he had always wanted to face. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, reflected on his past. He knew this next rescue would be different. He had to show the public the heroic side of a firefighter, a side he felt he hadn't always lived up to. A sudden, ear-splitting screech of metal ripped through the night. Soo-hyuk's sharp senses, honed over years of emergency response, immediately identified the sound as a catastrophic vehicle failure. A large truck, its brakes clearly failing, careened wildly down a highway overpass. The sound of frantic car horns blared in the distance, a symphony of impending disaster. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. The night was dark, the city lights a distant blur. A siren wailed, its urgent cry cutting through the stillness. A fire truck, lights flashing, sped towards the heart of the city, its powerful engine roaring. The vehicle approached its destination at breakneck speed, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, a group of rescue workers anxiously awaited their arrival at the scene. One asked, "How did the accident happen?" Another replied, "I'm not sure. We'll know the details once we get there." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt a strange unease. He muttered to himself, I don't recall this from my previous life. Suddenly, a translucent window appeared before his eyes, its contents startling him. The pop-up window displayed a critical mission. Stop the oil tanker from exploding. 3 injured civilians were trapped in a multi-vehicle collision. The mission parameters were clear. Rescue them before the oil tanker explodes. The reward? Experience points and a new skill. A countdown timer began, 9:43. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A sharp beat pierced the silence, followed by a muttered exclamation. Are you kidding me? The scene shifted to a chaotic highway at night. Several vehicles were involved in a multi-car pile-up, emergency sirens wailing in the background. A large oil tanker truck was among the wreckage, its contents spilling onto the road. Fire trucks and ambulances raced towards the scene. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sprinted towards the accident. His team followed close behind, their faces grim. We're all set to go, one of them announced. Soo-hyuk, however, felt a growing unease. Damn it, this is more serious than I thought. Soo-hyuk's eyes fell upon the oil tanker, recognizing the immediate danger. He barked orders. Young-woo and Hyaseng, get the equipment ready. The rest of you, check how many civilians there are. His team responded with immediate obedience. Yes, sir. A sudden collision echoed nearby as 2 of the firefighters bumped into each other while rushing to their positions. The scene opens with a cameraman, sprawled on the asphalt, clutching his camera. A firefighter approaches, concern etched on his face. What are you doing here? He asks, his voice sharp with urgency. The cameraman, wincing, replies, Oh, a huge rescue mission is just about to start, isn't it? I was just trying to film it from up close. He nervously adds, Just pretend I'm not here. But before he can finish, the firefighter grabs him roughly. Do you think this is some big joke? Don't get in our way. The firefighter shouts, his anger evident. The firefighter, Soo-hyuk, glances at his watch. A digital timer appears, counting down. 6:43 until an explosion. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk is thrown back by a powerful force. He cries out in pain as the cameraman tumbles to the ground. Another firefighter rushes to the cameraman's side, asking, Hey Tae-sung, you okay? What happened? Tae-sung groans in pain, while another firefighter watches them, confused. He mutters, What's his problem? Why is he pushing people around like that? Doesn't he know how much this camera is worth? Seriously, what's up with him? I'm just doing my best to film them. Soo-hyuk, despite his own injuries, focuses on the mission. He says to his fellow firefighters, I didn't take him to be that kind of person, but I'm really disappointed. Sangtae, there's 1 civilian in the sedan and 2 in the oil tanker. Got it. You guys take the tanker. 2 cameramen stood on a city street at night, their equipment aimed at a scene unfolding in the distance. One of them, clearly weary, announced, I don't feel like doing the shoot anymore. Suddenly, a firefighter, Soo-hyuk, leaped from a great height, landing with a resounding thud. The cameraman watched in stunned silence. The cameraman reacted with disbelief to Soo-hyuk's incredible feat, one exclaimed. Did he just jump up on his own? That's friggin' insane. The other cameraman, adjusting his camera, commented, Whoa, this is way too cool. Don't you think we could get a better view, though? The cameramen focused their attention on Soo-hyuk's daring rescue attempt. Soo-hyuk, undeterred, declared, I'll rescue them right away. His colleague shouted a warning. Soo-hyuk, be careful. A fellow firefighter rushed to Soo-hyuk's side, concerned, asking, Sir, are you all right? Soo-hyuk's face, contorted in pain, showed the toll of his actions. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay slumped in the wreckage of his vehicle, blood staining his uniform. His decade of service had ended abruptly. Meanwhile, a cameraman, positioned nearby, excitedly adjusted his camera. Nice! I have a much better angle here, he exclaimed, oblivious to the severity of the situation. His colleague, equally enthralled, commented, This will get us at least 5 million views. The scene unfolded before them, like a dramatic film. The cameraman, eager for a closer shot, decided to move in. I think I'll move a little closer to get a lower angle. He muttered, before a sudden jolt startled him. A surge of energy crackled through the air, striking the vehicle. A deafening explosion rocked the area. The cameraman shielded his eyes from the intense light and heat of the blast. His face, a picture of shock and disbelief, was etched with terror. He was thrown backward by the force of the blast, his camera flying from his grasp. A cameraman, his face etched with a mixture of fear and awe, gripped his camera, eyes wide as he witnessed the unfolding chaos before him. The scene was bathed in the ominous glow of a raging inferno. Suddenly, a powerful force sent the cameraman sprawling to the ground. The impact was significant, the force of the blow echoing in the surrounding area. 2 firefighters, their faces grim with concern, rushed towards the scene, their expressions reflecting the urgency of the situation. A building blazed in the background, flames licking at the sky. 3 firefighters dashed towards the heart of the blaze, their movements a blur of focused determination. The building was clearly unstable, threatening imminent collapse. One firefighter, Kim Tae-sung, checked his device. A countdown timer flashed ominously. Only 81 seconds until the building exploded. He knew the main threat hadn't arrived yet. Amidst the chaos, instructions were barked. Youngwoo was to proceed first. Taesung would follow. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Meanwhile, another firefighter, concerned, approached Kim Taesung, who was visibly shaken. The scene was still incredibly dangerous. The firefighter urged Taesung to move, emphasizing the life-threatening nature of their surroundings. Taesung was clearly still reeling from a near-death experience. He confessed that he had almost been killed, his trembling hands a testament to the trauma he had just endured. The near miss had left him deeply shaken. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself amidst a chaotic scene. Debris rained down from a collapsing structure, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. He muttered to himself, worried that even a small piece falling closer would cause serious injury. Despite his apprehension, Soo-hyuk reacted instantly. He pushed past a fellow rescuer, sprinting away from the immediate danger zone. He grunted, "Ugh, whatever," as he ran, his focus solely on escaping the falling debris. He flinched, narrowly avoiding a large piece of debris. The near miss left him shaken, his face a mask of terror. His leg gave way beneath him. Another rescuer rushed to his aid, scooping him up and carrying him to safety. Reassured, Soo-hyuk heard the words, "It's okay, we'll treat you very soon." Tears streamed down Soo-hyuk's face as he confessed, "I'm pretty sure I injured it." However, a strange sensation overcame him. He couldn't feel any pain. He worried aloud, "But I can't feel anything. Am I going to be okay?" A sudden, sharp thump echoed through his body. His vision momentarily flickered, a strange blue light briefly washing over his features. He focused on escaping the immediate danger, his thoughts racing. He sobbed, "My leg. Am I not going to be able to walk anymore?" The other rescuer urgently warned him, "There's going to be another explosion soon." Soo-hyuk glanced around, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. A digital timer, stark against the fiery backdrop, flashed ominously. Just 20 seconds remaining. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupted, accompanied by a sharp, commanding voice, "Halt." In the heart of the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, braced himself, carrying a young man on his back. The young man cried out, "Sir, please help me." Soo-hyuk, his face grim with determination, navigated the perilous scene. He glanced back, shouting, What are you doing here?" Another bystander, his face pale with fear, urged them to flee. "Run. There's going to be another explosion soon," he yelled, but the injured man could only tremble and stammer, "But I—" The timer ticked down relentlessly, 15 seconds until the next detonation. Soo-hyuk felt a searing pain shoot through his legs. He gasped, "I can't, and move my legs." His face contorted in agony, sweat beaded on his brow. The weight of the injured man pressed heavily upon him. Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth, muttering, "Ah, damn it." The timer continued its relentless countdown, 12 seconds. A sharp, insistent beeping pierced the silence, a rhythmic pulse in the otherwise still air. The sound repeated, each beep echoing the urgency of the situation. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. Amidst the chaos of a city fire, a young boy, trapped and terrified, cried out to a firefighter, "What do I do, sir? I can't move my legs." The firefighter, a seasoned veteran named Soo-hyuk, grimaced, the urgency of the situation etched on his face. He urged the boy, "We have no time to waste. Get up and move." But the boy, paralyzed by fear and pain, could only whimper, "I'm sorry, I can't." Soo-hyuk, his own strength failing him, groaned in exertion. With a final heave, he managed to lift the boy, his face a mask of determination. He began to sprint, the boy clutched in his arms, navigating the burning debris field. There was no time to think. He had to get the boy to safety as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a sharp beep pierced the air, a warning signal. A digital timer counts down, midnight. The words "time left until explosion" flash ominously on a screen, accompanied by a series of urgent beeps. The close-up shows the wide, terrified eyes of a man, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. He is clearly in mortal danger. A sudden, violent explosion rocks the scene. The man cries out in terror as the force of the blast throws him back. The explosion engulfs everything in a fiery maelstrom. Debris flies through the air as the shockwave rips through the environment. Amidst the chaos, two firefighters struggle to maintain their footing amidst the fiery wreckage. One of them looks up in shock. Another man, caught in the blast, is thrown violently to the ground, his face contorted in pain. One firefighter remarks that a traffic accident couldn't possibly cause such a massive explosion. His colleague corrects him, explaining that an oil tanker exploded. The scene shows the immense scale of the oil tanker explosion, a massive inferno consuming the area. A firefighter struggles to pull a man from the wreckage, both coughing and gasping for air. The man groans in pain. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, surveyed the scene. His face, partially obscured by his helmet, was grimly determined. "I always manage to survive thanks to my skill," he thought, a quiet confidence underlying his words. Suddenly, a fellow firefighter gasped. Soo-hyuk, his body limp, lay slumped against the charred wall. "Looks like this guy passed out," one of them muttered, concern etched on his face. The sound of Soo-hyuk's labored breathing was barely audible above the roar of the flames. The scene shifted. Soo-hyuk's colleagues worked frantically to secure the area, attending to injured civilians amidst the wreckage. One firefighter called out, "We have some injured civilians. Please call for a paramedic." Another firefighter, his face etched with worry, looked on in disbelief. He was clearly shaken by the events unfolding. A young man, Taesung, was discovered amidst the debris, barely conscious. His rescuer cried out, "Taesung, Taesung, you're alive." Meanwhile, Taesung, still dazed, was being helped to his feet. He was clearly disoriented and confused. "Do you have any idea how worried?" A voice began, but Taesung was interrupted. Soo-hyuk, having seemingly recovered, approached Taesung and Mr. Han. "Excuse me, Mr. Han," he said, his voice calm despite the circumstances. Mr. Han, still visibly shaken, demanded an explanation. "Care to explain how this whole mess happened?" he asked, his tone sharp. Soo-hyuk's colleague, clearly frustrated, interjected, "Why the hell did you completely ignore my instructions?" His voice laced with anger and exasperation. Episode 55 of Rescue System begins. The credits acknowledge the artists and original novelist behind this adaptation. The Chernil Fire Station stands tall against a bright, sunny sky. It's a modern building, clean and well-maintained. Inside, a somber scene unfolds. Three men stand before a superior officer, heads bowed. The officer, clearly distressed, apologizes profusely for their actions, stating he had no idea they would behave so irresponsibly in his absence. The officer assures his superior that steps will be taken to prevent a recurrence. He emphasizes the seriousness of their actions, stating that reckless behavior could cost them their lives. A stern-faced firefighter, possibly a senior member of the team, listens intently. His expression reflects his concern for the safety and well-being of his colleagues. The officer makes it clear that they will no longer accept any offers to participate in dangerous shoots. He firmly instructs them not to return. The scene shifts to a bustling city street. A large, modern building, possibly a broadcasting center, is visible in the background. The grainy footage flickered across the screen, a chaotic ballet of flashing lights and desperate cries. One of the men, leaning back in his chair, muttered, "I know I'm the one who filmed it, but this is insane, man." His colleague, equally captivated, added, "I can't believe how intense and realistic these scenes are." The first man, his face alight with excitement, pounded his fist on the desk. "We'll get at least 20% viewer ratings with this." His colleague, Taesung, remained skeptical, his brow furrowed in concentration as he typed. "HM, don't you think so?" The camera zoomed in on a rescue worker, precariously perched on a crumbling structure, the scene shifting abruptly from the editing room to the heart of a dangerous rescue operation. Below, a figure fell, the rescue worker shouting, "Do you think rescue work is a joke?" The rescue worker, his face grim, urged someone to leave. "Hurry up and get out of here." Back in the editing room, Taesung winced, a bandage visible on his forehead. The first editor suggested, "Let's just cut this part out." Taesung protested. "What? Why?" His colleague explained, "It undermines the gravity of the situation. People can watch these kinds of scenes in blockbuster movies." Director Kim, a stern-faced man in his late 30s, surveyed the dimly lit control room. His gaze fell upon two young editors, their faces illuminated by the glow of multiple computer screens. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? Are you high?" he demanded, his voice sharp. One of the editors, startled, stammered an apology. Sorry, Director Kim," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Director Kim, unimpressed, continued his reprimand. "You lazy lot. Have you finished writing your apologies yet? Why are you two slacking off when it hasn't even been that long since I scolded you both?" The editor, still visibly nervous, mumbled, "If you have time for chit-chat, it would be better spent on editing." Suddenly, the editor's eyes widened. "Wait, what's this?" he exclaimed, pointing to a video file on his screen. Another editor explained, "Taesung filmed it at the scene of the accident." The editor watched the footage, his expression shifting from surprise to awe. "Wow." However, another editor interjected, "But we're not going to include it since it's too graphic." The first editor immediately countered, "Don't be ridiculous." The editor with the bandage on his nose insisted, "The less editing, the better." "What?" Director Kim approached, explaining, "Also, I need to go meet with the director of our division." "What? What?" The editor, a glint in his eye, stated confidently that we can turn this into something big. The word "step" appeared boldly against the dark, almost cosmic backdrop, hinting at a significant transition. The scene shifted to a bustling city street, the sun shining brightly on modern high-rises. A street sign marked the location. A hand, appearing delicate yet strong, carefully carried a wicker basket covered by a white cloth. The sound effect "DADUN" suggested anticipation. Inside a fire station, two uniformed firefighters reacted with shock as a young woman, Eun-song, entered carrying the basket. One of them, clearly surprised, exclaimed. He questioned Eun-song's presence, but she explained that it was before dispatch, implying a relaxed atmosphere. Another firefighter, seemingly startled by the unexpected visitor, reacted with surprise. One firefighter, clearly flustered, questioned Yunsong's unexpected visit. Eun-song explained that she couldn't wait to see him after work, expressing her eagerness. Eun-song emphasized her desire to see him immediately, her excitement evident. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rookie rescue worker, grinned, his eyes wide with excitement. Eun-song, he exclaimed, his heart fluttering. The scene shifted to the bustling rescue station. Soo-hyuk's colleague tossed some papers onto a desk, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. Geez, now's the perfect time for a dispatch alert. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk spoke to Eun-song, his tone concerned. By the way, you haven't been getting enough rest lately. You weren't able to get any filming either. Eun-song replied, haha, I'm okay. Soo-hyuk pressed on, suggesting a break. Actually, why not join me for a well-deserved break and unwind together? Eun-song questioned his proposal. Unwind? How? Soo-hyuk suggested a getaway. How about a getaway? Maybe a trip overseas? Let's go when you're off duty. Eun-song hesitated, expressing doubt. Are you allowed to go with me? I don't think your father would let you. She continued, who cares? I don't need his permission. The thought of a trip surprised her. A trip? That's so out of the blue. Soo-hyuk excitedly explained his reasoning. Which, there was this place I really wanted to visit. Eun-song asked, really? Where? Soo-hyuk revealed his destination, Thailand. Yunsong's face lit up. There's so much to see there. A jovial colleague approached Soo-hyuk, suggesting a trip to Thailand, currently in its festival season. Soo-hyuk, though initially hesitant, eventually agreed. However, a sudden memory caused him to flinch. He muttered, hold on. The flashback began. Thailand. In 20XX, a massive earthquake struck southern Asia, devastating Thailand with a subsequent tsunami. The resulting destruction was unprecedented in recorded history. Unfazed by the grim reminder, Soo-hyuk's colleague cheerfully commented on the appeal of Thailand, suggesting they spend quality time together and enjoy Thai massages. Another colleague pressed Soo-hyuk for his decision, while a female colleague excitedly remarked that the trip would coincide with the disaster's anniversary. Soo-hyuk's thoughts drifted to the events of the documentary and variety show he filmed last time. The scene shifted to a rainy night, showing a chaotic accident scene involving a truck and a woman lying injured on the ground, with two men looking on in distress. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and distress, beads of sweat clinging to his brow, muttered to himself. Accidents, he realized, seemed to follow him like a shadow, no matter where he went. To be continued. Last time on Rescue System, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, spoke with a colleague. He expressed concern about the frequency of recent incidents, noting that they seemed to be happening around him. His colleague looked at him, questioning his statement with a look of concern. Soo-hyuk's colleague then asked him about his unusual demeanor, questioning if his upcoming trip to Thailand was not satisfactory. Soo-hyuk simply replied that he liked Thailand. She urged him to be honest and not change his mind later. He reassured her that everything was fine and that they could proceed with the travel arrangements. His colleague happily agreed to book his flight to Thailand. Later that night, Soo-hyuk walked alone through the city streets. He appeared lost in thought. A grim premonition flashed before Kim Soo-hyuk's eyes. Before his return to Korea, a massive tsunami would devastate Thailand, triggered by an undersea earthquake. The vision solidified as reality. He found himself amidst the chaos of a seaside festival, the air thick with panic as the tsunami's first wave crashed ashore. Tourists scattered, their screams swallowed by the roar of the approaching water. Soo-hyuk's fist clenched. Knowing this impending disaster, he could no longer passively observe. If he were an ordinary person, the timing of his trip and the tsunami's arrival would have been a mere coincidence. But Soo-hyuk knew better. He felt a familiar unease, a subtle shift in his perception. A faint shimmer appeared in his vision. A holographic interface materialized before him, displaying a stark message. No accident has occurred. This was no coincidence. Soo-hyuk realized the implications of this impossible message. His past life's memories, his new abilities, it all pointed to one conclusion. A digital notification appeared, stark against the deep blue background. No accident has occurred. Kim Soo-hyuk, a man etched with the weariness of a decade spent in rescue work, stood on a city sidewalk, the digital notification still in hand. He appeared lost in thought. Soo-hyuk sighed, a sound heavy with unspoken frustration. He muttered to himself, questioning his current actions. Meanwhile, a woman, her face etched with worry, spoke urgently into her phone. What? What did you say? Soo-hyuk, on the other end of the line, responded apologetically. He explained that he was too busy to make time for a meeting, despite his best efforts. He continued, explaining that he couldn't take Eun-song to something so dangerous. Yunsong's worried expression was visible on the other end of the call. Eun-song questioned his continued work despite being off duty. Soo-hyuk responded with a chuckle, confirming that he was indeed still working. The phone call ended with a sigh. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, acknowledged the immense workload awaiting him at Chernil. He knew a vacation was out of the question. He offered his apologies to his girlfriend, suggesting dinner this weekend instead. The weight of his responsibilities was evident in his tone. His girlfriend's response was barely audible, a single drawn-out sound. He ended the call, a smile playing on his lips. He knew she understood the demands of his profession. Soo-hyuk sat down at his computer, the reality of his workload settling in. His personal life, even a simple weekend dinner, paled in comparison to the urgency of his duties. A new call came in, and a look of concern crossed his face. He initially understood the situation, even finding it somewhat exciting. However, the sheer volume of work quickly overwhelmed him. His girlfriend's voice, laced with frustration, echoed in his ears. His girlfriend's voice, filled with hurt, questioned his priorities. She felt overshadowed by the demands of his job. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, gripped his phone, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was clearly engaged in a tense phone call, his expression conveying a mixture of desperation and distress. The voice on the other end of the line, presumably someone named Eun-song, was firm. Soo-hyuk protested, but the other party was unyielding, demanding honesty and refusing excuses. Soo-hyuk, still on the phone, stood rigidly, his body language reflecting his internal struggle. The conversation was clearly causing him significant emotional turmoil. Meanwhile, Eun-song's voice, filled with urgency, pleaded with Soo-hyuk to listen. A single tear rolled down her cheek, highlighting the emotional weight of their conversation. The conversation took a sharp turn. Eun-song's words, though not fully visible, clearly suggested a significant shift in their relationship. She proposed a re-evaluation of their bond. Soo-hyuk reacted with visible shock and distress to Eun-song's statement. The phone slipped from his hand, falling to the floor with a loud bang. The call ended. The phone screen displayed the message, "End of call," confirming the abrupt termination of their conversation. Soo-hyuk stared at the phone, his expression a mixture of disbelief and despair. A wave of shock washed over him. He stood there, lost in thought, his back to the viewer, the silence amplifying the gravity of the moment. The idyllic Patong beach in Thailand bustled with activity. Sunlight glinted off the turquoise water, a gentle breeze carrying the sounds of laughter and splashing. The scene shifted to a tranquil beach setting. A simple caption identified the location: Patong Beach, Thailand. Tourists basked in the sun, enjoying their long-awaited vacations. The weather was perfect, sunny skies and a refreshing breeze. However, one person stood apart from the carefree atmosphere. The focus shifted to Kim Soo-hyuk, his face etched with worry. He sat alone at a table in a crowded restaurant, his head in his hands. "Damn it, I've never felt this heavy before," he lamented. Soo-hyuk continued his internal monologue. "But if a tsunami doesn't come, I'll be nothing but a wasted human being. I mean, it's not like I want a tsunami to come." His thoughts were interrupted by a nearby conversation. A man, presumably his father, spoke to someone, mentioning a person named Eun-soo. The man's daughter asked, "Dad, an uncle has been only looking for a person named Eun-song. Can he sit like that without ordering anything?" Kim Soo-hyuk slumped onto a table in a cafe, his face a mask of exhaustion. He muttered to himself, "Of course not. Jessica, you can't do that, okay?" From a nearby table, a father and daughter observed Soo-hyuk. The father commented, "Dad, look at him all alone like that. Is he single? Judging by how pathetic he looks, he was probably dumped by his girlfriend on his way here." Ha ha. Soo-hyuk shifted slightly, his shoulders slumping further. He seemed lost in thought. A young girl, Jessica, excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, we got a seat. Jessica!" Soo-hyuk's attention was drawn to the scene unfolding before him. His expression turned to one of mild annoyance. A sudden realization struck him, marked by a visible exclamation point above his head. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the family seated at the table next to his. He exclaimed, "What the? They're not Koreans?" The father, seemingly oblivious to Soo-hyuk's surprise, asked Jessica what she wanted to eat. Soo-hyuk continued to observe, noting that while they were foreigners, their Korean was surprisingly fluent. He wondered aloud, what a surprise. They're foreigners, but they speak Korean very well. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted to one of thoughtful contemplation. The scene opens on a sunny beachside cafe. A man with a beard sits at a table with a young girl, enjoying the view. A second man, dressed in a red jacket, approaches them. The man in red hesitates for a moment, then speaks. He asks the bearded man if he'd like to join him for coffee. The bearded man, surprised by the offer from a stranger, is slightly taken aback. The man in red explains that he felt the other man looked like he wanted to talk, despite the language barrier. The girl observes the interaction, wondering how the man in red knows such eloquent Korean. The man in red reveals that he's lived in Korea for a long time, explaining his fluency. He then asks if the girl is the bearded man's daughter, noting his earlier anxious searching. The bearded man laughs nervously, stating that it's their first meeting and he shouldn't have sat down. He then pauses, remembering hearing the girl's name, Eun-song, somewhere before. The man in red thinks for a moment, then recalls a recent phone call. He suddenly recognizes the bearded man as the person he spoke to on the phone earlier. He points him out excitedly. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat in a restaurant, casually observing his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "There aren't many Koreans here in the first place." His eyes widened in surprise, his expression shifting from casual observation to startled disbelief. A gasp escaped his lips. "No way." Across the restaurant, a familiar figure caught his attention. A woman with long brown hair sat alone at a table, seemingly lost in thought. Soo-hyuk's gaze lingered on her. The woman, startled by something, whispered, "There's no way." Soo-hyuk's face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief. He exclaimed, "Why is Eun-song here?" A simple disclaimer precedes the story, reminding the reader that the events depicted are entirely fictional. The scene opens underwater, a deep blue expanse punctuated by the faintest sunlight filtering from above. A low, rumbling sound, like distant thunder, echoes through the water. The camera pans upward, revealing a desolate, sandy landscape above the waterline. The underwater rumbling continues. The rumbling intensifies, and the word collapse appears twice, emphasizing the impending disaster. Underwater, a school of fish scatters in a panic, their movements mirroring the chaotic energy of the approaching collapse. The water surges upwards, the word rise superimposed on the image, indicating an upheaval from the depths. A powerful upward rush of water breaks the surface with a whooshing sound, suggesting a dramatic emergence. The scene shifts to a coastal city, the ocean churning violently as something rises from the depths. The title card for the series, Rescue System, is displayed, followed by the names of the creators. Inside a brightly lit restaurant, a man in a red jacket exclaims, "No way." A woman with shoulder-length brown hair sits across from him, looking surprised. She asks, "Why is Eun-song here?" The man's internal monologue reveals his disbelief. He wonders if Eun-song came without canceling her ticket. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of utter shock. He mouths the word, "How?" He continues to express his disbelief, stating that Eun-song can't possibly be there. Another man, with a beard, observes him, commenting on his expression and identifying the woman as Eun-song. Eun-song looks over her shoulder, seemingly startled by something. The man in the red jacket realizes he has been spotted, muttering that he's been caught. He mentions Eun-song's name again, his voice laced with worry. Eun-song's face is shown in close-up, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, was on the move. His face was partially obscured by the hood of his sweatshirt, but his urgency was palpable as he shouted, "Eun-song." He navigated the bustling interior of a restaurant, his eyes scanning the crowd. A thought crossed his mind. Interesting. Meanwhile, a young girl watched him with wide, curious eyes. Outside, Soo-hyuk spotted Eun-song, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, hurrying away. He called out to her again, "Eun-song, run." He caught up to her, grabbing her arm. Eun-song looked at him, fear etched on her face. "Eun-song," Soo-hyuk urged. Soo-hyuk pleaded with Eun-song, "I have nothing more to say or hear. And I can't believe you're lying. I had no intention of lying to you. But something really came up. Please listen to me." Eun-song's patience had run out. "Forget it. It's really over. Let's break up." Soo-hyuk's face fell, his expression a mixture of shock and despair. Sweat beaded on his brow. Despite her decision, Soo-hyuk felt compelled to warn her. There's going to be a tsunami soon. A young woman's eyes widened in alarm, her brow furrowed with concern. A single bead of sweat trickled down her temple. Her gaze shifted to a small child, her expression softening slightly before returning to a look of apprehension. The child, clutching a stuffed animal, looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. A man, his face etched with grim determination, explained, "An undersea earthquake that occurred nearby will cause damage here in the near future." He offered a brief apology. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance." The woman's eyes darted around, disbelief and fear evident on her face. "Tsunami? What kind of nonsense is that?" She whispered, her voice barely audible. The man's face hardened, his expression turning serious. His jaw clenched. He squeezed his fist, his knuckles turning white with tension. The woman, still visibly shaken, stated, "His eyes are not lying. Besides, Soo-hyuk wouldn't lie about something like this." A massive wave crashed against the shore, a terrifying spectacle of nature's raw power. Eun-song looked at Soo-hyuk with a questioning gaze, her brow furrowed in silent inquiry. Outside a restaurant, Eun-song pressed Soo-hyuk for an explanation. "Was it really because of that?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Soo-hyuk responded, confirming that it was indeed the reason for his presence, and that he wouldn't have come otherwise. Soo-hyuk mentioned the rescue equipment he had at his table, offering to show it to Eun-song. She declined his offer. A flock of white doves took flight, their wings flapping in unison. The doves continued their flight as Eun-song asked Soo-hyuk about his hotel, to which he replied that it was nearby. Soo-hyuk then warned Eun-song that she shouldn't be there, given the circumstances. He instructed her to move away from the beach immediately. Soo-hyuk explained that he needed to monitor the area for signs of earthquakes. He found the situation unusual and unsettling. A sudden, strong gust of wind swept through the area. The evening air hung heavy with the scent of salt and sunscreen. On a beach, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a group of people enjoyed the last moments of daylight. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the darkening sky. A young couple, their shoulders touching, and a man juggling a beach ball nearby. A 4th individual, however, stood apart, his gaze fixed on the trio, a subtle air of unease surrounding him. He shifted his weight, his hands clenching and unclenching. A feeling of dread washed over him. Suddenly, two fish flopped onto the sand nearby. The man's eyes widened. What's going on? A young woman, her face etched with alarm, spoke to a man beside her. Damn it, it started. The man's expression mirrored her fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The text explained, it's the sign representing a tsunami is coming. The draining phenomenon. The explanation continued. It's a phenomenon in which the shoreline moves away from the land like a low tide, but unlike the normal low tide/high tide, the shoreline falls out within a few minutes. The text stated, and the larger the scale, the text concluded, the faster the ocean water drains. The couple watched in horror as the sea receded at an alarming rate. Two fish, freshly beached, flopped weakly on the sand, their gills gasping for air. Eun-song, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, stared at them with a perplexed expression. What is this? It feels weird somehow, she murmured to herself, a hint of unease in her voice. Suddenly, a man, Suhyuk, appeared beside her, his face etched with urgency. He grasped her arm, shouting her name, Eun-song. Suhyuk's eyes were wide with a desperate intensity. He instructed her urgently, run as far from the beach as you can right now. His voice was strained as he added, to somewhere really high and far away. Eun-song, tears welling in her eyes, looked at him with fear and confusion. She whispered, I'll catch up with you soon. But Eun-song refused to leave him alone. No, I can't go alone. Come on, let's go together, she insisted, looking around anxiously. Suhyuk pointed toward the tall building in the distance. Do you see that building over there? Eun-song nodded yes. Suhyuk replied, I'll be on the roof in 5 minutes. A young woman, her face etched with worry, spoke to a man in a red jacket. Her eyes were wide, reflecting her distress. She seemed to be pleading with him. Her internal monologue revealed her apprehension. He won't listen, if I stop him, right? She responded with a determined, okay, and started running, her expression resolute. The man in the red jacket, meanwhile, pulled out his phone. He muttered to himself, first, I'll call 119. No, since it's Thailand, I'll call 199. The man was startled by a sudden interruption. Ah, that scared me, he exclaimed. Another man, with a beard, calmly replied, I already reported it. The bearded man explained, I got a call that the fire department would respond immediately. However, he continued, but the problem is the alarm that's going off now. The scene shifted to show a man struggling, yelling wah, as a woman and another man laughed in the background. A loud alarm blared from a nearby siren, adding to the chaos. Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, frowned. His assessment was grim. I think the facilities are underdeveloped because there hadn't been any disasters for a while. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Suhyuk's eyes widened in alarm. He leaped over a restaurant railing, his face a mask of urgency. Damn it, it's the worst situation, he muttered, his words laced with frustration. Another man watched from below, commenting, I didn't expect this. Suhyuk frantically searched his bag, pulling out a megaphone. The restaurant patrons looked on, confused, as he raised the megaphone. He bellowed into the megaphone, his voice echoing through the restaurant. There'll be a tsunami soon. Everyone evacuate. The diners reacted with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Two men at a nearby table snickered, one of them saying, What's with him? He looks like a crazy man. Suhyuk's superior, a burly man, approached him, saying, Hey, shut up. You've prepared well, but what's with your pronunciation? Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a desperate situation. The churning waters threatened to pull him under, and his usually reliable rescue equipment was failing him. He cursed his luck, muttering about having no time for this. The scene opens with a young man, his face etched with worry, muttering, shit, under his breath. He appears to be in a dimly lit room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Meanwhile, in a bustling restaurant, a group of people laugh loudly, oblivious to the growing unease. The young man from the previous scene is visible in the background, his expression grim. He clenches his jaw, a frustrated ugh, escaping his lips. The young man's internal monologue reveals his impatience. There's no time to waste. Suddenly, he grabs a megaphone, declaring his intention to handle the situation himself. The announcement of a tsunami warning is made, the sirens barely audible due to poor infrastructure. A man with a megaphone relays the urgent message. Patrons in the restaurant react with shock and confusion to the news, murmuring amongst themselves. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. The man with the megaphone repeats the evacuation order, urging everyone to leave immediately. The young man watches, relieved that the message is finally getting through. His thoughts turn to the approaching tsunami, a question forming in his mind. Has the wave already started? Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood on a beach, the salty air heavy with the scent of impending disaster. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a sudden, sharp shock that left him breathless. He gasped, a grim realization dawning on him. He could see it, a vision of the impending catastrophe unfolding before his eyes, a tsunami building in the distance. The vision was overwhelming, far clearer and faster than he anticipated. Panic threatened to consume him. He stumbled back, his words a mix of urgency and disbelief as he tried to warn those around him. He was seeing it, the approaching wave, and he knew he had to act. Soo-hyuk, his voice strained, shouted a warning to the oblivious beachgoers, pointing towards the approaching danger. The tsunami crashed down, a monstrous wave of water and destruction. Chaos erupted. The force of the wave was immense, a devastating spectacle of nature's raw power. Meanwhile, inside a nearby restaurant, patrons reacted with terror as the first tremors of the tsunami hit. Panic set in as the diners realized the true nature of the disaster, scrambling to escape the impending deluge. Panic erupted in the city streets. A wave of terror swept through the crowd as a chilling voice cut through the chaos. Hurry up and run away. To a high place. Please run to a higher place. People screamed, their faces contorted in fear as they scattered. A man in a red jacket, his expression grim, shouted directions, guiding the fleeing masses, to that way. The man in red, amidst the desperate flight, focused intently, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene. He was running, determined, pushing forward through the throng. He continued his determined run, a building visible in the near distance. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, the building is close, so we'll be able to evacuate quickly." His focus remained unwavering. He knew what he had to do. I need to evacuate people close to the beach first and go to the building. I can never let anyone die. His resolve hardened. The weight of responsibility settled upon his shoulders. The Chernil firehouse stood tall against the bright blue sky, a beacon of hope in the midst of the unfolding crisis. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, sighed deeply. Dispatching, paperwork, the endless cycle of his profession weighed heavily on him. Dispatching, working on paperwork. It's never ending, he muttered, the weariness evident in his voice. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his colleague's phone. "Hey, there's a big problem. Watch the news," the alert read. Soo-hyuk and his fellow rescue worker, Park Sang-tae, sat at their respective computer stations, their expressions turning serious as they processed the incoming information. Sang-tae, visibly agitated, announced, "Taehyung, there was a huge undersea earthquake in the Indian Ocean." Soo-hyuk reacted with alarm. "An earthquake?" A murmur rippled through the dispatch center. What about Phuket?" Soo-hyuk asked, a growing sense of dread washing over him. Sang-tae's face fell. "Sang-tae-hyung, you don't know? That's where Kim Soo-hyuk went on a trip." The gravity of the situation hit Soo-hyuk with full force. His eyes widened in shock and fear. Both Sang-tae and his other colleague reacted with horror. "What?" Soo-hyuk's knuckles were white, his grip so tight his fingers seemed to squeeze the very air around him. A low growl escaped his lips, barely audible above the rising panic in the streets. His jaw clenched. There was a grim determination etched on his face, a stark contrast to the sweat beading on his brow. He muttered to himself, "There's no way." Soo-hyuk's frustration boiled over. He cursed under his breath. Why the hell does a disaster always happen around that bastard? The city was in chaos. People screamed and ran, scattering in all directions as a wave of panic washed over them. One man, visibly shaken, clutched a small object in his hand. Soo-hyuk, despite his own turmoil, had managed to evacuate the immediate area. He was breathing heavily, his face grim as he stated, "I evacuated everyone I could see." He was worried, though. His words reflected his concern. "But it was later than I thought because I couldn't communicate. I hope we don't get there too late." Soo-hyuk continued his frantic dash through the city streets, the sounds of sirens growing louder with each stride. He was running towards a looming skyscraper, the epicenter of the unfolding disaster. He abruptly stopped, his breath catching in his throat. Someone was blocking his path. A large crowd thronged the entrance, a sea of faces pressed together, their collective impatience palpable. Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker with a red backpack, watched the scene unfold with growing concern. He muttered to himself, questioning why the crowd couldn't enter. He pushed his way through the throng, apologizing as he went, his urgency evident. The crowd parted slightly to let him pass. He ran towards the building's interior, weaving between startled onlookers. His determination was clear. Reaching a door, he and another man attempted to force it open, their combined strength failing to budge it. Soo-hyuk cursed. The rooftop door was locked. His frustration was mounting. He tried the handle again, the metallic clicks echoing his growing desperation. He demanded that the door be opened. Facing another man, Soo-hyuk tensed, his knuckles white. With a powerful punch, he shattered the door, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in the midst of a chaotic scene. His face was contorted in a grimace of exertion as he unleashed a powerful blow, a surge of energy crackling around his fist. The source of the chaos was quickly revealed. A hail of gunfire erupted from a nearby building. The sound of shattering glass and the screams of terrified civilians filled the air. Soo-hyuk reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he propelled himself towards the building, seemingly defying gravity. With a resounding crash, he sent a heavy object hurtling through the air, creating a diversion. He landed amidst a group of terrified civilians, his expression grim but determined. Their fear was palpable. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as Soo-hyuk's actions unfolded. Whispers of amazement and disbelief rippled through the crowd. What the? Why is he so strong? Soo-hyuk, however, had a plan. He knew there was a safe place nearby. He just needed to get everyone there. He reached the rooftop, his breathing ragged, but his resolve unbroken. He looked around, slightly disoriented. A woman, relieved, approached him. Soo-hyuk, you came up safely. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood beside Eun-song. He reassured her, saying he was fine, despite the evident strain on his face. He grasped her hands, his own trembling slightly. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted. He told Eun-song he needed to return to the scene, leaving her with a look of concern and confusion. A sense of urgency washed over him. He knew it wasn't safe yet. There were still people to rescue, even if it meant risking his own life again. The thought of leaving even one person behind was unbearable. Soo-hyuk's face hardened with determination as he prepared to act. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Eun-song gasped, noticing his distress as bystanders looked on in alarm. He pushed past the onlookers, his movements erratic and urgent, a desperate need to get back to the danger propelling him forward. Soo-hyuk's vision blurred, his breath hitched in his throat. He was overwhelmed by a wave of disorientation. A powerful surge of energy enveloped him, throwing him backward. The city was in chaos. A massive wave crashed into the streets, sending people scattering in terror. Screams filled the air. A wave of immense force crashed into the city, buildings crumbling under its impact. The sound of destruction echoed through the streets. Amidst the chaos, people screamed in terror as the water surged through the streets, threatening to engulf them. A woman in athletic wear ran desperately, her face etched with fear as a man in a red shirt followed close behind, equally panicked. The man's eyes widened in terror as he looked back, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Another monstrous wave crashed down, the water rising rapidly, threatening to consume everything in its path. The two figures from before were caught in the wave's path, their screams echoing as they were swept away. The man in the red shirt, now alone and terrified, stared in disbelief as the water engulfed him. More buildings collapsed under the relentless assault of the water, the city succumbing to the overwhelming force of nature. The scene was one of utter devastation, a testament to the destructive power of the raging waters. A monstrous wave, impossibly large, crashed down upon the city. A lone figure, barely visible amidst the churning water, was swept away. From a safe distance, a woman and a man watched in horror, their mouths agape. Impossible, the woman whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. The woman, still shaken, urged a man nearby to stay put. The man, looking concerned, nodded. Her anxiety was palpable. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She spotted someone emerging from the chaos. Soo-hyuk, she breathed, a mixture of hope and disbelief coloring her voice. Soo-hyuk, however, was trembling, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fear. He clutched his bag tightly. A standard disclaimer precedes the story, assuring the reader that the events depicted are entirely fictional. The scene opens at Chernil Fire Station. A worried voice inquires about the whereabouts of Soo-hyuk. The response is grim. Soo-hyuk is unreachable, and his colleague, Eun-song, is also unresponsive. Inside the station, a firefighter, visibly stressed, sits at a computer. He sighs heavily. He instructs another firefighter to monitor rescue operations while he goes to speak with the chief. The subordinate readily agrees. The firefighter approaches the chief's office. He and his colleagues request permission to travel to Thailand to assist with rescue efforts there. The chief looks pensive, a hint of concern etched on his face. He informs them that the government has already deployed the Central Special Rescue Team, making their involvement unnecessary. The scene opens in a dimly lit office. Hwang Tai-sik, the newly appointed chief of Chernil Fire Station, sits at his desk, his expression grim. He's reviewing a report, a deep frown etching itself onto his face. He looks up, his gaze sharp and questioning. His concern is palpable. Park Sang-tae, a rescue worker, speaks, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. He argues that if his team isn't present during an accident in Chernil, there will be no one to take responsibility. Chief Hwang listens intently, his expression unreadable. Sang-tae continues, suggesting that in large-scale accidents, it's best to have as many rescue workers as possible. He then adds, almost as an aside, that he and Young-woo should be allowed to go. Chief Hwang observes Sang-tae with a knowing look. He questions Sang-tae's motives, wondering if his concern stems from a genuine empathy for those affected by the disaster or something more personal. The chief pauses, his thoughts turning to a specific individual. He wonders aloud if Sang-tae's true motivation is a desire to save Kim Soo-hyuk. Sang-tae stands silently before the chief, his expression unreadable. The tension in the room is thick. A senior officer addressed someone, his words carrying the weight of authority. Consider the situation objectively, especially since you're in a position of leadership. A sudden, violent jolt rocked the scene. A scream ripped through the air. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young firefighter, was thrown off balance by the impact, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He cried out for his mother, his voice filled with desperation and pain. He was trapped, injured, and alone amidst the rubble. His pleas for help were desperate, his hand outstretched in a futile attempt to grasp at salvation. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him. Soo-hyuk pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. He would not give up. He would survive. A building explodes in a fiery blast, sending debris flying. The force of the explosion sends large chunks of concrete tumbling down. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Soo-hyuk, is seen reaching out, desperately trying to avoid the falling debris. He is caught off guard by a large piece of rubble, his eyes widening in shock. Soo-hyuk falls, his face contorted in pain and fear. He is clearly injured. Another firefighter, Hyung-gu, witnesses the accident, shouting in alarm and rushing to his aid. A woman, presumably Hyung-gu's mother, frantically approaches, her son injured and Soo-hyuk trying to comfort her. Overwhelmed with grief, the woman collapses, her cries echoing the devastation of the scene. Soo-hyuk, battered and bruised, sits alone, contemplating the weight of the situation and the lives he couldn't save. Kim Soo-hyuk gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. His breath hitched, ragged and shallow. He slumped against a wall, his thoughts a torrent of self-recrimination. How had he been so paralyzed by fear? The harsh words echoed in his ears, a cruel judgment on his performance. And you still call yourself a firefighter? Pathetic bastard. Soo-hyuk's face was contorted in agony, his eyes squeezed shut. He cursed himself, a useless piece of sh*t, responsible for death. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, crushing him under the accusation. You killed him. You're responsible for his death. Suddenly, a voice cut through his despair. Soo-hyuk, a woman, her face a mixture of concern and anger, slapped him hard across the face. He reeled from the impact, his vision swimming. The world spun. He landed heavily on the ground, dazed but alive. The woman knelt beside him, her voice sharp with urgency. Soo-hyuk, didn't you hear what I said? Pull yourself together. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, apologized, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. A concerned woman, her expression worried, questioned his sudden distress, noting his shaking and pallor. Soo-hyuk was bewildered, grappling with the lingering effects of a disturbing dream. He realized the dream was a memory he desperately wanted to forget. The woman gently urged him to get up. He accepted her help, offering a grateful thank you. Suddenly, a surge of energy impacted Soo-hyuk, a dark, almost ethereal force. He found himself on a rooftop, a group of civilians nearby, looking anxious and distressed. A digital display, seemingly emanating from the building, showed a mission objective. Soo-hyuk's expression hardened as he focused on the mission parameters. Rescue as many civilians as possible. The number of civilians in need was displayed, 97. A stark digital display flickered, the harsh glow illuminating the grim statistic, 97 civilians. The words number of civilians were highlighted in a disturbing shade of red, a stark reminder of the devastating disaster. A hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with tension. The image conveyed a silent determination, a refusal to accept defeat. The fist remained clenched, a symbol of his resolve. He silently affirmed to himself, that's right. My work is not done yet. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood in a dimly lit hallway, a large backpack slung over his shoulders. He was clearly preparing for something. Soo-hyuk anxiously considered his next move. He wondered, what do I say to her? He was clearly hesitant about approaching a woman, Eun-song, who stood nearby. He was startled by her sudden appearance, his internal monologue abruptly interrupted. What? Eun-song sighed, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. She stated plainly, the whole reason why you came here was to rescue people, right? She continued, her tone firm but understanding. I know you won't listen to me even if I try to stop you, and the sooner you go, the better. Soo-hyuk, clearly moved by her words, could only manage a soft, Eun-song. Two hands clasped together, a silent promise exchanged between them amidst a soft, radiant glow. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a determined expression, reassured his companion. He promised to return as soon as possible, his words filled with confidence. She smiled, a mixture of worry and trust in her eyes, as she watched him go. A tremor ran through her as she watched him leave. The weight of his absence settled upon her. Meanwhile, a surge of water flooded the city streets, a torrent threatening everything in its path. Soo-hyuk sprinted, his backpack bouncing against his back, urgency propelling his steps. He dashed towards a building, the rising floodwaters visible from the window of a nearby apartment. A car was swept away by the raging flood. Soo-hyuk watched in dismay as the water reached the second floor of the building. He muttered to himself, realizing the severity of the situation. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood on alert, his expression etched with concern. A sudden surge of water was visible in the distance. In the swirling floodwaters, a man struggled desperately, his cries for help barely audible above the roar of the torrent. His car was completely submerged. Soo-hyuk reacted instantly, his face a mask of determination as he raced towards the scene. He knew he had to act fast. Leaning precariously over the edge, Soo-hyuk extended his hand towards the drowning man, shouting encouragement. With a powerful surge of adrenaline, the man grasped Soo-hyuk's outstretched hand. Soo-hyuk strained, muscles bulging as he fought against the relentless current. A sudden burst of purple energy emanated from Soo-hyuk's hand, a surprising display of power. He heaved the man upwards, pulling him to safety with a grunt of exertion. The man coughed, sputtering water. Soo-hyuk, exhausted but triumphant, collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. His face was contorted in a mixture of pain and determination. With a final, desperate heave, he and his partner pulled themselves through a narrow gap in the building's exterior. "We made it," his partner exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Safely inside, Soo-hyuk's partner helped him to the floor, concern etched on his face. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked, anxiously. Soo-hyuk gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. A wave of recognition washed over him. He was struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. His partner's voice broke the silence. "The guy I met earlier," he muttered, his confusion palpable. Soo-hyuk, still catching his breath, managed a weak, "I'm fine, but—" His voice trembled as he spoke. "My daughter's still out there. Please save her." The question hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea born from fear and uncertainty. "Save your daughter?" A man, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, knelt beside another, his body trembling. The first man's voice was strained as he asked, "You lost her? Where?" His eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and despair, spoke volumes. A single word escaped his lips. "That's—" He explained, "Jessica and I started evacuating as soon as the alarm went off." But chaos reigned. A man, in the midst of the panicked crowd, collided violently with Jessica. The impact left the young girl, crying out in pain. She said it hurt so bad, so we sat nearby as I checked on her condition. Urgency laced his voice as he addressed his daughter. "Jessica, we don't have much time. Even if it hurts a little, we have to hurry." Jessica, though clearly in pain, nodded bravely. "Okay, Dad." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, found himself staring at an impossible scene. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. "No way." A wave of immense power crashed down, the sound of panicked cries echoing in the air. The sheer force of the water was terrifying. People scattered, desperately trying to escape the surging water. Among them, a young woman ran frantically, her face a mask of terror. A boat, tossed about by the relentless waves, threatened to capsize, adding to the chaos of the scene. Meanwhile, a burly man with a beard clutched a young girl, his eyes wide with fear and desperation. The girl looked equally terrified. The man's desperate plea hung in the air. "No." Soo-hyuk, drenched and breathless, spoke, his voice strained. "We barely managed to avoid the boat, but—" His face was grim as he confessed. "I missed my daughter's hand because of the current." He looked down at his blood-stained clothes, a wave of self-reproach washing over him. "But to think that you'd show up there." The scene opens with a rescue worker, his face etched with concern, tending to a man with a serious injury. He urges, "You're seriously injured. Let's stop the bleeding first." The injured man's hands, bloodied and trembling, grasp the rescuer's. The intensity of the moment is palpable. The rescuer's expression shifts to one of strained empathy as he assesses the situation. The injured man pleads, "Please save my daughter. I beg of you." His desperation is evident as he clutches his hands together, his words laced with fear and hope. He adds, "I'm sure she's alive somewhere." Despite his own injuries, the rescuer focuses on the task at hand. He says, "I can stop my bleeding by myself. Don't worry about me." The injured man, noticing his uniform, remarks, "You're a fireman, aren't you? It looks like you're from a rescue team too, if so." The rescuer, his face grim, insists, "You mustn't delay anymore." The rescuer's determination hardens. He is clearly struggling with his own injuries. With a renewed sense of purpose, he vows, "I'll definitely find your daughter." The scene opens with a wide shot of a city street submerged in floodwaters. Cars are overturned, and debris floats amidst the chaos. The scale of the disaster is immediately apparent. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a determined expression, leaps across a gap between rooftops. His movements are agile and precise, suggesting years of training. He lands hard, but quickly recovers, his body absorbing the impact with surprising ease. A faint blue glow emanates from the point of contact. A close-up reveals a circular, teal interface overlaying his eye. It pulses faintly, hinting at some advanced technology or ability. The words "life detection" appear in a futuristic, glowing display. A grayscale view of the city reveals numerous glowing green icons, each representing a person in need of rescue. Soo-hyuk mutters to himself, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people in danger. He stares at the many icons, a mix of concern and determination etched on his face. The sheer scale of the disaster weighs heavily on him. A chaotic scene unfolded before Kim Soo-hyuk. Buildings crumbled, debris rained down, and panicked citizens scattered. Amidst the chaos, a flash of green caught his eye. A child, a small figure barely visible, wearing a ribbon. His heart pounded. The image of the child, a fleeting glimpse amidst the destruction, solidified into a chilling certainty. There was no time for hesitation. Soo-hyuk, his mind racing, knew he had to act. He was a rescue worker, after all. He bolted, his red jacket a blur against the gray landscape, determined to reach the child. He had to hurry. The urgency was palpable, a desperate need to reach the child before it was too late. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the ground. Soo-hyuk was thrown backward, the force of the blast knocking him off his feet. He groaned, pushing himself up, his body aching. That was close. Too close. His gaze swept the area, searching for the safest route. He needed to find a way to the child, to get there without further endangering himself. A series of urgent warnings blared from a device on his wrist. Danger of collapse. Danger of collapse. Soo-hyuk's face was etched with worry. The warnings intensified, the beeping growing louder, more insistent. He was running out of time. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself clinging precariously to a rooftop. The city below was a chaotic mess. A deluge of water had turned streets into raging rivers. His thoughts were grim. Shit, if it's like this. Soo-hyuk watched in horror as a car crashed into a building, swept away by the relentless flood. The cries for help were deafening. He braced himself, the urgency of the situation etched on his face. The chaos of the flood was overwhelming. With a surge of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk launched himself into action, his powerful step propelling him forward. He found a woman and a man trapped in the rising waters. Terror was evident in their eyes as they pleaded, "Please." Their desperate cries for help, "Please save us," echoed through the ravaged streets. The woman's cries of fear intensified as the water continued to rise. Overcome with despair, she sobbed, "Why is this happening to us?" Suddenly, a voice cut through her despair. "Oh, honey, look ahead." A catastrophic event unfolds before a young woman's eyes. A massive metallic structure, seemingly a robot of some kind, lies in ruins, its metallic limbs twisted and broken. Debris scatters across the scene, a testament to the immense force involved. The woman, her face etched with terror, is thrown violently to the ground. She clutches at her side, a grimace twisting her features. A guttural cry escapes her lips as pain overwhelms her. She finds herself strapped into a life raft, adrift amidst the chaos. Confusion clouds her expression. She looks around, clearly disoriented. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the wreckage, a man in a vibrant orange jacket. Two others support him, their faces grim with concern. He appears determined, his gaze unwavering. The camera angle shifts, revealing the extent of the destruction. A car is crushed, its roof caved in. A house is partially collapsed, its bricks scattered across the ground. With a powerful leap, the man in orange propels himself and the injured woman upwards, soaring above the devastation. The scene opens on a rooftop in the aftermath of a disaster. A young woman, visibly shaken, sits beside a man, both surveying the devastation below. He gestures towards her, quietly instructing her to wait. The man coughs violently, his face streaked with grime and blood. The woman, eyes wide with relief, whispers that she can't believe she's been saved. He tries to respond, stammering his thanks and asking how she can repay him. His gratitude is palpable despite his injuries. Suddenly, the man's attention is drawn elsewhere. He looks confused, muttering, "Huh." The woman, noticing his change in demeanor, urges him to look in a specific direction. Her voice is filled with a mixture of alarm and wonder. The man reacts instantly, leaping to his feet with surprising speed and agility. He dashes across the rooftops, his movements fluid and purposeful. The woman watches him go, commenting on his incredible speed. The woman and the man she rescued exchange bewildered glances. She questions if he's some kind of superhero. The man, still breathless from his exertion, explains that there's no time for pleasantries. Every rescue is a race against the clock, a fight against death. The rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, hurtled downwards, the impact of his fall muffled by the rushing water. A sharp tack-tack echoed as he plummeted. Despite the pain, a fierce determination hardened his gaze. He resolved, "First of all, I must save the child." Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in alarm as he braced himself for impact, sweat beading on his forehead. From the churning floodwaters, a young woman's desperate plea cut through the roar. "Please help me." Soo-hyuk's attention was immediately drawn to a sparking electrical box near the woman. A jolt of energy crackled, a sudden zap followed by a low beep. The woman cried out again, her voice strained, "Please, take me to higher ground. Please." With a surge of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk propelled himself forward, his foot impacting the ground with a powerful sea. He reached out to the struggling woman, shouting, "Hold my hand." He vowed silently, "I won't let." A grim determination hardened Soo-hyuk's gaze. His voice, though barely a whisper, carried the weight of a decade's worth of harrowing rescues and devastating losses. Anybody dies on my watch. On a rooftop, amidst the chaos of a city, Soo-hyuk spoke with two young women. They expressed their gratitude, noting his Korean heritage. He responded calmly, assuring them he would wait for the rescue helicopter. He had to leave, though. He had another rescue to attend to. The women gasped, recognizing him as the firefighter from Chernil Station. Their surprise was palpable. Soo-hyuk, however, was already in motion. He apologized for his abrupt departure, explaining that he was busy. He dashed away, leaving the women calling out to him. He let out a sigh, realizing he was much later than he had anticipated. The weight of his delay pressed heavily upon him. A critical question formed in his mind. Was the child still trapped? Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared before his eyes, displaying the words, "Life Detection." Soo-hyuk gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. He was both startled and confused. What the? Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt a surge of panic. His life detection device, a tool he relied on implicitly, had suddenly malfunctioned. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared at the blank screen, the implications heavy with dread. The scene opens on the Patong Tower in Phuket, Thailand. A modern high-rise building stands tall against a bright blue sky. The camera focuses on the building. As someone observes, it looks like it's about to get dark soon. Below, several people anxiously await, murmuring amongst themselves. When will the rescue team come? One woman reflects, just like what Soo-hyuk said, the tsunami really happened. She continues her internal monologue. Yeah, Soo-hyuk isn't a person who does things for no reason. That's why this time as well. Her hand clenches into a fist, trembling slightly. She tries to reassure herself, whispering, "It's okay. He always comes back in one piece." The woman attempts to remain calm, telling herself, "Let's not be anxious, and trust him." A young woman, her face etched with worry, stared blankly ahead. "What's going on?" she whispered, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. The woman stumbled back, her eyes wide with fear as the world around her seemed to tilt precariously. Others nearby reacted with similar shock and alarm. Her eyes widened further, disbelief washing over her. "No way," she breathed, her voice barely audible above the continuing tremors. Elsewhere, a rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, hurried along, his red bag slung over his shoulder. He muttered to himself, "The life detection is not working all of a sudden." A sudden, bright flash startled him. "How dash," he began, his question cut short by a wave of energy. A brilliant blue light enveloped him. A translucent digital interface appeared before him, displaying a message. Excessive skill usage requires cooldown before reuse. Remaining time, 3 hours and 21 seconds. Soo-hyuk stared, speechless. What? Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stared at a pop-up window on his wrist device. His expression was one of frustrated urgency. "No, it's urgent now. I can't afford to wait 3 hours. Why can't I use it now?" The device beeped, displaying a stark message. Skills are not available during cooldown. Soo-hyuk slammed his fist against a nearby wall, muttering shit. He began to run, a determined set to his jaw. He knew he had no time to waste. His thoughts raced. Now that it's like this, I have no choice but to look for her by intuition. He leaped across a gap between buildings, landing with a thud on the other side. Soo-hyuk found himself in front of a large department store. He pondered, "A department store, huh?" He ran down an escalator, his pace quickening. He called out. He said her name was Jessica, right? "Jessica, are you here? Answer me if you hear me." Only silence answered him as he walked through the bustling department store. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself lost in thought. The image of a child, perhaps a lost one, flickered in his memory. He repeated the question to himself, the weight of the years of experience settling heavily on his shoulders. Suddenly, a jarring interruption. A glitch, a visual distortion, a word that seemed to appear from nowhere. Halt. Soo-hyuk, now on a rooftop, noticed something unexpected. An injured child. He questioned how such a young one could have gotten there alone, wondering if someone else had helped her. He reasoned that if another adult had assisted, they would have likely taken the child to a safer location. Yet, he found himself questioning why he had only spotted her alone. Soo-hyuk's brow furrowed in concern. His focus sharpened, his gaze intense. He scanned his surroundings, searching for anything that might help the child. A pharmacy, perhaps, to treat her wounds? Soo-hyuk considered if the child was hungry, but dismissed the idea. It hadn't been long since the accident. He called out to her, urging her to respond if she could hear him. He paused, a flicker of worry crossing his face as he waited for a response. A single word escaped his lips. Jess. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, walked past a brightly lit toy store. Large teddy bears dominated the display, their cheerful faces a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on Soo-hyuk's own. His gaze lingered on a smaller bear, its blue checkered bib a splash of color amidst the larger plush toys. The word "fluffy" shimmered playfully above the display. Soo-hyuk continued on, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. He muttered to himself, questioning the reality of his situation. Doubt clouded his features. A sudden rustling sound startled him. He turned, his eyes widening in surprise. He saw a young girl, her face a mixture of fear and hope. The girl recognized him from earlier, her words confirming his suspicions. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted from confusion to concern. He felt a familiar pang of responsibility. Without hesitation, he reached out to help the child, his past life's experiences guiding his actions. Amidst the chaos of a sudden emergency, a young girl, her face streaked with dirt and tears, desperately cries out for help. A man, Soo-hyuk, clad in a red jacket, rushes to her side, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. He urges her to follow him, his voice firm and reassuring. He guides the girl through the crowded streets, their pace quickening. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The sounds of sirens and panicked shouts echo in the background. They reach a store, its interior a vibrant explosion of color. A large inflatable flamingo catches the girl's eye, momentarily distracting her from the fear in her eyes. The girl suggests they use the flamingo as an escape route. Soo-hyuk hesitates, his brow furrowed in thought. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he considers the unconventional plan. He dismisses the idea, prioritizing their immediate escape from the danger. He knows this isn't the time for games. They need to get out of there as quickly as possible. Soo-hyuk continues to lead the girl away from the immediate threat, his hand firmly grasping hers. He questions her about why she wasn't evacuating with the others, his concern growing with each passing moment. The girl offers a simple, yet heartbreaking, response. She understands his concern. A young girl, her face streaked with dirt and tears, clung to a man's arm. "But my dad got hurt a lot," she sobbed, her voice trembling. She continued, her distress palpable. "He's bleeding because of me. He fell and was in pain. I'm sure it's hard for him to move right now." Her gaze was fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. A determination hardened her features. "I have to go and save him." The camera pulled back, revealing the extent of the devastation. A flooded street, cars submerged, buildings partially underwater. The girl's words echoed the grim reality. "But there's too much water outside." A man, his expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment, appeared. He carried a large red bag, typical of a rescue worker's equipment. "What's with this kid?" His thoughts turned to the girl's unusual plan. That's a fresh idea, though. To think that she thought about moving on a tube. The man's perspective shifted, showing a fleeting image of the girl afloat on an inner tube amidst the floodwaters. He approached the girl cautiously. What about your wound?" he asked, concerned. The girl replied, "I'm okay. I did what I learned from book. It doesn't even hurt much right now." The man's surprise turned to admiration. "Moreover, she's smart. That's why. Please help me, mister," the girl pleaded. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood drenched in sweat, his face etched with worry. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. He was clearly concerned, his thoughts clouded with the gravity of the situation. A young girl, her face smudged with dirt and her eyes wide with fear, spoke urgently. "But we can't ride this," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "What? Why?" Soo-hyuk asked, his concern growing. The girl explained, "There's a lot of water outside, but there's also a lot of sharp things. The tube will burst as soon as it gets on the water." Soo-hyuk reassured her, "I already saved your father. He's safe in another building now." He continued, "If you calmly wait for rescue on the roof, you'll be able to meet your dad again." The girl's face lit up. "Really?" she exclaimed. Soo-hyuk smiled and said, "Yeah, so let's go to the rooftop together. Get on my back." As they made their way, a rumbling sound echoed through the air. Soo-hyuk paused, a questioning look on his face. What was that sound?" he murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. The girl, still clinging to him, asked, "But mister, what is your job?" Soo-hyuk replied simply, "My job is to save people." A low rumble shook the ground, causing a young man in a red shirt to look around in alarm. His expression was one of pure confusion and concern. The rumbling intensified, dust motes dancing in the air as the source of the tremor remained unseen. Outside, amidst the chaos, the young man, now carrying a young girl, braced himself against the shaking buildings. Rain lashed down, adding to the sense of urgency. He looked down at the girl, his face etched with worry. "What's happening?" "The dolls are moving." He spoke urgently to the girl. "We have to hurry. Let's go to the rooftop." With a loud bang, a section of the building collapsed behind them as they ran. Debris rained down around them as they desperately tried to escape. He leaped over a chasm, the girl still clutched safely in his arms. He landed heavily, his breath ragged. "We need to get out of here." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a familiar yet altered reality. He was back in his rookie days, a decade younger, but with the wisdom and experience of his past life. He carried a young girl in his arms, her small body trembling against his. They were fleeing a collapsing building, the air thick with dust and the sound of shattering concrete. Soo-hyuk kicked out at a section of the wall, creating a temporary escape route. The girl whimpered, clutching him tighter. He could feel the tremors in the ground intensifying. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion and worry. A single desperate thought echoed in his mind. Astra's shit. Soo-hyuk, his muscles straining, continued to push through the debris. The building groaned around them, threatening to collapse completely. A metallic rattle echoed from above. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. "Mister, look out! Above!" A large section of the ceiling gave way, sending tons of concrete and debris crashing down. A catastrophic wave crashed over the city, sweeping away cars and debris in its path. The sheer force of nature was undeniable. From a safe distance, a young woman watched the unfolding disaster on her phone, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Oh my goodness," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds of the storm. The camera zoomed in on the relentless waves, their power seemingly unstoppable. The woman's finger traced the screen, highlighting the scale of the devastation. She muttered to herself, "The waves are not stopping at all." Nearby, others murmured their concerns, their faces etched with worry. One woman, in particular, seemed particularly anxious, clutching her phone tightly. She wondered aloud, "Can I really go back home with only this in my hand?" Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air. The anxious woman was startled, her body tensing. Another woman rushed to her side, her face filled with concern. "Suhyuk," she whispered, her voice laced with worry as she saw the distressed woman's reaction. The woman, startled by the sudden appearance of the other, responded, "That startled me." "A Korean?" The other woman tried to comfort her, saying, Hey, why are you crying so much? I'm sure we can survive." The first woman, however, was inconsolable, revealing, "My boyfriend is down there right now." Despite her distress, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. But still, he could have evacuated to another rooftop. "Don't give up hope." A young woman, her face streaked with tears, sobbed uncontrollably. Another earthquake had struck, and the rising floodwaters threatened to engulf the buildings around her. Her words, choked with fear, reflected the desperate situation. "There was another earthquake. The water keeps pouring in, and the buildings are going to be flooded. How can I not worry?" She ran a hand through her hair, her distress evident. "Well, that's true. Hick, sob." "Suhyuk." Suddenly, a low whirring sound pierced the air, catching her attention. The woman's eyes widened as she recognized the sound. This sound. In the distance, a rescue helicopter appeared, its rotors a blur against the bright sky. A rescue worker was lowered in a basket. Below, the woman and others cried out in relief as the helicopter arrived. "They're here. Finally, the helicopter is here." A wave of joyous cries erupted from the crowd. "Hooray, we're saved." The rescue worker urged the woman to hurry and get into the rescue basket. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of relief and awe, reflected the dramatic turn of events. The scene opens on a dark and desolate landscape, the remnants of a catastrophic event. Twisted metal and broken concrete litter the ground, a testament to the destructive forces that have ravaged this place. Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lies amidst the rubble, his eyes fluttering open. A faint glow emanates from a small, mysterious pop-up window above his head, the word "open" clearly visible. He gasps, his breath ragged, as he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. The weight of his injuries is evident. Blood stains his orange rescue jacket. Suhyuk's vision blurs as he hears faint sounds nearby. He manages to lift his head slightly, his movements slow and labored. A young girl, her clothes torn and dirty, struggles to climb over a pile of debris. She looks terrified, her face streaked with dirt and tears. The girl stumbles, her foot slipping on a loose rock. She cries out in fear, her eyes wide with panic. With a desperate cry, the girl falls into a chasm, disappearing from view. The sound of her splash echoes in the silence. Kim Suhyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay wounded on the ground, a metal rod piercing his side. His face was contorted in pain, yet he managed to call out, "Jessica." The word was a desperate plea, a final effort before succumbing to his injuries. Despite the agony, a grim determination flickered in his eyes. His lips curled into a painful smile as he braced himself for the inevitable. Suhyuk groaned, his body racked with pain. He struggled to breathe, each gasp a monumental effort. A dark metallic rod, the very thing that caused his injury, hovered before him. He muttered to himself, "Heck, why does it have to be a rebar out of all things? If I take it out now, I'll die." Suddenly, a translucent blue window appeared before him, displaying a message. Excessive skill use requires cooldown before reuse. Remaining time, 31 minutes and 43 seconds. He realized, and the skill's wait time hasn't finished yet. He sighed, "Moreover, I can't seem to move my body." Suhyuk resigned himself to his fate. "Now that it comes to this, I'll wait until my body is stabilized." A sudden crash echoed, and Suhyuk found himself in a different location, seemingly falling into a body of water. A young girl, Jessica, was also falling nearby. The churning water threatened to pull Kim Suhyuk under. His eyes widened in terror as he fought against the relentless current, a young girl struggling beside him. Suhyuk, his body battered and bruised, was thrown against a rocky outcrop. The force of the impact sent him sprawling. He coughed, sputtering water and blood, a torrent of pain washing over him. Damn it, he cursed, his voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, the young girl gasped for air, her small hands flailing desperately as she struggled to stay afloat. She was clearly injured and exhausted. Soo-hyuk, despite his own injuries, tried to reach her, coughing and sputtering as he pushed himself towards her. He thrashed in the water, his strength failing. The current was too strong. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Soo-hyuk fought to stay conscious, his lungs burning. Gritting his teeth, Soo-hyuk felt a sharp pain as he bit down hard, trying to regain control. He muttered, "Damn it," under his breath, his resolve hardening. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself in a desperate struggle. Water surged around him as he fought to maintain his grip on a large, jagged piece of debris. The force of the water was relentless, pulling him under. He strained against the current, his face contorted in exertion. With a final, desperate heave, Soo-hyuk managed to break the weapon of his attacker, a loud crack echoing through the water. He had no time to waste. Soo-hyuk knew he had to save the young girl, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He pushed himself towards her, muttering, "I don't have time to dawdle like this." The girl, Jessica, was trapped beneath the debris, her face pale with fear and exhaustion. Soo-hyuk reached her, gently pulling her closer. He could feel the weight of her small body in his arms. Together, they were pulled further down into the depths. Coughing and gasping for air, Soo-hyuk surfaced, Jessica still in his arms. He called out to her, "Jessica, are you okay?" Water streamed from his face, but his eyes were filled with determination. He whispered, "Hang in there. I'll save you." The churning water threatened to pull them under. Soo-hyuk, his face grim with determination, addressed the young girl clinging to him. "Jessica, we have to dive to get out of here. Can you hold your breath?" Jessica nodded, eyes wide with a mix of fear and trust. Soo-hyuk instructed her, "All right, breathe in as much as you can." With a final, deep breath, they plunged beneath the surface. Soo-hyuk propelled them forward, his powerful strokes cutting through the water. He shielded Jessica from the debris swirling around them. They surfaced, gasping for air, only to find themselves in a precarious situation. Soo-hyuk, despite his own exhaustion, held Jessica close, his face etched with concern. He was determined to get them both to safety. He spotted a glimmer of light through the murky water. A surge of hope coursed through him. "I can see it." But as he struggled towards it, a sharp pain shot through his side. He gasped, the effort of swimming now compounded by a fresh injury. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face a mask of grim determination, fought against the relentless current. Water filled his lungs, blurring his vision, but his eyes remained fixed on the task at hand. Blood mingled with the murky water, a grim testament to the struggle. The aftermath of the flood was devastating. Cars lay overturned, buildings were damaged, and debris littered the streets. Soo-hyuk coughed violently, sputtering water as he clutched a young girl close. She cried out, her small body trembling. They had reached safety, clinging to a piece of driftwood. Gasping for breath, Soo-hyuk heard the girl's relieved words, "Mister, we did it." He urged the girl towards higher ground, his voice hoarse but firm. Here, hurry and get up here." The girl, exhausted but safe, looked up at him, her voice barely a whisper. "Mister." Soo-hyuk collapsed onto the wood, gasping for air. His consciousness flickered. A wave of concern washed over him. His thoughts raced. Asterisk, how did it go? Is Jessica safe? Asterisk. A young girl, her face etched with terror, cried out for help. "Mister," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, though now back in his rookie days, felt a familiar surge of adrenaline. He was close to the girl, but the current was strong. Mister, wake up. Hang in there just a little more," she urged, her small hands gripping his. He slipped, the muddy riverbank giving way beneath his feet. A gasp escaped his lips as he lost his footing. The girl's cries intensified as she watched him fall. Soo-hyuk plunged into the churning water, the current pulling him under. He managed a desperate lunge, his hand reaching for something solid. He grasped the edge of the riverbank, his fingers digging into the mud. The girl stared, wide-eyed, a mixture of fear and disbelief on her face. A question mark floated in a thought bubble above her head. Soo-hyuk pulled himself out of the water, his expression grim but determined. He gently pulled the girl closer, her small body trembling against his. He had succeeded this time. The chapter begins with a stark black background, punctuated only by the words TikTok in a stylized, brown font. The scene shifts to a bustling rescue team office. Several rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, sit at their individual workstations, diligently monitoring computer screens and attending to their tasks. The rhythmic ticking sound continues, adding a sense of urgency to the otherwise ordinary atmosphere. Amidst the controlled chaos, one particular rescue worker, Soo-hyuk, sits alone, his expression unreadable. A thought crosses his mind, though unspoken. Tick-tock. He rises abruptly, a determined glint in his eyes. He mutters to himself, "It's now or never." A colleague calls out, "Hyung, where are you going?" Soo-hyuk ignores his colleague's question, his resolve unwavering. The colleague exclaims, "What? The chief said we can't, didn't he?" Soo-hyuk's response is sharp and defiant. Who cares? I've asked the head of rescue team to take care of my duties. He continues, so please take care of Chernil while I'm away. If anything happens, contact me. With a sudden, forceful movement, Soo-hyuk slams the door behind him, leaving his colleagues in stunned silence. The sound of the door is depicted with an onomatopoeia, bang. The scene opens in a bustling fire station. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stands before his superior, a stern-faced chief, his orange uniform a stark contrast to the chief's crisp white shirt. The chief's expression is one of disapproval, his words unspoken but heavy with reprimand. Soo-hyuk's colleague, another firefighter, watches from a nearby computer station, his concern evident. He mutters a worried, "Chief," as Soo-hyuk's defiance intensifies. The chief's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory. He criticizes Soo-hyuk for ignoring orders and acting independently, questioning his judgment. Soo-hyuk, in response, offers a flimsy excuse about needing a day off due to aches, a lie he knows is unconvincing. The chief's anger escalates. He points accusingly at Soo-hyuk, his face reddening. Soo-hyuk, in turn, insists he is genuinely injured, challenging the chief to prove otherwise. The chief, unconvinced, dismisses Soo-hyuk's claims as an act of defiance. Meanwhile, a subordinate announces an urgent call, demanding immediate action. The chief, surprised by the news, looks taken aback. His expression shifts from anger to concern. The news of an emergency dispatch order is relayed to Soo-hyuk. His initial disbelief quickly turns to alarm as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Soo-hyuk protests, claiming his inability to respond to the emergency call. His physical state is a clear impediment. The chief vehemently rebukes Soo-hyuk for his refusal to act, emphasizing his responsibility as team leader. He questions Soo-hyuk's leadership and courage, highlighting the unacceptable nature of abandoning his team. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt a searing pain in his chest. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of his suffering. Despite the agony, a grim determination hardened his features. He knew he couldn't afford to collapse. His orders were clear: get the team ready, immediately. His team, Park and Kong, stood anxiously beside him, their faces etched with worry. They sensed the gravity of the situation. Park, hesitant but resolute, urged Soo-hyuk to proceed without authorization. He knew obtaining permission would take too long. Soo-hyuk, his body trembling, nodded in agreement. He needed to know the location of the emergency. A superior officer, his expression one of disbelief, demanded an explanation. The news was shocking. The officer revealed the location: Thailand. Time was of the essence. The team, now fully aware of the urgency, prepared for immediate departure. Their faces were grim, determined. A rescue helicopter, its purple body emblazoned with a prominent red cross and the letters Riga, soared through the air. Inside, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, sat quietly, his gaze distant. He sat beside a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, her expression a mixture of worry and concern. The helicopter's interior was Spartan, functional, and somewhat cramped. Her anxiety was palpable. "Soo-hyuk is still alive, right?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the whirring of the rotors. Soo-hyuk's companion, a man with a confident demeanor, reassured her. "Of course, this is Soo-hyuk we're talking about. Even if the Earth is destroyed, he alone will survive." He added, with a slight chuckle, "Though it's kind of funny for me to say this because I was worried about him too." The woman, still visibly shaken, confessed, "I also want to trust Soo-hyuk just like you." A wave of self-doubt washed over her. "I guess I'm not good enough." Despite her attempts at optimism, anxiety gnawed at her. Even with the best intentions, she found herself constantly worrying, a feeling she couldn't quite shake. Soo-hyuk, his hands resting on his knees, listened intently, his expression unreadable. The sky glowed a fiery orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. A scene of devastation unfolded below, a landscape of splintered wood and debris, the remnants of a recent disaster. Amidst the chaos, a rescue worker, Kim Soo-hyuk, a man of determined features and a decade of experience etched onto his face, carefully cradled a young girl, her eyes wide with fear and her body trembling. Soo-hyuk, his orange rescue suit already soaked, pulled himself onto a broken section of dock, the girl still clutched safely in his arms. He was clearly exhausted, but his focus remained unwavering. The girl, her voice barely a whisper, asked, "Who are?" With a final surge of strength, Soo-hyuk hauled himself and the child from the water, collapsing onto the dock in a heap. He gasped for breath, his body drenched and trembling, but the girl was safe. Soo-hyuk, catching his breath, could only manage a weak, "You did a great job." In the distance, the whirring of rescue helicopters announced the arrival of reinforcements. "Now leave it to us," a voice called out. A fellow rescue worker approached, placing a comforting hand on Soo-hyuk's shoulder. The young girl was safe, and Soo-hyuk, despite his exhaustion, felt a profound sense of relief. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. Blood trickled down his face, mingling with the sweat beading on his forehead. His vision blurred, the world fading into a hazy white. The scene shifted. The Thai International Hospital loomed large, a stark contrast to the chaos Soo-hyuk had just experienced. Inside, a woman with long brown hair sat anxiously on a bench, her face etched with worry. A man stood nearby, speaking on his phone. Her gaze was fixed on something unseen, a profound sadness in her eyes. A silent wish escaped her lips. If only she were also a firefighter, she could have been there with him, even in dangerous situations. Suddenly, the focus shifted to Soo-hyuk, now lying in a hospital bed, his eyes slowly opening. A message appeared before him. Cool down has ended. He muttered to himself about this unhelpful system. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, lay in a hospital bed, his body battered and bruised. He muttered resentfully about the wasted time and a lack of support he received during a critical moment. Suddenly, a blue glow emanated from his chest. A pop-up window appeared before him, announcing a level up in the recovery of his wounds beyond a certain limit. Soo-hyuk felt a surge of energy as he sat up in bed, the blue glow intensifying. His pain vanished. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, questioning if this meant he should return to saving people immediately. Another pop-up window confirmed his wound recovery. He dismissed the thought, deciding to consider it later. Soo-hyuk got out of bed and began to leave the room. A woman, presumably a nurse, called out to him. Inside a brightly lit building, Soo-hyuk's colleague, Eun-song, questioned his sudden departure. Soo-hyuk, why are you out here? Not coming in? She asked, concern lacing her tone. Soo-hyuk, slightly winded, explained, I was going to organize my thoughts and go in, but where are you going in such a hurry? Soo-hyuk, his face etched with urgency, replied, there's still rescue targets left, so I'm going to go now. I'm sorry, but we'll talk later. He winced, a grimace crossing his features as he touched a bandage on his side. The thought crossed his mind. It was a penetrating wound. Would she scold me if I move around again? He tried to reassure Eun-song. Eun-song, I'm not seriously hurt, so don't worry. His eyes darted around, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. He cut himself short, simply stating go. Eun-song, though clearly worried, responded with a quiet understanding. You can go, and don't mind me. As Soo-hyuk turned to leave, he paused, glancing back at her with concern. Eun-song, are you sure it's okay? He asked. She replied, yes. Do whatever you want. Eun-song's gaze followed him as he departed. She thought to herself, and now that Rescue Team 3 is here, you should go back with them. However, Soo-hyuk had already made his decision. He declared, I'll go back separately. A young woman in scrubs, her expression a mixture of concern and weariness, trailed a young man in a striped hospital gown. He shuffled along, his gait slow and hesitant, muttering the word walk repeatedly. The young man's face was pale, his brow furrowed with worry. Small bandages covered minor cuts on his cheeks. He appeared shaken. The woman's thoughts turned to Eun-song. Following that incident, Soo-hyuk had dedicated himself to rescue operations until the day he returned. His heroic actions in Thailand had garnered significant media attention. Rescue Team 3 found themselves in the spotlight once more, as evidenced by the numerous online comments praising Soo-hyuk's bravery and skill. A few days later, a low murmur rippled through the Chernil firehouse. Several firefighters were gathered outside, their hushed conversations hinting at an imminent arrival. One firefighter confirmed he was in front of the Chernil firehouse, expecting Soo-hyuk's arrival shortly. Suddenly, a bystander pointed excitedly towards the street. Soo-hyuk, dressed in a full bear costume, was crossing the street. A wave of murmurs and excited chatter followed him as a crowd began to gather, their attention immediately drawn to the unusual sight. The sound of camera shutters filled the air as photographers and reporters swarmed around Soo-hyuk, their questions and comments a cacophony of noise. Soo-hyuk, internally groaning, realized that his attempt at a low-key return had spectacularly failed. The scene opens with a tense exchange. One figure, partially obscured, asks another, did you already know that a tsunami will happen in Thailand? The second question follows swiftly. What's your real identity? The camera focuses on a man in an orange rescue uniform. Someone shouts, Mr. Kim Soo-hyuk. Another voice exclaims, ah shit, he's so damn fast. The man in the orange uniform, Kim Soo-hyuk, sits at his desk, gasping for breath. His expression is one of shock and bewilderment. He continues to gasp, his eyes wide. A large, white teddy bear stands behind him. Soo-hyuk stares at the bear, his surprise evident. He exclaims, what the bear doing here? The bear speaks, addressing Soo-hyuk. Hey, don't be surprised. It's me, Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk responds, bewildered. W.A. Kim Soo-hyuk. The bear continues, man, you dressed up again today? I almost fell down. Exactly why on earth are you hiding? Soo-hyuk explains, at first I agreed to their demands, but they're filming more and more. They also want to cast me. They're really bothering me. Soo-hyuk is shown struggling with a zipper. Another man, Kang-sik, offers to help. He comments, I feel like they're chasing you around precisely because of how you reacted, though. Another rescue worker calls out, K. Kim Soo-hyuk. Kim Soo-hyuk, is he here yet? A third worker, Sang-tae, asks, what's this? Stop joking around and change. A young rescue worker, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, was informed of a visitor. "There's a visitor in the lounge," a colleague stated. "He said he wanted to see you." The young man visibly trembled. His colleague noticed, questioning, "But why are you trembling like that?" He stammered a response, his unease palpable. The thought crossed his mind. This visitor seemed like a very important person. The young rescue worker hesitated at the entrance to the building, his gaze lingering on a poster before proceeding. He walked towards the lounge, his mind racing. An important person? I don't know anyone like that, though. Who could it be? He wondered. He cautiously approached the lounge, uttering a hesitant greeting as he entered. A shadowy figure sat at a table, their identity obscured. A disclaimer appears, clarifying that the story is a work of fiction, unrelated to real people, organizations, places, or events. The scene shifts to a brightly lit office. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker in an orange uniform, stands in a doorway, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He utters a quiet greeting, "Hello." Soo-hyuk's gaze falls upon a seated figure whose face is obscured by shadow. The atmosphere is tense. Soo-hyuk's face is now clearly visible, his eyes wide with a dawning realization of his surroundings. He appears startled. The perspective shifts to two men seated in what appears to be a luxurious office. One is blonde and clean-shaven, the other has a full beard. The bearded man speaks. "It's been a while, Soo-hyuk. How have you been?" Meanwhile, another individual observes Soo-hyuk, commenting on his unexpectedly neat attire. He wonders if he has mistaken Soo-hyuk for someone else. Soo-hyuk addresses the man from Thailand, confirming his identity and prompting the man to ask for clarification on who Soo-hyuk actually is. Jim Murray, a businessman with a neatly trimmed beard and mustache, sat across from a young rescue worker. His eyes were half closed, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he began, "My real identity is..." The rescue worker, clearly intrigued, leaned forward. Murray dramatically paused, then exclaimed, "A top secret. Tada." The young man looked confused. "Morai chakil, I'm joking. I'm an ordinary businessman. My name is Jim Murray." He continued, "You said that you're living alone right now?" The rescue worker confirmed, "Yes." A question arose in his mind. "Why is he asking me this?" Murray smiled. "Hence, I'm going to give you a present." He explained, "Since you saved me and my daughter. You don't have to, though. Open it. Don't reject it, and just open it." The rescue worker cautiously opened the gift box to reveal a pink teddy bear nestled amongst a beautiful arrangement of flowers. Murray added, "There's also a letter that Jessica wrote herself. My daughter doesn't write handwritten letters to just anyone. You're blessed." The rescue worker, overwhelmed, stammered, "Thank you. But did you come all the way here to give me this?" Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood before a stern-looking man. He presented a gift, stating, "But of course, a gift is all about sincerity. And this is my sincerity." The recipient of the gift, seemingly unimpressed, responded with a detached, "I've never been so disinterested like this." Soo-hyuk received a certificate of registration rights in return. He looked at the document with a slight smile, a quiet, "Thank you," escaping his lips. Later, alone, Soo-hyuk examined the certificate. Confusion clouded his features as he muttered, "What is this?" His eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. "What? A house deed?" Back at the Chernil firehouse, his colleagues reacted with surprise. One of them exclaimed, "Is he? If it's a townhouse in the OO area, it's the one next to Chernil Elementary, right? It's a really great place." Soo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, explained, "Initially, I turned it down, but he insisted and made a fuss, so I accepted it. I'm kind of flustered now, huh?" His colleagues expressed their envy and admiration. One commented, "I'm so jealous. I used to eat dirt when I was your age. What a catch you got." Another firefighter noted, "I wondered who was here. Turns out he's the family of your rescue target. This punk, did you save him knowing who he actually is?" A group of men in orange uniforms are discussing wedding plans. One, noticeably younger, flinches slightly as the others excitedly detail the arrangements for his upcoming nuptials. The conversation continues, focusing on the practicalities of the wedding. The need for a swift decision is emphasized, given the groom's recent acquisition of a house. The young man's face is shown, a look of contemplation etched on his features. He is now surrounded by his colleagues, their concerned expressions mirroring his own internal struggle. Kim Soo-hyuk, the young man, scratches his head, a troubled expression on his face. He announces his decision to end his relationship with Eun-song. His colleagues react with shock and disbelief to his sudden announcement, their questions hanging in the air. Soo-hyuk reflects on his past actions in Thailand, admitting to making mistakes that caused Eun-song significant distress. He reveals that Eun-song had something she wanted to say, but he was too preoccupied to listen, leading to her return to Korea. Soo-hyuk's narration continues, explaining that Eun-song's departure was a result of her growing weariness with his behavior. Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, confided in a colleague. He explained that his recent breakup with his girlfriend was particularly painful, made worse by the fact that he hadn't heard from her since she returned to Korea. He felt he'd pushed things too far. Soo-hyuk's face was etched with worry and concern as he spoke of his inability to contact his ex-girlfriend. The scene shifted to the fire station. Soo-hyuk stood glumly amidst his fellow firefighters, one of whom held a small, orange cat. Soo-hyuk's colleague attempted to comfort him, pointing out that breakups aren't permanent and suggesting that Soo-hyuk hadn't contacted his ex-girlfriend either. Soo-hyuk mumbled in agreement, clearly still upset. His colleague pressed him, urging him to contact her and clear the air. He questioned whether Soo-hyuk truly wanted their relationship to end this way. Soo-hyuk hesitated, expressing his reluctance to reach out, fearing a negative outcome. He preferred to wait a little longer before attempting contact. Another colleague, impatient with Soo-hyuk's indecision, snatched his phone, intending to send a message to his ex-girlfriend himself. Soo-hyuk reacted with alarm, trying to stop his colleague. A group of South Korean firefighters, clad in their distinctive orange uniforms, huddled together. One of them, excitedly searching his phone, exclaimed, "Where's the Kakao Talk?" "Oh, found it." He showed the others a message. Yin-song's name appeared on the screen. The message read, "Eun-song, are you available at 6 p.m. this Saturday? I have something to say." They laughed, discussing who should send it. "All we have to do now is press the send button," one of them said. Suddenly, one of the firefighters, Soo-hyuk, let out a cry of alarm. "No, don't." His face was contorted with desperate pleading. "I'm not going to forgive you if you press it." Ignoring Soo-hyuk's protests, a paw reached out and pressed the send button. The paw belonged to a small, cartoonish cat. Soo-hyuk stared in disbelief as his colleagues watched the message sent. The cat's paw was still visible on the screen. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. No way. The message was sent. A single checkmark appeared next to it. Soo-hyuk clutched his head in anguish, letting out a pained groan. "Aorg, cheese." Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker, nervously held his phone, a message to his girlfriend, Eun-song, almost sent. He hesitated, muttering to himself that he hadn't actually sent it yet. His colleagues watched, one warning him that the cat, perched nearby, might bat the phone away if he got too close. Soo-hyuk, startled, yelped as the cat indeed swatted at the phone. He frantically tried to delete the message before Eun-song read it, his colleagues looking on with a mixture of amusement and concern. A text message from Eun-song popped up on his screen, asking about his availability on Saturday. His jaw dropped. She had already read it. Soo-hyuk, frustrated and slightly embarrassed, wondered why she hadn't contacted him sooner if she was going to read it so quickly. He anxiously awaited her reply, his heart pounding in his chest. He wondered how she would react. A notification sound echoed. Yin-song's message appeared. She also had something to tell him. His colleagues watched, anticipating the news. A group of rescue workers, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and awkwardness, huddled together. Among them, Soo-hyuk, a young man with a worried expression, clutched his phone, his eyes wide. The silence was broken by a hesitant suggestion. One of the workers, attempting to ease the tension, suggested they return to work. Another chimed in, urging everyone to return to their posts. Soo-hyuk, still visibly shaken, nodded silently, acknowledging the need to resume their duties. He started walking back to his station, his movements slow and deliberate. He reached his desk, muttering a quiet thank you to his colleagues for their support. As he sat down, another worker, noticing his distress, called out to him, urging him to take a break. Soo-hyuk, however, was resolute. He insisted that the matter was still unresolved, urging himself to treat this as a second chance, a chance to make amends for past failures. A few days later, Soo-hyuk's friend appeared, offering unsolicited advice on how to impress a date, his words laced with playful teasing. A few days later, Soo-hyuk, now impeccably dressed, held a large bouquet of red roses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He surveyed his reflection, a quiet confidence replacing his earlier anxiety. He deemed his preparations perfect. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, meticulously prepared for his date. He planned everything down to the smallest detail, even rehearsing what he would say. He adjusted his tie, a bouquet of flowers clutched in his hand. His plan was to arrive 20 minutes before Eun-song, ensuring a smooth and romantic start to their evening. But as he walked, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A nervous flutter filled his chest. He reminded himself that this was his last chance to make things right with Eun-song. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound pierced the air. A translucent, rectangular window materialized before him, displaying an urgent message, an emergency mission. A drunk driver was heading straight for a motorcyclist. Soo-hyuk stared bewildered. The window beeped insistently. He was completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, questioning the nature of this bizarre situation. Without hesitation, Soo-hyuk turned towards the sound of the approaching vehicle, his instincts taking over. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, navigated his scooter through the city streets. The familiar weight of his delivery bag, emblazoned with the Go Beidao logo, was a stark contrast to the decade of life-or-death situations he'd faced. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, causing Soo-hyuk to whip his head around, his eyes widening in alarm. He braced himself, a sense of impending danger washing over him as he saw a dark figure plummeting from a great height. The figure hurtled towards the street below, a blur against the twilight sky. Soo-hyuk's instincts took over. He reacted without hesitation, a flicker of his past life's experience guiding his actions. Meanwhile, inside a nearby car, a man watched the unfolding scene, a nervous hiccup escaping his lips. Soo-hyuk, fueled by adrenaline, swerved his scooter, narrowly avoiding a collision with the falling man. The impact sent his delivery bag flying. He leaped from his scooter, his body moving with surprising agility, catching the falling man just before he hit the ground. Soo-hyuk landed heavily, but he held onto the man, his grip firm. A bouquet of roses, knocked from his grasp, scattered across the pavement. He muttered a curse under his breath. The scene opens in a bustling kitchen, the air thick with the aroma of cooking food. Two women, both chefs in crisp, white uniforms, are engaged in conversation. One chef asks the other if she saw the video of the motorcycle accident from the previous day. The second chef, slightly confused, replies with a simple sorry. The first chef continues, explaining that firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk saved someone again, reminding her colleague of his heroic actions during the tsunami. She shows a video of a recent accident. A car crashed into a telephone pole. The video highlights Soo-hyuk's quick response and first aid to the injured driver. The two chefs react with impressed expressions, one even suggesting that dating a firefighter might not be a bad idea. The second chef blushes, clearly amused by the thought. The previous day, a frantic scene unfolded in a hospital corridor. Medical personnel rushed a stretcher carrying an injured man, his pulse weak, bleeding internally. It's from a crash accident. One of them reported, their voices strained with urgency. His pulse is abnormal, and there's bleeding in the abdomen. The team pushed the stretcher, hurrying towards the emergency room. Hurry! To the emergency room! Someone shouted. A man, his face streaked with grime and worry etched onto his features, gasped for breath. Relief washed over him as he muttered, "Thank goodness there's a hospital nearby." His eyes darted to a clock on the wall. A name escaped his lips, a whisper laced with anxiety. Eun-song. He ran towards the emergency medical center, his pace quickening. He cursed under his breath. Damn, it's past our appointment time. Is she still waiting for me? The city lights twinkled in the night sky. He felt a pang of guilt. Damn it, even on an important day like today. He stopped, his face a mask of self-reproach. The question hung heavy in the air. What's wrong with me, for real? The city skyline stretched before him, a silent witness to his inner turmoil. The neon glow of steak and lube illuminated a bustling city street, the restaurant nestled amongst other late-night establishments. Inside, a young man nervously approached the counter. He worked there, his apron slightly askew. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair stood before him. She apologized, explaining that she needed to leave. The woman, dressed in a stylish houndstooth dress, seemed flustered as she concluded her transaction. She hurried out into the night. As she walked, a sense of unease washed over her. Her gaze lifted, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Suddenly, she gasped, her eyes widening in recognition. Soo-hyuk, breathless and disheveled, appeared before her, his relief palpable. He exclaimed, overjoyed to see her, "Eun-song, you were here." A man and a woman stood on a city street at night. The man, his hair slightly disheveled, appeared distressed. He muttered something about a promise, but his words trailed off. The scene shifted abruptly. A different man, his face smudged with dirt and grime, gasped for breath. He was clearly shaken, explaining that he'd encountered an accident on his way. Back on the street, the woman from the previous scene looked concerned. She expressed worry over the man's pale complexion and disheveled appearance. He insisted he was fine, but his words lacked conviction. She urged him to go home and rest. He vehemently refused, claiming he couldn't leave. His distress was palpable. Despite his protests, she gently insisted he needed rest. He reluctantly agreed, asking where they should go. Alone, the man reflected on his actions, admitting to himself that he had messed up. He explained that he'd used his clothes to staunch the bleeding of a wounded person, leaving himself looking even more disheveled than before. He resolved to apologize, even if it meant being slapped. His expression was one of grim determination. Kim Soo-hyuk, his body battered and bruised, stared at his dirt-stained palm. A faint inscription remained, a cryptic message barely visible amidst the grime. He muttered to himself, a question hanging in the air. I still have a card left, don't I? His gaze drifted upwards, focusing on the faint markings. The words were incomplete, fragmented, yet somehow familiar. A plan began to form in his mind. He looked up, addressing a woman nearby. Let's use this to lighten up the mood, he declared, a hint of desperation in his voice. The woman, Eun-song, responded softly, Eun-soo-hyuk. Eun-song gently placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of comfort and understanding. She spoke, her voice filled with quiet empathy. You've worked hard. Soo-hyuk winced, a sudden pain shooting through him. His eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at his hands, noticing something different. A subtle change, almost imperceptible. He clenched his fist, a low groan escaping his lips. The pressure intensified, a strange energy building within him. Turning back to Eun-song, he offered a sincere apology. Eun-song, I'm sorry, he said, his voice heavy with regret. I'm a selfish guy. Kim Soo-hyuk, his face smudged with grime, stood silently. A bitter thought crossed his mind. I always make you wait like this. His companion, A woman with shoulder-length brown hair spoke, her voice laced with a hint of frustration. When I saw a rescue target in front of me, my body moves before I even know it. Even when I try to fix it, it doesn't seem to go well. They walked side by side, the city lights reflecting in the woman's eyes. Soo-hyuk's words, though barely audible, carried a weight of unspoken regret. I wanted to make you happy and enjoy our time when we're together. He paused, his gaze cast downward. A single word escaped his lips, so Soo-hyuk continued, his voice heavy with emotion. I can't hold on to you again, even if I want to. His companion's eyes widened in surprise as she replied, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you so much for everything, until now. The pair stood on a city street, the night lights blurring around them. The woman's expression was one of quiet sadness. Soo-hyuk's face, partially obscured, showed a hint of his inner turmoil. She whispered his name, a single word hanging in the air. Soo-hyuk, a young woman, her expression a mixture of confusion and hurt, confronted a man. What are you talking about? She asked, her voice laced with disbelief. The woman's question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. Then, the man's face contorted in a grimace. Did you just dump me? She pressed, her voice rising slightly in volume. The man sputtered, W-A-E-T. He vehemently denied it. No, never. There's no way I would do that, he insisted, his voice strained. But the woman remained unconvinced. But why did you say something like that? The woman's persistence finally broke through his confusion. Didn't you call me to break up with me? He looked genuinely perplexed. What? Break up? Who said that? The man, still visibly shaken and covered in grime, attempted to clarify the situation. He wanted to apologize. The woman listened, her expression softening slightly as she processed his words. A glimmer of understanding began to dawn on her. The scene shifted. A helicopter's rotor blades whirred in the night sky. Inside, a man reflected on his shortcomings. I guess I'm not good enough, even if I try to think optimistically. His anxiety was palpable. He confessed to a colleague, I keep getting anxious before I realize it. Inside a dimly lit helicopter, Eun-song, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, turned to a man in a red rescue jacket. She hesitated, then spoke. This might sound presumptuous, but Eun-song, can you please take care of Soo-hyuk? Soo-hyuk, the rescue worker in question, looked up, a concerned expression on his face. Eun-song continued, her voice laced with worry. What? The helicopter ascended, the city lights twinkling below. Eun-song explained. As you know, he tends to run himself ragged, to the point where I sometimes think he's going too far. We have to go in now. A flashback of Soo-hyuk's past flashed before his eyes. He reflected, there were times when we had a hard time because of him, but he was probably the one who had it the hardest. Eun-song continued her plea. If you can help him together with us, I'm sure he'll get better someday. Eun-song looked at Soo-hyuk with determination. She added, I'm saying this not just for him, but for all of us. Her gaze softened as she made a final request. Would you please keep staying beside him? The helicopter's rotors whirred. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The scene opens at the Thai International Hospital. The day's events are about to unfold. Inside, a woman sits patiently, her face partially obscured. She speaks, her words laced with concern. Soo-hyuk, he must be having a hard time himself. What needs to be fixed can be changed slowly. She continues, a determined glint in her eye. Yeah, this is something only I can do. Suddenly, a man bursts into view, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. The woman gasps, exclaiming, Eun-song. He addresses her urgently. Soo-hyuk, there are still rescue targets left, so I'm going to go now. The woman hesitates, a silent moment passing between them before she finally utters a single word. She says simply go. The man, clearly surprised, questions what? The woman explains, don't mind me, and now Rescue Team 3 is here. She continues, her advice firm. You should go back with them. I said that with you in mind. Soo-hyuk stammered, his face a picture of discomfort. His girlfriend's words hung in the air. But you took that as a breakup instead? He attempted to explain, his voice trembling slightly. I could only think that it was a breakup. Your expression was so grim back then. I mean, with all that mess, it'd be weird if I had a bright expression now. His girlfriend continued, her tone softening. Also, you didn't contact me once after you came back to Korea. I felt bad for our fight, so I waited for you to contact me first. Soo-hyuk's expression shifted. He confessed, was also waiting for you to contact me first. A moment of shared understanding passed between them. Soo-hyuk spoke. I'm hungry, so let's just eat. I look like a mess, though. His girlfriend smiled reassuringly. So what? It's fine as long as both of your arms are fine. A few weeks passed. The scene shifted to Soo-hyuk's new home. He was struggling, his movements frantic. Shit, I can't get used to the bed. I'll be back. His girlfriend rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. Late, but how can you not even wash your face? Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, accepted his lunch with a relieved sigh. He mumbled his thanks as the food was placed before him, his exhaustion evident in his posture. He bid farewell to his wife, promising to return soon. Her gentle wave and words of caution hung in the air as he stepped out, the weight of his responsibilities settling upon his shoulders once more. The reader is reminded that this is a work of fiction. Kim Soo-hyuk awoke with a gasp, shivering violently. "So cold," he exclaimed, his breath misting in the frigid air. He found himself inside a warm building. A colleague greeted him. "Hello." The colleague noted, "Kim Soo-hyuk, of course it's cold since you're wearing clothes like that. Why are you not wearing layers?" Soo-hyuk explained, "This is my training in daily life, heating up my body to make a self-heating body." His colleagues exchanged worried glances. Is he insane? One of them wondered aloud. Winter arrived quickly. As winter approached, fire reports increased due to the dry weather. Despite this, Soo-hyuk found peace, even while his cat playfully asked if he wanted to buy a blanket. However, Park Sang-tae's grim mood cast a shadow over the otherwise peaceful atmosphere. His expression was one of impending doom. In a bustling fire station, amidst the organized chaos of a busy day, a rescue worker addressed his colleagues. He asked for their attention, stating he had something important to share. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on his computer screen, startling him. The window simply read, "Open." "Hello." A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he visibly reacted to the unexpected interruption. Meanwhile, another individual, wearing glasses, expressed his anticipation for their continued collaboration, a sentiment that seemed to unsettle the rescue worker. Back at the station, a document was presented to the chief, who reacted with confusion and a question. "What is this?" Another rescue worker calmly instructed him to put it down gently. The chief, however, recognized the documents as being related to the previous documentary filming and expressed his displeasure at their return, reminding them that he had already informed them that they would not be participating again. A superior officer addressed a subordinate, his tone firm yet measured. "Just do it one more time," he stated. "It's a direct request from the top. There'll be more support if public opinion gets better with this opportunity too. Isn't that nice?" The subordinate, Park Sang-tae, responded with a curt, "No." His expression was one of clear displeasure. He continued, "This broadcasting station's people are particularly annoying. They don't even know how the fire service works." Sang-tae pleaded with his superior, "Please refuse it." The superior officer paused, considering Sang-tae's words before asking, "How? Do you think you guys could have gone to support Thailand?" Sang-tae's face hardened. The word "stop" echoed in his mind. He explained, "I got the permission only because we agreed to do this." His superior sighed, his voice laced with regret. "I'm sorry, but my hands are tied this time. Let's just do this one more time." Kim Soo-hyuk, another firefighter, reacted with disbelief. "I can't believe they're coming in without a notice like this." He then confessed, taking responsibility for the oversight. "It's my fault, I got the date confused. I thought it was next week. I'm sorry." A television reporter, beaming, addressed the firefighters. "Haha, please don't treat us so coldly like that." He continued, explaining, "My team has reflected on what happened last time. Also, with our differentiated planning skills that could net us a 10% viewer rating." He finished with a flourish. "I'll make sure to let the world know about the amazing side of firefighters." Meanwhile, another firefighter observed the reporter skeptically. "He's a smooth talker, but he brought in the guy who made a mistake last time again. Anyway, I can't trust him." Night fell over the city. Back at Chernil Firehouse, Soo-hyuk was called by his name. Lost in thought, he mumbled, "Excuse me." The reporter approached Soo-hyuk and asked for a quick interview. Soo-hyuk responded that he was busy recharging his stamina. The reporter, intrigued, pressed further, explaining that firefighters need to stock up their stamina in advance because they don't know when the next dispatch will occur. Soo-hyuk, understanding, agreed to talk. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself facing an unexpected challenge, a television interview. He muttered to himself, "Unlike last time, getting an interview today isn't easy." His producer, standing beside him, questioned, "Don't you think so, producer?" Soo-hyuk clenched his fist, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. But still, the interview subject, clearly agitated, voiced his frustration. He wondered aloud, how can they be broadcasting cooperation like this? Do they think firefighters are a big deal? Soo-hyuk's face reflected his apprehension, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was visibly nervous. His thoughts turned dark. These bastards dash. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The producer yelled, "Fire broke out! Fire broke out!" Soo-hyuk, his expression hardening, barked orders. "Rescue teams, move out." The rescue team sprang into action, rushing towards the scene of the fire. Sirens wailed as they raced towards 223 So-hyun-dong. A fire truck speeds through the night. Inside, a team of firefighters discusses the emergency. Chernil Tower. One of them questions, concern etched on his face. Another adds, "It's a high-rise building, though. How come a fire broke out there?" The scene shifts to reveal the Chernil Tower engulfed in flames. A deafening roar accompanies the image of the raging inferno, punctuated by the urgent wail of sirens. The fire trucks arrive at the scene, their sirens still blaring. The narration box confirms the ignition point is on the 23rd floor. Two firefighters, their faces grim, assess the situation. "What's the situation inside?" one asks urgently. His colleague replies, "It's either unconfirmed or ignited near the warehouse." Another firefighter inquires, "How's the evacuation route?" The panel then shows panicked civilians fleeing the building, illustrating the chaotic evacuation. People are using the emergency stairs to escape. One firefighter observes, most rescue targets are using the emergency stairs, so it'd be faster for us to move using the aerial ladder. A firefighter, his face partially obscured by a respirator, declares resolutely, we need to stop the fire before it spreads further. The firefighter states his intention, I'm going straight to the ignition. A team of firefighters ascends the aerial ladder towards the burning building, aiming to reach the source of the fire on the 23rd floor. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, his face obscured by a respirator, swings an axe with ferocious power. The sound of a loud bang echoes, followed by a crack as the axe connects with its target, sending sparks and debris flying. The camera pulls back to reveal Soo-hyuk amidst a raging inferno, his team of firefighters battling the blaze. He brings the axe down again, the impact causing a crash as a section of the burning structure collapses. The intense heat and chaos are palpable. Amidst the chaos, a fellow firefighter shouts, enter, urging someone forward into the heart of the fire. The urgency in his voice is clear. Another firefighter, equally determined, repeats the command, enter, his voice strained with effort and the intensity of the situation. The scene shifts. A low creak sounds as a fire truck pulls away from the building, sirens wailing in the background, leaving the scene of the fire. Elsewhere, a man in civilian clothes approaches the scene, his footsteps marked by a soft step. Emergency vehicles are visible in the distance, lights flashing. He observes the scene, muttering to himself, what's this? The scale is smaller than I thought, though. The man continues his assessment, commenting, the camera can only capture the smoke from here. It probably won't take long to put it out, too. Back at the fire, two firefighters expertly use their hoses, a powerful Sha sound accompanying the forceful stream of water as they battle the remaining flames. As the warehouse fire raged, a team of firefighters battled the blaze. Their leader, a seasoned veteran named Soo-hyuk, confirmed their suspicions. As we expected, the ignition point is the warehouse. With a final, concerted effort, the firefighters extinguished the flames. One of them announced, the fire is almost extinguished. Soo-hyuk gasped, his breath catching in his throat. The intensity of the experience left him breathless. The team, their task complete, began to pack up their equipment. The job was done. Two firefighters discussed the incident. One commented, it's only a simple electrical short circuit. The other replied, I can't believe they didn't have any safety equipment just because it's a warehouse they don't use often. It wouldn't have burned the whole floor if only they had a sprinkler. Soo-hyuk gave a final instruction. Patrol the surroundings once before we wrap up. His colleague responded, got it. Soo-hyuk reflected, it ended faster than I thought. Soo-hyuk felt a sudden unease. He questioned himself, is everything really okay? What the hell is this ominous? He and another firefighter walked away from the scene, their steps echoing in the silence. As they walked, one firefighter expressed concern. We were told not to come in. Can we really do this? The other reassured him. Of course, the fire is already extinguished, isn't it? I'm telling you it's fine. Inside a dimly lit building, two men, one noticeably heavier than the other, engaged in a heated discussion. The larger man, clearly agitated, challenged his companion. Seriously, are you going to keep acting like a dimwit? Don't you know the secret that makes us different from other documentaries? The heavier man continued, his voice laced with frustration. It's the sense of reality. No matter what anyone says, this strict rule shapes the mega-documentaries of today. Do you think a few firefighters like them can break this motto? Their conversation was interrupted by a third man, his face partially obscured by shadow. He spoke curtly, so shut your trap and follow me. He gestured towards a fire exit, a green light illuminating the sign above the door. It looks like we're here. The two followed, their steps echoing on the stairs. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, ominous corridor. The heavier man, armed with a baton, led the way, his companion trailing close behind. They proceeded further down the corridor, until they reached a scene of devastation. The heavier man stopped, awestruck. Oh, this is amazing. His companion, equally stunned, urged him on. Hurry, film it. Get the camera ready. Suddenly, a firefighter, his face partially obscured by a gas mask, appeared, coughing violently. The scene was jarring, a stark contrast to the previous moment of awe. The firefighter, clearly distressed, demanded an explanation. What's wrong with you guys? I told you not to come in. Why are you here? The scene unfolds amidst the smoky aftermath of a fire. A man, his face etched with worry, urges his colleagues to retreat. It's still dangerous. Go back, he pleads, his voice tight with concern. Another firefighter, seemingly unconcerned, replies, all right, okay. It's fine as long as we stay somewhere safe, isn't it? A sudden, sharp creak echoes through the air. A firefighter, his face obscured by a mask, is caught off guard. His eyes widen in alarm. He shouts a wordless cry of alarm, his body tensed. Another firefighter, his face partially visible, desperately warns his comrade, don't open it. Ignoring the warning, the first firefighter makes a desperate dash for safety, yelling, Young Woo Hyung, as he runs. The man from the first panel is thrown backward, disoriented. A look of utter confusion crosses his face as he mutters, "Huh." A massive explosion engulfs him. A disclaimer appears, reminding the reader that the story is a work of fiction, unrelated to real people, organizations, places, events, or names. The scene shifts. A gloved hand reaches for a door handle, the sound of a creaking door echoing in the otherwise silent space. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, bursts through a doorway, his face grim and determined. He's clad in firefighting gear, his breathing apparatus slightly askew. Behind him, two other figures, less visible, watch an alarm. He is thrown back by a powerful blast, his body impacting the ground hard. The force of the explosion is evident in the red streaks radiating from the point of impact. Boom! The word explodes across the page, mirroring the intensity of the blast. The visual effect intensifies, emphasizing the sheer power of the explosion. The aftermath of the explosion is shown, a chaotic blur of motion and energy. The scene opens on a raging inferno, the air thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning materials. A text box explains the phenomenon known as a firefighter's nightmare, a backdraft, which occurs when seemingly extinguished embers reignite explosively with a sudden influx of oxygen. Further details on the backdraft are provided. It's a rapid combustion of gases within an enclosed space, where the embers have died down due to lack of oxygen. The sudden introduction of oxygen, for example, by opening a door or breaking a window, triggers the catastrophic explosion. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light and a deafening boom erupt. The force of the explosion is depicted in a dynamic visual. The word boom is repeated multiple times, emphasizing the sheer power of the backdraft. The aftermath reveals a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, lying injured amidst the debris and flames. He gasps for air, clearly in distress. A closer view shows Soo-hyuk's pained expression, his face contorted in agony as he struggles to breathe. His helmet lies nearby. Fellow firefighters rush to his side, their faces etched with worry. One of them calls out Young. Another firefighter shouts, Young-woo, as they desperately try to reach Soo-hyuk through the chaos. Amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, found himself in a desperate struggle. His colleagues urged him to retreat, shouting, "Hurry and bring him down." But Soo-hyuk, his face grim beneath his mask, was locked in a fierce battle against the flames. Nearby, a civilian, his face etched with terror and guilt, stammered, I didn't do it on purpose." Soo-hyuk, his body battered and bruised, struggled to breathe, tears welling up behind his mask. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. His vision blurred, but his determination remained unwavering. He was a veteran rescue worker, a decade of experience etched onto his weary face. Suddenly, a jarring metallic clang echoed through the air. The sound reverberated through the emergency medical center as medical personnel rushed to attend to the injured. Soo-hyuk, unconscious, was wheeled into the emergency room, his body covered by a white sheet. The doors to the emergency medical center swung open, revealing a scene of controlled chaos. The rhythmic beeping of heart monitors filled the room, a stark reminder of Soo-hyuk's precarious condition. The sterile white of the hospital room was a stark contrast to the grim news delivered by the doctors. They explained that Kim Soo-hyuk's condition was far worse than initially assessed. His coma was deeper and his recovery uncertain. One doctor, addressing two other men, stated that Soo-hyuk needed complete rest for the next few months. Park Young-woo, one of the men, looked grim. His companion mirrored his concern. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man winced, clutching his injured hand. The pain was sharp, a constant reminder of his limitations. He worried aloud about his ability to continue his work. He examined his bandaged hand, his expression one of deep concern. Despite his injury, he resolutely continued his journey, each step a testament to his determination. Suddenly, he was grabbed roughly from behind. A furious voice accused him of disobeying orders and ignoring warnings to stay away from a specific location. The man was clearly enraged by his presence. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A man, his face etched with concern, questioned another, "What's wrong with you?" The second man, looking bewildered, responded defensively, "It's not like I knew anything about it." A woman nearby observed the interaction, her expression one of quiet curiosity. The first man pressed further, "No matter how many times I asked you back in the office, you told me I to know, but now you're asking me why I didn't know?" His patience clearly exhausted. The first man's face contorted in anger. His eyes narrowed, and he snarled, "You're fucking crazy." In a sudden, violent outburst, the angry man struck the other, sending him sprawling to the floor with a resounding thump. He cursed, "Son of a bitch." The man who was struck gasped in pain, "Ack, kayak." Nearby, onlookers murmured their shock and disapproval. The fallen man groaned, "Oh my, how could a firefighter hit someone? On top of that, I'm injured." The other man retorted, "How dare you hit me? You think you're invincible, huh?" The aggressor, his face flushed with anger, sneered, "Looks like you got arrogant because of a little bit of fame." He continued his taunting, "Just one or two words from me, and you'll fall straight into the abyss. Should I get the public to beat you up, huh?" Suddenly, the aggressor stumbled, clutching his leg in pain. A sharp sound, TK, accompanied his fall. He cried out, "Oh! Oh my!" The scene opens with a young man, Young-woo, lying injured on the ground, his expression one of pained urgency. A doctor attends to him, but the pace seems too slow for those watching. A bystander mutters anxiously about the doctor's slow treatment of Young-woo. Kim Soo-hyuk, another rescue worker, approaches, his face etched with concern. A colleague urges him to leave, advising him to focus on the current emergency rather than dwell on Jung-woo's condition. Soo-hyuk's colleague repeats his advice, emphasizing the need for Soo-hyuk to prioritize the immediate task at hand. The camera focuses on Young-woo, his body trembling with a mix of pain and frustration. His face is contorted in silent agony. His clenched fist shakes violently, betraying his inner turmoil. The intensity of his unspoken rage is palpable. Young-woo unleashes a furious, silent scream of frustration and anger, his thoughts filled with bitter resentment towards those he blames for his predicament. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-sung calls out to Soo-hyuk from a distance, seemingly unaware of the intense emotions playing out nearby. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape, the city lights twinkling in the distance. Tae-sung approaches Soo-hyuk, expressing concern about another accident at the scene. Soo-hyuk, still visibly shaken, tries to downplay the situation, revealing the immense pressure he's been under since yesterday's incident. The dim light of the fire station control room illuminated the faces of several rescue workers. Whispers circulated amongst them, their focus on a young man hunched over a desk, his brow furrowed in concentration. One worker commented on his bad attitude. Suddenly, a young man with band-aids on his face appeared, startled and clearly surprised by something. He looked up, his eyes wide with alarm. The young man with glasses from the previous panel called out to him, his voice sharp with anger. "You bastard! Come here!" The young man with band-aids mumbled, "I'm messed up." He nervously responded to his superior's summons, a subtle grin playing on his lips as he approached. The superior praised the young man with band-aids, stating that the video he took was incredibly helpful. The young man, confused, asked what he meant. The superior explained that the video should be posted on YouTube after some editing, adding that he thought the young man was even crazier than he initially believed, having caused a lot of trouble for the fire department. The superior continued, expressing amazement at how long the department had tolerated the young man's behavior. The young man with band-aids looked down at a document in his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. The morning sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze stirred. Below, the Chernil firehouse stood, a modern building against the backdrop of the city. A crowd had gathered outside the firehouse. A low murmur rippled through the assembled reporters and onlookers. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a somewhat weary expression, approached the building, his brow furrowed. He paused, noticing the unusual number of reporters. He thought the situation had calmed, but the press's presence puzzled him. Soo-hyuk noted the unusual atmosphere. Something felt different today. He reflected on recently discovering a secret shortcut to work, allowing him to avoid the usual crowds. Soo-hyuk entered the firehouse, offering a quiet greeting as he went inside. His expression shifted, a hint of apprehension replacing his earlier weariness. The bustling atmosphere of the 119 fire station crackled with the usual mix of urgency and camaraderie. Two firefighters, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and concern, sat hunched over their computer screens, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards punctuated by the occasional sigh. A third firefighter, his expression unreadable, peered over a colleague's shoulder. Suddenly, a young man in a purple hoodie appeared, his brow furrowed in confusion. He muttered to himself, "What's?" His gaze fell upon a familiar face, Kim Soo-hyuk, a name whispered with a mixture of respect and apprehension amongst the firefighters. The mention of his name hung heavy in the air. One of the firefighters, his voice low and urgent, beckoned his colleagues. "Come look at this." They gathered around a computer screen displaying a news article. The headline was jarring. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at the damning evidence unfolding before him. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The article, prominently displayed on the EBC News website, screamed the headline, "The Reality of Firefighter Kim, the People's Hero." The accompanying text detailed a shocking revelation. Kim, lauded as a hero, had repeatedly disregarded safety protocols, jeopardizing the lives of his fellow firefighters. His actions, previously overlooked due to successful rescues, were now being scrutinized under a harsh light. Online comments reflected a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Many expressed their shock at the news, while others debated the ethics of Kim's actions and the implications for the fire service. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. A news article, headlined "The Ugly Truth Behind Firefighter Kim, the National Hero," details accusations against a firefighter named Kim. The article, posted earlier that morning, has already garnered nearly 100 comments and 40 likes. Two men, one in a purple jacket and the other in an orange jacket, react to the article with expressions of concern and anger. The man in the orange jacket appears particularly upset. The article continues, stating that Kim consistently acted independently, disregarding orders and procedures, and creating disorder within his team. An image shows Kim, in full firefighting gear, battling a large fire. The intensity of the scene underscores the accusations against him. The article details a specific incident at Chernil Station. A coworker testified that Kim's actions during the incident nearly caused the entire team's demise. The article concludes with a warning. If Kim continues his behavior, he risks endangering more lives. The man in the orange jacket, whose name is revealed to be Soo-hyuk's colleague, reacts with anger and disbelief to the article's contents. He mutters about the injustice of the situation and how it threatens Soo-hyuk's career. The man in the orange jacket recognizes the director mentioned in the article from a previous incident. He suspects this is a deliberate attempt to sabotage Soo-hyuk. In the bustling Chernil fire station, a tense atmosphere crackled. Sang-tae, a fellow rescue worker, stood seething before a computer screen, his fists clenched. His face was contorted with rage, his words a low growl. "I'm going to kill him." Soo-hyuk, another rescue worker, calmly intervened, his voice a soothing counterpoint to Sang-tae's fury. "Wait, Sang-tae, there's no need to get all worked up. It's not like this article's telling a lie." Soo-hyuk's words, however, only served to further pique Sang-tae's curiosity. He turned to Soo-hyuk, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Hey Soo-hyuk, what exactly are you trying to say?" Soo-hyuk remained impassive, his gaze distant. "Doesn't this make you angry at all?" Sang-tae pressed. Soo-hyuk sighed, his response a quiet admission. "I'm just saying, this was bound to happen sooner or later." He stood up, his movements deliberate. "Don't let them get under your skin," he advised before adding. "I'm just going to go and get some fresh air." Sang-tae watched him go, a conflicted expression on his face. He seemed to be wrestling with his own thoughts. A moment later, another colleague approached Sang-tae, his words laced with concern. "Soo-hyuk, I don't know about anything else, but at least you don't deserve to be condemned for the Chernil Station incident. Think about all those lives you saved." Soo-hyuk simply replied, "That's true, but..." Soo-hyuk walked away, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He didn't deserve praise, either. The sound of a door creaking open echoed in the otherwise silent station as Soo-hyuk left, leaving Sang-tae and his colleague to ponder his words. Kim Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tight with frustration. He couldn't take it anymore. "That's it. I can't stand this anymore." "Sang-tae," he exclaimed, addressing his colleague. Sang-tae, equally angered, suggested, "Let's find a way to sue this guy for defamation." Outside, the city lights twinkled against the night sky. The EBC building stood tall and imposing. A video titled "The Two Faces of the Hero Kim Soo-hyuk and His Shocking History" was trending online. The comment section was a mixture of support and harsh criticism. One commenter wrote, "That firefighter almost cost me my life." Meanwhile, Taesung, the video's creator, received a message. Looks like the video's creating quite the buzz." "Nice job. Keep up the great work," his superior said. Taesung smirked, his eyes gleaming with a malicious intent. "I want him to realize the consequences of messing with me," he thought. More comments flooded in, some particularly scathing. "You guys are really sticking up for him, but being a firefighter doesn't automatically warrant praise." "Kim Soo-hyuk almost killed someone," another added. "Can't believe he dragged his comrades to such a dangerous place. If you want to die, just die alone." A final comment read, "Firefighters who can't cooperate with the team should just get fired right away." A young man, his nose bandaged, looked on with worry. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the cityscape. Buildings of varying heights stood silhouetted against the fading light. Kim Soo-hyuk, a man with short, dark hair, walked with a determined stride along a city street. His footsteps echoed rhythmically on the pavement. His eyes, however, betrayed a deep weariness. They darted around, seemingly searching for something or perhaps someone, lost in thought. He let out a heavy sigh. Internally, he wrestled with a difficult truth. Continuing his walk, he acknowledged the weight of his past actions. He couldn't deny the trouble he'd caused his colleagues. A week later, Soo-hyuk found himself back at Chernil Fire Station. A murmur rippled through the station. His colleagues whispered amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. One openly questioned the nature of his sudden, solo demonstration. Others openly wondered how the once mighty Kim Soo-hyuk had come to this. A poster at Chernil Station declared that firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk should be fired immediately, a statement issued by the Good Society Association. Soo-hyuk, a young man with dark hair and concerned eyes, reacted to the poster with a look of worry and distress. He walked down a corridor, muttering to himself that he just needed to ignore it. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the quiet hallway. Suddenly, a voice angrily demanded to know what he was doing there. Soo-hyuk, startled, quietly pleaded for a moment of their time. He was roughly told to leave. A man, his face contorted in anger, shoved Soo-hyuk, who stumbled back, wincing in pain. Despite this, Soo-hyuk realized he needed to speak with the man, a thought that filled him with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He approached the man again, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve. The man, identifying himself as Kim Taesung, the assistant director of the mega documentary, asked for a moment of Soo-hyuk's time. Soo-hyuk, clearly surprised, looked on in confusion. They sat down together, Soo-hyuk expressing surprise at the unexpected meeting. The air was thick with unspoken tension. A young man with bandages on his nose anxiously addressed another man, his concern evident in his wide eyes. "Aren't you saying anything?" The second man, older and more composed, responded thoughtfully. It was clear to him what the recent articles were attempting to do. He continued, "Well, there are elements of truth to the articles, but they've been grossly distorted by malicious intent." The older man's gaze fell upon the image of a firefighter, the Gyeonggi-do Fire Station Chernil Rescue Team logo clearly visible on his uniform. A large red X marked over the image. He summarized the article's intent grimly. "It's like they're trying to absolutely destroy you by dehumanizing you." The younger man clenched his fists, a silent admission of his own failings. "Of course," he muttered, "I'm the worst person here." He continued, his voice barely a whisper, because despite knowing everything, he confessed as an action, "I've remained silent out of fear of the repercussions." The weight of his silence hung heavy in the air. In that case, the following day dawned over Chernil Fire Station, the sun illuminating the city skyline. Inside, Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter in his orange uniform, knelt, offering a small piece of cheese to his ginger cat. He asked, "Is it tasty cheese?" The cat lapped up the cheese. Soo-hyuk then playfully added, "Promise me you'll play with me after eating this, okay?" The cat finished its treat. Soo-hyuk's playful demeanor shifted. He complained, "You little brat, how come you only play with Youngwoo and never with me?" "Huh?" The cat, seemingly unfazed, batted at Soo-hyuk's hand. Suddenly a voice boomed, "Hey, Soo-hyuk." Soo-hyuk, startled, turned to see his colleagues. He stammered, "Gee guys, what's wrong?" One of them, holding a smartphone displaying a news article, exclaimed, "How'd you do this?" The article detailed the unexpected resignation of Kim Seo-hyung, the director of the acclaimed mega documentary series. The headline read, "The director quit." The scene opens with Kim Soo-hyuk, a young firefighter, cradling a rescued kitten. His colleagues surround him. Their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. "How were you able to pull off something like this?" One of them exclaimed, suspicion coloring his tone. Another chimed in, "Don't tell me you're actually some CEO's secret son." Soo-hyuk chuckled, shaking his head. "Oh, come on, you know that's not true." Soo-hyuk's colleagues pressed him further, their curiosity piqued. "Then how exactly did you make this happen?" One of them demanded, still skeptical of Soo-hyuk's seemingly miraculous rescue. The kitten, still nestled in Soo-hyuk's arms, let out a soft mew. Soo-hyuk's eyes flickered, a hint of something unreadable in their depths. He remained silent, his expression unyielding. In that moment, a decision formed in his mind. He knew he couldn't reveal the truth just yet. Suddenly, another firefighter, his face bearing a fresh bandage, rushed in, his voice laced with urgency. "What?" Soo-hyuk's gaze hardened. "Not everyone can be brave," he began, his voice low and steady. "That's why there are firefighters like us." But then, a flashback, a harrowing scene of a previous rescue gone wrong. He had been reckless, jeopardizing not only his own life, but the lives of his colleagues. The image of a fellow firefighter trapped under rubble flashed before his eyes. Actually, being brave can lead to recklessness, Soo-hyuk admitted, the weight of his past mistakes heavy on his shoulders. He continued, his voice firm despite the turmoil within. "Jeopardizing not only my life, but others too. And there's no particular reason I'm choosing to remain silent." He looked determined, ready to face the consequences of his confession, even if it meant facing resentment from his peers. "Even though some may resent me," he concluded, his resolve unwavering. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young rescue worker with a bandage on his nose, sat across from a concerned colleague. He confessed, "I know I've got people who will always believe in me." Soo-hyuk continued, his voice laced with self-doubt, "But I don't think I'm a perfect person who merits everyone's love. That's what kept me going this whole time." His colleague offered simple, yet profound advice. "So, just do whatever you want." The scene shifted. A different colleague reacted with surprise. "So he went ahead and got the director fired?" Two other rescue workers discussed the situation. One of them stated, "It seems like his subordinates have been putting up with him for quite some time. There were quite a number of voice recordings." The other rescue worker responded, "Well, it served that bastard right, but what about your articles? What are people saying about you?" Soo-hyuk, with a carefree attitude, replied, "Well, it's pretty much the same." His colleague looked at him incredulously. "Hey, you think this is some joke? Are you sure you don't want to do anything about this?" Soo-hyuk calmly responded, "I mean, yeah, it's not like the articles are lying." His colleague pleaded with him, "Please, Soo-hyuk, stop acting like everything is okay. It's too painful for us to watch." Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. That being said, the clock read 7:21 a.m. Recently, public opinion had turned against Soo-hyuk. His independent actions, while often successful, were seen by some as detrimental to overall teamwork. Critics questioned whether countless lives would have been saved if he'd followed protocol. However, many others defended him, pointing to his successful rescues, including his heroic actions during the Chernil Station incident, where he single-handedly evacuated everyone, even risking his own life. Famous idols Y and S were among those who publicly supported him. To be continued. The reader is reminded that this is a work of fiction. The test results are in. The diagnosis is revealed to be PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. A doctor explains that the patient is showing some symptoms, along with mild depression. The doctor asks the patient, Kim Soo-hyuk, if he can recall any difficult situations from his past. Soo-hyuk hesitates. Soo-hyuk ponders the question, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He replies that he doesn't really remember, claiming that even small problems are fine. Soo-hyuk admits he can think of a few difficult situations, but he doesn't consider them a big deal. He explains that if he gets treated for them, he thinks everyone else should too. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a pink coat and carrying a light-colored handbag, entered a modern, brightly lit office. She approached a reception desk where a nurse sat. A door opened, and a man with short dark hair, wearing a dark jacket, emerged. He appeared tired but relieved. The woman rushed to greet him. Soo-hyuk, how was it? Did it go well? He replied, yes, it was okay. She pressed him further. What did you talk about? Soo-hyuk shrugged. Nothing in particular, really. The woman insisted. Please tell me even if it's nothing. Soo-hyuk sighed. Well, I'm just tired and stressed out. It's something that everyone experiences these days. You don't need to worry. She nodded slowly, then brightened. Anyway, I'm hungry. What should we have for lunch? A cheerful cartoon cat appeared, meowing playfully. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker recently returned from a leave, greeted his colleagues with a simple hello. A small orange cat meowed nearby. Soo-hyuk called out to his colleague, Park Junwoo, who was sitting at his desk. He sounded relieved to see him. Another colleague rushed over, concerned about Soo-hyuk's well-being after his recent hospital stay. Soo-hyuk reassured them that he was fine. His return was met with sarcastic but good-natured clapping from his colleagues, who joked about the reduction in workload his presence would bring. Soo-hyuk's early return from the hospital sparked speculation among his team about the vacancy in Rescue Team 3. Soo-hyuk worried that his cat, Cheese, would no longer pay him attention after his absence. Suddenly, an emergency call came in for Rescue Team 3. The team sprang into action, rushing to respond to the emergency. Soo-hyuk, despite his earlier concerns, felt a sense of duty and asked his colleagues for details about the situation. A tense situation unfolds. A report comes in, a suicide attempt on the roof of an apartment building. Below, a crowd gathers, their murmurs of concern rising as they witness the unfolding drama from a distance. On the rooftop, a young man, Nam-hoon, stands on the precipice, his voice filled with despair as he cries out that he hates everything. Nam-hoon contemplates the finality of his actions, the weight of his decision heavy upon him. He questions the point of continuing to live, especially with the burden of his own suffering. An older man, presumably Nam-hoon's father, desperately tries to reason with him, reminding him of his mother's unwavering support and sacrifices. Nam-hoon lashes out, rejecting his father's attempts at comfort and understanding. He accuses his father of pretending to know everything about his struggles. He declares his intention to jump, ignoring the pleas of his father. Meanwhile, a rescue team arrives on the scene, sirens wailing. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, leads the team, barking orders to prepare the safety mat as they race against time to save Nam-hoon. Two rescue workers, clad in bright orange uniforms, sprint up a flight of stairs, their movements urgent and determined. The word running is prominently displayed above them. One of the rescue workers, his face etched with exertion, glances upward, his breathing heavy, sweat beads on his brow. His expression shifts to one of dawning realization, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise. More sweat trickles down his face. A thought crosses his mind. Somehow it feels like the rescue worker, whose name is Nam-hoon, calls out to his colleague, Sang-tae, urging him to stop. Sang-tae hesitates, then asks if they can split up for a moment. Nam-hoon's concern is evident. Sang-tae questions Nam-hoon's intentions, wondering what he plans to do on the second floor. His tone is inquisitive, laced with apprehension. Nam-hoon explains that he will handle the roof, leaving Sang-tae to continue his search. He reassures Sang-tae, urging him to run. Meanwhile, a man on the roof is seen struggling, seemingly in distress. Another man, presumably a superior, shouts at him to think things through properly. The man on the roof ignores his superior, shouting back to be left alone. He is clearly agitated and defiant. A tense scene unfolds on a rooftop. A man, his face etched with worry, is perched precariously on the edge. He wears an orange rescue helmet and vest, his body tense. A voice, seemingly from an unseen source, warns him, choosing to jump, you'll regret it right away. The man's hands are raised, palms outward, as if pleading. His desperate plea follows, so please stop. Suddenly, another man appears, running towards the rooftop. He's startled, shouting, what the hell? When did the firefighters get here? The man on the edge is overwhelmed with panic. His eyes are wide, his body trembling. He slips, losing his footing. The rescuer calls out, I told you not to come. The falling man's eyes widen in terror as he plummets. He falls with a loud thud. Below, onlookers gasp and point upwards in horror as they witness the fall. The man impacts the ground with a sickening crunch. A collective cry of shock erupts from crowd. A rescue operation unfolds against the backdrop of a bustling city. A man plummets from a considerable height, his fall punctuated by cries of alarm. He's falling, someone shouts, the urgency palpable. Below, a team of rescue workers frantically prepares a safety net, but their efforts seem to fall short. No, one of them cries, the mat isn't done yet. From a nearby apartment building, a figure in a rescue worker's uniform leaps into action. A window opens, and a man emerges, his movements swift and decisive. He descends with practiced ease, his foot landing precisely on a rung of a fire escape ladder. With a powerful jump, he propels himself towards the falling man. He manages to grab the falling man, his grip firm and unwavering. The falling man's face is contorted in a mixture of terror and surprise. The rescuer struggles to maintain his balance as he attempts to break the man's fall. They crash to the ground, the impact sending a shock wave through the area. A trail of red energy emanates from the point of impact. A murmur ripples through the onlookers. What was that? Someone asks, their voice laced with confusion and awe. The rescuer and the man he saved lie on the ground, the rescuer seemingly unharmed. The onlookers begin to recognize the rescuer. Someone popped out of the window, one exclaims. Another adds, it's firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk. A question hangs in the air. Kim Soo-hyuk? Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker, sat panting, sweat dripping from his brow. He had just completed a daring rescue, his orange uniform slightly askew. A bystander clapped, exclaiming, that's cool. That's awesome, firefighter. Are you okay? Soo-hyuk trembled, tears welling in his eyes. The physical exertion was nothing compared to the emotional toll. He muttered to himself, it's not like anybody wants to take care of me. A wave of despair washed over him. His thoughts echoed, why won't they let me die? I'm a good-for-nothing human being. He slumped to the ground, the bystander kneeling beside him, concerned. Later that night, Soo-hyuk found himself in his bed at home. He woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, a pained expression on his face. His girlfriend, startled by his sudden awakening, watched him anxiously. Kim Soo-hyuk awoke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. His girlfriend, whose name is not yet revealed, stirred beside him, her brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong, Soo-hyuk? What happened? She asked softly. Soo-hyuk, still shaken, mumbled, no, nothing. I just had a nightmare. She offered him some hot tea, a gesture of comfort. He declined, his mind still racing. The lingering unease was palpable. Soo-hyuk sat up, his expression grim. Shit, I can't forget that guy I saw today. The nightmare, it seemed, was more than just a dream. A wave of anxiety washed over him. And what's this anxious feeling? Later that night, Soo-hyuk trudged through the city streets, carrying a heavy metal box. The weight of it seemed to mirror the weight on his mind. He faltered, his steps heavy with exhaustion and a profound sense of weariness. This dirty world, how dare they stop me from dying at my own will? He muttered to himself, his voice laced with bitterness and resentment. Suddenly, a small, almost imperceptible pop echoed from a box. Something was happening. A dark liquid poured from a small crack in the box, staining the ground. Soo-hyuk stared, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Well, okay. A lighter flickered to life, the small flame casting dancing shadows on the man's desperate face. He held it aloft, tears streaming down his face as a grim resolve hardened his features. His whispered words carried the weight of his decision. Then I'll leave them no choice but to kill me. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. Night falls over a quiet residential street in South Korea. The scene is set against the backdrop of a typical urban landscape, with apartment buildings and small businesses lining the streets. The air is still, and the only sounds are the distant hum of traffic and the occasional chirp of crickets. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a weary expression, walks along the pavement. He exhales, a quiet fume escaping his lips as he takes a step. He continues his walk, his shoulders slumped. He admits to himself that he couldn't sleep again. The lack of sleep weighs on him. Soo-hyuk considers the reason for his exhaustion. He wonders if it's because he hasn't used up all his energy. He decides to do some push-ups, hoping to alleviate his fatigue. The sound of his body moving accompanies his exertion. He finishes his exercise, breathing heavily. Nearby, he hears the hushed whispers and giggles of two women. He is surprised to see them out so late. Soo-hyuk decides to finish his walk and head home. He feels it's best to avoid any unnecessary encounters. Suddenly, his phone rings. He sees that it's Young-woo calling. He wonders why Young-woo is calling him at this hour. Jung-woo's voice urgently informs Soo-hyuk that there's an emergency dispatch. A wave of intense heat washed over Soo-hyuk. His eyes widened, reflecting the inferno raging around him. A silent scream echoed in his mind. A frantic voice crackled through his radio. Even the off-duty guys have been called to the scene. So hurry. There's a huge fire. The scene unfolded before him. Chernil Market, engulfed in a raging inferno. The tidal market flare blazed across the screen. The crackling flames intensified, consuming everything in their path. A chilling announcement echoed. At Chernil Market, Episode 70 began. Soo-hyuk, already sprinting towards the inferno, muttered, "My God, this is terrible." Two bystanders watched in horror as firefighters struggled to contain a blaze. One cried out, "Is Mr. O safe? He owns the fishery. Please don't enter beyond this point." News of the disaster spread rapidly. A reporter announced to the murmuring crowd, "Breaking news. A huge fire has just broken out at Shernil Market, located in Hyeondong-gu, Shernil City." A seasoned firefighter, his face strained with exertion, fought valiantly against the flames. The searing heat intensified, the flames licking hungrily at the Shernil Market building. Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, felt the inferno's breath on his neck, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Sweat beaded on his brow as he fought to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. The Shernil Market was engulfed in a raging inferno, a monstrous blaze that defied explanation. The intensity of the fire was unlike anything Soo-hyuk had ever witnessed. He stood amidst his team, their backs to the viewer, silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. The scene was one of controlled chaos. The firefighters were prepared, but the sheer scale of the disaster was daunting. One of Soo-hyuk's fellow firefighters voiced his concern. The speed at which the fire spread was alarming, making immediate entry impossible. Soo-hyuk gripped his radio, his knuckles white. He barked orders, demanding the immediate preparation of the fire hoses. Despite his experience, Soo-hyuk found himself baffled. The speed and intensity of the blaze were inexplicable, defying any logical explanation. He clenched his fist, frustration evident. A wave of déjà vu washed over him. He realized that every detail of the unfolding disaster mirrored a past event from his previous life. While minor variations existed, the overall sequence of events was strikingly similar to his past experience. The memories were fragmented, but the uncanny resemblance was undeniable. Yet, despite the familiarity, Soo-hyuk had no recollection of this specific, massive fire. The lack of memory was a puzzle that deepened his confusion and fueled his determination to understand. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his expression one of pained surprise. His eyes are wide, his mouth slightly agape, and beads of sweat cling to his forehead. The word, "You're here," is visible in his speech bubble, suggesting a sudden and unexpected arrival. The camera pulls back to reveal a fire raging in a building. Three firefighters, clad in protective gear, assess the situation. One of them, his face partially obscured by a mask, states that the fire is being intentionally set using oil and that the whole thing is planned. The focus shifts to a firefighter, his face grim beneath his mask. He cautions against rushing into the building, emphasizing the need for careful and precise extinguishment of the flames. A single word escapes him, "Oh." A sudden close-up on a man's eye, showing a flinch of alarm. The image suggests a moment of intense fear or surprise. From the rooftop of the burning building, a man is seen tossing something into the flames below. The word "toss" appears above him, indicating his action. The man on the rooftop, his face contorted in a grimace, continues to throw objects into the inferno. The intensity of the fire is palpable. The perspective shifts to a firefighter, his back to the viewer, silhouetted against the raging flames. The scene emphasizes the scale of the disaster and the firefighter's solitary position. A man, his face etched with worry, observes the scene from a distance. He mutters, "It's him." He begins to run towards the fire, his movements swift and determined. The word "dash" appears, underscoring his haste. Amidst a chaotic scene of flashing lights and billowing smoke, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself amidst a raging inferno. His fellow firefighters, faces obscured by gas masks, looked on with a mixture of concern and alarm. Soo-hyuk, however, was already in motion, sprinting towards the heart of the blaze. His colleagues shouted after him, their voices barely audible above the roar of the flames, questioning his reckless dash into danger. He pushed forward, ignoring their calls, the heat intense against his skin. The weight of his oxygen tank felt heavy, a constant reminder of the life-or-death stakes. His face, partially visible through his mask, was etched with grim determination. He muttered to himself, taking responsibility for the unfolding disaster. "This is all my fault. It's because..." The scene shifted. Soo-hyuk was now being pulled away from the fire, his body limp. A horrified realization washed over him. "I changed history." But even in this altered reality, his resolve remained unshaken. He knew he couldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. "But there's no way I'm about to let this happen." He surged back towards the inferno, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. His internal monologue echoed his determination. "I can't let people die because of me." Suddenly, a holographic interface flickered into existence before his eyes. A mission briefing appeared, outlining the situation: a fire in an old market, with 32 civilians trapped. The message was clear: rescue all civilians. Soo-hyuk moved with renewed vigor, the crackling flames seeming to respond to his determined advance. The scene opens amidst a raging inferno. A firefighter, silhouetted against the blaze, bravely advances into the heart of the fire. His face, partially obscured by his mask, is etched with strain. Sweat beads on his brow, and tears stream down his cheeks. Suddenly, a translucent blue shield materializes around him, a word appearing above it, shield. Propelled forward by an unseen force, the firefighter sprints through the flames, the word sprint echoing the speed of his movement. Despite the protective shield, the intense heat begins to overwhelm him. He struggles against the inferno's relentless assault. He mutters, "Damn it, the heat's going through the shield." The shield begins to crumble under the pressure. A section of the building collapses, sending debris raining down. He cries out, "SH*T." He is struck by a falling beam, the impact throwing him to the ground. He groans, "Arg," as he collapses amidst the wreckage, the word thud punctuating his fall. A gloved hand, trembling and shaking, strained against the intense heat. The fiery orange glow illuminated the worn, dirty material, hinting at the desperate struggle within. The scene shifted to a firefighter, his face streaked with sweat and grime, his helmet reflecting the inferno. He urged himself, "Get it together." The camera angle lowered, focusing on the powerful water cannon, its nozzle poised to unleash a torrent against the raging flames. Firefighters battled the blaze, their movements a blur of controlled chaos. One shouted, "Come on, come on, we need dry, chemical extinguishers." Amidst the chaos, another firefighter watched in horror as Soo-hyuk, a colleague, plunged into the heart of the inferno. He muttered, "Soo-hyuk, that bastard, just when..." The firefighter's thoughts raced. He had believed Soo-hyuk was finally out of trouble. He wondered, what made him rush into those flames? Does he plan on killing himself? Suddenly, a gasp escaped him. He saw Soo-hyuk emerge from the flames, and he exclaimed, "What? Kim Soo-hyuk?" Soo-hyuk, coughing and struggling for breath, carried a woman from the burning building. He was clearly exhausted, but determined. More firefighters arrived, tending to the injured. One firefighter urged, "They need emergency care immediately. Hey, are you okay?" The scene opens on a chaotic tableau. A young rescue worker, his face obscured by a helmet, stands amidst the fiery glow of an inferno. Behind him, a seasoned firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, emerges from a smoke-filled building, his uniform bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle. Soo-hyuk's colleagues shout at him, their voices laced with alarm. "Soo-hyuk, where do you think you're going again? Stop right there. You'll die if you go now," they implore, their concern palpable. Soo-hyuk, despite his exhaustion and injuries, lets out a strained laugh. "Well, it's not the first time I've done this, right?" he mutters, a hint of defiance in his tone. His colleague's concern intensifies. "Have you lost your mind? Look at yourself," they exclaim, their voices sharp with worry. One of the firefighters points out the obvious. "You can't even run properly right now." Soo-hyuk's face is etched with pain and determination. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the intensity of the situation. He is clearly in distress, but his resolve remains unshaken. Ignoring his colleagues' pleas, Soo-hyuk pushes past them, his movements jerky but determined. One firefighter attempts to stop him, but Soo-hyuk pushes past, his resolve unwavering. He sprints towards the heart of the blaze, his figure silhouetted against the raging inferno. His colleagues shout his name, Kim Soo-hyuk, in a mixture of fear and desperate hope. Close up on Soo-hyuk's determined face, partially obscured by his respirator. His expression is one of grim resolve, his eyes fixed on his objective. A seasoned rescue worker, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his helmet, surveys a scene of unfolding chaos. A sense of unease washes over him. Something feels profoundly wrong. The word flare explodes across the page, a visual representation of the escalating danger. A building is engulfed in flames, the inferno raging with terrifying intensity. Amidst the fiery chaos, a figure lies prone on the ground, the heat radiating around him. The sound of crackling fire and a whooshing gust of wind accompany his fall. The injured man, his face partially visible, lies amidst the inferno. He observes the scene with a strange mixture of awe and resignation. He clenches his fist, a grim expression twisting his features. His internal monologue reveals a dark acceptance of his fate, even a perverse sense of satisfaction in shared destruction. He believes that others should leave him in peace. A second figure, a fellow rescue worker, approaches cautiously. He's clearly shocked by the scene. The newcomer's astonishment grows as he witnesses the impossible, someone walking through the flames. The second rescue worker's face is a mask of disbelief and shock. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, coughed, his face streaked with grime and sweat. He gasped, a ragged breath escaping his lips as he whispered, "You." His body, battered and bruised, was covered in dust and debris. The scene was one of utter devastation. To be continued. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. A building is engulfed in flames, the scene chaotic and intense. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. A desperate struggle against the inferno is underway. The word blaze is emblazoned across the image, emphasizing the intensity of the fire. Amidst the inferno, an elderly civilian coughs, struggling to breathe in the thick, smoke-filled air. "Oh, it's so hot," they gasped. A firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, burst through the flames, his hose spraying water with a powerful swoosh. He shouts encouragement to the trapped civilian. "Hang in there." Soo-hyuk grimaces, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Damn it, by the time I finish extinguishing these flames, it'll be too late," he thinks anxiously. He wrestles with a difficult decision. Should I just go in now? He questions himself. He hesitates, the flames proving too intense for a direct approach. No, the flames are too strong, he mutters, collapsing slightly. However, the thought of the civilian's fate spurs him on. But if I don't do something now, there's no telling what might happen to that civilian. Amidst a raging inferno, firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk found himself grappling with a terrifying question. What should I do? He strained, his face contorted with exertion as he desperately tried to pull an elderly woman from the heart of the blaze. The intense heat beat down on them both. His fellow firefighters watched, their own faces etched with worry and concern as the situation grew increasingly critical. Soo-hyuk, despite the danger, managed to pull the woman to safety, reassuring her with a strained, "You're okay now." He carefully lifted her, his muscles screaming in protest against the strain. The woman looked up at him, her eyes wide with fear and gratitude. With a surge of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk sprinted from the inferno, carrying the woman to safety. He collapsed, exhausted but relieved, as his fellow firefighters rushed to his side. Soo-hyuk, despite his relief, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Tears welled in his eyes behind his mask. Another firefighter approached, calling out to him, "Hey, Kim Gu-dash." The inferno raged. Amidst the chaos, a firefighter, Kim Soo-hyuk, his face grim beneath his helmet, fought his way through the flames. He muttered to himself, questioning why he was still there in the midst of such devastation. Soo-hyuk stumbled, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. He was exhausted, but a chilling realization struck him. There was still one civilian unaccounted for. The fire continued to spread, consuming the building. The scene was one of intense destruction. Weakened but resolute, Soo-hyuk pushed onward, only to be confronted by a desperate figure. The man, startled, exclaimed in disbelief at Soo-hyuk's reappearance. The civilian, agitated, demanded an explanation for Soo-hyuk's presence, questioning why he had pursued him. The civilian, cornered, warned Soo-hyuk to stay back, threatening to ignite more gasoline. He was clearly prepared to die rather than be captured. Suddenly, a strange energy pulsed from the civilian's hands. He seemed to be exhibiting some sort of unexpected power. The scene opens with a dramatic impact. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lies on the ground, his orange uniform stained with grime and blood. He groans in pain, his body clearly injured. Above him, a man, his face contorted in rage, struggles against restraints. "What the hell? You son of a b**********, he shouts, his voice filled with fury. Despite his injuries, Soo-hyuk focuses his mind sharp. He uses his strength to squeeze and lift the man, his actions defying his pain. He manages to hoist the attacker onto his shoulders, the man screaming in protest, "Ah!" Soo-hyuk carries his burden, his steps heavy but determined. The attacker continues to plead, "Let go. I said let go of me. Why are you doing this?" Soo-hyuk ignores the pleas, his expression grim. "Shut up," he commands, his voice low and dangerous. Soo-hyuk explains his actions. "I'm not in the mood for a lengthy chat with you. This isn't for your sake. It's about my own convictions." He continues, "When you get out, you'll have to pay the price for committing arson." The attacker's face is a mask of fear and despair as he clenches his jaw. The acrid smell of smoke hung heavy in the air. A young man, his face streaked with grime and sweat, glared up at his rescuer. "Don't with me. You don't even care why I did this in the first place. You think rescuing me will solve everything? You irresponsible bastards." His rescuer, a man in a bright orange rescue worker uniform, sighed. "I know folks like you," he continued, his tone softening slightly. "On the outside, you tell me I should value my life and hang on to hope. But deep down, you just see me as a social misfit." The young man's voice cracked. "Do you even know what it's like to grow up with my parents? You would have done the same if you were in my shoes." He choked back a sob. "An orphan." His rescuer stared, clearly taken aback by the revelation. The young man looked away, his voice barely a whisper. "Just as you don't know my pain, I don't understand yours." His face was a mask of exhaustion and despair. A comforting voice echoed, a balm against the chaos. "But there's always a way to find someone who'll be with you, even if it's not your parents." Kim Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, was being carried. His breaths hitched, each one a testament to his exertion. The scene shifted, revealing the source of the rescue. Amidst the fiery wreckage, a fellow rescuer, his face partially obscured, shouted, "Kim Soo-hyuk." Soo-hyuk, still being carried, gasped, sank. His legs, unsteady, wobbled as he was moved. The word wobble appeared, emphasizing his precarious state. Despite his condition, a quiet satisfaction settled over him. He thought, "I did it. I made sure no one died." Soo-hyuk, still weak, was carefully carried away from the inferno. The sound of escaping steam was depicted as FSHHH. His face, a mask of exhaustion and pain, was close up. The sound of his labored breathing was again depicted as FSHHH. Kim Soo-hyuk, a rescue worker with a decade of experience, found himself in a desperate struggle. Grime covered his face, sweat beaded on his brow, as he strained under the weight of a heavy sack, his mouth open in a silent scream of exertion. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. He staggered, the weight of his burden momentarily forgotten. He looked down to see a shadowy figure, its hand clamped down on his arm, the force of the grip evident in the contorted expression on Soo-hyuk's face. Soo-hyuk, despite the pain, fought back with surprising strength. He grappled with his attacker, a desperate struggle for survival. The impact of their struggle sent both men tumbling, a chaotic flurry of motion ending with a deafening explosion. Amidst the smoke and debris, another figure emerged, a fellow rescue worker, his face etched with horror as he rushed to Soo-hyuk's aid. Soo-hyuk's eyes fluttered closed, his vision blurring as darkness threatened to consume him. But even as death seemed imminent, a surge of energy coursed through him, a blinding flash of light accompanying a deafening boom. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors before settling on a new reality. A massive inferno consumed the building, flames leaping and twisting in a terrifying dance of destruction. Amidst the chaos, two rescue workers, their faces obscured by gas masks, battled the intense heat and smoke, desperately trying to navigate the ravaged structure. One of them, his eyes wide with fear and determination, checked his watch. Soo-hyuk, one of the rescue workers, stumbled through the inferno, his body battered and bruised, tears streaming down his soot-stained face. He was clearly injured and struggling to breathe. A sudden, intense gust of wind and fire swept through the area. His colleague cried out in anguish, "Soo-hyuk, no!" Soo-hyuk was engulfed by the flames, his form silhouetted against the intense orange glow. Another desperate cry of "Soo-hyuk" echoed through the inferno. Another rescue worker, his face streaked with sweat and grime, yelled, "We need reinforcements right now. Get the fire extinguishers. Come on." Soo-hyuk, amidst the fiery chaos, thought to himself, "Is this how it ends?" A faint smile touched his lips. He thought, "Haha, I guess there's no way for me to survive this time. But at least, I managed to save everyone." The intense heat engulfed Kim Soo-hyuk, his vision blurring as searing pain consumed him. His decade-long career as a rescue worker ended in a catastrophic inferno. Then darkness. But as the void threatened to claim him entirely, a strange message materialized before his eyes. Final quest. The university hospital loomed, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos Soo-hyuk had just escaped. It was night, the city lights twinkling distantly. Inside, two men anxiously awaited the doctor's report, their faces etched with worry. The doctor, a man with glasses, emerged, his expression grim. Approaching the doctor, one of the men began, "Doc." The doctor, overcome with emotion, could only offer a silent, tearful nod. The doctor explained the severity of Soo-hyuk's injuries. He suffered critical burns all over his body. He barely has any skin tissues remaining. His words painted a grim picture. More importantly, his lungs have suffered extensive damage. The seasoned rescue worker, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, stared intently at the monitor. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room. Two other figures stood behind him, their expressions grim. They spoke in hushed tones, their words heavy with the weight of the situation. Even if the patient miraculously survived, a normal life was highly unlikely. The rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor filled the sterile air. The patient lay in a hospital bed, his body heavily bandaged, the steady beeping a stark contrast to the stillness of his form. A closer look revealed the extent of his injuries. Deep, ragged wounds marred his chest, a grim testament to the severity of the accident. Suddenly, a fiery flash engulfed the scene. A massive explosion rocked the building, sending debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a single eye, wide with shock and pain, stared out from the inferno. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, found himself amidst the wreckage, his breathing ragged, his body battered but alive. Amidst a fiery inferno, Kim Soo-hyuk awoke with a gasp. Disoriented, he muttered, "Where am I?" Then, a wave of memory washed over him. Oh, I remember. The scene before him was one of intense heat and destruction. He recognized it instantly. This is where I died, before reincarnating. The realization settled upon him. I see. Everything was a dream after all. Soo-hyuk, soot-stained and weary, stared at his hands. A question formed in his mind. Did I finally come back to reality? He shook his head, a grim expression on his face. Yeah, none of it made any sense to begin with. A name echoed in his thoughts, a confirmation of his identity. Kim Soo-hyuk. He looked down at his fire-resistant gear, a familiar weight settling upon him. A quiet observation escaped his lips. It's been a while. To be continued. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, ravaged by fire. Amidst the smoldering rubble, Kim Soo-hyuk, a firefighter, lies injured, his uniform torn and dirty. A shadowy figure stands silently in the background, observing the devastation. Soo-hyuk, his face streaked with grime and sweat, struggles to focus. A voice, seemingly disembodied, speaks to him. It's been a while, Kim Soo-hyuk. Confusion clouds his eyes. He looks up, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. The voice continues, barely audible. You're... Soo-hyuk's expression hardens. He stands, his body radiating an almost supernatural energy. The word blaze erupts across the page in fiery letters. Episode 72. The disembodied voice asks, how was it? Soo-hyuk remains silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, he replies to the voice, what was it like this time? He questions the voice, what do you mean? The voice responds, you saved more people than before, right? Were you satisfied? The intense heat radiated from the inferno, licking at the edges of Kim Soo-hyuk's scorched uniform. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, was etched with a grim determination. He was surrounded by the devastation of a raging fire, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning wood. Soo-hyuk, amidst the chaos, muttered to himself, like hell I'd be satisfied. His thoughts turned inward. He reflected, nothing changed in the end, so why would I be satisfied? I may have grown stronger and gained various skills, but there are still people I failed to save even when they were right in front of me. This is all because I'm a useless bastard. Someone else should have been given this chance, not me. A flicker of something akin to understanding crossed his features. A fellow firefighter, observing Soo-hyuk's pained expression, offered a quiet observation. Looks like you finally understand. Soo-hyuk, startled, could only manage a weak what? His colleague knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. He asked, Soo-hyuk, why did you want to become a firefighter? Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. He responded, slightly defensively. What are you saying all of a sudden? I'm asking what motivated you to become a firefighter. Two firefighters, amidst the chaos of a raging inferno, exchange worried glances. One, holding a radio, confesses, I don't know. It's been so long that I don't even remember. The other urges him, try again, because you definitely do. The firefighter with the radio visibly flinches as a memory surfaces. His companion's words trigger a recollection. It's when you were rescued by a firefighter for the very first time. The scene shifts to a close-up of the radio. His colleague presses him further. No matter how young you were back then, you do remember it, right? A wide shot reveals the intense blaze engulfing a city block. The flames roar, consuming buildings. Amidst the inferno, a young boy is trapped, crying out in terror, Wah! A firefighter, sprinting into the heart of the fire, reaches the boy. He reassures him, it's okay, kid. I've got you. But the danger is far from over. More civilians are trapped, and the firefighter realizes the situation is dire. He exclaims, oh no, more civilians. Damn it, the flames are too strong. Desperate parents, overcome with fear and anguish, plead for their child's safety. Our kid. Please save our kid first. The scene opens amidst the chaos of a raging inferno. Firefighter Kim Soo-hyuk, his face grim with determination, clutches a terrified young boy close, shielding him from the intense heat. The boy cries out, HRGH. Moments later, the boy, still in Soo-hyuk's arms, cries out for his parents. A woman's voice, filled with anguish, wails, Mom, Dad, no, Soo-hyuk, my poor baby. The boy has been rescued. Despite the successful rescue, the situation remains critical. Another firefighter shouts, SH*T, the flames are growing stronger by the minute. Soo-hyuk, undeterred, declares his intention to save the remaining civilians. His fellow firefighter warns him against it, exclaiming, are you crazy? You'll die if you head in now. Soo-hyuk calmly responds that he will extinguish the flames from the front, one step at a time. A massive plume of smoke and fire erupts from the building. Another firefighter states that this is the best they can do for now. The scene shifts to a peaceful, sunny day. The Meadow Orphanage, a cheerful building with a playground, is shown. Young Soo-hyuk, barely a boy, sat on a park bench, watching other children play. A giggle escaped his lips as he observed their joyful antics. His expression was a mixture of wistful longing and quiet amusement. His quiet contemplation was interrupted. A woman's voice called out, Soo-hyuk. A woman, presumably his mother, approached, her tone gentle yet firm. She asked, what are you doing, sweetie? Would you like to go to the amusement park with mommy? Soo-hyuk remained seated, his gaze fixed on a group of older boys engaged in a heated argument near the playground equipment. Their words were harsh, their gestures aggressive. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a deep sadness, a memory of pain. One of the older boys, startled by Soo-hyuk's sudden stillness, exclaimed, Huh? What the? Another boy asked, What's wrong with him? Soo-hyuk, overwhelmed by a surge of painful memories, began to cry. The other boy, concerned, asked, Did you make him cry? The first boy defensively replied, Of course not. The scene shifts. We see Soo-hyuk as an adult, a firefighter, his face etched with a weariness of countless harrowing rescues. A voiceover reflects on a pivotal moment in his life. That's when you decided to become a firefighter. You wanted to ensure that no one else had to experience what you did. Amidst the fiery chaos of a raging inferno, Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, reflected on a past decision. He muttered, "Yeah, that's what I thought back then." But a profound shift occurred within him. Soo-hyuk's expression hardened as he realized a crucial truth. "But now I've realized." The weight of his past actions bore down on him. He confessed that some things can't be achieved solely through determination. "My decisions put others in jeopardy." His self-deprecation continued. "Haha, can't believe I'm this pathetic, even after getting a second chance at life. I'm so useless." The scene shifted to show Soo-hyuk amidst the inferno, his face partially obscured by the smoke and flames. A fellow firefighter, observing Soo-hyuk's distress, offered a blunt assessment. "You gave that arsonist a big speech, but when it comes down to it, you're no different." Soo-hyuk, his face etched with exhaustion and self-doubt, could only manage a questioning expression. He reacted defensively to the criticism, asking, "What are you talking?" Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area, interrupting his words and leaving him speechless. Disoriented, Soo-hyuk and his fellow firefighter looked around, bewildered. One of them questioned, "Huh? What's going on?" A flash of light then illuminated the scene. Kim Soo-hyuk, a young firefighter, his face streaked with grime and sweat, stared blankly ahead. A sense of disorientation clouded his mind. Above him, on a nearby monitor, the face of his superior, Sang-tae, was visible, his expression one of grim concern. Sang-tae's voice, sharp with worry, cut through the silence. "Sang-tae," he exclaimed, his words laced with disbelief. "Has that bastard Kim Soo-hyuk lost his mind? Why is he wreaking havoc all on his own?" Another officer, seated at a nearby desk, added his own frustrated comment. He scoffed, "That son of a b*** doesn't deserve to be a firefighter." Soo-hyuk's breath hitched in his chest. Panic threatened to overwhelm him. He was disoriented, confused, and utterly alone in the midst of a chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Sang-tae's voice, though quieter now, carried a note of deep concern. He murmured, "Soo-hyuk has been a big help to Rescue Team 3, sir." The older officer sighed, his words heavy with experience. "I've been in this line of work for almost a decade now, and I've never come across someone who rushes into accident scenes, putting their own life on the line like he does." Sang-tae nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the monitor. "Our team needs him. In fact, this entire fire station does." Soo-hyuk, his own thoughts a jumble of confusion and fear, spoke quietly. "So please let me bear the responsibility instead." He clutched his radio, a silent plea in his eyes. The weight of his past actions and the uncertainty of his present pressed heavily upon him. A bright flash of light momentarily blinded Kim Soo-hyuk. He found himself staring at a fragmented memory, a younger version of himself, his face etched with concern, speaking with a woman with shoulder-length brown hair. The scene shimmered and faded. The image dissolved, leaving Soo-hyuk disoriented and gasping for breath. He was back in his firefighter uniform, the weight of his oxygen tank heavy on his back. A single, whispered word escaped his lips, "Unsong." Soo-hyuk, still recovering from the sudden memory, found himself in a doctor's office. A woman, whom he recognized as his guardian, sat across from a doctor. The doctor addressed her directly. "You're Mr. Kim Soo-hyuk, guardian, right?" The guardian confirmed her identity. The doctor continued, explaining that Soo-hyuk was displaying signs of avoidance behavior, suggesting an awareness of past trauma that he was actively trying to suppress. He then asked the guardian if Soo-hyuk had mentioned anything about it. The guardian paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. She remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. She finally responded, admitting that she wasn't sure if Soo-hyuk had shared anything about his trauma with her. She suspected he was simply trying to avoid causing her worry. The doctor inquired if she found this difficult. The guardian admitted to feeling a little disappointed at times. However, she quickly added that Soo-hyuk was sincere in everything he did, a quality that she deeply appreciated. The guardian concluded by stating that she would continue to be supportive of Soo-hyuk, despite his reluctance to share his burdens. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay on the ground, his face streaked with grime and sweat. His breathing was ragged, his eyes wide with exertion. A single tear traced a path through the dirt on his cheek. Another followed, then another, as the weight of his efforts threatened to overwhelm him. His shoulders slumped, the weight of his radio a heavy burden against his chest. A fellow rescuer approached, his expression a mixture of concern and exhaustion. He knelt beside Soo-hyuk. The rescuer placed a hand on Soo-hyuk's shoulder, offering a word of quiet gratitude. "Thanks for not giving up," he murmured. Soo-hyuk, barely audible, replied, "It's about time." The rescuer finished the thought. "We forgive ourselves now." A bright, almost ethereal glow filled the space, punctuated by streaks of vibrant turquoise light that danced across the white expanse. The scene was otherworldly, hinting at a digital realm. Then a message materialized, a digital window appearing as if from nowhere. "Completed quest. Save your own self, Kim Soo-hyuk." The words glowed with a soft, reassuring light. The glow faded, leaving only the stark white background and a simple message at the bottom. "To be continued." The implication hung heavy in the air. This is a work of fiction and should not be construed as a representation of any actual individuals, entities, locations, or events. The Chernil fire station stands tall against a bright, cloud-dappled sky. A bustling city surrounds it. A small orange cat, Cheese, sleeps soundly on a chair. A man, his face etched with concern, pets the cat. He muses that the cat has been occupying Soo-hyuk's seat every day and asks if the cat misses Soo-hyuk too. He mentions he is on his way to see Soo-hyuk and invites the cat along. Another man, looking skeptical, questions the first man's decision to take a cat to the hospital. The first man insists that Cheese is family, not just an ordinary cat. The second man retorts that he should try explaining that to the other patients. The first man reassures Cheese, telling her not to listen to the second man. The second man, now ready, asks if they're all set to go. The two men and Cheese are ready to leave. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience, walked with a determined stride. His gaze was fixed ahead, his shoulders slightly slumped with the weight of countless emergencies. He was accompanied by colleagues, their own expressions reflecting the shared burden of their profession. They continued their walk, the rhythmic thud of their footsteps echoing on the pavement. The sky above was a brilliant blue, a stark contrast to the serious atmosphere surrounding the group. Their destination, the university hospital, a towering structure of glass and steel, stood as a symbol of hope and healing against the backdrop of the clear sky. Episode 73. Inside the hospital, a sense of urgency filled the air. Soo-hyuk, breathless from a sudden exertion, gasped for air. He was clearly in distress. A colleague rushed towards him, concern etched on his face. He called out Soo-hyuk's name, his voice laced with worry. Soo-hyuk, eyes wide with confusion, could only utter a single word, huh. Moments later, Soo-hyuk lay in a hospital bed, his head bandaged. The events leading to his current state remained a blur. His colleague knelt beside him, his face a mask of distress. He cried out Soo-hyuk's name again, his voice filled with anguish and fear. The scene opens with a young man, overcome with grief, tears streaming down his face. His anguished cry, "I can't believe this happened to you." Soo-hyuk echoes the devastation he feels. He addresses someone unseen, asking incredulously, "How did you end up like this?" The camera angle shifts to reveal the object of his sorrow. Kim Soo-hyuk, lying in a hospital bed, his head bandaged, looking dazed and confused. He murmurs, huh, his voice barely a whisper. A woman, presumably Soo-hyuk's companion, approaches the bed. She asks, "But who are you?" Her voice laced with uncertainty. Then, turning to someone off-panel, she inquires, "Do you know him, honey?" The woman's companion responds, "Not a clue. I was sleeping, but he freaked me out. Oh, it's not here." Soo-hyuk, still disoriented, looks around the room, his gaze settling on someone entering. He asks Yuan. Yuan, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, approaches Soo-hyuk, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise. She asks, "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, another man bursts into the room, his voice booming, "Soo-hyuk, my man." Yuan gestures for the newcomer to lower his voice, reminding him that they are in a hospital. She says, "Mind lowering the volume a notch? We're in the hospital." The newcomer, clearly relieved to see Soo-hyuk alive, exclaims, "I seriously thought you were going to die. I've been so worried." Soo-hyuk, still confused, questions, "Wait, why would I die?" The newcomer responds with Soo-hyuk's name, Kim Soo-hyuk. Kim Soo-hyuk awoke to a chorus of voices. "Are you telling the entire planet you finally woke up?" One of them exclaimed, their tone a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Another added, "It's so noisy that it'd take an idiot not to know which ward you're in, kid." A man with a calm, reassuring expression approached Soo-hyuk's bedside. "Good to see you're up and moving." Soo-hyuk's face reflected a mixture of confusion and wonder. He was still processing his miraculous recovery. The conversation shifted to the speed of his recovery. "I still can't wrap my head around it. How did you recover so quickly after suffering serious burns all over your body?" someone asked, genuinely perplexed. Soo-hyuk simply replied, "Oh, about that." He attributed his rapid healing to Yunsong's unwavering care. "Because Yunsong's been taking care of me day and night. You have no idea how much sleep she lost because of me." However, another voice corrected him. "No, it's all because of your incredible stamina, Soo-hyuk." The scene showed a tender moment between Soo-hyuk and Eun-song, their affection evident. A nearby observer commented, "Ah, their love brings tears to my eyes." A new character, seemingly unimpressed by the romantic interlude, interrupted. "Seriously, I was hoping not to see those two lovey-dovey again." "Hold on, get your facts straight." A man in a fedora and suit, Jim Murray, stepped forward, asserting, "You owe it all to me." Mr. Murray explained Soo-hyuk's rapid recovery. "If it wasn't for the nanotechnology treatment from the American Medical Corps, your recovery would have been impossible. I saved your ugly face from becoming even uglier." Soo-hyuk chuckled, "Thank you, sir." Kim Soo-hyuk, a young man with a kind expression, listened intently as an older man in a fedora offered some sage advice. "Don't just say thanks," the older man stated. "If someone has done you a favor, it's only proper to return it." Soo-hyuk, slightly taken aback, politely inquired, What would you like me to do then, sir? The older man chuckled, his response a bit unexpected. Oh, not much. It's just, Jessica has been planning a Mimi's pink house party for 7 days already. It'd be great if you could attend it. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out, I gotta run. Soo-hyuk's hasty departure was met with amusement by 2 other men standing nearby. One of them remarked, You have no idea how much Jessica misses you. The other man added, Aha, I'm so jealous of you, Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk, however, simply replied, Really? Feel free to go instead of me. Nah, I'll pass. Soo-hyuk's companions continued their conversation. One of them said, Well, it's true that I owe it to everyone's hard work. But then added, But if it wasn't for that. Suddenly, a holographic-style pop-up window appeared before Soo-hyuk. The message read, You will be rewarded for completing the quest. Recovery. A bright light engulfed Soo-hyuk as a whooshing sound filled the air. Kim Soo-hyuk, recently discharged from the hospital, reflected on the peculiar phenomenon that had accompanied his near-death experience and subsequent rebirth. The mysterious status windows that had popped up during his missions had vanished. He mused that their purpose, whatever it may have been, was now complete. His thoughts trailed off as he considered the implications of this absence. It felt as though a crucial element of his second chance had concluded its role. Soo-hyuk's colleagues, relieved at his recovery, prepared for his departure. One suggested a group photo to commemorate the occasion. A wave of cheerful agreement rippled through the group. The prospect of a celebratory photo was met with enthusiasm. Soo-hyuk's friends expressed their delight at the idea, their voices a low hum of excitement. Meanwhile, Park Sang-tae, one of Soo-hyuk's closest friends, muttered about the impending group photo with a hint of playful annoyance. Suddenly, Sang-tae's phone rang. He answered, identifying himself. The call was an emergency dispatch alert for Rescue Team 3. Soo-hyuk and his friends reacted with a mixture of concern and anticipation. The news was grim. A shopping complex had collapsed. Sang-tae urgently instructed his team to prepare for immediate dispatch. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, lay in a hospital bed, recovering from injuries sustained during a recent operation. A colleague urged him to rest, but Soo-hyuk, restless and driven, was already pushing himself to his feet, his determination evident in his swift movements as he bolted from the room. Outside, he was met by a woman, her expression a mixture of concern and anticipation. He reassured her with a curt, Let's go. Her worried gaze lingered on him, her silent concern palpable. Soo-hyuk, though eager to leave, was met with a question. Huh? Go where? The woman explained that his early discharge wouldn't make a significant difference, noting his unusually high energy levels. He seemed preoccupied, his mind elsewhere. She urged him to promise not to lose something, a certain something. Soo-hyuk reached into his pocket, retrieving a ring. The ring, a simple band, held a special significance for him. The woman smiled, reassured by his actions. Soo-hyuk, a renewed sense of purpose in his eyes, prepared to leave the hospital. Kim Soo-hyuk, a seasoned rescue worker, stood amidst the rubble of a collapsed building. He cast one last glance at the scene, a silent promise hanging in the air. I'll be back, Unsong, he murmured, the name a whisper lost to the wind. The immediate aftermath of the collapse revealed a scene of devastation. A partially destroyed building stood as a testament to the disaster. Soo-hyuk's colleagues arrived on the scene, their faces grim. One of them spoke, his voice laced with relief and concern. Glad you're all here. Thankfully, there wasn't anyone on the upper floors because the facilities were falling apart, he stated before adding with a frown, but it seems like there are several civilians still in the underground gym. Another firefighter, his eyes wide with alarm, offered a grim estimate. We estimate that there are 31 civilians in total. The number hung in the air, heavy with implication. A gasp escaped one of the rescuers. 31. We don't have a minute to waste. With a burst of adrenaline, Soo-hyuk sprang into action. His colleagues watched, a mixture of awe and concern on their faces as he dashed towards the entrance of the gym. Fukim Soo-hyuk. His colleagues exchanged worried glances. There he goes again. Soo-hyuk disappeared into the damaged building, his determination unwavering. He moved with practiced efficiency, a blur of motion as he navigated the treacherous path. A question mark hung in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation ahead. The scene opens on a bustling fire station. 2 firefighters, clad in their tan uniforms and bright orange helmets, exchange a worried glance. One of them, his brow furrowed with concern, asks, Why? What's wrong? The other firefighter, his face etched with determination, replies, Please give me your orders, sir. He adds, with a hint of quiet resolve, We're one team, aren't we? The camera pulls back to reveal a team of firefighters, their faces grim, standing ready for action. A close-up shows a grin spreading across the face of the determined firefighter. He's ready. He declares, right? Let's start searching for the entrance. The team acknowledges his command with a sharp, Yes, sir. The scene shifts. A man, his back to the viewer, stands before a translucent image of a past rescue operation. The image shows the firefighters struggling amidst rubble and debris. The image shows a more detailed view of the past rescue, highlighting the chaos and urgency of the situation. Kim Soo-hyuk, A seasoned rescue worker with a decade of experience gazed ahead with a determined glint in his eyes. His expression hinted at a quiet confidence, born from years spent facing life-or-death situations. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light engulfed him. A digital message appeared before him. All missions complete. Another message followed, stark and final, shutting down rescue system.